The Art of Not Being Governed. An Anarchist History of Upland Southeast Asia. James C. Scott. It is said that the history of peoples who have a history is the history of class struggle. It might be said with at least as much truthfulness, that the history of peoples without history is a history of their struggle against the state. Pierre C. L'Estrées, La Société contre l'État. Contents. Preface. 1. Hills, Valleys, and States, an Introduction to Zomia. 2. State Space, Zones of Governance and Appropriation. 3. Concentrating Manpower and Grain, Slavery and Irrigated Rice. 4. Civilization and the Unruly. 5. Keeping the State at a Distance, the Peopling of the Hills. 6. State Evasion, State Prevention, the Culture and Agriculture of Escape. 6. 1/2. Orality, Writing, and Texts. 7. Ethnogenesis, a Radical Constructionist Case. 8. Prophets of Renewal. 9. Conclusion. Notes. Glossary. Index. Preface. Zomia is a new name for virtually all the lands at altitudes above roughly 300 meters all the way from the central highlands of Vietnam to northeastern India and traversing 5 Southeast Asian nations, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Burma, and 4 provinces of China, Yunnan, Guizhou, Guangxi, and parts of Sichuan. It is an expanse of 2.5 million square kilometers containing about 100 million minority peoples of truly bewildering ethnic and linguistic variety. Geographically, it is also known as the Southeast Asian Mainland Massif. Since this huge area is at the periphery of 9 states and at the center of none, since it also best rides the usual regional designations, Southeast Asia, East Asia, South Asia, and since what makes it interesting is its ecological variety as well as its relation to states, it represents a novel object of study, a kind of transnational Appalachia, and a new way to think of area studies. My thesis is simple, suggestive, and controversial. Zomia is the largest remaining region of the world whose peoples have not yet been fully incorporated into nation-states. Its days are numbered. Not so very long ago, however, such self-governing peoples were the great majority of humankind. Today, they are seen from the valley kingdoms as our living ancestors, what we were like before we discovered wet rice cultivation, Buddhism, and civilization. On the contrary, I argue that hill peoples are best understood as runaway, fugitive, maroon communities who have, over the course of 2 millennia, been fleeing the oppressions of state-making projects in the valley: slavery, conscription, taxes, corvée labor, epidemics, and warfare. Most of the areas in which they reside may be aptly called shatter zones or zones of refuge. Virtually everything about these people's livelihoods, social organization, ideologies, and, more controversially, even their largely oral cultures, can be read as strategic positionings designed to keep the state at arm's length. Their physical dispersion in rugged terrain, their mobility, their cropping practices, their kinship structure, their pliable ethnic identities, and their devotion to prophetic, millenarian leaders effectively serve to avoid incorporation into states and to prevent states from springing up among them. The particular state that most of them have been evading has been the precocious Han Chinese state. A history of flight is embedded in many hill legends. The documentary record, although somewhat speculative until 1500, is clear enough after that, including frequent military campaigns against hill peoples under the Ming and Qing dynasties and culminating in the unprecedented uprisings in southwestern China in the mid-19th century that left millions seeking refuge. The flight from both the Burmese and Thai slave-raiding states is also amply documented. My argument will, I hope, have some resonance beyond the already broad swath of Asia with which it is immediately concerned. The huge literature on state-making, contemporary and historic, pays virtually no attention to its obverse, the history of deliberate and reactive statelessness. This is the history of those who got away, and state-making cannot be understood apart from it. This is also what makes this an anarchist history. This account implicitly brings together the histories of all those peoples extruded by coercive state-making and unfree labor systems, Gypsies, Cossacks, polyglot tribes made up of refugees from Spanish reducciones in the New World and the Philippines, fugitive slave communities, the Marsh Arabs, San Bushmen, and so on. The argument reverses much received wisdom about primitivism generally. Pastoralism, foraging, shifting cultivation, and segmentary lineage systems are often a secondary adaptation, a kind of self-barbarianization adopted by peoples whose location, subsistence, and social structure are adapted to state evasion. For those living in the shadow of states, such evasion is also perfectly compatible with derivative, imitative, and parasitic state forms in the hills. My argument is a deconstruction of Chinese and other civilizational discourses about the barbarian, the raw, the primitive. On close inspection, those terms, practically, mean ungoverned, not yet incorporated. Civilizational discourses never entertain the possibility of people voluntarily going over to the barbarians, hence such statuses are stigmatized and ethnicized. Ethnicity and tribe begin exactly where taxes and sovereignty end in the Roman Empire as in the Chinese. Usually, forms of subsistence and kinship are taken as given, as ecologically and culturally determined. By analyzing various forms of cultivation, particular crops, certain social structures, and physical mobility patterns for their escape value, I treat such givens largely as political choices. The mountains as a refuge for state-fleeing people, including guerrillas, is an important geographical theme. I develop the idea of the friction of terrain, which is a new way of understanding political space and the difficulties of state-making in pre-modern societies. I'm the only one to blame for this book. I did it. Let's get that out of the way before I begin making apologies and trying, in vain, I know, to make a few preemptive strikes against some of the criticism I can, even as I write this, see bearing down on me. I've often been accused of being wrong but rarely of being obscure or incomprehensible. This book is no different. There's no denying that I make bold claims about the hill peoples of mainland Southeast Asia. I think, naturally, that my claims are broadly correct, even if I may be mistaken in some particulars. Judgment of whether I am right is, as always, now out of my hands and in that of my readers and reviewers. There are, however, three things about these claims that I wish to assert emphatically. First, there is nothing original here. I repeat, there is not a single idea here that originates with me. What I surely have done is to see a kind of immanent order or argument in a good many of the sources I canvassed and to draw that argument out to see how far it would take me. The creative aspect, if there was any, was to make out this gestalt and to connect the dots. I realize that some of those whose arguments and speculations I have made use of will think I have gone too far. A few of them have told me so, and, mercifully for me, others are no longer in a position to complain. They are no more responsible for what I have done with their ideas than I will be for what use others make of what I have written here. To my mild astonishment, I find that I have become a kind of historian, not a particularly good one, perhaps, but a historian nonetheless. And an ancient historian at that, ancient in both senses of the term. I am familiar with the occupational hazard of historians, namely that a historian preparing herself to write, say, about the 18th century ends up writing mostly about the 17th century because it comes to seem so fundamental to the question at issue. Something like that happened to me. Here I was reading ethnographies of hill peoples and reports on human rights abuses by the Burmese military in minority areas, only to find myself drawn inexorably back to the coercive state-making of the classical Mandala kingdoms. I owe my renewed study of pre-colonial and colonial Southeast Asia to two independent graduate reading courses. One was devoted to foundational texts in Southeast Asian studies and designed as a kind of intellectual boot camp in which we read all those basic works most scholars had on their shelves but would be embarrassed to admit that they had never read, beginning with the 2 volumes of the Cambridge History of Southeast Asia. It was bracing for all of us. The second was a reading course on Burma, starting from the same premise. This brings me to my second emphatic assertion. What I have to say in these pages makes little sense for the period following the Second World War. Since 1945, and in some cases before then, the power of the state to deploy distance-demolishing technologies, railroads, all-weather roads, telephone, telegraph, air power, helicopters, and now information technology so changed the strategic balance of power between self-governing peoples and nation-states, so diminished the friction of terrain, that my analysis largely ceases to be useful. On the contrary, the sovereign nation-state is now busy projecting its power to its outermost territorial borders and mopping up zones of weak or no sovereignty. The need for the natural resources of the tribal zone and the desire to ensure the security and productivity of the periphery has led, everywhere, to strategies of engulfment, in which presumptively loyal and land-hungry valley populations are transplanted to the hills. So if my analysis does not apply to late 20th century Southeast Asia, don't say I didn't warn you. Finally, I worry that the radical constructionist case made here about ethnogenesis will be misunderstood and taken as a devaluation, even denigration, of ethnic identities for which brave men and women have fought and died. Nothing could be further from the truth. All identities, without exception, have been socially constructed, the Han, the Burman, the American, the Danish, all of them. Quite often such identities, particularly minority identities, are at first imagined by powerful states, as the Han imagined the Miao, the British colonists imagined the Karen and the Shan, the French the Jura. Whether invented or imposed, such identities select, more or less arbitrarily, one or another trait, however vague: religion, language, skin color, diet, means of subsistence as the desideratum. Such categories, institutionalized in territories, land tenure, courts, customary law, appointed chiefs, schools, and paperwork, may become passionately lived identities. To the degree that the identity is stigmatized by the larger state or society, it is likely to become for many a resistant and defiant identity. Here invented identities combine with self-making of a heroic kind, in which such identifications become a badge of honor. In the contemporary world in which the nation-state is the hegemonic political unit, it is not surprising that such self-assertion should usually take the form of ethno-nationalism. So for those who risk everything so that the Shan, the Karen, the Chin, the Mon, the Kaya may achieve some form of independence and recognition, I have only admiration and respect. I owe an enormous intellectual debt to at least 5 dead white men whose ranks I shall join in due course. They were the pioneers of the trail along which I plod here. I wouldn't even have found it without them. The earliest was Pierre Clas Trace, whose daring interpretation of state-evading and state-preventing native peoples in post-conquest South America in La Société contre l'État has come, in the wake of subsequent evidence, to seem clairvoyant. Owen Lattimore's deep and ambitious insights into the relationship between Han Chinese states and their pastoralist periphery helped me to see that something similar might hold for China's southwest frontier. Ernest Gellner's analysis of Berber-Arab relations helped me grasp that where sovereignty and taxes stopped, there precisely, ethnicity and tribes began, and that barbarian was another word states used to describe any self-governing, non-subject people. No one who plods the route I have taken gets anywhere without a sustained intellectual encounter with Edmund Leach's political systems of Highland Burma. There are few books that are so good to think with. Finally, I am in debt to James G. Scott, aka Shui Yo, military commander, colonial official, compiler of the Gazetteer of Upper Burma and author of the Burman. He is no relative, but as I have learned so much from his acute observations and as we are both, according to Burmese astrological reckoning, entitled to Burmese names of the same sort, I have adopted his Burmese name, Shui Yo, in a bid to please his ghost. I have been inspired and instructed by work that re-examined how out of the way people came to be out of the way in the first place, while radically questioning the civilizational discourse applied to them by their self-described superiors. Gonzalo Aguirre Beltran's small classic, Regions of Refuge, published nearly 30 years ago, made a more general claim than Clas Trace for much of the Latin American continent, and subsequently Stuart Schwartz and Frank Salomon examined that claim in more careful, illuminating detail. Closer to my own geographic focus, Robert Hefner's study of the Tengger Highlands of Java and Geoffrey Benjamin's work on Malaysia's Orang Asli were convincing and brilliant case studies that encouraged me to see Zomia in this light. The term Zomia I owe entirely to Willem van Schendel, who was perceptive enough to realize that this huge upland border area stretching in the west to India, and well beyond, in his view, was distinctive enough to merit its own designation. In sketching out an intellectual case for Zomia studies as a field of research, he called into question the routine ways in which we think about area or region. I enrolled as a foot soldier in the Zomia Army, psychological warfare branch, immediately after reading his persuasive argument for the term. Willem and I and several colleagues look forward to the day we are able to convene the first International Zomia Studies Conference. Van Schendel's work on the Bengal borderland is already an example of what might be achieved if we took his advice to heart. Had I the patience and even more of an impulse to comprehensiveness, there would and should have been a chapter on watery regions of refuge. I mention them only in passing and regret that I haven't been able to do them justice. The numerous orang lot, sea nomads, sea gypsies, in insular Southeast Asia are clearly a seagoing, archipelago-hopping variant of Sweeteners dwelling in mountain fastnesses. Like many hill people, they also have a martial tradition and have moved easily between piracy, seaborne raiding, slave raiding, and serving as the naval guard and strike force of several Malay kingdoms. Poised strategically at the edge of major shipping lanes, able to strike and disappear quickly, they conjure up a whole watery Zomia that deserves a place here. As Ben Anderson noted while urging me in this direction, the sea is bigger, emptier than the mountains and the forest. Look at all those pirates still easily fending off the G7, Singapore, etc., with aplomb. But as any reader will note, this book is already too long, and I must leave this theme to others more competent to pursue it, a task already excellently begun by Eric Taliacozzo. There are 4 scholars whose work falls smack in the middle of my own concerns and without which this book would scarcely be conceivable. I don't know how many times I have read and reread the, in effect, collected works of F.K.L. Lehman, Chid Hlang and Richard O'Connor for their deep insights and what they might mean for my own argument. Victor Lieberman, the premier historian of Southeast Asia's state-making in a comparative frame, and Jean Michaud, who raised the banner of Zomia, or what he would call the Southeast Asian Massif, well before the rest of us, have been key interlocutors. All 4 of these scholars have shown me an intellectual large-spiritedness of a very high order, even, and especially, when they disagreed with me. They may dissent from much of what I say here, but they should know that they have made me smarter, though not quite as smart as they may have hoped. I am, in addition, indebted to Jean Michaud for generously allowing me to use passages from his Historical Dictionary of the Peoples of the Southeast Asian Massif for my glossary. There is a large number of colleagues who, having better things to do with their time, nevertheless read part or all of the manuscript and gave me their frank advice. I hope they see, here and there, evidence of their impact as I bobbed and weaved my way to a more nuanced and defensible argument. They include, in no particular order, Michael Adas, Ajay Skaria, Ramachandra Guha, Tanya Lee, Ben Anderson, Michael Ongthwin, Masao Imamura, the historians Utha Dunmong and Yuso Kai A Thursday, the archaeologist Yu Tun Thean, the geologist Arthur P. Geoffrey Benjamin, Shan Chan Du, Mandy Sadin, Michael Hathaway, Walt Coward, Ben Kirkvliet, Ron Herring, Indrani Chatterjee, Kin Mong Win, Michael Dove, James Hagan, Jan Bart Gewald, Thomas Barfield, Thong Chai Winnie Chakal, Catherine Bowie, Ben Kiernan, Pamela McKelwee, Nance Cunningham, Ong Ong, David Ludden, Leo Lucassen, Janice Stargard, Tony Day, Bill Klausner, Maya Then, Susan O'Donovan, Anthony Reed, Martin Klein, Joe Goldie, Ardith Mong Thong Mung, Bobo Nge, Magnus Fiscusjo, Mary Callahan, Enrique Meyer, Angelique Hogarad, Michael McGovern, Thant Myant Yu, Mark Edelman, Kevin Hepner, Christian Lentz, and Ping Chin, Prasenjit Dura, Jeff Wade, Charles Keyes, Andrew Turton, Noboru Ishikawa, Kenan Brazil, and Karen Barkey. Wait. I have secreted in this list 4 colleagues who failed to send their comments. You know who you are. For shame. If, on the other hand, you collapsed trying to carry the manuscript from the printer to your desk, my apologies. I want to acknowledge a small number of collegial debts that are not easy to categorize. Leofer Johnson's uniquely perceptive book Mean Relations was very influential in my thinking, especially with respect to the pliability of Hill identities and social structure. Mikhail Gravers has taught me a great deal about the Karen and the cosmological basis of their millenarian proclivities. Eric Taliakotso read the manuscript with unprecedented care and assigned me a reading program that I am still trying to complete. Finally, I have learned a great deal from 5 colleagues with whom I set out to study vernacular and official identities many years back: Peter Solons, Pinkaolu Angaramsri, Kwankawanbu Adaeng, Shosakwit Teapak, and Janet Sturgeon, who is, avant la lettre, a practicing Zomianist. Some time back, in 1996, my colleague Helen Su persuaded me to attend, as discussant, a conference on China's borders and border peoples. Organized by Helen, Pamela Crossley, and David Four, this conference was so provocative and lively that it served to germinate a good many of the ideas found here. The book arising from that meeting and edited by Pamela Crossley, Helen Su, and Donald Sutton, Empire at the Margins, Culture, Ethnicity, and Frontier in Early Modern China, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2006, is packed with original history, theory, and ethnography. There are a good many institutions that harbored and supported me over the past decade while I ever so slowly found my bearings. I started background reading on Upland Southeast Asia and on the relationship between states and itinerant peoples generally at the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences in Palo Alto, where Alex Keyser, Nancy Cott, Tony Bebbington, and Dan Siegel were boon intellectual companions. That reading continued in the spring of 2001 at Oslo's Center for Development and the Environment, where I was the beneficiary of the intellect and charm of Desmond McNeil, Sinya Howell, Nina Witok-Sek, and Bernd Hagvat, and began Burmese lessons in earnest at the Democratic Voice of Burma radio station under the tolerant eye of Kin Mong Win. I finished the first draft of this manuscript while visiting the Department of Society and Globalization of the Graduate School of International Development Studies at Roskilde University. I want to record my warm thanks to Christian Lund, Preben Karshalm, Bodil Folke Fredriksson, Inga Jensen, and Ole Brunn for an intellectually bracing and thoroughly enjoyable stay. For the past 2 decades my real intellectual sustenance has come from the program in Agrarian Studies at Yale University. The agraristas, fellows, speakers, graduate students, and associated faculty with whom I have taught have continually renewed my faith in the possibility of an intellectual venue that is both convivial and challenging, welcoming and tough. K. Mansfield has always been, and continues to be, the heart and soul of the program, the compass from which we take our bearings. My colleagues K. Sivramkrishnan, aka Shavi, Eric Werby, Robert Harms, Arun Agraval, Paul Friedman, Linda Ann Rebun, and Michael Dove have all taken a liberal hand in my continuing education. Michael Dove and Harold Conklin have, between them, taught me everything I know about Swidden cultivation that plays such an important role in my analysis. I have had a series of research assistants of such initiative and talent that they have saved me many months of futile toil and many errors. They will, I am confident, make names for themselves in short order. Arash Hazeni, Shafkat Hussain, Austin Zeiderman, Alexander Lee, Katie Scharf, and Kate Harrison helped turn this project into something creditable. Those many Burmese friends who refereed my struggles with the Burmese language deserve at least hazardous duty pay and perhaps sainthood, or perhaps that would be devahood in the Theravada context. I want to thank Sayakin Mong Gyi, my longest serving, most battle-scarred, and most patient teacher, as well as his entire family, including San San Lin. Let Ong, aka Viola Wu, Bobo Nge, Kalupa and Kin Mongwin courageously braved painfully slow and misshapen conversations. Kunkaya and Ko Sokaya Thursday, though not formally teachers, nonetheless, in befriending me, pushed me forward. Finally, in Mandalay and on various travels, Sayanaing Tunlin, a natural teacher, invented a pedagogy suited to my modest talents and pursued it rigorously. We often had lessons on the spacious fourth-floor balcony of a small hotel. When I massacred, for the fourth or fifth time, the same tone or ASP irate, he would abruptly rise and walk away to the edge of the balcony. I feared more than once that he would hurl himself over the railing in despair. He didn't. Instead he would come back, sit down, take a very deep breath, and resume. I would not have gotten through without him. While I was casting around for an appropriate title, a friend mentioned that Jimmy Casas Clausen, a political scientist at the University of Wisconsin, Madison, was teaching a course in political philosophy titled The Art of Not Being Governed. Clausen generously agreed to let me use the title for my book, for which I am very grateful indeed. I await the day when he will no doubt put a philosophical footing under this whole enterprise with a book of his own on the subject. The maps in this volume were created with skill and imagination by Stacy Maples at the Yale Map Collection of Sterling Library. He gave cartographic shape to my understanding of the spatial issues in Southeast Asian statecraft. Where it seemed appropriate, I have added Burmese words and occasionally a phrase to the text. As there is no universally agreed upon system for transliterating Burmese into Roman letters, I have adopted the system devised by John O'Kell at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and explained in his Burmese, An Introduction to the Spoken Language, Book 1, DeKalb, Northern Illinois University, Center for Southeast Asian Studies, 1994. To avoid any confusion, where the Burmese term seems important, I have added it in Burmese script. I could not have asked for a more supportive and talented editor for this, and for the other titles in the Agrarian Studies series, than Jean Thompson Black. Nor could Yale University Press ask for a more inspired editor. My manuscript editor, Dan Heaton, combined a respect for the text with a firmness about my errors and excesses that has greatly improved what the reader will encounter. Last, and by no means least, I couldn't have thought or lived my way through this manuscript without the insights and companionship of my high-altitude muse. The Art of Not Being Governed. Chapter 1. Hills, Valleys, and States. An Introduction to Zomia. I open with 3 diagnostic expressions of frustration. The first 2 are from would-be conquering administrators, determined to subdue a recalcitrant landscape and its fugitive, resistant inhabitants. The third, from a different continent, is from a would-be conqueror of souls, in some despair at the irreligion and heterodoxy that the landscape appears to encourage. Making maps is hard, but mapping Gizhu province especially so. The land in southern Gizhu has fragmented and confused boundaries. A department or a county may be split into several subsections, in many instances separated by other departments or counties. There are also regions of no man's land where the Miao live intermixed with the Chinese. Southern Gizhu has a multitude of mountain peaks. They are jumbled together, without any plains or marshes to space them out, or rivers or water courses to put limits to them. They are vexingly numerous and ill-disciplined. Very few people dwell among them, and generally the peaks do not have names. Their configurations are difficult to discern clearly, ridges and summits seeming to be the same. Those who give an account of the arterial pattern of the mountains are thus obliged to speak at length. In some cases, to describe a few kilometers of ramifications needs a pile of documentation, and dealing with the main line of a day's march takes a sequence of chapters. As to the confusion of the local patois, in the space of 50 kilometers a river may have 50 names and an encampment covering 1.5 kilometers may have 3 designations. Such is the unreliability of the nomenclature. 1. The hilly and Yungli tracts were those in which the dacoits held out longest. Such were the country between Minbu and the Atmayo and the Tarai swampy lowland belt at the foot of the Shan Hills and the Arakan and Chin Hills. Here pursuit was impossible. The tracks are narrow and tortuous and admirably suited for ambuscades. Except by the regular paths there were hardly any means of approach. The jungle malaria was fatal to our troops, a column could only penetrate the jungle and move on. The villages are small and far between, they are generally compact and surrounded by dense, impenetrable jungle. The paths were either just broad enough for a cart, or very narrow, and, where they led through the jungle were overhung with brambles and thorny creepers. A good deal of the dry grass is burned in March, but as soon as the rains recommence the whole once more becomes impassable. Point 2. The surface has been minutely trenched by winding streams. So numerous are the creeks that the topographical map of a single representative county of 373 square miles indicated 339 named streams, that is, 9 streams for each 10 square miles. The valleys are for the most part V-shaped, with rarely more level space along the banks of a stream for a cabin and perhaps a garden patch. The isolation occasioned by methods of travel so slow and difficult is intensified by several circumstances. For one thing, the routes are roundabout. Travel is either down one branch along a creek and up another branch, or up a stream to a divide and down another stream on the further side of the ridge. This being the case, married women living within 10 miles of their parents have passed a dozen years without going back to see them. Point 3. Behind each lament lies a particular project of rule, Han rule under the Qing, British rule within the Empire, and finally, the rule of Orthodox Protestant Christianity in Appalachia. All would style themselves, unself-consciously, as bearers of order, progress, enlightenment, and civilization. All wish to extend the advantages of administrative discipline, associated with the state or organized religion, to areas previously ungoverned. How might we best understand the fraught dialectical relations between such projects of rule and their agents, on the one hand, and zones of relative autonomy and their inhabitants, on the other? This relationship is particularly salient in mainland Southeast Asia, where it demarcates the greatest social cleavage that shapes much of the region's history, that between hill peoples and valley peoples, or between upstream, Hulu in the Malay world, and downstream, hillier, peoples. Point 4. In tracing this dialectic with some care, I believe it also traces a path to a novel historical understanding of the global process of state formation in the valleys and the peopling of the hills. The encounter between expansionary states and self-governing peoples is hardly confined to Southeast Asia. It is echoed in the cultural and administrative process of internal colonialism that characterizes the formation of most modern Western nation-states, in the imperial projects of the Romans, the Habsburgs, the Ottomans, the Han, and the British, in the subjugation of indigenous peoples in white settler colonies such as the United States, Canada, South Africa, Australia, and Algeria, in the dialectic between sedentary, town-dwelling Arabs and nomadic pastoralists that have characterized much of Middle Eastern history. Point 5. The precise shape of the encounters is, to be sure, unique to each case. Nevertheless, the ubiquity of the encounter between self-governing and state-governed peoples variously styled as the raw and the cooked, the wild and the tamed, the hill/forest people and the valley/cleared land people, upstream and downstream, the barbarian and the civilized, the backward and the modern, the free and the bound, the people without history and the people with history provides us with many possibilities for comparative triangulation. We shall take advantage of these opportunities where we can. A world of peripheries. In the written record, that is to say, from the beginning of grain-based, agrarian civilizations, the encounter we are examining can fairly be said to preoccupy rulers. But if we stand back and widen the historical lens still further, seeing the encounter in human rather than state civilization terms, it is astonishing how recent and rapid the encounter has been. Homo sapiens sapiens has been around for something like 200,000 years, and only about 60,000, at the outside, in Southeast Asia. There the region's first small concentrations of sedentary populations appear not earlier than the first millennium before the Common Era, CE, and represent a mere smudge in the historical landscape, localized, tenuous, and evanescent. Until shortly before the Common Era, the very last 1% of human history, the social landscape consisted of elementary, self-governing, kinship units that might, occasionally, cooperate in hunting, feasting, skirmishing, trading, and peacemaking. It did not contain anything one could call a state. 6 In other words, living in the absence of state structures has been the standard human condition. The founding of agrarian states, then, was the contingent event that created a distinction, hence a dialectic, between a settled, state-governed population and a frontier penumbra of less governed or virtually autonomous peoples. Until at least the early 19th century, the difficulties of transportation, the state of military technology, and, above all, demographic realities placed sharp limits on the reach of even the most ambitious states. Operating in a population density of only 5.5 persons per square kilometer in 1600, compared with roughly 35 for India and China, a ruler's subjects in Southeast Asia had relatively easy access to a vast, land-rich frontier. 7 That frontier operated as a rough and ready homeostatic device. The more a state pressed its subjects, the fewer subjects it had. The frontier underwrote popular freedom. Richard O'Connor captures this dialectic nicely. Once states appeared, adaptive conditions changed yet again, at least for farmers. At that moment, mobility allowed farmers to escape the impositions of states and their wars. I call this tertiary dispersion. The other two revolutions, agriculture and complex society, were secure, but the state's domination of its peasantry was not, and so we find a strategy of collecting people, and establishing villages. 8. The last enclosure. Only the modern state, in both its colonial and its independent guises, has had the resources to realize a project of rule that was a mere glint in the eye of its pre-colonial ancestor, namely to bring non-state spaces and people to heel. This project in its broadest sense represents the last great enclosure movement in Southeast Asia. It has been pursued, albeit clumsily and with setbacks, consistently for at least the past century. Governments, whether colonial or independent, communist or neoliberal, populist or authoritarian, have embraced it fully. The headlong pursuit of this end by regimes otherwise starkly different suggests that such projects of administrative, economic, and cultural standardization are hardwired into the architecture of the modern state itself. Seen from the state center, this enclosure movement is, in part, an effort to integrate and monetize the people, lands, and resources of the periphery so that they become, to use the French term, rentable auditable contributors to the gross national product and to foreign exchange. In truth, peripheral peoples had always been firmly linked economically to the lowlands and to world trade. In some cases, they appear to have provided most of the products valued in international commerce. Nevertheless, the attempt to fully incorporate them has been culturally styled as development, economic progress, literacy, and social integration. In practice, it has meant something else. The objective has been less to make them productive than to ensure that their economic activity was legible, taxable, accessible, and confiscatable, or, failing that, to replace it with forms of production that were. Everywhere they could, states have obliged mobile, swidden cultivators to settle in permanent villages. They have tried to replace open common property land tenure with closed common property, collective farms, or, more especially, the individual freehold property of liberal economies. They have seized timber and mineral resources for the national patrimony. They have encouraged, whenever possible, cash, monocropping, plantation-style agriculture in place of the more biodiverse forms of cultivation that prevailed earlier. The term enclosure seems entirely appropriate for this process, mimicking as it does the English enclosures that, in the century after 1761, swallowed half of England's common arable land in favor of large-scale, private, commercial production. The novel and revolutionary aspect of this great enclosure movement is apparent if we open our historical lens to its widest aperture. The very earliest states in China and Egypt, and later, Chandragupta India, classical Greece, and Republican Rome were, in demographic terms, insignificant. They occupied a minuscule portion of the world's landscape, and their subjects were no more than a rounding error in the world's population figures. In mainland Southeast Asia, where the first states appear only around the middle of the first millennium of the Common Era, their mark on the landscape and its peoples is relatively trivial when compared with their oversized place in the history books. Small, moat, and walled centers together with their tributary villages, these little nodes of hierarchy and power were both unstable and geographically confined. To an eye not yet hypnotized by archaeological remains and state-centric histories, the landscape would have seemed virtually all periphery and no centers. Nearly all the population and territory were outside their ambit. Diminutive though these state centers were, they possessed a singular strategic and military advantage in their capacity to concentrate manpower and foodstuffs in one place. Irrigated rice agriculture on permanent fields was the key point. 9 As a new political form, the Padi state was an ingathering of previously stateless peoples. Some subjects were no doubt attracted to the possibilities for trade, wealth, and status available at the court centers, while others, almost certainly the majority, were captives and slaves seized in warfare or purchased from slave raiders. The vast barbarian periphery of these small states was a vital resource in at least two respects. First, it was the source of hundreds of important trade goods and forest products necessary to the prosperity of the Padi state. And second, it was the source of the most important trade good in circulation, the human captives who formed the working capital of any successful state. What we know of the classical states such as Egypt, Greece, and Rome, as well as the early Khmer, Thai, and Burmese states, suggests that most of their subjects were formally unfree, slaves, captives, and their descendants. The enormous ungoverned periphery surrounding these minute states also represented a challenge and a threat. It was home to fugitive, mobile populations whose modes of subsistence foraging, hunting, shifting cultivation, fishing, and pastoralism were fundamentally intractable to state appropriation. The very diversity, fluidity, and mobility of their livelihoods meant that for an agrarian state adapted to sedentary agriculture, this ungoverned landscape and its people were fiscally sterile. Unless they wished to trade, their production was inaccessible for yet another reason. Whereas the early states were nearly everywhere the creature of arable plains and plateaus, much of the more numerous ungoverned population lived, from a state perspective, in geographically difficult terrain, mountains, marshland, swamps, arid steppes, and deserts. Even if, as was rarely the case, their products were in principle appropriable, they were effectively out of range owing to dispersal and the difficulties of transportation. The two zones were ecologically complementary and therefore natural trading partners, but such trade could rarely be coerced, it took the form of voluntary exchange. For early state elites, the periphery seen frequently as the realm of barbarian tribes was also a potential threat. Rarely but memorably, in the case of the Mongols and the Huns and Osman and his conquering band, a militarized pastoral people might overrun the state and destroy it or rule in its place. More commonly, non-state peoples found it convenient to raid the settlements of sedentary farming communities subject to the state, sometimes exacting systematic tribute from them in the manner of states. Just as states encouraged sedentary agriculture for its easy pickings, so, too, did raiders find it attractive as a site of appropriation. The main, long-run threat of the ungoverned periphery, however, was that it represented a constant temptation, a constant alternative to life within the state. Founders of a new state often seized arable land from its previous occupants, who might then either be incorporated or choose to move away. Those who fled became, one might say, the first refugees from state power, joining others outside the state's reach. When and if the state's reach expanded, still others faced the same dilemma. At a time when the state seems pervasive and inescapable, it is easy to forget that for much of history, living within or outside the state or in an intermediate zone was a choice, one that might be revised as the circumstances warranted. A wealthy and peaceful state center might attract a growing population that found its advantages rewarding. This, of course, fits the standard civilizational narrative of rude barbarians mesmerized by the prosperity made possible by the king's peace and justice, a narrative shared by most of the world's salvational religions, not to mention Thomas Hobbes. This narrative ignores two capital facts. First, as we have noted, it appears that much, if not most, of the population of the early states was unfree, they were subjects under duress. The second fact, most inconvenient for the standard narrative of civilization, is that it was very common for state subjects to run away. Living within the state meant, virtually by definition, taxes, conscription, corvée labor, and, for most, a condition of servitude. These conditions were at the core of the state's strategic and military advantages. When these burdens became overwhelming, subjects moved with alacrity to the periphery or to another state. Under pre-modern conditions, the crowding of population, domesticated animals, and the heavy reliance on a single grain had consequences for both human and crop health that made famines and epidemics more likely. And finally, the early states were war-making machines as well, producing hemorrhages of subjects fleeing conscription, invasion, and plunder. Thus the early state extruded populations as readily as it absorbed them, and when, as was often the case, it collapsed altogether as the result of war, drought, epidemic, or civil strife over succession, its populations were disgorged. States were, by no means, a once and for all creation. Innumerable archaeological finds of state centers that briefly flourished and were then eclipsed by warfare, epidemics, famine, or ecological collapse depict a long history of state formation and collapse rather than permanence. For long periods people moved in and out of states, and stateness was, itself, often cyclical and reversible. Point 10. This pattern of state-making and state-unmaking produced, over time, a periphery that was composed as much of refugees as of peoples who had never been state subjects. Much of the periphery of states became a zone of refuge or shatter zone, where the human shards of state formation and rivalry accumulated willy-nilly, creating regions of bewildering ethnic and linguistic complexity. State expansion and collapse often had a ratchet effect as well, with fleeing subjects driving other peoples ahead of them seeking safety and new territory. Much of the Southeast Asian Massif is, in effect, a shatter zone. The reputation of the southwestern Chinese province of Yunnan as a museum of human races reflects this history of migration. Shatter zones are found wherever the expansion of states, empires, slave trading, and wars, as well as natural disasters, have driven large numbers of people to seek refuge in out-of-the-way places, in Amazonia, in highland Latin America, with the notable exception of the Andes, with their arable highland plateaus and states, in that corridor of highland Africa safe from slave raiding, in the Balkans and the Caucasus. The diagnostic characteristics of shatter zones are their relative geographical inaccessibility and the enormous diversity of tongues and cultures. Note that this account of the periphery is sharply at odds with the official story most civilizations tell about themselves. According to that tale, a backward, naive, and perhaps barbaric people are gradually incorporated into an advanced, superior, and more prosperous society and culture. If, instead, many of these ungoverned barbarians had, at one time or another, elected, as a political choice, to take their distance from the state, a new element of political agency enters the picture. Many, perhaps most, inhabitants of the ungoverned margins are not remnants of an earlier social formation, left behind, or, as some lowland folk accounts in Southeast Asia have it, are living ancestors. The situation of populations that have deliberately placed themselves at the state's periphery has occasionally been termed, infelicitously, secondary primitivism. Their subsistence routines, their social organization, their physical dispersal, and many elements of their culture, far from being the archaic traits of a people left behind, are purposefully crafted both to thwart incorporation into nearby states and to minimize the likelihood that state-like concentrations of power will arise among them. State evasion and state prevention permeate their practices and, often, their ideology as well. They are, in other words, a state effect. They are barbarians by design. They continue to conduct a brisk and mutually advantageous trade with lowland centers while steering clear of being politically captured. Once we entertain the possibility that the barbarians are not just there as a residue but may well have chosen their location, their subsistence practices, and their social structure to maintain their autonomy, the standard civilizational story of social evolution collapses utterly. The temporal, civilizational series from foraging to swiddening, or to pastoralism, to sedentary grain cultivation, to irrigated wet rice farming and its near twin, the series from roving forest bands to small clearings, to hamlets, to villages, to towns, to court centers, these are the underpinning of the valley state's sense of superiority. What if the presumptive stages of these series were, in fact, an array of social options, each of which represented a distinctive positioning vis-a-vis the state? And what if, over considerable periods of time, many groups have moved strategically among these options toward more presumptively primitive forms in order to keep the state at arm's length? On this view, the civilizational discourse of the Valley States and not a few earlier theorists of social evolution is not much more than a self-inflating way of confounding the status of state subject with civilization and that of self-governing peoples with primitivism. The logic of the argument made throughout this book would essentially reverse this logic. Most, if not all, the characteristics that appear to stigmatize hill peoples, their location at the margins, their physical mobility, their swidden agriculture, their flexible social structure, their religious heterodoxy, their egalitarianism, and even the non-literate, oral cultures far from being the mark of primitives left behind by civilization, are better seen on a long view as adaptations designed to evade both state capture and state formation. They are, in other words, political adaptations of non-state peoples to a world of states that are, at once, attractive and threatening. Creating subjects. Avoiding the state was, until the past few centuries, a real option. 1,000 years ago most people lived outside state structures, under loosened empires or in situations of fragmented sovereignty. 11 Today it is an option that is fast vanishing. To appreciate how the room for maneuver has been drastically curtailed in the past millennium, a radically schematic and simplified fast-forward history of the balance of power between stateless peoples and states may be helpful. The permanent association of the state and sedentary agriculture is at the center of this story. 12 Fixed field grain agriculture has been promoted by the state and has been, historically, the foundation of its power. In turn, sedentary agriculture leads to property rights in land, the patriarchal family enterprise, and an emphasis, also encouraged by the state, on large families. Grain farming is, in this respect, inherently expansionary, generating, when not checked by disease or famine, a surplus population, which is obliged to move and colonize new lands. By any long-run perspective, then, it is grain agriculture that is nomadic and aggressive, constantly reproducing copies of itself, while, as Hugh Brody aptly notes, foragers and hunters, relying on a single area and demographically far more stable, seem by comparison profoundly settled. 13. The massive expansion of European power via colonialism and white settler colonies represented a vast expansion of sedentary agriculture. In the neo-Europes such as North America, Australia, Argentina, and New Zealand, Europeans reproduced, as far as possible, the agriculture with which they were familiar. In colonies with pre-existing states based on sedentary agriculture, the Europeans replaced the indigenous overlords as sovereigns, collecting taxes and encouraging agriculture as had their predecessors, but more effectively. All other subsistence patterns, except when they provided valuable trade goods, for example, furs, were, fiscally speaking, considered sterile. Thus foragers, hunters, shifting cultivators, and pastoralists were bypassed and ignored or driven from potentially arable farmland into territories considered wastelands. Nevertheless, as late as the end of the 18th century, though they were no longer a majority of the world's population, non-state peoples still occupied the greater part of the world's land mass: forest lands, rugged mountains, steppes, deserts, polar regions, marshes, and inaccessibly remote zones. Such regions were still a potential refuge for those who had reason to flee the state. These stateless peoples were not, by and large, easily drawn into the fiscally legible economy of wage labor and sedentary agriculture. On this definition, civilization held little attraction for them when they could have all the advantages of trade without the drudgery, subordination, and immobility of state subjects. The widespread resistance of stateless peoples led directly to what might be called the Golden Age of slavery along the littoral of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans and in Southeast Asia. 14 From the perspective adopted here, populations were forcibly removed en masse from settings where their production and labor were illegible and inappropriable and were relocated in colonies and plantations where they could be made to grow cash crops, tea, cotton, sugar, indigo, coffee, which might contribute to the profits of landowners and the fiscal power of the state. 15 This first step of enclosure required forms of capture and bondage designed to relocate them from non-state spaces where they were generally more autonomous and healthy, to places where their labor could be appropriated. The final two stages of this massive enclosure movement belong, in the case of Europe, to the 19th century and, in the case of Southeast Asia, largely to the late 20th century. They mark such a radical shift in the relationship between states and their peripheries that they fall largely outside the story I tell here. In this last period, enclosure has meant not so much shifting people from stateless zones to areas of state control but rather colonizing the periphery itself and transforming it into a fully governed, fiscally fertile zone. Its imminent logic, unlikely ever to be fully realized, is the complete elimination of non-state spaces. This truly imperial project, made possible only by distance-demolishing technologies, all-weather roads, bridges, railroads, airplanes, modern weapons, telegraph, telephone, and now modern information technologies including global positioning systems, is so novel and its dynamics so different that my analysis here makes no further sense in Southeast Asia for the period after, say, 1950. Modern conceptions of national sovereignty and the resource needs of mature capitalism have brought that final enclosure into view. The hegemony, in this past century, of the nation-state as the standard and nearly exclusive unit of sovereignty has proven profoundly inimical to non-state peoples. State power, in this conception, is the state's monopoly of coercive force that must, in principle, be fully projected to the very edge of its territory, where it meets, again in principle, another sovereign power projecting its command to its own adjacent frontier. Gone, in principle, are the large areas of no sovereignty or mutually cancelling weak sovereignties. Gone too, of course, are peoples under no particular sovereignty. As a practical matter, most nation-states have tried, insofar as they had the means, to give substance to this vision, establishing armed border posts, moving loyal populations to the frontier and relocating or driving away disloyal populations, clearing frontier lands for sedentary agriculture, building roads to the borders, and registering hitherto fugitive peoples. On the heels of this notion of sovereignty came the realization that these neglected and seemingly useless territories to which stateless peoples had been relegated were suddenly of great value to the economies of mature capitalism. 16 They contained valuable resources: oil, iron ore, copper, lead, timber, uranium, bauxite, the rare metals essential to the aerospace and electronics industries, hydroelectric sites, bioprospecting, and conservation areas that might in many cases be the linchpin of state revenue. Places that long ago might have been desirable for their deposits of silver, gold, and gems, not to mention slaves, became the object of a new gold rush. All the more reason to project state power to the nethermost reaches of these ungoverned regions and bring their inhabitants under firm control. Occupying and controlling the margins of the state implied a cultural policy as well. Much of the periphery along national borders of mainland Southeast Asia is inhabited by peoples linguistically and culturally distinct from the populations that dominate the state cores. Alarmingly, they spill promiscuously across national frontiers, generating multiple identities and possible foci of irredentism or secession. Weak valley states have permitted, or rather tolerated, a certain degree of autonomy when they had little choice. Where they could, however, all states in the region have tried to bring such peoples under their routine administration, to encourage and, more rarely, to insist upon linguistic, cultural, and religious alignment with the majority population at the state core. This meant, in Thailand, encouraging, say, the Lahu to become Thai-speaking, literate, Buddhist subjects of the monarchy. In Burma it meant encouraging, say, the Karen to become Burmese-speaking Buddhists loyal to the military junta. 17. Parallel to policies of economic, administrative, and cultural absorption has been the policy, driven by both demographic pressure and self-conscious design, of engulfment. Huge numbers of land-hungry majorities from the plains have moved, or been moved, to the hills. There, they replicate valley settlement patterns and sedentary agriculture, and, over time, they demographically dominate the dispersed, less numerous hill peoples. The combination of forced settlement and engulfment is nicely illustrated by a series of Vietnamese mobilization campaigns in the 1950s and 1960s, Campaign to Sedentarize the Nomads, Campaign for Fixed Cultivation and Fixed Residence, Storm the Hills Campaign, and Clear the Hills by Torchlight Campaign 18. Culturally, this reduction and standardization of relatively autonomous, self-governing communities is a process of long historical lineage. It is an integral theme of the historical consciousness of each of the large mainland Southeast Asian states. In the Vietnamese official national narrative, the march to the south to the Mekong and the Trans-Bassic deltas, inaccurate though it is as a description of the historical process, vies with the wars of national liberation for pride of place. 19 Burmese and Thai history are no less marked by the movement of population from their more northern historical cores of Mandalay, Ayutthaya, and what is now Hanoi into the Irrawaddy, Chao Phraya, and Mekong River deltas, respectively. The great cosmopolitan, maritime cities of Saigon, now Ho Chi Minh City, Rangoon, and Bangkok that grew to serve this one-time frontier, delta, hinterland have come, demographically, to dominate the earlier inland capitals. Internal colonialism, broadly understood, aptly describes this process. It involved the absorption, displacement, and/or extermination of the previous inhabitants. It involved a botanical colonization in which the landscape was transformed by deforestation, drainage, irrigation, and levees to accommodate crops, settlement patterns, and systems of administration familiar to the state and to the colonists. One way of appreciating the effect of this colonization is to view it as a massive reduction of vernaculars of all kinds, of vernacular languages, minority peoples, vernacular cultivation techniques, vernacular land tenure systems, vernacular hunting, gathering, and forestry techniques, vernacular religion, and so on. The attempt to bring the periphery into line is read by representatives of the sponsoring state as providing civilization and progress where progress is, in turn, read as the intrusive propagation of the linguistic, agricultural, and religious practices of the dominant ethnic group, the Han, the Kin, the Burman, the Thai. 20. The remaining self-governing peoples and spaces of mainland Southeast Asia are much diminished. We shall, for the most part, concentrate on the so-called hill peoples, often mistakenly called tribes, of mainland Southeast Asia, particularly Burma. While I will clarify what I mean by the awkward term non-state spaces, it is not simply a synonym for hills or for higher altitudes. States, being associated with concentrated grain production, typically arise where there is a substantial expanse of arable land. In mainland Southeast Asia, this agroecology is generally at low elevations, allowing us to speak of valley states and hill peoples. Where, as in the Andes, most easily cultivable land under traditional conditions is located at high elevations, it is the other way around. The states were in the hills and non-state spaces were downhill in the humid lowlands. Thus the key variable is not so much elevation per se as the possibility for concentrated grain production. Non-state space, by contrast, points to locations where, owing largely to geographical obstacles, the state has particular difficulty in establishing and maintaining its authority. A Ming emperor had something like this in mind when he described the southwest provinces of his kingdom, The roads are long and dangerous, the mountains and rivers present great obstacles, and the customs and practices differ. 21 But swamps, marshes, mangrove coasts, deserts, volcanic margins, and even the open sea, like the ever-growing and changing deltas of Southeast Asia's great rivers, all function in much the same way. Thus it is difficult or inaccessible terrain, regardless of elevation, that presents great obstacles to state control. As we shall see at great length, such places have often served as havens of refuge for peoples resisting or fleeing the state. The Great Mountain Kingdom, or Zomia, or the marches of mainland Southeast Asia. One of the largest remaining non-state spaces in the world, if not the largest, is the vast expanse of uplands, variously termed the Southeast Asian Massif and, more recently, Zomia. 22 This great mountain realm on the marches of mainland Southeast Asia, China, India, and Bangladesh sprawls across roughly 2.5 million square kilometers, an area roughly the size of Europe. As one of the first scholars to identify the Massif and its peoples as a single object of study, Jean Michaud has traced its extent, from north to south. It includes southern and western Sichuan, all of Guizhou and Yunnan, western and northern Guangxi, western Guangdong, most of northern Burma with an adjacent segment of extreme northeastern India, the north and west of Thailand, practically all of Laos above the Mekong Valley, northern and central Vietnam along the Annam Cordillera, and the north and eastern fringes of Cambodia. 23. Rough calculations would put Zomia minority populations alone at around 80 million to 100 million. 24 Its peoples are fragmented into hundreds of ethnic identities and at least 5 language families that defy any simple classification. Lying at altitudes from 200 or 300 meters above sea level to more than 4,000 meters, Zomia could be thought of as a Southeast Asian Appalachia, were it not for the fact that it sprawls across 8 nation-states. A better analogy would be Switzerland, a mountain kingdom at the periphery of Germany, France, and Italy that itself became a nation-state. Borrowing Ernest Gellner's felicitous phrase referring to the Berbers of the High Atlas Mountains, this huge hilly zone might be seen as a pervasive Switzerland without cuckoo clocks. 25 Far from being a hilly nation, however, this upland belt lies on the marches, far from the main population centers of the nations it traverses. 26 Zomia is marginal in almost every respect. It lies at a great distance from the main centers of economic activity. It best rides a contact zone between 8 nation-states and several religious traditions and cosmologies. 27. Scholarship organized historically around the classical states and their cultural cores and, more recently, around the nation-state is singularly ill-equipped to examine this upland belt as a whole. Willem van Schendel is one of a handful of pioneers who have argued that these cumulative nation-state shards merit consideration as a distinctive region. He has gone so far as to give it the dignity of a name of its own, Zomia, a term for Highlander common to several related Tibeto-Burman languages spoken in the India-Bangladesh-Burma border area. 28 More precisely, Zo is a relational term meaning remote and hence carries the connotation of living in the hills. Mi means people. As is the case elsewhere in Southeast Asia, Mizo or Zomi designated a remote hill people, while at the same time the ethnic label applies to a geographical niche. 29 Although Van Schendel proposes a bold expansion of Zomia's boundaries to Afghanistan and beyond, I will confine my use of the term to the hilly areas eastward, beginning with the Naga and Mizo hills in northern India and Bangladesh's Chittagong hill tracts. Map 1. Mainland Southeast Asia. Zomia, at first glance, would seem an unlikely candidate for consideration as a distinctive region. The premise for calling a geographical area a region is typically that it shares important cultural features that mark it off from adjacent areas. In this fashion, Fernand Braudel was able to show that the coastal societies around the Mediterranean Sea constituted a region, owing to their long and intense commercial and cultural connections. 30 Despite political and religious chasms between, say, Venice and Istanbul, they were integral parts of a recognizable world of exchange and mutual influence. Anthony Reid has made a similar, and in many respects, more powerful claim for the Sunda Shelf littoral in maritime Southeast Asia, where trade and migration were, if anything, easier than in the Mediterranean. 31 The principle behind region making in each case is that, for the pre-modern world, water, especially if it is calm, joins people, whereas mountains, especially if they are high and rugged, divide people. As late as 1740 it took no more time to sail from Southampton to the Cape of Good Hope than to travel by stagecoach from London to Edinburgh. On these grounds, hilly Zomia would seem to be a negative region. Variety, more than uniformity, is its trademark. In the space of 100 kilometers in the hills one can find more cultural variation in language, dress, settlement pattern, ethnic identification, economic activity, and religious practices than one would ever find in the lowland river valleys. Zomia may not quite attain the prodigious cultural variety of deeply fissured New Guinea, but its complex ethnic and linguistic mosaic has presented a bewildering puzzle for ethnographers and historians, not to mention would-be rulers. Scholarly work on the area has been as fragmented and isolated as the terrain itself seemed to be. 32. I will argue not only that Zomia qualifies as a region in the strong sense of the term, but also that it is impossible to provide a satisfactory account of the valley states without understanding the central role played by Zomia in their formation and collapse. The dialectic or coevolution of hill and valley, as antagonistic but deeply connected spaces, is, I believe, the essential point of departure for making sense of historical change in Southeast Asia. Map 2. Zomia, on the mainland Southeast Asian Massif. Most of what the hills share as physical and social spaces marks them off fairly sharply from the more populous lowland centers. The population of the hills is far more dispersed and culturally diverse than that of the valleys. It is as if the difficulties of terrain and relative isolation have, over many centuries, encouraged a kind of speciation of languages, dialects, dress, and cultural practices. The relative availability of forest resources and open, if steep, land has also allowed far more diverse subsistence practices than in the valleys, where wet rice monocropping often prevails. Swiddening, or slash-and-burn agriculture, which requires more land and requires clearing new fields and occasionally shifting settlement sites, is far more common in the hills. As a general rule, social structure in the hills is both more flexible and more egalitarian than in the hierarchical, codified valley societies. Hybrid identities, movement, and the social fluidity that characterizes many frontier societies are common. Early colonial officials, taking an inventory of their new possessions in the hills, were confused to encounter hamlets with several peoples living side by side, hill people who spoke 3 or 4 languages and both individuals and groups whose ethnic identity had shifted, sometimes within a single generation. Aspiring to Linnean specificity in the classification of peoples as well as flora, territorial administrators were constantly frustrated by the bewildering flux of peoples who refused to stay put. There was, however, one principle of location that brought some order to this apparent anarchy of identity, and that was its relation to altitude. 33 As Edmund Leach originally suggested, once one looks at Zomia not from a high-altitude balloon but, rather, horizontally, in terms of lateral slices through the topography, a certain order emerges. 34 In any given landscape, particular groups often settled within a narrow range of altitudes to exploit the agroeconomic possibilities of that particular niche. Thus, for example, the Hmong have tended to settle at very high altitudes, between 1,000 and 1,800 meters, and to plant maize, opium, and millet that will thrive at that elevation. If from a high-altitude balloon or on a map they appear to be a random scattering of small blotches, this is because they have occupied the mountain tops and left the mid-slopes and intervening valleys to other groups. Specialization by altitude and niche within the hills leads to scattering. And yet long-distance travel, marriage alliances, similar subsistence patterns, and cultural continuity help foster coherent identities across considerable distances. The Aka along the Yunnan Thai border and the Hani in the upper reaches of the Red River in northern Vietnam are recognizably the same culture, though separated by more than 1,000 kilometers. They typically have more in common with each another than either group has with valley people a mere 30 or 40 miles away. Zomia is thus knitted together as a region not by a political unity, which it utterly lacks, but by comparable patterns of diverse hill agriculture, dispersal and mobility, and rough egalitarianism, which, not incidentally, includes a relatively higher status for women than in the valleys. 35. The signal, distinguishing trait of Zomia, vis-a-vis the lowland regions it borders, is that it is relatively stateless. Historically, of course, there have been states in the hills where a substantial fertile plateau and/or a key node in the overland trade routes made it possible. Nanchao, Kengtung, Nan, and Lan Na were among the best known. 36 They are the exceptions that prove the rule. While state-making projects have abounded in the hills, it is fair to say that few have come to fruition. Those would-be kingdoms that did manage to defy the odds did so only for a relatively brief, crisis-strewn period. Such episodes aside, the hills, unlike the valleys, have paid neither taxes to monarchs nor regular tithes to a permanent religious establishment. They have constituted a relatively free, stateless population of foragers and hill farmers. Zomia's situation at the frontiers of lowland state centers has contributed to its relative isolation and the autonomy that such isolation favors. Lying athwart state borders where multiple competing sovereignties abut one another has itself afforded its people certain advantages for smuggling, contraband, opium production, and the small border powers that negotiate a tenuous, high-wire act of quasi-independence. 37. A stronger and, I believe, more accurate political description is that the hill populations of Zomia have actively resisted incorporation into the framework of the classical state, the colonial state, and the independent nation-state. Beyond merely taking advantage of their geographical isolation from centers of state power, much of Zomia has resisted the projects of nation-building and state-making of the states to which it belonged. 38 This resistance came especially to light after the creation of independent states after World War II, when Zomia became the site of secessionist movements, indigenous rights struggles, millennial rebellions, regionalist agitation, and armed opposition to lowland states. But it is a resistance with deeper roots. In the pre-colonial period, the resistance can be seen in a cultural refusal of lowland patterns and in the flight of lowlanders seeking refuge in the hills. During the colonial era, the autonomy of the hills, politically and culturally, was underwritten by the Europeans for whom a separately administered hill zone was a make-weight against the lowland majorities resentful of colonial rule. One effect of this classic divide-and-rule policy is that, with a few exceptions, hill peoples typically played little or no role or an antagonistic one in the anti-colonial movements. They remained, at best, marginal to the nationalist narrative or, at worst, were seen as a fifth column threatening that independence. It is partly for such reasons that the post-colonial lowland states have sought fully to exercise authority in the hills, by military occupation, by campaigns against shifting cultivation, by forced settlements, by promoting the migration of lowlanders to the hills, by efforts at religious conversion, by space-conquering roads, bridges, and telephone lines, and by development schemes that project government administration and lowland cultural styles into the hills. The hills, however, are not simply a space of political resistance but also a zone of cultural refusal. If it were merely a matter of political authority, one might expect the hill society to resemble valley society culturally except for their altitude and the dispersed settlement that the terrain favors. But the hill populations do not generally resemble the valley centers culturally, religiously, or linguistically. This cultural chasm between the mountains and the plains has been claimed as something of a historical constant in Europe as well, until quite recently. Fernand Braudel acknowledged the political autonomy of the hills when he approvingly quoted Baron de Tott to the effect that the steepest places have always been the asylum of liberty. But he carried the argument much further, asserting the existence of an unbridgeable cultural gap between plains and mountains. He wrote, "The mountains are as a rule a world apart from civilizations which are an urban and lowland achievement. Their history is to have none, to remain always on the fringes of the great waves of civilization, even the longest and most persistent, which may spread over great distances in the horizontal plane but are powerless to move vertically when faced with an obstacle of several hundred meters. 39 Brodel was, in turn, only echoing a much older view captured by the great 14th century Arab philosopher Ibn Khaldun, who noted that Arabs can gain control only over flat territory and do not pursue tribes that hide in the mountains. 40 Compare Brodel's bold assertion that civilizations can't climb hills to a nearly identical assertion made by Oliver Wolters, quoting Paul Wheatley, about pre-colonial Southeast Asia, many people lived in the distant highlands and were beyond the reach of the centers where records survive. The Mandala's court centers of civilization and power were a phenomenon of the lowlands, and even there, geographical conditions encouraged undergovernment. Paul Wheatley puts it well when he notes that the Sanskritic tongue was stilled to silence at 500 meters. 41. Scholars of Southeast Asia have been struck again and again by the sharp limits the terrain, particularly altitude, has placed on cultural or political influence. Paul Meuse, writing of Vietnam and echoing Wheatley, noted of the spread of the Vietnamese and their culture that this ethnic adventure stopped at the foot of the high country's buttresses. 42 Owen Lattimore, best known for his studies of China's northern frontier, also remarked that Indian and Chinese civilizations, like those cited by Brodel, traveled well across the plains but ran out of breath when they encountered rugged hills. This kind of stratification extends far beyond China itself into the Indo-Chinese peninsula, Thailand, and Burma, with the influence of the ancient high civilizations reaching far out over the lower levels where concentrated agriculture and big cities are to be found, but not up into the higher altitudes. 43. Though Zomia is exceptionally diverse linguistically, the languages spoken in the hills are, as a rule, distinct from those spoken in the plains. Kinship structures, at least formally, also distinguish the hills from the lowlands. This is in part what Edmund Leach had in mind when he characterized hill society as following a Chinese model while lowland society followed an Indian or Sanskritic model. 44. Hill societies are, as a rule, systematically different from valley societies. Hill people tend to be animists, or, in the 20th century, Christians, who do not follow the great tradition salvation religions of lowland peoples, Buddhism and Islam in particular. Where, as occasionally happens, they do come to embrace the world religion of their valley neighbors, they are likely to do so with a degree of heterodoxy and millenarian fervor that valley elites find more threatening than reassuring. Hill societies do produce a surplus, but they do not use that surplus to support kings and monks. The absence of large, permanent, surplus-absorbing religious and political establishments makes for a sociological pyramid in the hills that is rather flat and local when compared with that of valley societies. Distinctions of status and wealth abound in the hills, as in the valleys. The difference is that in the valleys they tend to be supralocal and enduring, while in the hills they are both unstable and geographically confined. This characterization obscures a great deal of variation in the political structure of hill societies. The variation is not by any means simply a function of ethnicity, although some hill peoples, such as the Lahu, Khmer, and Aka, seem strongly egalitarian and decentralized. It is just as common, however, to encounter groups that defy such generalizations. Among Karen, Kachin, Chin, Hmong, Yao/Min, and Wa, for example, there seem to be both relatively hierarchical subgroups and relatively decentralized, egalitarian subgroups. What is most striking and important is that the degree of hierarchy and centralization is not constant over time. The variation, so far as I can make out, depends largely on a kind of imitative state-making. That is, it is either a kind of short-term war alliance or a sort of booty capitalism for slave raiding and extracting tribute from lowland communities. Where hill groups are in a tributary relationship with a valley kingdom which does not imply political incorporation or, necessarily, inferiority, it may be an expedient to control a lucrative trade route or to safeguard privileged access to valuable markets. Their political structures are, with extremely rare exceptions, imitative in the sense that while they may have the trappings and rhetoric of monarchy, they lack the substance, a tax-paying subject population or direct control over their constituent units, let alone a standing army. Hill polities are, almost invariably, redistributive, competitive feasting systems held together by the benefits they are able to disperse. When they occasionally appear to be relatively centralized, they resemble what Barfield has called the shadow empires of nomadic pastoralists, a predatory periphery designed to monopolize trading and raiding advantages at the edge of an empire. They are also typically parasitic in the sense that when their host empires collapse, so do they. 45. Zones of refuge. There is strong evidence that Zomia is not simply a region of resistance to valley states, but a region of refuge as well. 46. By refuge, I mean to imply that much of the population in the hills has, for more than a millennium and a half, come there to evade the manifold afflictions of state-making projects in the valleys. Far from being left behind by the progress of civilization in the valleys, they have, over long periods of time, chosen to place themselves out of the reach of the state. Jean Michaud notes, in this connection, that what he calls nomadism in the hills can be an escape or survival strategy, and sees the unprecedented series of massive rebellions in the latter half of the 19th century in central and southwest China as having pushed the millions of refugees streaming south into the more remote highlands. He is sympathetic to the view adopted here that Zomia is best seen historically as a region of refuge from states, most especially the Han state. It is probably fair to say, he concludes, that the highland populations who migrated from China to the highlands over the past 5 centuries were, at least in part, pushed from their homelands by aggression from more powerful neighbors, including especially Han expansion. 47. Detailed and unambiguous documentary evidence of the conflicts generated by Han expansion and the migratory flights it provoked is abundant from the early Ming dynasty, 1368, onward, becoming even more abundant under the Qing. Earlier documentation is harder to come by and more ambiguous, owing to the great fluidity of ethnic and political labels. The general pattern, however, seems to be as follows: as the reach of the Chinese state grew, peoples at the point of expansion were either absorbed, becoming, in time, Han, or moved away, often after a failed revolt. Those who left became, at least for a time, distinct societies that could be said to have self-marginalized by migration. 48. As the process was repeated again and again, culturally complex zones of refuge sprang up in the hinterlands of the state. The history of the various non-state peoples of this region can, Fiscus Joe believes, be written as the bifurcation between those who had long been in the hills, for example, the Wa people, and those who sought refuge there. Among those who left the zone of Chinese state power, we find many Tibeto-Burman ethno-linguistic formations, Lahu, Hani, Aka, etc., as well as Miao or Hmong speakers, and other peoples, described as hill tribes out of China with a heritage of defeat that has led many of them during the past few centuries, into the northern parts of the modern states of Thailand, Burma, Laos, and Vietnam, where many of them are still regarded as newcomers. 49. There, in regions beyond the state's immediate writ and, thus, at some remove from taxes, corvée labor, conscription, and the more than occasional epidemics and crop failures associated with population concentration and monocropping, such groups found relative freedom and safety. There, they practiced what I will call escape agriculture, forms of cultivation designed to thwart state appropriation. Even their social structure could fairly be called escape social structure, inasmuch as it was designed to aid dispersal and autonomy and to ward off political subordination. The tremendous linguistic and ethnic fluidity in the hills is itself a crucial social resource for adapting to changing constellations of power, inasmuch as it facilitates remarkable feats of identity shape-shifting. Zomians are not as a rule only linguistically and ethnically amphibious, they are, in their strong inclination to follow charismatic figures who arise among them, capable of nearly instantaneous social change, abandoning their fields and houses to join or form a new community at the behest of a trusted prophet. Their capacity to turn on a dime represents the ultimate in escape social structure. Illiteracy in the hills can, more speculatively, be interpreted in the same fashion. Virtually all hill peoples have legends claiming that they once had writing and either lost it or that it was stolen from them. Given the considerable advantages in plasticity of oral over written histories and genealogies, it is at least conceivable to see the loss of literacy and of written texts as a more or less deliberate adaptation to statelessness. The argument, in short, is that the history of hill peoples is best understood as a history not of archaic remnants but of runaways from state-making processes in the lowlands, a largely maroon society, providing that we take a very long historical view. Many of the agricultural and social practices of hill peoples can be best understood as techniques to make good this evasion, while maintaining the economic advantages of the lowland connection. The concentration of people and production at a single location required some form of unfree labor when population was sparse, as it was in Southeast Asia. All Southeast Asian states were slaving states, without exception, some of them until well into the 20th century. Wars in pre-colonial Southeast Asia were less about territory than about the seizure of as many captives as possible who were then resettled at the core of the winner's territory. They were not distinctive in this respect. After all, in Periclean Athens, the population of slaves outnumbered full citizens by 5 to 1. The effect of all state-making projects of this kind was to create a shatter zone or flight zone to which those wishing to evade or to escape bondage fled. These regions of refuge constituted a direct state effect. Zomia simply happens to be, owing largely to the precocious early expansion of the Chinese state, one of the most extensive and oldest zones of refuge. Such regions are, however, inevitable byproducts of coercive state-making and are found on every continent. A few of them will figure as comparative cases in what follows, but here I want to enumerate several examples to suggest how common they are. The forced labor characteristic of Spanish colonization in the New World provoked the widespread flight of native peoples out of range, often to hilly or arid places where they could live unmolested. 50 Such areas were marked by great linguistic and ethnic diversity and occasionally by a simplification of social structure and subsistence routines, foraging, shifting cultivation to increase mobility. The process was repeated in the Spanish Philippines, where, it is claimed, the Cordillera of northern Luzon was populated almost entirely by lowland Filipinos fleeing Malay slave raids and the Spanish Reducciones. 51 As peoples adapted to hill ecology, a process of ethnogenesis followed, after which highland Filipinos were later misrepresented as the descendants of separate, prehistoric migrations to the island. The Cossacks on Russia's many frontiers represent another striking example of the process. They were, at the outset, nothing more and nothing less than runaway serfs from all over European Russia who accumulated at the frontier. 52 They became, depending on their location, different Cossack hosts, the Don, for the Don River Basin, Cossacks, the Azov, Sea, Cossacks, and so on. There at the frontier, copying the horseback habits of their Tatar neighbors and sharing a common open land pasture, they became a people, later used by the Tsars, the Ottomans, and the Poles as cavalry. The history of the Roma and Sinti, Gypsies, in late 17th century Europe provides a further striking example. 53 Along with other stigmatized itinerant peoples, they were subject to two forms of penal labor, galley slavery in the Mediterranean basin and, in the northeast, forced conscription as soldiers or military porters in Prussia-Brandenburg. As a result, they accumulated in a narrow band of territory that came to be known as the Outlaw Corridor, the one location between the catchment areas of these twin, mortal dangers. Inasmuch as the captivity and bondage associated with early state-making generate, in their wake, flight, and zones of refuge, slavery as a labor system produced many zomias large and small. It is possible, in this context, to delineate an upland, remote zone of West Africa that was relatively safe from the 500-year-long worldwide slave raiding and trade that caught tens of millions in its toils. 54 This zone of refuge grew in population despite the difficulties of the terrain and the necessity for new subsistence routines. Many of those who failed to evade the slave raids in Africa, once transplanted to the New World, promptly escaped and created fugitive slave, maroon, settlements wherever slavery was practiced. The famous Highland Cockpit of Jamaica, Palmers in Brazil, a Maroon community of some 20,000 inhabitants, and Suriname, the largest Maroon population in the hemisphere, are only three illustrations. Were we to include smaller-scale refugia such as marshes, swamps, and deltas, the list would multiply many-fold. To mention only a few, the Great Marsh on the lower Euphrates, drained under Saddam Hussein's rule, was for 2,000 years a refuge from state control. So, on a smaller scale, were the storied Great Dismal Swamp on the North Carolina-Virginia border, the Pripet Marshes in Poland, now on the Belarus-Ukraine border, and the Ponchian Marshes near Rome, drained finally by Mussolini, known as zones of refuge from the state. The list of such refugia is at least as long as the list of coercive labor schemes that inevitably spawn them. Hill societies in mainland Southeast Asia, then, for all their riotous heterogeneity, have certain characteristics in common, and most of these characteristics distinguish them sharply from their valley neighbors. They encode a pattern of historic flight and hence a position of opposition if not resistance. If it is this historical, structural relation that we hope to illuminate, then it makes no sense whatever to confine ourselves to a nation-state framework. For much of the period we wish to examine there was no nation-state and, when it did come into being late in the game, many hill people continued to conduct their cross-border lives as if the state didn't exist. The concept of zomia marks an attempt to explore a new genre of area studies, in which the justification for designating the area has nothing to do with national boundaries, for example, laws, or strategic conceptions, for example, Southeast Asia, but is rather based on certain ecological regularities and structural relationships that do not hesitate to cross national frontiers. If we have our way, the example of zomia studies will inspire others to follow this experiment elsewhere and improve on it. The symbiotic history of hills and valleys. Histories of the classical lowland court states, taken in isolation, risk being unintelligible or vastly misleading. Lowland states, mandala or modern, have always existed in symbiosis with hill society. 55 By symbiosis, I mean to invoke the biological metaphor of two organisms living together in more or less intimate association, in this case, social organisms. The term does not specify, nor do I wish to do so here, whether this mutual dependence is antagonistic, or even parasitic, or whether it is mutually beneficial, synergistic. It is not possible to write a coherent history of the hills that is not in constant dialogue with lowland centers, nor is it possible to write a coherent history of lowland centers that ignores its hilly periphery. By and large, most students of hill societies have been sensitive to this dialectic, stressing the deep history of symbolic, economic, and human traffic between the two societies. The same typically cannot be said of work even the most distinguished on lowland centers. 56 The pattern is hardly surprising. Treatment of lowland cultures and societies as self-contained entities, for example, Thai civilization, Chinese culture, replicates the unreflective structure of scholarship and, in doing so, adopts the hermetic view of culture that lowland elites themselves wish to project. The fact is that hill and valley societies have to be read against each other to make any sense. I attempt just such a reading here. Writing an account of valley population centers without including the hills would be like writing a history of colonial New England and the Middle Atlantic states without considering the American frontier. It would be like writing a history of antebellum slavery in the United States while leaving out the freedmen and the lure of freedom in Canada. In each case, an external frontier conditioned, bounded, and in many respects constituted what was possible at the center. Accounts of lowland states that miss this dimension do not merely leave out the hills, they ignore a set of boundary conditions and exchanges that make the center what it is. The constant movement back and forth between the valleys and the hills, its causes, its patterns, its consequences will preoccupy us. Many valley people are, as it were, ex-hill people, and many hill people are ex-valley people. Nor did movement in one direction or the other preclude subsequent moves. Depending on the circumstances, groups have disengaged themselves from a state and then, later, sought to affiliate themselves, or been seized by, the same or another state. A century or two later, they might again be found outside that state's grasp, perhaps because they had moved away or perhaps because the state in question had itself collapsed. Such shifts were often accompanied by a shift in ethnic identity, broadly understood. I will argue for a radically constructionist understanding of the so-called hill tribes of mainland Southeast Asia. They are best understood, at least as a first approximation, as a fugitive population that has come to the hills over the past 2 millennia. This flight was not only from the Burman, Thai, and Siamese states but also, and most especially, from the Han Empire during the expansionary phases of the Tang, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, when its forces and settlers pressed into southwest China. In the hills they might have moved several times subsequently, pressed by other, stronger fugitives or threatened by a new state expansion, or in search of new land and autonomy. Their location and many of their economic and cultural practices could again fairly be termed a state effect. This picture is radically at odds with older prevailing assumptions of a primeval population in the hills abandoned by those who moved downhill and developed civilizations. By the same token, the valley centers of wet rice cultivation may profitably be seen as constituting a hill effect in the following ways. The valley states are, of course, new structures historically speaking, dating back to roughly the middle of the first millennium CE. They were formed from an earlier ingathering of diverse peoples, some of whom may have adopted fixed-field agriculture, but who were, by definition, not previously part of an established state. 57 The very earliest mandala states were less engines of military conquest than cultural spaces available to all those who wished to conform to their religious, linguistic, and cultural formats, whatever their origin. 58 Perhaps because such identities were newly confected from many cultural shards, the resulting valley self-representations were at pains to distinguish their culture from populations outside the state. Thus, if hill society could be termed a state effect, valley culture could be seen as a hill effect. Most of the terms that we would translate as crude, unrefined, barbaric, and, in the Chinese case, raw refer directly to those who live in the hills and forests. Forest dweller or hill person is shorthand for uncivilized. Thus, despite a centuries-old, brisk traffic in people, goods, and culture across the very permeable membrane between the hills and valleys, it is striking how stark and durable the cultural divide remains in lived experience. Valley and hill peoples generally have an essentialist understanding of the differences between them that appears to be at odds with the historical evidence over the long run. How can we make sense of this paradox? Perhaps the first step is to emphasize that the relationship between valley states and hill society is not just symbiotic but also both contemporaneous and quasi-oppositional. In older understandings of hill tribes, not to mention popular folklore today, they are considered to be the historical remnants of an earlier stage of human history, what we were like before we discovered wet rice agriculture, learned to write, developed the arts of civilization, and adopted Buddhism. While this just so story treats valley cultures as later, and higher, achievements of civilization, raised from the muck of tribalism, as it were, it grossly distorts the historical record. Valley states and hill peoples are, instead, constituted in each other's shadow, both reciprocal and contemporaneous. Hill societies have always been in touch with imperial states in the valleys directly or via maritime trade routes. Valley states, by the same token, have always been in touch with the non-state periphery, what Deleuze and Guattari call the local mechanisms of bands, margins, minorities, which continue to affirm the rights of segmentary societies in opposition to the organs of state power. Such states are, in fact, inconceivable independent of that relationship. 59. Precisely the same case has been made about the relationship between itinerant peoples including pastoral nomads and states. Thus Pierre Clastres argues persuasively that the so-called primitive Amerindian societies of South America were not ancient societies that had failed to invent settled agriculture or state forms but rather previously sedentary cultivators who abandoned agriculture and fixed villages in response to the effects of the conquest, both disease-induced demographic collapse and colonial forced labor. 60 Their movement and subsistence techniques were designed to ward off incorporation into the state. On the steppes of Central Asia, the most ancient nomads, Gryaznov has shown, were former sedentary cultivators who similarly left cultivation behind for political and demographic reasons. 61 Lattimore reached the same conclusion, insisting that pastoral nomadism arose after farming and drew in sedentary cultivators at the edge of the grasslands who had detached themselves from farming communities. 62 Far from being successive stages in social evolution, such states and nomadic peoples are twins, born more or less at the same time and joined in a sometimes rancorous but unavoidable embrace. This pattern of paired symbiosis and opposition is a staple of Middle Eastern history and anthropology. In the Maghreb it takes the form of structural opposition between Arabs and Berbers. Ernest Gellner's classic Saints of the Atlas captures the dynamic I have in mind. Gellner, too, emphasized that the political autonomy and tribalism of the Berber population in the High Atlas is not a tribalism prior to government but a political and partial rejection of a particular government combined with some acceptance of a wider culture and its ethic. 63 Sharing elements of a larger culture and a faith in Islam, such tribal opposition is explicitly political and deliberately so. Until very recently, Gellner claims, Moroccan history could be written in terms of the opposition between the land of Mahazen, the Pale, and the land of Siba, beyond the Pale. Siba could be defined as institutional dissidence, though it has sometimes been translated as anarchy. In practice, Siba means ungoverned, a zone of political autonomy and independence, while Mahazen means governed, subordinated to the state. Political autonomy was, Gellner insists, a choice, not a given. To those groups that have self-consciously elected to move or to stay beyond the pale, Gellner applies the term marginal tribalism to emphasize that their marginality is a political stance. Such tribesmen know the possibility of being incorporated in a more centralized state. Indeed, they may have deliberately rejected and violently resisted the alternative. The tribes of the High Atlas are of this kind. Until the advent of the modern state, they were dissident and self-consciously so. Marginal tribalism is the type of tribal society which exists at the edge of non-tribal societies. It arises from the fact that the inconveniences of submission make it attractive to withdraw from political authority and the balance of power, the nature of the mountainous or desert terrain make it feasible. Such tribalism is politically marginal. It knows what it rejects. In the Maghreb, as in Zomia, the distinction between a zone of state rule and a marginal, autonomous zone was geographical and ecological as well as political. There is a rough tie-up between high ground, Berber speech and political dissidence, such that gorges and mountains were a clear dividing line between the land of the government, Bled el Mahazen, and the land of dissidence, Bled es Siba. 64. The Berber case is instructive for two reasons. First, Gellner makes it abundantly clear that the demarcation line between Arab and Berber is not, essentially, one of civilization, let alone religion. Instead, it is a political line distinguishing the subjects of a state from those outside its control. Assuming, as Gellner does, historical movement back and forth across this divide, what becomes intriguing is that a distinction in political status is ethnically coded as if it were a fundamental difference in kinds of people and not a political choice. It means that all those who had reason to flee state power, for whatever reason, were, in a sense, tribalizing themselves. Ethnicity and tribe began, by definition, where sovereignty and taxes ended. The ethnic zone was feared and stigmatized by state rhetoric precisely because it was beyond its grasp and therefore an example of defiance and an ever-present temptation to those who might wish to evade the state. Gellner's analysis of Berber-Arab relations is also noteworthy as a long overdue corrective to what might be called the view from the valley or the view from the state center. On that view, the barbarian periphery is a diminishing remnant, drawn sooner or later and at varying speeds into the light of Arab civilization. In Southeast Asia and the Maghreb this view gains credibility because, in the past century, the ungoverned periphery has increasingly been occupied by the modern nation-state. Up until then, however, the view from the valley, the idea of a luminous and magnetic center aligning and drawing in peripheral peoples like so many iron filings is, at the very least, half wrong. Up until then a life outside the state was both more available and more attractive. Oscillation rather than one-way traffic was the rule. If the account elaborated here emphasizes state avoidance, it is not because that is the whole truth. Rather, it is the largely untold story that has unfortunately had no legitimate place in the hegemonic narrative of civilization, despite its historical importance. This model of symbiosis and opposition, of political choice and geographical facilitation, is, roughly speaking, applicable to the historical relationship between hill peoples and valley states in mainland Southeast Asia. In Southeast Asia, as in the Maghreb, the distinction between the governed and the ungoverned is an apparent social fact, but it is even more firmly installed in linguistic usage and popular consciousness. Depending on the particular cultural context, the connotations of the pairs cooked and raw, tame and wild, valley people and hill people carry the same weight as Mahazen and Siba, that is to say, governed and ungoverned. The linkage between being civilized and being a subject of the state is so taken for granted that the terms subject peoples on the one hand or self-governing peoples on the other capture the essential difference. The classical states of Southeast Asia were, as in the Middle East, ringed by relatively free communities, by non-state spaces and peoples. Such autonomous peoples lived not only in the hills but also in the marshes, swamps, mangrove coasts, and labyrinthine waterways of estuarial regions. This marginal population represented, at one and the same time, an indispensable trading partner of valley kingdoms, a zone of refuge from state power, a zone of relative equality and physical mobility, a source of slaves and subjects for valley states, and an eco-cultural identity that was nearly a mirror image of lowland identities. Thus, while our attention here is trained on the uplands of Zomia, we are, more generally, concerned with the relationship between state spaces and extra-state spaces. The focus on Zomia as a vast interstate massif, in particular, arises simply because of its importance as the most significant complex catchment zone for refugees from state-making projects in the valleys. The inhabitants of this zone have come, or remained, here largely because it lies beyond the reach of the state. Here, the geographical expression Southeast Asia, as conventionally understood as stopping at the borders of Southeast Asian nations, is again an impediment to our understanding. Over the past 2 millennia, Zomia has been peopled by countless migrations of populations from well beyond its borders, many of them one-time sedentary cultivators. They have fled west and southward from Han, and occasionally Tibetan, rule, the Thai, the Yao/Min, the Hmong/Miao, the Lahu, and the Aka/Hani, or northward from Thai and Burman rule. Their geographic location is a political, cultural, and, often, military decision. I argue further that hill peoples cannot be understood in isolation, say, as tribes, but only relationally and positionally vis-a-vis valley kingdoms. Ethnic distinctions and identity in the hills are not only quite variable over time but also usually encode a group's relative position vis-a-vis state authority. There are, I would hazard, hardly tribes at all, except in this limited relational sense of the word. The subsistence practices, the choice of crops to grow, are, by the same token, selected largely with an eye to how they facilitate or thwart state appropriation. Finally, as noted earlier, even the social structures and residence patterns in the hills may be usefully viewed as political choices vis-a-vis state power. Certain egalitarian social structures reflect, I believe, a Southeast Asian variant of Berber practice, divide that ye be not ruled 65, far from being sociological and cultural givens, lineage practices, genealogical reckoning, local leadership patterns, household structures, and perhaps even the degrees of literacy have been calibrated to prevent, and in rare cases to facilitate, incorporation in the state. 66. A bold case along these lines is subject to many qualifications and exceptions. I venture it, nevertheless, not simply to be provocative but because it seems so much more in keeping with the evidence than the older traditions of relatively self-contained hill tribes left behind by civilization and progress. Toward an anarchist history of mainland Southeast Asia. What blocks a clear view of the peoples of mainland Southeast Asia for most of their history is the state, classical, colonial, and independent. While a state-centric view of, say, the past 50 years might be justified, it represents a gross distortion of earlier periods. The earlier the period, the greater the distortion. For most of its history, Southeast Asia has been marked by the relative absence even of valley states. Where they arose, they tended to be remarkably short-lived, comparatively weak outside a small and variable radius of the court center, and generally unable systematically to extract resources, including manpower, from a substantial population. Indeed, interregna, far from being uncommon, were more protracted than regna, and, before the colonial period, a welter of petty principalities allowed much of the population to shift their residences and loyalties to their advantage or to move to a zone of no sovereignty or of mutually cancelling sovereignties. Where and when they did exist, the states of mainland Southeast Asia lurched from solicitous measures designed to attract subjects to those designed to capture them and extract as much grain and labor as possible. Manpower was the key. Even in those cases where the bulk of the crown's revenue derived from trade, that revenue was ultimately dependent on the state's ability to mobilize the manpower to hold and defend an advantageous position along trade routes. 67 The state was tyrannical, but episodically so. Physical flight, the bedrock of popular freedom, was the principal check on state power. As we shall see in some detail, subjects who were sorely tried by conscription, forced labor, and taxes would typically move away to the hills or to a neighboring kingdom rather than revolt. Given the vagaries of war, succession struggles, crop failures, and monarchical delusions of grandeur, such crises of state building were unpredictable but, sooner or later, inevitable. Earlier debates over the writing of Southeast Asian history were about how the history of states should be written, not about whether states should have been the center of attention in the first place. Thus scholars criticized Georges Coedes's Indianized states of Southeast Asia for missing the purposeful importation and adaptation of Indian cosmology in the court centers of Southeast Asia. 68 To the distortions of Indian-centric histories were added, later, Eurocentric colonial histories in which the local societies were observed from the deck of a ship, the ramparts of the fortress, the high gallery of the trading house. 69 The call was subsequently issued for an autonomous history of Southeast Asia that might avoid both distortions. 70 And yet until very recently indeed, virtually all the responses to that call have themselves been histories, however learned and original, of the Southeast Asian state. Why this should be so, why the histories of states should have so persistently insinuated themselves in the place that might have been occupied by a history of peoples, merits reflection. The reason, in a nutshell, I believe, is that state centers, even the tenuous and evanescent Indic-style classical states, are the political units that leave the most concentrated volume of physical evidence. The same is the case for sedentary agricultural settlements, characteristic of state centers. While they are not necessarily any more complex than foraging or swiddening societies, they are far denser in the case of irrigated rice, 100 times denser than foraging societies, and hence they leave far more concentrated rubble in the form of middens, artifacts, building materials, and architectural ruins. 71 The larger the pile of rubble you leave behind, the larger your place in the historical record. The more dispersed, mobile, egalitarian societies, regardless of their sophistication and trading networks, and despite being often more populous, are relatively invisible in the historical record because they spread their debris more widely. 72 The same logic applies with a vengeance once it comes to the written record. Much of what we know about the classical states of Southeast Asia comes from the stone inscriptions and, later, paper trails they left behind in the form of land grants, memorials, tax and corvée records, religious donations, and court chronicles. 73 The thicker the paper trail you leave behind, the larger your place in the historical record. With the written record, the distortions also multiply. The traditional words in Burmese and Thai for history, Yazewin and Phonsavedon, respectively, both literally mean the history of rulers or chronicle of kings. It becomes difficult, in this context, to reconstruct the life world of non-lights, even if they are located at the court center. They typically appear in the record as statistical abstractions: so many laborers, so many conscripts, taxpayers, potty planters, so many bearers of tribute. Rarely do they appear as historical actors, and when they do, as in the case of a suppressed revolt, you can be sure that something has gone terribly wrong. The job of peasants, you might say, is to stay out of the archives. Hegemonic histories centered on courts and capital cities introduce other distortions as well. They are, forcibly, histories of state spaces. They neglect or ignore altogether both non-state spaces beyond their reach and the long periods of dynastic decline or collapse when there is hardly a state at all. In a truly even-handed, year-by-year, chronology of pre-colonial, mainland Southeast Asian states, most of the pages would be blank. Are we to pretend, along with the official chronicles, that because there was no dynasty in control, there was no history? Beyond the problem of blank pages, however, the nature of the official histories of the court center systematically exaggerates the power, the coherence, and the majesty of the dynasty. 74 The court documents that survive are largely tax and land records on the one hand and hymns of praise, assertions of power, and claims to legitimacy on the other. The latter are meant to persuade and to amplify power, not to report facts. 75 If we take the cosmological bluster emanating from the court centers as indicative of facts on the ground, we risk, as Richard O'Connor has noted, imposing the imperial imaginings of a few great courts on the rest of the region. 76. The independent nations of mainland Southeast Asia add a new layer of historical mystification. As the successor states, ethnically and geographically, to the classical kingdoms, they have their own interest in embellishing the glory, continuity, and beneficence of their ancestors. Furthermore, the histories of the classical states have been mined and distorted in the interest of identifying a protonation and a protonationalism that could be of use against contemporary enemies, both foreign and domestic. Thus early artifacts such as Dongsun drums, large bronze ceremonial objects dating from roughly 500 BCE to the beginning of the Common Era and found throughout highland Southeast Asia and southern China, or local uprisings, have been appropriated as national and/or ethnic achievements when, at the time, such identities made no sense at all. The result is an historical fable that projects the nation and its dominant people backward, obscuring discontinuity, contingency, and fluid identities. 77 Such accounts serve, as Walter Benjamin reminded us, to naturalize the progression and necessity of the state in general and the nation-state in particular. 78. The inadequacies of mandala, dynastic, capital city, text-based histories are so manifest, even when read skeptically, that they are chiefly useful as self-interested descriptions and cosmological claims. During the greater part of the historical record, and especially in the uplands, there was no state or hardly a state. What states there were tended to be personal creations that were tenuous and fragmented, and that seldom outlasted their founder by long. Their cosmological claims and ideological reach were far greater than their practical control over human labor and grain. 79. Here it is crucial to distinguish the hard power of the state from its economic and symbolic influence, which was far wider. The pre-colonial state, when it came to extracting grain and labor from subject populations, could project its power only within a fairly small radius of the court, say, 300 kilometers, and that undependably and only during the dry season. The economic reach of the pre-colonial state, on the other hand, was far wider but based on voluntary exchange. The higher the value and smaller the weight and volume of the commodity, think silk and precious gems as opposed to charcoal or grain, the greater the reach. The symbolic reach of the state, its regalia, titles, costumes, its cosmology traveled far and wide as ideas that have left a deep impression in the hills, even as they were often deployed in revolts against valley kingdoms. While the valley kingdom's hard power was a minute fraction of its expansive imperial imaginings, its reach as a market of physical or, especially, symbolic commodities was far greater. What if we replaced these imperial imaginings with a view of Southeast Asian history as dominated by long periods of normative and normalized statelessness, punctuated by occasional, and usually brief, dynastic states that, when they dissolved, left in their wake a new deposit of imperial imaginings? In a critique of overly state-centric histories, Anthony Day points us in just this direction. What would the history of Southeast Asia look like, however, if we were to take the turbulent relations between families as normative rather than a departure from the norm of the absolutist state which must deal with disorder? 80. The elementary units of political order. Abandoning the tunnel vision of the court-state view, as urged by Day and O'Connor and actually pursued some considerable distance by Keith Taylor, we attempt an account of the elementary units of political order in mainland Southeast Asia. 81. I emphasize the term political order to avoid conveying the mistaken impression that outside the realm of the state lay mere disorder. Depending on the location and date, such units might range from nuclear families to segmentary lineages, bilateral kindreds, hamlets, larger villages, towns, and their immediate hinterlands, and confederations of such towns. Confederations appear to constitute the most complex level of integration that had any stability at all. They consisted of small towns located on terrain favorable to wet rice cultivation, with its concentration of population, together with an allied population in the adjacent hills. Alliances of such wet rice archipelagos were common, although they too were short-lived and their constituent members rarely surrendered their freedom of action. Traces of these patterns survive in place names throughout the entire region: Zishuangbana, 12 village rice fields; in Yunnan, Sipsang Shutai, 12 Thai lords; along the Vietnamese Laotian border and Negri Sembilan, 9 realms; in western Malaysia, and Kaomio, 9 towns, in Burma's Shan states. In this respect, the largest quasi-permanent building blocks in the region were the Malay Negiri/Negara, the Taimuan, and the Burmese Main, each of which represented a potential fund of manpower and grain, located, in the most favorable cases, athwart a valuable trade route. Assembling such potential nodes of power into a political and military alliance was itself a small, and usually evanescent, miracle of statecraft. Bringing many such units together under central rule was exceptionally rare and normally short-lived. When the political confection it represented disintegrated, it tended to fragment into its constituent units, the petty statelets, small villages, hamlets, and lineages. New agglomerations might arise, orchestrated by a new and ambitious political entrepreneur, but they were always a contingent alliance of the same elementary units. The symbolic and ideological format for state-making was known and observed by ambitious local leaders with even the slightest pretense to wider power. State mimicry, what I have called cosmological bluster, was copied from the Chinese or Indic high forms, with rudimentary materials and in miniature, right down to the most petty village chiefs. If larger political units were radically unstable, the elementary units themselves were hardly timeless blocks of building material. We must see these units themselves as in almost constant motion, dissolving, splitting, relocating, merging, and reconstituting. The households and individuals within a hamlet or lineage were themselves in motion over time. A settlement might remain in place over, say, half a century, but because of residents coming and leaving, their linguistic and ethnic identification might shift dramatically. 82 Here demography played a central role, the population density in Southeast Asia being, in 1600, 1/6 that of India and 1/7 that of China. The existence of an open frontier operated like an automatic brake on what the state could extract. Motivated by factors as disparate as epidemics, famines, taxes, corvée labor, conscription, factional conflict, religious schism, shame, scandal, and the desire to change one's luck, it was relatively simple for households and entire villages to move. Thus, over time, the membership of any elementary unit was in flux, as was the very existence of the unit itself. If there was an element of stability here, it resided in the ecology and geography of places favorable to human settlements. A well-watered plain situated on a navigable river or a trade route might occasionally be abandoned, but it was just as likely to be rain-habited when conditions permitted. Such locations were, of course, the typical cores of the Negeri, the Muin, the Main. Fluid as they were, these elementary units were the only building blocks available to the would-be state-maker. In the absence of an ambitious strongman, or when the wider polity inevitably shattered, the remains were once again the elementary units. Is an intelligible history possible under such circumstances? I believe that it is, although it is surely not a dynastic history. The units in question do have a history, do observe a rough logic in formation, combination, and dissolution, and do exhibit a certain autonomy vis-a-vis dynastic or modern states. They have a history, but that history is on a different plane from state or dynastic history. For all their fluidity, they are the relatively constant features of the landscape, while the successful dynastic state is rare and ephemeral. The contingency of the state invites us to treat it less as a unity than as a complex web of contractual mutualities. 83 For when it does splinter, as Akin Ruby-Budana observed about the early 19th century Siamese state, the component parts of the system tended to split off in order to save their own lives. 84. Making sense of innumerable small units, seemingly in constant movement, might seem impossible. It is surely more daunting than dynastic history, but we are not without guidance from those who have sought to understand comparable systems. In the case of Southeast Asia, there are many studies of social structure that seek to grasp the logic behind the fluidity. First, most famous and most controversial among them is Edmund Leach's Political Systems of Highland Burma. Subsequent work along these lines in the highlands, not to mention studies of the Malay world, where shifting petty states, a mobile population, and a distinction between upstream and downstream, unruled and ruled populations also is at work, is richly suggestive. Beyond Southeast Asia, however, we may look again to the encounter between states and nomadic, stateless populations in the Middle East. The case for beginning with the elementary unit of the household and treating villages, tribes, and confederations as provisional and shaky alliances has also been used to brilliant effect for 18th century North American society in the Great Lakes region by Richard White. 85 And, finally, we may profitably look back to Thucydides' Peloponnesian War, which describes a world of peoples, some with kings, some without, whose fickle loyalties and unreliable cohesion is a source of constant anxiety to the statesmen of each of the major antagonists, Athens, Sparta, Corinth, and Syracuse, each of them, in turn, a confederation. 86. One challenge for a non-state-centric history of mainland Southeast Asia consists in specifying the conditions for the aggregation and disaggregation of its elementary units. The problem has been succinctly put by one observer of a somewhat comparable flux between states and their autonomous hinterlands. There comes a time when one realizes that one is dealing, really, with molecules which sometimes unify in the form of a vague confederation, sometimes, just as easily, disaggregate. Even their names offer no consistency or certainty. 87 If the fluidity of the molecules themselves is an inconvenience for anthropologists and historians, imagine the problem it poses for the dynastic official or would-be state builder, the colonial official, and the modern state functionary. State rulers find it well nigh impossible to install an effective sovereignty over people who are constantly in motion, who have no permanent pattern of organization, no permanent address, whose leadership is ephemeral, whose subsistence patterns are pliable and fugitive, who have few permanent allegiances, and who are liable, over time, to shift their linguistic practices and their ethnic identity. And this is just the point. The economic, political, and cultural organization of such people is, in large part, a strategic adaptation to avoid incorporation in state structures. These adaptations are all the more feasible in the mountainous hinterlands of state systems, that is to say, in places like Zomia. Here Sumatra I am the advocate of despotism. The strong arm of power is necessary to bring men together, and to concentrate them into societies. Sumatra is, in great measure, peopled by innumerable petty tribes, subject to no general government. At present people are as wandering in their habits as the birds of the air, and until they are congregated and organized under something like authority, nothing can be done with them. 88. In the early 19th century, as in the classical mainland states, Sir Stamford Raffles, quoted above, understood that the precondition of colonial rule was the concentration of population and sedentary agriculture. He required a non-fugitive people whose labor and production were legible and hence appropriable by the state. We turn our attention next, then, to an understanding of the logic and dynamics behind the creation of state spaces in mainland Southeast Asia. Chapter 2. State Space. Zones of Governance and Appropriation. The geography of state space and the friction of terrain. Put vegetables in the basket. Put people in the muon. Thai proverb. Imagine, for a moment, that you are a Southeast Asian counterpart of Jean-Baptiste Colbert, Chief Minister to Louis XIV. You, like Colbert, are charged with designing the prosperity of the kingdom. The setting, like that of the 17th century, is pre-modern. Overland travel is by foot, cart, and draft animals, while water transportation is by sail. Let us finally imagine that, unlike Colbert, you begin with a blank slate. You are free to conjure up an ecology, a demography, and a geography that would be most favorable to the state and its ruler. What, in those circumstances, would you design? Your task, crudely put, is to devise an ideal state space, that is to say, an ideal space of appropriation. Insofar as the state depends on taxes or rents in the largest possible sense of the term, foodstuffs, corvée labor, soldiers, tribute, tradable goods, specie, the question becomes, what arrangements are most likely to guarantee the ruler a substantial and reliable surplus of manpower and grain at least cost? The principle of design must obviously hinge on the geographical concentration of the kingdom's subjects and the fields they cultivate within easy reach of the state core. Such concentration is all the more imperative in pre-modern settings where the economics of ox-cart or horse-cart travel set sharp limits to the distance over which it makes sense to ship grain. A team of oxen, for example, will have eaten the equivalent of the cartload of grain they are pulling before they have traveled 250 kilometers over flat terrain. The logic, albeit with different limits, is captured in an ancient Han proverb, do not make a grain sail over 1,000 li for 15 kilometers. 1 The non-grain producing elites, artisans, and specialists at the state's core must, then, be fed by cultivators who are relatively near. The concentration of manpower in the Southeast Asian context is, in turn, particularly imperative, and particularly difficult, given the historical low population-to-land ratio that favors demographic dispersal. Thus the kingdom's core and its ruler must be defended and maintained, as well as fed, by a labor supply that is assembled relatively close at hand. From the perspective of our hypothetical Colbert, wet rice, paddy, sawa, cultivation provides the ultimate in state space crops. Although wet rice cultivation may offer a lower rate of return to labor than other subsistence techniques, its return per unit of land is superior to almost any other Old World crop. Wet rice thus maximizes the food supply within easy reach of the state core. The durability and relatively reliable yields of wet rice cultivation would also recommend it to our Colbert. Inasmuch as most of the nutrients are brought to the field by the water from perennial streams or by the silt in the case of flood retreat agriculture, the same fields are likely to remain productive for long periods. Finally, and precisely because wet rice fosters concentrated, labor-intensive production, it requires a density of population that is, itself, a key resource for state-making. 2. Virtually everywhere, wet rice, along with the other major grains, is the foundation of early state-making. Its appeal to a hypothetical Colbert does not end with the density of population and foodstuffs it makes possible. From a tax collector's perspective, grains have decisive advantages over, for example, root crops. Grain, after all, grows above ground, and it typically and predictably all ripens at roughly the same time. The tax collector can survey the crop in the field as it ripens and can calculate in advance the probable yield. Most important of all, If the army and or the tax collector arrive on the scene when the crop is ripe, they can confiscate as much of the crop as they wish. 3 Grain, then, as compared with root crops, is both legible to the state and relatively appropriable. Compared to other foodstuffs, grain is also relatively easy to transport, has a fairly high value per unit of weight and volume, and stores for relatively long periods with less spoilage, especially if it is left unhusked. Compare, for example, the relative value and perishability of a cartload of paddy, on the one hand, and a cartload of, say, potatoes, cassava, mangoes, or green vegetables. If Colbert were called on to design, from scratch, an ideal state crop, he could hardly do much better than irrigated rice. 4. No wonder, then, that virtually all of the pre-modern state cores in Southeast Asia are to be found in ecological settings that were favorable to irrigated rice cultivation. The more favorable and extensive the setting, the more likely a state of some size and durability would arise there. States, it should be emphasized, did not typically, at least until the colonial era, construct these expanses of paddy fields, nor did they play the major role in their maintenance. All the evidence points to the piecemeal elaboration of paddy lands by kinship units and hamlets that built and extended the small diversion dams, sluices, and channels required for water control. Such irrigation works often predated the creation of state cores and, just as frequently, survived the collapse of many a state that had taken temporary advantage of its concentrated manpower and food supply. 5 The state might batten itself onto a wet rice core and even extend it, but rarely did the state create it. The relationship between states and wet rice cultivation was one of elective affinity, not one of cause and effect. The realpolitik behind this elective affinity is evident in the fact that for European governors and Southeast Asian rulers alike, large settled populations supported by abundant amounts of food were seen as the key to authority and power. 6 Land grants in 9th and 10th century Java, for which we have inscriptional evidence, were made on the understanding that the recipients would clear the forest and convert shifting, swidden plots into permanent irrigated rice fields, sawa. The logic, as Jan Wisseman Christie notes, is that sawa had the effect of anchoring populations and increasing their visibility, and making the size of the crop relatively stable and easy to calculate. 7 No effort was spared, as we shall see in more detail, to attract and hold a population in the vicinity of the court and to require it to plant paddy fields. Thus Burmese royal edicts of 1598 and 1643, respectively, ordered that each soldier remain in his habitual place of residence, near the court center, and required all palace guards not on duty to cultivate their fields. 8 The constant injunctions against moving or leaving the fields fallow are, if we read such edicts against the grain, evidence that achieving these goals met with a good deal of resistance. When such goals were approximated, however, the result was an impressive treasury of manpower and grain at the monarch's disposal. Such seems to have been the case at Mataram, Java, in the mid-17th century, when a Dutch envoy remarked on the unbelievably great rice fields which are all around Mataram for a day's travel, and with them innumerable villages. The resources of manpower at the core were not only crucial for food production, they were militarily essential to the defense and expansion of the state against its rivals. The decisive advantage of agrarian states of this kind against their maritime competitors appears to have rested precisely on their numerical superiority in fielding soldiers. The friction of terrain set up sharp, relatively inflexible limits to the effective reach of the traditional agrarian state. Such limits were essentially fixed, as noted earlier, by the difficulty of transporting bulk foodstuffs. Assuming level terrain and good roads, the effective state space would have become tenuous indeed beyond a radius of 300 kilometers. In one sense, the difficulty of moving grain long distances, compared with the relative ease of human pedestrian travel, captures the essential dilemma of Southeast Asian statecraft before the late 19th century. Provisioning the state's core population with grain ran up against the intractable limits of distance and harvest fluctuations, while the population sequestered to plant that grain found it all too easy to walk beyond the reach of state control. Put another way, the friction and inefficiencies of the ox cart work to constrict the food supply available to the state core, whereas the relatively frictionless movement of its subjects by foot, a movement the pre-modern state could not easily prevent, threatened to deprive it of grain growers and defenders. Point 9. The stark statistical facts of pre-modern travel and transportation make the friction of distance comparisons between water and land abundantly clear. As a rule of thumb, most estimates of travel by foot, assuming an obligingly flat, dry terrain, converge around an average of 24 kilometers, 15 miles, a day. A strong porter carrying a 36 kilogram, 80 pound, load might move nearly as far under very favorable conditions. Once the terrain becomes more rugged or the weather more challenging, or both, however, this optimistic figure is dramatically reduced. The calculus is slightly modified in pre-modern Southeast Asia, and particularly in warfare, by the use of elephants, which could carry baggage and negotiate difficult terrain, but their numbers were modest and no military campaign depended essentially on them. Point 10. What might be called state travel through difficult hilly terrain was considerably slower. One of the rare surviving documents, 860 CE, from the Tang dynasty's expansion into the mountainous areas of mainland Southeast Asia begins with the critical military information about travel times, expressed in day stages, between population centers that were nodes of imperial control. Point 11. A millennium later, the same preoccupation is apparent. A representative example is the trip made by Lieutenant C. Ainsley in January, the dry season, 1892, through the eastern Shan states to assess the political loyalties of the chiefs and to survey routes of march. He was accompanied by 100 military policemen, 5 Europeans, and a large number of pack mules, together with their drivers. He used no wheeled transport, presumably because the tracks were too narrow. Ainsley prospected 2 parallel routes between Panyang and Monpan, a 9-day trip. He reported on the difficulty of each day's stage and the number of rivers and streams that had to be crossed, noting in passing that the route was impassable in the rains. 12. The daily average distance covered was barely more than 13 kilometers, 8 miles, with considerable daily variation, a maximum of less than 20 kilometers and a minimum of barely 7. A bullock cart can, of course, carry anywhere from 7 to 10 times, 240 to 360 kilograms, the load of a fit individual porter. Point 13. Its movements, however, are both slower and more restricted. Where the porter requires only a footpath, the bullock cart requires a broader track. In some terrain, this is impossible. Anyone familiar with the deeply rutted cart tracks in backcountry Burma will appreciate how slow and laborious the going is even when such travel is possible. For a trip of any length, the carter must either carry his own fodder, thereby reducing the payload, or adjust the route to take advantage of fodder growing along it. Point 14. Until a century or two ago, even in the West, the overland transport of bulk commodities has been subject to narrow and essentially inflexible limits. 15. These geographical givens of movement of people and goods set limits to the reach of any landward state. Extrapolating from a more generous estimate of 32 kilometers a day by foot, F. K. Lehman estimates that the pre-colonial state's maximum size could not have been much more than 160 kilometers in diameter, although Mataram in Java was considerably broader. Assuming a court roughly in the center of a circular kingdom with a diameter of, say, 240 kilometers, the distance to the kingdom's edge would be 120 kilometers. 16. Much beyond this point, even in flat terrain, state power would fade, giving way to the sway of another kingdom or to local strongmen and or bandit gangs. See Map 3 for an illustration of the effect of terrain on effective distances. Water transport, however, is the great pre-modern exception to these limits. Navigable water nullifies much of the friction of distance. Wind and currents make it possible to move bulk goods in large quantities over distances that are inconceivable using carts. In 13th century Europe, according to one calculation, shipping costs by sea were a mere 5% of the cost by land. The disparity was so massive as to confer a large strategic and trade advantage on any kingdom near a navigable waterway. Most Southeast Asian pre-colonial states of any appreciable size had easy access to the sea or to a navigable river. In fact, as Anthony Reid notes, the capitals of most Southeast Asian states were located at river junctions where ocean-going ships had to transfer their cargoes to smaller craft plying the upstream reaches of the river. The location of nodes of power coincided largely with the intersecting nodes of communication and transportation. Point 17. The key role of water transportation before the construction of railroads is evident in the great economic significance of canals, where the draft power was often the same horses, mules, oxen, but the reduction of friction made possible by barges moving over water allowed for huge gains in efficiency. River or sea transportation takes advantage of routes of least friction, of least geographical resistance, and thereby vastly extends the distances over which food supplies, salt, arms, and people can be exchanged. In epigrammatic form, we could say that easy water joins, whereas hard hills, swamps, and mountains divide. Before the distance-demolishing technology of railroads and all-weather motor roads, land-bound polities in Southeast Asia and Europe found it extremely difficult, without navigable waterways, to concentrate and then project power. As Charles Tilly has noted, before the later 19th century, land transport was so expensive everywhere in Europe that no country could afford to supply a large army or big city with grain and other heavy goods without having efficient water transport. Rulers fed major inland cities such as Berlin and Madrid only at great effort and great cost to their hinterlands. The exceptional efficiency of waterways in the Netherlands undoubtedly gave the Dutch great advantages at peace and war. 18. The daunting military obstacles presented by travel over very rugged terrain, even in the mid-20th century, was never more evident than in the conquest of Tibet by the Chinese People's Liberation Army in 1951. Tibetan delegates and party representatives who signed the agreement in Beijing traveled back to Lhasa via the quicker route, namely by sea to Calcutta, then by train and horseback through Sikkim. Travel from Gangtok, Sikkim, to Lhasa alone took 16 days. Within 6 months the PLA advance force in Lhasa was in danger of starving, and 3,000 tons of rice was dispatched to them, again by ship to Calcutta and thence by mule over the mountains. Food came as well from Inner Mongolia to the north, but this required the astounding mobilization of 26,000 camels, more than half of whom perished or were injured en route. Point 19. Map 3. The striking constriction of state space imposed by rugged landscape may be illustrated by a map that compares walking times from a central place, depending on the difficulty of the terrain. Here we have selected Meng, Muin, Yang, a Shan town near the Burma-Chinese border, for illustrative purposes. The walking time isolines shown here are based on Waldo Tobler's Hiker function, an algorithm that estimates the rate of travel possible based upon the slope at any given point on the landscape. These isolines show the travel distance possible assuming a 6-hour walking day. The travel distances possible on flat terrain, based upon the Tobler algorithm, are shown in dotted lines for comparison. Setting out from Mengyang, a traveler takes 3 days to cover the distance that, were the land flat, one could cover in a day and a half or 2 days. Travel is more difficult to the south and northwest than to the east. If we assume that the span of control varies directly with the ease of travel, then the total area under control of a hypothetical statelet centered on Mengyang would be less than 1/3 of what it might be over level terrain. The standard modern maps, in which a kilometer is a kilometer no matter what the terrain or body of water, are therefore profoundly misleading in this respect. Settlements that may be 300 or 400 kilometers distant over calm, navigable water are far more likely to be linked by social, economic, and cultural ties than settlements a mere 30 kilometers away over rugged, mountainous terrain. In the same fashion, a large plain that is easily traversed is far more likely to form a coherent cultural and social whole than a small mountainous zone where travel is slow and difficult. Were we to require a map that was more indicative of social and economic exchange, we would have to devise an entirely different metric for map making, a metric that corrected for the friction of terrain. Before the mid-19th century revolution in transportation, this might mean constructing a map in which the standard unit was a day's travel by foot or oxcart, or by sailing vessel. The result, for those accustomed to standard, as the crow flies maps, would look like the reflection in a fairground funhouse mirror. 20 Navigable rivers, coastlines, and flat plains would be massively shrunken to reflect the ease of travel. Difficult to traverse mountains, swamps, marshes, and forests would, by contrast, be massively enlarged to reflect travel times, even though the distances, as the crow flies, might be quite small. Such maps, however strange to the modern eye, would be far superior guides to contact, culture, and exchange than the ones to which we have grown accustomed. They would also, as we shall see, help demarcate the sharp difference between a geography more amenable to state control and appropriation, state space, and a geography intrinsically resistant to state control, non-state space. A map in which the unit of measurement is not distance but the time of travel is, in fact, far more in accord with vernacular practices than the more abstract, standardized concept of kilometers or miles. If you ask a Southeast Asian peasant how far it is to the next village, say, the answer will probably be in units of time, not of linear distance. A peasant quite familiar with watches might answer about half an hour, and an older farmer, less familiar with abstract time units, might reply in vernacular units, 3 rice cookings or 2 cigarette smokings, units of duration known to all, not requiring a wristwatch. In some older, pre-colonial maps, the distance between any two places was measured by the amount of time it took to travel from one to the other. 21 Intuitively this makes obvious sense. Place A may be only 25 kilometers from place B. But depending on the difficulty of travel, it could be a 2-day trip or a 5-day trip, something a traveler would most surely want to know. In fact, the answer might vary radically depending on whether one was traveling from A to B or from B to A. If B is in the plains and A is high in the mountains, the uphill trip from B to A is sure to be longer and more arduous than the downhill trip from A to B, though the linear distance is the same. A friction of distance map allows societies, cultural zones, and even states that would otherwise be obscured by abstract distance to spring suddenly into view. Such was the essential insight behind Fernand Braudel's analysis of the Mediterranean world. Here was a society that maintained itself by the active exchange of goods, people, and ideas without a unified territory or political administration in the usual sense of the term. 22 On a somewhat smaller scale, Edward Whiting Fox argues that the Aegean of classical Greece, though never united politically, was a single, social, cultural, and economic organism, knit together by thick strands of contact and exchange over easy water. The great trading and raiding maritime peoples, such as the Viking and Normans, wielded a far-flung influence that depended on fast water transport. A map of their historical influence would be confined largely to port towns, estuaries, and coastlines. 23 Vast sea spaces between these would be small. The most striking historical example of this phenomenon was the Malay world, a seafaring world par excellence whose cultural influence ran all the way from Easter Island in the Pacific to Madagascar and the coast of southern Africa, where the Swahili spoken in the coastal ports bears its imprint. The Malay state itself, in its 15th and 16th century heyday, could fairly be called, like the Hanseatic League, a shifting coalition of trading ports. The elementary units of statecraft were ports like Jambi, Palembang, Johor, and Malacca, and a Malay aristocracy shuffled between them depending on political and trade advantages. Our landlocked sense of a kingdom as consisting of a compact and contiguous territory makes no sense when confronted with such maritime integration across long distances. An agrarian kingdom is typically more self-contained than a maritime kingdom. It disposes of reserves of food and manpower close to home. Nevertheless, even agrarian kingdoms are far from self-sufficient. They depend for their survival on products outside their direct control, hill and coastal products such as wood, ores, protein, manure from pastoralists' flocks, salt, and so on. Maritime kingdoms are even more dependent on trade routes to supply their necessities, including, especially, slaves. For this reason, there are what might be called spaces of high stateness that do not depend on local grain production and manpower. Such locations are strategically situated to facilitate the control, by taxes, tolls, or confiscation, of vital trade products. Long before the invention of agriculture, those societies controlling key deposits of obsidian, necessary for the best stone tools, occupied a privileged position in terms of exchange and power. More generally, there were certain strategic choke points on land and water trade routes, the control of which might confer decisive economic and political advantages. The Malay trading port is the classical example, typically lying athwart a river junction or estuary, allowing its ruler to monopolize trade in upstream, hulu, export products and similarly to control the hinterland's access to trade goods from downstream, hilir, coastal and international commerce. The Straits of Malacca were, in the same fashion, a choke point for long-distance trade between the Indian Ocean and China and thus a uniquely privileged space for state-making. On a smaller scale, innumerable hill kingdoms sat astride important caravan routes for salt, slaves, and tea, among other goods. They waxed and waned depending on the vagaries of world trade and commodity booms. Like their larger Malay cousins, they were, at their most peaceful, toll states. Positional advantages of this kind are only partly a matter of the terrain and sea lanes. They are, especially in the modern era, historically contingent on revolutions in transport, engineering, and industry, for example, rail and road junctions, bridges and tunnels, coal, oil, and natural gas deposits. Our crude first approximation of state space as the concentration of grain production and manpower in a manageable space must then be modified. The distance-demolishing properties of navigable water routes and the existence of nodes of power represented by choke points and strategic commodities can compensate for deficiencies in grain and manpower close at hand, but only to a point. Without sufficient manpower, it is frequently difficult for toll states to hold onto the site that confers a positional advantage. In the case of a showdown, agrarian states have generally been able to prevail over maritime or trade route states by force of numbers. The disparity is highlighted by Barbara Andea's comparison of the Vietnamese Trinh, an agrarian state, and Johor, a maritime state. At the beginning of the 18th century, the point can be made clearly by comparing the armed forces of Johor, the most prestigious of the Malay states, but one without any agrarian base, with those of the Trinh. In 1714, the Dutch estimated that Johor could bring into battle 6,500 men and 233 vessels of all types. In Vietnam, by contrast, the Nguyen army was tallied at 22,740 men, including 6,400 Marines and 3,280 infantry. 24 The earliest cautionary tale of maritime state vulnerability is, of course, Thucydides' Peloponnesian War, in which a resolutely maritime Athens is, finally, undone by its more agrarian rivals, Sparta and Syracuse. Mapping state space in Southeast Asia. State building in pre-colonial mainland Southeast Asia was powerfully constrained by geography. Here, in a rough and ready way, I shall attempt to outline those major constraints and their effects on the location, maintenance, and power dynamics of such states. The necessary, but by no means sufficient, condition for the rise of a substantial state was the existence of a large alluvial plain suitable for the cultivation of irrigated rice and hence capable of sustaining both a substantial and concentrated population. Unlike maritime peninsular Southeast Asia, where the ease of movement over the calm waters of the Sunda Shelf permitted the coordination of a far-flung thalassocracy on the order of Athens, mainland states had to contend with far higher levels of geographical friction. Because of the generally north-south direction of mountain ranges and major rivers in the region, virtually all of the classical states were to be found along the great north-south river systems. They were, moving from west to east, the Burman classical states along the Irrawaddy near its confluence with the Chinduin, Pagan, Ava, Mandalay, or along the Sitane not far to the east, Pegu, Taungoo, the Thai classical state, Ayutthaya and, much later, Bangkok, along the Chao Phraya, the Khmer classical state, Angkor and its successors, near the Great Lake of Tonle Sap, a tributary of the Mekong, and finally, the early heartland of the Kin, Trin, classical state along the Red River in the vicinity of Hanoi. The common denominator here is that all such states have been created near navigable watercourses, but above the floodplain, where a flat, arable plain and perennial streams made wet rice cultivation possible. It is striking that none of the early mainland states was located in the delta of a major river. Such delta regions, the Irrawaddy, the Chao Phraya, and Mekong, were settled in force and planted to wet rice only in the early 20th century. The reasons for their late development, apparently, are that 1. They required extensive drainage works to be made suitable for rice cultivation, 2. They were avoided because they were malarial, especially when newly cleared, and 3. The annual flooding was unpredictable and often devastating. 25 This bold generalization, however, needs to be clarified and qualified. First, the political, economic, and cultural influence emanating from such centers of power, as Braudel would have predicted, spread most easily when least impeded by the friction of distance along level terrain and navigable rivers and coastlines. Nothing illustrates this process more strikingly than the gradual, intermittent displacement of Cham and Khmer populations by the Vietnamese. This expansion followed the thin coastal strip southward, with the coast serving as a watery highway leading, eventually, all the way to the Mekong Delta and the Trans-Basak. The economic reach of such state centers was almost always greater than their political reach. While their political control was limited by their degree of monopoly access to mobilized manpower and food supplies, their influence on trade might reach considerably farther. The friction of distance is at work here too. The greater the exchange value of a product vis-a-vis its weight and volume, the greater the distance over which it might be traded. Thus precious commodities such as gold, gemstones, aromatic woods, rare medicines, tea, and ceremonial bronze gongs, important prestige goods in the hills, linked peripheries to centers on the basis of exchange rather than political domination. On this basis, the geographical scope of certain forms of trade and exchange, requiring no bulk transport, was far more extensive than the comparatively narrow range within which political integration might be achieved. I have thus far considered only the major classical states in mainland Southeast Asia. The key condition for state formation was present elsewhere as well, a potential heartland of irrigated rice cultivation that might constitute a fully administered territorial nucleus, having a court capital at its center. 26 The difference was purely a matter of scale. Where the heartland of irrigated rice was large and contiguous, it might, under the right conditions, facilitate the rise of a major state. Where the heartland was modest, it might, also under the right conditions, give rise to a modest state. A state on this account would be a fortified town of, say, at least 6,000 subjects plus nearby hill allies, situated on wet rice plain and having, in theory at least, a single ruler. Scattered throughout mainland Southeast Asia, often at fairly high altitudes, one finds the agroecological conditions that favor state formation, usually on a more Lilliputian scale. Most such places were at one time or another the sites of small Thai statelets. More rarely, leagues or confederacies of such statelets might combine, briefly, to forge a more formidable state. State formation around wet rice cores, large or small, was always contingent and, typically, ephemeral. One might emphasize with Edmund Leach the fact that the riceland stayed in one place and thus represented a potential ecological and demographic strong point, which a clever and lucky political entrepreneur might exploit to create a new, or revived, state space. Even a successful dynasty was by no means a Napoleonic state, it was rather a shaky hierarchy of nested sovereignties. To the degree that it held together, the glue was a prudent distribution of spoils and marriage alliances and, when necessary, punitive expeditions for which, in the final analysis, control over manpower was vital. Map 4. Rivers and classical states of Southeast Asia. The coincidence of classical states with navigable watercourses is the general rule, as the map illustrates. The Salween/New/then Lwin River spawned only one classical state, Thaton, at its estuary. For much of its long course, the Salween runs through deep gorges and is not navigable. It is, solely for this reason, an exception. Kentung and Chiang Mai are also exceptions in the sense that neither is located close to a major navigable river. Each, however, commands a large, arable plain suitable for paddy cultivation and hence for state-making. Our conception of what constituted pre-colonial Burma must therefore be adjusted according to these basic principles of appropriation and span of control. Under a robust, flourishing dynasty, Burma, in the sense of an effective political entity, consisted largely of wet rice core areas within a few days' march from the court center. Such wet rice areas need not necessarily be contiguous, but they had to be relatively accessible to officials and soldiers from the center via trade routes or navigable waterways. The nature of the routes of access was itself crucial. An army on its way to collect grain or to punish a rebellious district had to provision itself en route. This meant locating a route of march through territory sufficiently rich in grain, draft animals, carts, and potential recruits for the army to sustain itself. Thus marshes, swamps, and, especially, hilly areas, though they might be quite close to the court center, were generally not a part of political, directly administered Burma. 27 such hills and marshes were sparsely populated and, except in the case of a substantial plateau suitable for irrigated rice, their population practiced a form of mixed cultivation, dispersed swidens for hill rice, root crops, foraging, and hunting, that was difficult to assess, let alone appropriate. Areas of this kind might have a tributary alliance with the court specifying the periodic renewal of oaths and the exchange of valuable goods, but they remained generally outside the direct political control of court officials. As a rule of thumb, hilly areas above 300 meters in elevation were not a part of Burma proper. We must therefore consider pre-colonial Burma as a flatland phenomenon, rarely venturing out of its irrigation-adapted ecological niche. As Broadell and Paul Wheatley noted, in general, political control sweeps readily across a flat terrain. Once it confronts the friction of distance, abrupt changes in altitude, ruggedness of terrain, and the political obstacle of population dispersion and mixed cultivation, it runs out of political breath. Modern concepts of sovereignty make little sense in this setting. Rather than being visualized as a sharply delineated, contiguous territory following the map-making conventions for modern states, Burma is better seen as a horizontal slice through the topography, taking in most areas suitable for wet rice below 300 meters and within reach of the court. 28. Imagine a map constructed along these lines, designed to represent relative degrees of potential sovereignty and cultural influence. One way of visualizing how the friction of distance might work is to imagine yourself holding a rigid map on which altitudes were represented by the physical relief of the map itself. Further, let's imagine that the location of each rice-growing core is marked by a reservoir of red paint filled to the very brim. The size of the reservoir of paint would be proportional to the size of the wet rice core and hence the population it might accommodate. Now visualize tilting this map, now in one direction, now in another, successively. The paint as it spilled from each reservoir would flow first along level ground and along the lowland watercourses. As you increased the angle at which the map was tilted, the red paint would flow slowly or abruptly, depending on the steepness of the terrain, to somewhat higher elevations. Map 5. Elevation in central Burma, the reach of the pre-colonial state, at its most robust, stretched most easily along the low elevation plains and navigable river courses. All of the upper Burma kingdoms hugged the Irrawaddy above or below its confluence with the Chindwin. The Shan Hills to the east of Mandalay and Ava, though closer as the crow flies than the downriver towns of Pokaku and Magway, were outside the effective limits of the kingdom. The pre-colonial state also skirted the north-south Pigayuma range of modest but rugged hills that bisected the rice plain. These hills remained effectively outside state control in the pre-colonial period, in much of the colonial period, and in independent Burma, where they were the redoubt of communist and Karen rebels until 1975. It is a striking example of how even relatively modest changes in the friction of terrain can impede state control. Map 6. Minbukaruan, Kayayain, and Kayokse irrigation works. These two main irrigation zones were the rice basket of pre-colonial states in Upper Burma. The Minbukaruan irrigation works considerably predate the pagan kingdom's rise in the 9th century CE. These two rice cores formed the repository of manpower and grain necessary to state formation and its inevitable accompaniment, warfare. The term Kayayain, often transliterated Karuan, means district and connotes a walled town, as in the famous 9 Kayayain making up classical Kayokse. It is the equivalent in most respects of the Shan term main or the Taimuan. Outside these two zones, on the plain, there was rain-fed, arable land, but the yields were neither as reliable nor as bounteous as those from the irrigated lands. In the north salient of the Piguyuma, Mount Popa and the elevated hills extending from it, population and agricultural production were even sparser, and the population and produce present were difficult to appropriate. The angle at which you had to tilt the map to reach particular areas would represent, very roughly, the degree of difficulty the state would face in trying to extend its control that far. If we assume that the intensity of the red fades both in proportion to the distance it has traveled and the altitude it has attained, we have an approximation, again very roughly, of the diminishing influence and control, or, alternatively, the relative cost of establishing direct political control in such areas. At higher elevations, the red would give way to white. If the terrain there was both steep and high, the transition would be quite abrupt. From above, depending on the number of hilly areas near the court center, this depiction of sovereignty would reveal a number of irregular white spots against a dark or pale red background. The population that inhabited the white blotches, although it might often be in a tributary relation to the court center, was rarely if ever directly ruled. If political control weakened suddenly before the daunting hills, cultural influence weakened as well. Language, settlement patterns, kinship structure, ethnic self-identification, and subsistence practices in the hills were distinctly different from those in the valleys. For the most part, hill peoples did not follow valley religions. Whereas the valley Burmans and Thais were Theravada Buddhists, hill peoples were, with some notable exceptions, animist and, in the 20th century, Christians. The color scheme of this fantasy friction of distance map would also offer a rough and ready guide to patterns of cultural and commercial, but not political, integration. Where the red color spreads with the least resistance, along river courses and flat plains, there one is likely to find more homogeneity in religious practices, language dialects, and social organization as well. Abrupt cultural and religious changes are likely to occur at the same places where there is, as with a mountain range, an abrupt increase in the friction of distance. If the map could also show, like a time-lapse photograph, the volume of human and commercial traffic across a space as well as the relative ease of movement, we would have an even better proxy for the likelihood of social and cultural integration. Point 29. Our metaphorical map, like any map, though it serves to foreground the relationships we wish to highlight, obscures others. It cannot easily account, in these terms, for the friction of distance represented, say, by swamps, marshes, malarial zones, mangrove coasts, and thick vegetation. Another caution concerns the pot of paint at the state core. It is purely hypothetical. It represents the plausible reach of influence of a vigorous, ambitious state core under the most favorable conditions. Few state cores even came close to realizing this degree of sway over their hinterlands. None of these state cores, large or small, had the terrain to itself. Each existed as one unit among a galaxy of waxing and waning contending centers. Before colonial domination and the codification of the modern territorial state vastly simplified the terrain, the sheer numbers of state centers, mostly Lilliputian, was bewildering. Leach was not exaggerating when he noted that practically every substantial township in Burma claims a history of having been at one time or another the capital of a kingdom the alleged frontiers of which are at once both grandiose and improbable. 30. How might we represent, again schematically, this plurality of state centers? One alternative is to invoke the Sanskritic term mandala, circle of kings, much used in Southeast Asia, in which the influence of a ruler, often claiming divine lineage, emanates from a court center, almost always located on a rice plain, out into the surrounding countryside. In theory, he rules over lesser kings and chiefs who recognize his claim to spiritual and temporal authority. The anachronistic metaphor of a light bulb with varying degrees of illumination to represent the charisma and sway of a ruler, first suggested by Benedict Anderson, captured two essential features of mandala-style political centers. 31 Its dimming suggested the gradual diminution of power, both spiritual and temporal, with distance from the center, and its diffuse glow avoided any modern assumption of hard boundaries within which 100% sovereignty prevailed and beyond which it disappeared altogether. In Figure 1 I attempt to depict some of the striking complexities of sovereignty in a plural mandala system. In order to do so, I have represented a number of mandala, nagara, muin, main, kayayin, by fixed circles with power concentrated at the center and fading gradually to zero at the outer circumference. This requires us, for the moment, to overlook the massive influence of terrain. We assume, in effect, a plain as flat as a pancake. Burmese authorities in the 17th century also made such simplifying assumptions in their own territorial order. A province was imagined as a circle and specified to have an administrative radius of exactly 100 tien, 1 tien equals 3/1/4 kilometers, a big town a radius of 10 tien, a medium town 5 tien, and a village 2.5 tien. 32 The reader should imagine how geographical irregularities, say, a swamp or rugged terrain, would truncate these circular shapes, or how a navigable river might extend their reach along the waterway. More egregious, still, the very fixity of the representation of space completely ignores the radical temporal instability of the system, the fact that centers of spiritual authority and political power shifted endlessly. 33 The reader should rather imagine these centers as sources of light that blaze, go faint, and are in time extinguished altogether, while new sources of light, points of power, suddenly appear and glow brighter. Each circle represents a kingdom, some are smaller, others are larger, but the power of each recedes as one moves to the periphery, as represented by the diminishing density of icons within each mandala. The purpose of this rather facile graphic is merely to illustrate some of the complexities of power, territory, and sovereignty in pre-colonial mainland Southeast Asia, worked out in considerably more detail by Thongchai Winnichakal. 34 In theory, the lands within a mandala sway provided an annual tribute, which might be reciprocated by a gift of equal or greater value, and were obliged to send troops, carts, draft animals, food, and other supplies when required. And yet, as the graphic indicates, many areas fell within the ambit of more than one overlord. Where dual sovereignty, as in the area D/A, was located at the periphery of both kingdoms, it might well represent a case of mutually cancelling, weak sovereignty, affording local chiefs and their following great autonomy in this buffer area. Where it affected much of the kingdom, as in B/A or A/C, it might be the occasion of competing exactions and or punitive raids by the center on non-compliant, disloyal villages. Many hill peoples and petty chieftaincies strategically manipulated the situation of dual sovereignty, quietly sending tributary missions to two overlords and representing themselves to their own tributaries as independent. 35 Calculations of tribute were not an all-or-nothing affair, and the endless strategic choices of what to send, when to send it, when to delay, when to withhold manpower and supplies were at the very center of this petty statecraft. One schema of mandalas as fields of power. Outside the central core of a kingdom, dual or multiple sovereignty or, especially at higher elevations, no sovereignty, was less an anomaly than the norm. Thus Chiang, a small town near the current borders of Laos, Burma, and China, was tributary to Chiang Mai and Nan, in turn, tributary to Siam, and to Changtung/Kengtung, in turn, tributary to Burma. The situation was common enough that small kingdoms were often identified as under two lords or under three lords in the Thai language and its Lao dialect, and a two-headed bird in the case of 19th century Cambodia's tributary relationship to both Siam and Dainan, Vietnam. 36. Unambiguous, unitary sovereignty, of the kind that is normative for the 20th century nation-state, was rare outside a handful of substantial rice-growing cores, whose states were, themselves, prone to collapse. Beyond such zones, sovereignty was ambiguous, plural, shifting, and often void altogether. Cultural, linguistic, and ethnic affiliations were, likewise, ambiguous, plural, and shifting. If we add to this observation what we understand about the friction of terrain and altitude in projecting political power, we can begin to appreciate the degree to which much of the population, and most especially the hill peoples, were, though never untouched by the court centers of the region, hardly under their thumb. Even the most robust kingdom, however, shrank virtually to the ramparts of its palace walls once the monsoon rains began in earnest. The Southeast Asian state, in its pre-colonial mandala form, its colonial guise, and, until very recently, as a nation-state, was a radically seasonal phenomenon. On the mainland, roughly from May through October, the rains made the roads impassable. The traditional period for military campaigns in Burma was from November to February. It was too hot to fight in March and April, and from May through much of October it was too rainy. 37 Not only were armies and tax collectors unable to move far in any force, but travel and trade were reduced to a trivial proportion of their dry season volume. To visualize what this meant, we would have to consider our mandala map as a dry season representation. For the rainy season, we would have to shrink each kingdom to something like a quarter to an eighth of its size, depending on the terrain. 38 As if some semi-annual flood tide virtually marooned the state as the rains began and then released its watery grip when they stopped, state space and non-state space traded places with meteorological regularity. A hymn of praise to a 14th century Javanese ruler notes the periodicity of rule. Every time at the end of the cold season when it is quite dry he sets out to roam through the countryside. He shows the flag especially in remote areas. He displays the splendor of his court. He receives homage from all and sundry, collects tribute, visits village elders, checks land registers and examines public utilities such as ferries, bridges, and roads. 39 Subjects knew roughly when to expect their ruler. They also knew roughly when to expect armies, press gangs, military requisitions, and the destruction of war. War, like fire, was a dry season phenomenon. Military campaigns, such as the several invasions of Siam by the Burmese, always began after the end of the rainy season, when the tracks were again passable and the crops ripening. 40 Any thorough examination of traditional state-making would have to give almost as large a place to weather as to pure geography. Colonial regimes, though they worked mightily to construct all-weather roads and bridges, were thwarted in much the same way as the indigenous states they replaced. In the long, arduous campaign to occupy Upper Burma, the progress made by colonial troops, mostly from India, in the dry season was often undone by the rains and, it seems, by the diseases of the wet season as well. An account of the effort in 1885 to clear Minbyu, in Upper Burma, of rebels and bandits, revealed that the rains forced a withdrawal of British troops, and by the end of August the whole of the western part of the district was in the hands of the rebels and nothing remained to us but a narrow strip along the river bank. The rains and the deadly season which succeeds them in the waterlogged country at the foot of the Yuma mountain range, prevented extended operations from being undertaken before the end of the year. Again the dry season. 41 In the steep, mountainous terrain along the Thai border where the Burmese army today fights a war without mercy against its ethnic adversaries, the rainy season remains a major handicap to regular armed forces. The typical offensive window for Burmese troops has been exactly that of the former kings of Pagan and Ava, November through February. Helicopters, forward bases, and new communications gear have allowed the regime to mount, for the first time, wet season offensives. Nevertheless, the capture of the last major Karen base on Burmese territory took place on January 10, 1995, just as the earlier pattern of seasonal warfare would have dictated. For those wishing to keep the state at arm's length, Inaccessible mountain redoubts constituted a strategic resource. A determined state might mount a punitive expedition, burning houses and above-ground crops, but long-term occupation was beyond its reach. Unless it had hill allies, a hostile population need only wait for the rains, when supply lines broke down, or were easier to cut, and the garrison was faced with starvation or retreat. 42 Thus the physical, coercive presence of the state in the remotest, hilly areas was episodic, often to the vanishing point. Such areas represented a reliable zone of refuge for those who lived there or who chose to go there. Chapter 3. Concentrating manpower and grain slavery and irrigated rice. It is true, I admit, that the Siamese kingdom is of greater extent than mine, but you must agree that the king of Golconda India rules over men, while the king of Siam only rules over forests and mosquitoes. King of Golconda to Siamese visitor, circa 1680. The state as centripetal population machine. The concentration of manpower was the key to political power in pre-modern Southeast Asia. It was the first principle of statecraft and the mantra of virtually every history of pre-colonial kingdoms in the region. Creating such state space was easiest where there was a substantial expanse of flat, fertile land, watered by perennial streams and rivers and, better yet, not far from a navigable waterway. Tracing the far-reaching logic of state spaces will help distinguish the fundamental differences between manpower-poor, land-rich political systems on the one hand and land-poor, manpower-rich systems on the other. In its crudest version, the formula goes something like this: political and military supremacy requires superior access to concentrated manpower close at hand. Concentrated manpower, in turn, is feasible only in a setting of compact, sedentary agriculture, and such agroecological concentrations are possible, before the 20th century in Southeast Asia, only with irrigated rice. These relationships are, however, not deterministic. Paddy fields are easier to create and maintain in river valleys and well-watered plateaus. But they can and have been created, through prodigious feats of terracing, in steep mountainous areas where we might least expect them, such as among the Hani along the upper reaches of the Red River in Vietnam, among the Ifugao in northern Luzon, and in Bali. Similarly, there are ecological settings suitable for paddy fields where they have not been developed. Nor, as we have seen, is the link between paddy fields and states invariable. States are easier to create around a wet rice core, but there are wet rice cores without states and, occasionally, states without wet rice cores. Irrigated rice, then, is best understood politically as the most convenient and typical means of concentrating population and foodstuffs. Without a substantial wet rice core, such concentration would have had to be achieved by other means, by slavery, for example, or by tolls on trade routes, or by plunder. The need to concentrate population and, at the same time, the difficulty of doing so was inscribed in the demographic, given that Southeast Asia's land mass was only 1/7 as populated as was that of China in 1600. As a consequence, in Southeast Asia control over people conferred control over land, while in China control over land increasingly conferred control over people. The abundance of arable land in Southeast Asia favored shifting cultivation, a pattern of farming that often yielded higher returns for less labor and produced a substantial surplus for the families practicing it. What constituted an advantage for the cultivators, however, was profoundly prejudicial to the ambitions of would-be state makers. Shifting cultivation requires far more land than irrigated rice and therefore disperses population. Where it prevails, it appears to impose an upper limit of population density of about 20 to 30 per square kilometer. Once again, concentration is the key. It matters little how wealthy a kingdom is if its potential surplus of manpower and grain is dispersed across a landscape that makes its collection difficult and costly. Effective strength often came down to a polity's core, not the realm's total size or wealth, as Richard O'Connor has put it. Irrigated wet rice created stronger heartlands. It not only supported a denser population, but grain-supported villagers would have been easier to mobilize. To the very name of the northern Thai kingdom Lana, 1 million paddy fields amply reflects this fiscal and manpower obsession. Conditions in a flourishing wet rice heartland, then, were favorable to the development of what might be called the pre-modern state's ideal subjects. That ideal is represented by densely packed cultivators of permanent grain fields who produce a considerable annual surplus. Having put considerable labor into their paddy fields, over generations, perhaps, they are reluctant to pack up and leave. They and their rice fields are, above all, fixed in space, legible, taxable, conscriptable, and close at hand. For the court and its officials, the advantages are obvious. 3. It is in recognition of this process of ingathering that Georges Condominas coined the term embouillement. Containerization or bundling might be the best translation, to describe the evolution of the Timuan. 4. For the ideal subject, unlike the shifting cultivator, living in a state space, being embouillé, meant an additional and often unpredictable claim on his labor, his grain, and, in the case of war, his very life. The successful pre-modern Southeast Asian state strove constantly to assemble the population it needed and to hold it in place. Demography was not on its side. Natural disasters, epidemics, crop failures, war, not to mention an ever-beckoning frontier, constantly threatened a tenuous state. A Chinese manual on governance, from more than a millennium earlier, when China's demography, too, was unfavorable to state-making, put the danger starkly: if the multitudes scatter and cannot be retained, the city-state will become a mound of ruins. 5. Archaeologists working in Southeast Asia find no shortage of such mounds. Discerning the precise balance of social and economic forces holding such agglomerations of power together and those tearing them apart is exceptionally difficult for 2 reasons. First, the balance was exceptionally volatile from year to year and from region to region. A war, an epidemic, a run of good harvests, a famine, the collapse of a trade route, a mad monarch, a civil war among claimants to the throne could tip the balance one way or the other. Second, we must be exceptionally wary of the written royal court records and even local chronicles that are strong on dynastic self-idealization and weak on hard information. 6. To take these last at face value would credit the king's peace, prosperity, religious patronage, and divine providence with the power to attract and bind a critical mass of people around the state core. Taken with a large grain of salt, this image is not entirely false. There is repeated evidence of kings and their officials enticing settlers to open paddy fields by providing working capital of grain and draft animals and waiving taxes for a time. Thus a Burmese official near Pegu boasted in his 1802 revenue report that he fed and supported those who were pleased to come from distant towns and villages in the desert ed places of high jungle and tall grass. 7. A peaceful and prosperous reign did, in fact, draw in migrants fleeing unsettled conditions elsewhere and hoping to farm, work, and trade near the capital. It is this depiction of a largely peaceful and gradual ingathering of hitherto stateless peoples, attracted to a luminous and thriving court center, that is the narrative conjured by dynastic histories and contemporary schoolbook idealizations of the pre-colonial state. As such, it is a wildly distorted narrative. It mistakes the exception as the rule. It fails utterly to explain the frequent collapse of pre-colonial kingdoms. It ignores, above all, the essential role that war, slavery, and coercion played in the creation and maintenance of these states. If I slight the occasions on which a Whiggish account of the flourishing dynasties might be tenable, it is because such moments are already much storied, are comparatively rare, and grossly distort the basic characteristics of state-making in mainland Southeast Asia. If demography and an open frontier limited the effectiveness of pure coercion, it is nevertheless abundantly clear that the use of force was instrumental in creating and maintaining the thickly settled clumps of people on which the state depended. 8. The accumulation of population by war and slave raiding is often seen as the origin of the social hierarchy and centralization typical of the earliest states. 9. Most powerful kingdoms constantly sought to replenish and enlarge their manpower base by forcibly resettling war captives by the tens of thousands and by buying and or kidnapping slaves. Just as the key measure of a state's power was the manpower it could muster, so was manpower the key measure of the comparative standing of officials, aristocrats, and religious orders that competed for dependents, bondsmen, and slaves. The context of many royal decrees betrays both the effort to force the core population to stay put and, if we read between the lines, a hint of failure. If a majority of Tsarist decrees of the 18th century concern runaway serfs, then we can safely surmise that the flight of serfs was a common problem. Similarly, the number of royal orders forbidding subjects to flee, to change residence, or to cease cultivating is a fair indication that absconding subjects were a constant preoccupation of rulers. Throughout much of the mainland, subjects were tattooed and sometime branded to indicate their status and their master. How effective such measures were is hard to tell, but they do reflect the attempt to hold the heartland population in place by force. This overwhelming concern for obtaining and holding population at the core is shot through every aspect of pre-colonial statecraft. What Geert says about Balinese political rivalries, that they were a struggle more for men than for land, could apply equally to all of mainland Southeast Asia. Point 10. This principle animated the conduct of warfare, which was less a grab for distant territory than a quest for captives who could be resettled at the core. Wars were, for this reason, not particularly sanguinary. Why would one want to destroy the main prize of victory? The logic was most powerful for the inland agrarian states, which relied more on core agricultural production than on the profits of long-distance commerce. But even the raiding and trading states of peninsular Southeast Asia were preoccupied with seizing and holding manpower. Early European officials were frequently astounded by the extremely vague demarcations of territories and provinces in their new colonies, and puzzled by an administration of manpower that had little or nothing to do with territorial jurisdiction. As the British surveyor James McCarthy noted with puzzlement, it was a particular custom of the Siamese in which power over individuals and land was separated. As Thong Chai Winnie-Chakle's insightful book shows, the Siamese paid more attention to the manpower they could summon than to sovereignty over land that had no value in the absence of labor. Point 11. The primacy of population control was embedded in the terminology of administration. Thai officials bore titles that referred directly to the number of people they could, in theory, muster. Khun Pan meant lord of 1,000 men, Khun Sen meant lord of 100,000 men, not duke of such and such a place, which would have been the case in Europe. Point 12. The territorial designations that did exist in the area ruled by Bangkok in the late 18th century were essentially classed by their effective manpower rating. Thus provinces were ranked by the degree of power Bangkok exercised over them in declining order, fourth class corresponding to direct power and first class corresponding to weakest power, for example, Cambodia at the time. A province's size was then calibrated by a standardized total of manpower it could plausibly be expected to muster when summoned. Distant provinces, where Bangkok's sway was weak, tended to be both sparsely populated and much larger, the idea being that each province would yield a roughly equal number of conscripts for work or for war. Point 13. The paramount importance of manpower rested, in the final analysis, on military considerations. Occupation of a fertile rice plain, of an important temple complex, of a choke point along vital trade routes was of little avail if it could not be successfully defended. This homely fact goes to the very heart of the analysis of power in such pre-modern political systems. Rather than wealth begetting power, as it might in Lockean systems, where the state's first duty is to defend citizens' life and property, in pre-modern systems only power can guarantee property and wealth. And power, before the technological revolution in warfare, was largely a matter of how many men a ruler could field. Power, in other words, boiled down to manpower. The logic of manpower operated at every level of the pre-colonial political systems of Southeast Asia. Princes, aristocrats, merchants, officials, village headmen, all the way down to the heads of households held their positions by virtue of the allies whose labor and support they could rely upon when challenged. The logic is captured well by Anthony Reid. The political context made it dangerous for a small man to show his wealth unless he had sufficient dependents to defend and legitimate it. Capital, therefore, had first to be deployed in obtaining people through buying slaves, lending to those in need, marital and military alliances, and feasting. 14. Anyone bent on accumulating power in this context would, perforce, engage in behavior that would seem anomalous or profligate in a Lockean system. The Machiavellian strategy under these conditions is to surround yourself with the largest number of allies who are obligated to you. This requires a judicious liberality with gifts, loans, and feasting. Some allies can literally be bought. As a 16th century visitor reported, the people of Malacca believed that it is better to have slaves. Bondsmen would be a better translation than to have land, because slaves are a protection to their masters. 15. My assertion here is not so much that manpower was wealth as that it was the only means by which wealth could be securely held. In fact, one could argue, as Reed convincingly does, that maritime and overland trade were far more lucrative than squeezing the surplus out of a sedentary peasantry, even in the 16th and 17th centuries. Even the largely agrarian state of Upper Burma depended quite heavily on the taxes and tolls. Its strategic position on the Irrawaddy allowed it to levy on precious commodities destined for markets in China, India, and beyond. 16 Such goods were often easy to store, and their high value per unit weight and volume, like opium today, more than offset transportation costs. To reap the rewards of such trade, however, required that a kingdom defend its monopoly position on a river or athwart a mountain pass, or to enforce its claim to tribute by force if need be. In that case, the main currency of competition was, again, manpower. It is this decisive advantage in manpower, Victor Lieberman argues, that over the long haul favored the hegemony of Southeast Asia's agrarian kingdoms over maritime kingdoms. In an era of limited military specialization, when the number of conscripted cultivators offered the best single indication of military success, the north of Burma was the natural center of political gravity, Lieberman writes. In the central mainland and Java as well, we shall find easily cultivated dry, but irrigable, areas enjoyed an early demographic advantage over wetter, maritime districts. 17 Viewed in a crude synoptic fashion, over time a handful of larger maritime powers, Srivijaya, Pegu, Malacca, eclipsed their smaller maritime rivals. They were in turn eclipsed by more manpower-heavy agrarian states, Mataram, Ayutthaya, Ava, which had likewise eclipsed their smaller agrarian rivals, Vientiane, Lan Na, Chiang Mai. Everything we know about statecraft in Ava and Ayutthaya suggests a constant effort, by no means always successful, to hold a dense population at the core and augment it when possible. 18. The process described above accords nicely with much of the literature on European state-making and political consolidation. Here, too, what Charles Tilly aptly called the coercion-rich and capital-poor, landward agrarian states and empires, for example, Russia, Brandenburg Prussia, Hungary, Poland, and France, enjoyed an advantage in manpower, usually a decisive one, over their maritime rivals, Venice, the Netherlands, Genoa, Florence. Less reliant on volatile trade, more hierarchical, more insulated from food supply crises, and capable of feeding quite massive armies, these agrarian states might lose a battle or even a war, but their staying power over the long haul tended to prevail. 19. Population as the principal measure of statecraft finds abundant expression in the sayings and admonitions that infuse the courtly literature of Southeast Asia. Nowhere is the relative weight of manpower vis-a-vis territory more evident than in this epigram from the early Bangkok period in Siam: to have too many people as subjects to a lord is better than to have too much grass uncultivated land. 20. The epigram is echoed, almost precisely, by one from the Burmese Glass Palace Chronicle, compiled at about the same time: yes, a soil, but no people. A soil without people is but a wilderness. 21. Two additional Siamese sayings emphasize that wise rule requires both preventing people from fleeing the heartland and attracting new settlers to cultivate the land. In a large house with many servants, the door may safely be left open; in a small house with few servants, the doors must be shut. The governor should appoint loyal officials to go out and persuade them to come and settle down in an inhabited area so that the area will be wealthy. 22. The collapse of a kingdom was, in turn, seen as a failure of the monarch to husband his population wisely. Queen Saw's admonition to the Burmese king Narahi is a dramatic illustration. Consider the state of the realm. Thou hast no folk or people, no host of countrymen and countrywomen around thee. Thy countrymen and countrywomen tarry and will not enter thy kingdom. They fear thy dominion, for thou, O King Allah, art a hard master. Therefore I, thy servant, spoke to thee of old, but thou wouldst not hearken. I said, bore not thy country's belly, abase not thy country's forehead. Warfare as a contest for control over cultivators rather than arable land is also evident in this praise for a Siamese military commander who not only put down rebellion but delivered his captives to the crown. From that day forward, he sent Anantath Uriah, whenever there were thieves, cutthroats, rioters, or rebels in border places and Purlua. And wheresoever he went, he caught numbers of his foes alive and brought them back to the king. 23. Even in the absence of such explicit statements, the centrality of manpower is everywhere evident in the constant emphasis on what might be called entourage politics. It is common, whenever an official is mentioned in the court histories, to list the size and distinction of his followers. 24. Whenever a victorious military campaign is reported, it is generally the number of surviving captives rounded up and marched back to the capital that receives most attention. Although I have concentrated here on the evidence from the mainland, the same preoccupation with manpower is, if anything, more striking in peninsular Southeast Asia and the Malay world in particular. 25. The imperative of concentrating population and grain production, in fact, confronts all would-be state-makers who must operate in an environment where open land is abundant and military technology simple. Some means must be devised to counteract the tendency of the populace to disperse widely so as to take full advantage of the hunting, foraging, and less labor-intensive farming techniques available to them. A range of incentives from commercial exchange to reliable irrigation to participation in military plunder to the desire for sacred knowledge might be at work. Such advantages, however, had to outweigh the burdens of taxation, conscription, and epidemics always associated with state space if the concentration was to be achieved without resistance. They seldom did. The use of force to supplement these advantages, and often to replace them altogether, was ubiquitous. Here it is worth recalling that the political systems of classical antiquity in the West were, manifestly, coercive systems of this kind. Athens and Sparta, Thucydides tells us, fought not over ideology or ethnicity but over tribute. That tribute was measured in grain and, above all, in manpower. The populace of a surrendered town was rarely butchered, rather, its citizens and slaves were taken into captivity by the victors and by individual soldiers who had captured them. If their fields and homes were burned, it was largely to prevent them from returning. 26. The major tradable commodity on the Aegean more valuable than grain, olive oil, or wine was slaves. Athens and Sparta were both slave societies, although in Sparta, which was more agrarian, helots accounted for more than 80% of the population. In imperial Rome as well, the most important commodity transported along its fabled road system was slaves. They were bought and sold under government monopoly. China and India, well before they became so populated that control of arable land alone ensured control of their land-starved subjects, faced similar problems of statecraft. At about the same time as the Peloponnesian War, the early Chinese state was doing everything in its power to prevent the dispersal of population. Manuals of statecraft urged the king to prohibit subsistence activities in the mountains and wetlands in order to increase the involvement of the people in the production of grain. 27. The subtext of this and other pronouncements was that, given a choice in the matter, the king's subjects would abandon sedentary agriculture and strike out on their own. Such resistance was seen as a moral failing. If the state has the unique power over the mountains and marshes, then the common people who detest farming, are lazy, and want doubled profits, will have nowhere to find something to eat. If they have nowhere to find something to eat, they will be obliged to engage in the cultivation of the fields. 28. The objective of this policy was, it seems, to starve the population into grain farming and subjecthood by separating them from the open commons. Somehow, the shrill tone of the advice suggests that the policy was not a complete success. The dilemma for statecraft in settings of low population densities finds a more contemporary and instructive parallel in Africa south of the Sahara. In 1900 the population density there was not much greater than that of Southeast Asia in 1800, and, as a consequence, the problem of bundling a population at the state core was the crux of pre-colonial politics. 29 The theme of manpower concentration permeates the literature on indigenous politics. The drive to acquire relatives, adherents, dependents, retainers, and subjects and to keep them attached to oneself as a kind of social and political capital has often been remarked upon as characteristic of African political processes. 30 The similarities are so striking that many of the adages of rule can be transposed to Southeast Asia with no loss in intelligibility. As a Sherbro proverb has it, one cannot be a chief and sit alone. The link between cleared, permanent fields and the foundation of a kingdom was also invoked in this advice to an ancient Malayan king: cut the trees, transform the forests into fields, for then only will you become a true king. 31 As in Southeast Asia there was little emphasis on sharp territorial boundaries, and the important rights were rights over people, not over places, except for particular ritual sites. The competition for followers, kinsmen, and bondsmen operated at every level. Given demography so favorable to potential subjects, they had more often to be enticed rather than coerced to settle under a ruler. The relative autonomy of subjects found expression in the proliferation of titles, in feasting, in rapid assimilation and mobility for captives and slaves, in special paraphernalia and medicines to bind retainers, and above all, in the flight of unhappy subjects. This balance of power, according to Igor Kopatov, gave subjects the distinct sense that it was they who had created the ruler and not the other way around. 32. The shaping of state landscapes and state subjects. Taxes ate the valleys, honor ate the hills. Afghan proverb. A pre-modern ruler in mainland Southeast Asia would have been less interested in what today would be called the gross domestic product, GDP, of his kingdom than what we might call its state accessible product, SAP. In a pre-monetary setting, products that come from any considerable distance would have to be quite valuable per unit weight and volume to justify the transportation costs. Such products existed, for example, aromatic woods, tree resins, silver and gold, ceremonial drums, rare medicines. The greater the distance they traveled, the greater the likelihood they were part of a gift or voluntary trade, for the court's capacity to compel such goods diminished more or less geometrically with distance. What mattered most were the food, livestock, and manpower, including skilled manpower that could be conveniently seized and put to use. The state-accessible product had to be easy to identify, monitor, and enumerate, in short, accessible, as well as being close enough geographically. State-accessible product and gross domestic product are not simply different, they are, in many respects, at odds with each other. Successful state building is directed toward the maximization of the state-accessible product. It profits the ruler not at all if his nominal subjects flourish, say, by foraging, hunting, or shifting agriculture at too great a distance from the court. It similarly profits the ruler little if his subjects grow a diverse suite of crops of different maturation or crops that spoil quickly and are therefore hard to assess, collect, and store. Given a choice between patterns of subsistence that are relatively unfavorable to the cultivator but which yield a greater return in manpower or grain to the state and those patterns that benefit the cultivator but deprive the state, the ruler will choose the former every time. The ruler, then, maximizes the state-accessible product, if necessary, at the expense of the overall wealth of the realm and its subjects. So it is that the pre-modern state attempts to so arrange its subjects and to sculpt the landscape around it in order to make it a legible field of appropriation. When successful, the result in mainland Southeast Asia has been the social creation of a uniform agroecological landscape based on irrigated wet rice, what Richard O'Connor has called the paddy state. 33. The chief advantage of paddy rice is that it makes possible a concentrated density of both population and of grain. Here it is worth emphasizing the way irrigated rice fixes people in space. No other cultivar could have placed so many people within a 3 or 4 day march of the court center. The superior productivity of wet rice per unit of land permits enormous population densities, and the relative permanence and reliability of paddy rice, so long as the irrigation system is functioning well, helps ensure that the population itself will remain in place. Each paddy field representing as it does many years of sunk labor costs in bunding, leveling, terracing, weir and channel construction is not lightly abandoned. One major problem of the Kanbong Kings, writes Thant Myint Yu, was the difficulty of the central state in gaining accurate information on the number of households in a particular locality. 34 This might be called the problem of legibility, which was the indispensable condition of making resources accessible. 35 Compared with subsistence patterns that favored dispersal and autonomy, the social ecology of wet rice greatly simplified this problem by placing a relatively stable and dense population at the doorstep of the taxman and the military press gang. Fixed point production by a sedentary peasantry in the paddy state meant that the ruler and his entourage of specialists and officials could also remain in one place. Without a reliable, accessible surplus of food, fodder, and firewood, the court would have had to shift to another site, just as the English and French courts of the 13th century did, once they had exhausted the food supply, and forbearance, in any one district. The size of the non-cultivating elite was, of course, constrained by the size of the grain surplus. The larger the corps, the more numerous and well-provisioned the entourage. Only paddy cultivation on a substantial scale gave an agrarian state a sporting chance at persisting. The cultivation of a single staple grain was, in itself, an important step in legibility and, hence, appropriation. Monoculture fosters uniformity at many different levels. In the case of irrigated rice, cultivators were bound to roughly the same rhythm of production. They depended on the same, or comparable, sources of water. They planted and transplanted, weeded, cut, and threshed their crop at roughly the same time and in roughly the same way. For the maker of a cadastral survey, a tax map, the situation was nearly ideal. Most land values could be calibrated to a single metric. Each harvest both was compressed in time and involved a single commodity. The mapping of open fields demarcated by bunds was relatively straightforward, although matching the land to the appropriate taxpayer was not quite so straightforward. The uniformity in the field, in turn, produced a social and cultural uniformity expressed in family structure, the value of child labor and fertility, diet, building styles, agricultural ritual, and market exchange. A society shaped powerfully by monoculture was easier to monitor, assess, and tax than one shaped by agricultural diversity. Imagine, once again as an Asian Colbert, organizing a tax system for a diverse polyculture of, say, several grains, fruits, nuts, root crops, livestock, fishing, hunting, and foraging. Such diversity would give rise, at a minimum, to different land values, family arrangements, work cycles, diets, domestic architecture, dress, tools, and markets. The existence of so many products and harvests would, by itself, make far more intractable the creation of any tax system, let alone an equitable one. I have, for the purposes of analytical clarity, drawn the comparison too sharply. None of the mainland agrarian states was a pure monoculture. But to the degree that it approximated one, it radically simplified the consolidation of a manageable state space. It is in this context that the strenuous efforts of successful Burmese dynasties to maintain and extend the irrigated riceland within the dry zone should be understood. Outside these paddy cores lay a less productive and more diverse agricultural landscape that posed difficulties for the taxman. The district revenue reports, Sittans, invariably list the paddy land of the district first and make it clear that the revenue from non-paddy lands, millet, sesamum, cattle, fishing, coconut palms, and handicrafts was both more difficult to collect and, compared with paddy income, negligible. 36 Collecting revenue from a population that was more dispersed, that was generally poorer, and whose subsistence routines were much more varied, was singularly unrewarding. What was collected, moreover, was more easily concealed from crown officials and monopolized by local strongmen. The colonial regime in Burma was no less dependent on irrigated ricelands, even when the tax on them was collected in cash. John Furnival sees it as the staple of the colonial fiscal diet: what rice is to the mild Hindu, and to the anything but mild Burman, what macaroni is to the Italian, beef and beer to the Englishman, all that and more than that, is land revenue to Leviathan indicus, the species of Leviathan that inhabits India. It is his victuals, his sustenance. Income tax, customs duties, excise receipts, and so on, he could in a pinch do without them, but without land revenue he would starve to death. 37. Here again the distinction between gross domestic product and state-accessible product is at work. As a general rule, the agriculture organized by and for states and enterprises with appropriation, above all, in mind, is likely to bear the marks of legibility and monocropping. Monoculture plantations, the now defunct collective farms of the socialist bloc, cotton sharecropping in the post-bellum U.S. South, not to mention the coercive agricultural landscapes created by counterinsurgency campaigns in Vietnam or Malaya, are cases in point. They are rarely models of efficient or sustainable agriculture, but they are, and they are intended to be, models of legibility and appropriation. 38. The policy of encouraging or imposing legible, agrarian landscapes of appropriation seems hardwired to state-making. It was only such landscapes that were directly beneficial and accessible. Little wonder, then, that the efforts to sedentarize populations through fixed, usually rice, cultivation represents a striking continuity between the pre-colonial states and their contemporary descendants. The Vietnamese Emperor Minh Mang, 1820–41, used every method available to encourage the cultivation of new fields of rice. These included permitting a man who cleared land himself to use it as his own private field, or encouraging rich people to come forward and recruit tenants to set up new village settlements. The state's principal aim was the maintenance of control over the population. Vagrancy was discouraged and displaced people were fixed to a plot of land where they could be turned into reliable sources of taxation, corvée labor, and military service. 39. For its part, the French colonial regime was interested in turning open land into revenue-yielding, legible crops, in particular, rubber grown on plantations. The French desired to transform the fiscally sterile hills into a space that would be rentable and utile. Socialist Vietnam, up to the present, remains devoted to fixed cultivation and fixed settlement, Dinh Can Dinh Cu, with the emphasis returning to wet rice, even in places where it is ecologically unsound. An older vision of the potty state has been married to a utopian view of the conquest of nature by heroic socialist labor. It looks lyrically forward to a tomorrow in which Tabac's forested hills and grassy expanses will be flattened and immense fields of rice, fields of corn will be opened up. As another brave slogan had it, with the strength of the people, even stones turn into rice. 41 aspect of this vast policy of resettlement has been the understandable desire of the lowland kin to reproduce the agricultural landscape and human settlements with which they are familiar. As is so often the case, the attempt by migrants to apply techniques of cultivation that are utterly ill-suited to their new setting has resulted in ecological damage and human suffering. The other aspect of this utopian aspiration, however, has been the attempt by the Vietnamese state to recreate the landscapes of legibility and appropriation that had sustained its pre-colonial ancestors since at least the Le dynasty. Eradicating illegible agriculture. Hostile nature, obstinate and fundamentally rebellious, is in fact represented in the colonies by the bush, by mosquitoes, natives, and fever, and colonization is a success when all this indocile nature has finally been tamed. Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth. My only quarrel with Frantz Fanon's acid insight into the colonial project is that his observation, at least with respect to the bush and natives, might as easily be applied to the pre-colonial and post-colonial eras. The expansion and peopling of legible state space was intrinsically difficult, given the open frontier. If it was occasionally achieved, it was due as much to the closing off of alternatives as to the inherent attractions of state space. The major alternative to irrigated paddy cultivation in mainland Southeast Asia, historically, and even today in much of the region, is shifting agriculture, also known as swidden or slash-and-burn agriculture. Inasmuch as it involves population dispersal, mixed cropping, including roots and tubers, and periodic opening of new fields, swiddening has been anathema to all state makers, traditional or modern. As by far the most precocious state in the region, the Chinese state since at least the Tang dynasty has been stigmatizing shifting cultivation and eradicating it when it could. Though shifting cultivation agriculture might provide a higher return to the cultivator's labor, this was a form of wealth that was inaccessible to the state. And, especially if it was advantageous to the cultivator, it represented, at the fringes of an often heavily taxed, rice-growing peasantry, a constant temptation as an alternative subsistence. Along China's southwestern frontier, shifting cultivators were encouraged, and sometimes forced, to abandon their shifting agriculture for sedentary grain production. The Chinese 17th century euphemism for incorporation into state space was to enter the map. It meant becoming a subject of the emperor, proclaiming loyalty and setting out on a cultural journey that would, in Han eyes, eventually lead to assimilation. Above all, however, the passage from nomadic agriculture to sedentary grain growing meant becoming a registered household that now figured in the official tax rolls. 41. The state fiscal imperatives that lay behind the desire of Vietnam's Emperor Minh Mang or China's officials to eradicate shifting cultivation have been reinforced in the modern era by two further considerations: political security and resource control. Because shifting cultivators were not incorporated into the state administration, because they spilled promiscuously across national boundaries, and because they were seen as ethnically distinct, they were seen as potentially subversive. In Vietnam, this has led to vast campaigns of forced resettlement and sedentarization. Another contemporary reason given for prohibiting shifting cultivation is that it is environmentally unsound, destroying soil cover, promoting erosion, and wasting valuable timber resources. To some considerable degree, this rationale was a direct policy inheritance from the colonial period. Its premise, we now understand, is wrong, except under special circumstances. The overriding reason behind such policies, it appears, has been the state's need to use such land for permanent settlement, to realize for itself the revenue from the extraction of natural resources, and to bring such non-state peoples finally to heel. As one government ethnographer informed a foreign colleague, the purpose of his study of the hill economy was to see how nomadic slash-and-burn agriculture can be eradicated among the minorities. 42. The campaign to sedentarize the nomads, begun in 1954, has, in one guise or another, remained a steadfast policy. Much the same continuity in policy, if not inconsistent enforcement, has typified the Thai state for much of its existence. Nicholas Tapp, an ethnographer of the Hmong, claims that the policies of sedentarization, permanent agriculture, political control, and tization represent highly conservative strategies which have characterized relations between state populations and upland developing minorities of the region for several centuries. 43. The attempts to stop swiddening became significantly more brutal at the height of the Cold War in the 1960s, after a Hmong rebellion was crushed by general purpose by means of artillery, military assaults, and napalm. Despite the fact that Vietnam and Thailand feared subversion from diametrically opposite points of the ideological compass, their policies were remarkably similar. The Hmong were to stop shifting cultivation and, as a policy document noted, officials were to persuade the hill tribes, living scatteredly sick, to move into project areas and settle down permanently. 44. State space had, under the circumstances, acquired additional meaning, but the new meaning only strengthened the reasons to eradicate shifting agriculture. 45. Perhaps the most long-standing violent campaign against shifting cultivation, designed to force the people who practice it into what amount to concentration camps around military bases or, failing that, to force them over the border into Thailand, is the Burmese military regime's campaign against the Karen. Armed columns are sent out before swidden fields are harvested to burn the grain or to beat it down and to lay landmines in the fields. Knowing how crucial a successful burn is to the swidden harvest, the army also sends units to burn the slash prematurely so as to ruin the chances for a good crop. By eradicating shifting cultivation and not a few of its practitioners, they minimize the chances for survival outside state spaces. 46. Such coincidence of policy across several centuries and, in the modern period, across very different types of regime is prima facie evidence that something fundamental about state-making is at work. E pluribus unum, the Creole Center. Whatever concentration of population around the court the potty state managed to achieve was a hard-won victory against considerable demographic odds. Statecraft with both eyes fixed on the accumulation of manpower could hardly be particular about whom it incorporated. A manpower state in this sense is, in principle, the enemy of hard and fast cultural distinctions and exclusiveness. Put more accurately, such states had great incentives to incorporate whomever they could and to invent cultural, ethnic, and religious formulas that would allow them to do so. This fact, true of all the potty states of mainland and maritime Southeast Asia, is rich in consequences for each of these lowland civilizations. The emphasis on inclusion and absorption was such that it would surely be mistaken to see the classical Burman or Thai state as endogenous, mono-ethnic expressions of cultural development. It is closer to the mark to see each such state core as a social and political invention, an alloy, an amalgam that bears traces of ingathering from many diverse sources. The culture of the center was a provisional work in progress, a kind of contingent vector sum of the various peoples and cultures who chose to identify with it or who were incorporated by force. Many of the formulas of incorporation were, one might say, on loan from the Indian subcontinent, in the form of Shaivite cults, Brahminical rituals, Hindu court rituals, and Buddhism, first Mahayana and then Theravada. Their value, as Oliver Wolters and others have suggested, lay in the fact that they both reinforced the claims to supernatural powers and legitimacy of local power holders and provided a universalizing framework for creating a new state-based identity from many ethnic and linguistic shards. 47. If this explicitly political perspective has any merit, its effect is to radically disentangle any essentialist understanding of Burmanness or Siameseness or, for that matter, Hanness. 48. Identity at the core was a political project designed to weld together the diverse peoples assembled there. Bondsmen of allied strongmen, slaves captured in warfare or raids, cultivators and merchants enticed by agricultural and commercial possibilities, they were in every case a polyglot population. The premium on incorporation meant that assimilation, intermarriage, and social mobility across permeable social barriers were relatively easy. Identity was a matter more of performance than of genealogy. 49. Each of the numerous potty states that came and went in the classical period represented something of a career open to talent. The culture each of them codified over time varied with the largely imported cultural and human material it had to work with. If there was a cultural attractiveness to the pre-colonial court centers, it was surely this capacity to absorb migrants and captives and, in 2 or 3 generations, to fashion them and their practices into an encompassing Burman or Thai cultural amalgam. A brief look at this process of amalgamation in the Thai potty state, in the Malay zone, and in classical Burma will sharpen our appreciation of the hybridity of the manpower state. 50. The central plane of what would become Siam was, in the 13th century, a complex mix of Mon, Khmer, and Thai populations who were an ethnicity in the process of becoming Siamese. 51. Victor Lieberman claims that by the mid-15th century in the Ayutthaya period, a distinctive Siamese culture had emerged among an administrative elite, Monet, and, it appears, only among them. Although their courtly culture drew on Khmer and Pali texts, the commoners, when the Portuguese Tome Pires wrote about them in 1545, were speakers of Mon dialects, not Thai, and cut their hair like the Mons of Pigou. The ingathering practices of the manpower state were very much in evidence at the end of the 17th century, when it is claimed that more than a third of the people in central Siam were foreigners descended chiefly from Lao and Mon captives. 52. Again in the early 19th century, the court redoubled its efforts to make good the massive losses of population during the Burmese Wars. As a result, all told, Laos, Mons, Khmers, Burmese and Malays may have equaled the number of self-identified Siamese in the Central Basin. Phuan, Lao, Cham, and Khmer peasant units formed the backbone of the standing army and navy around Bangkok. On the Kara Plateau after Anuvong's revolt of 1827, so many Lao deportees were resettled that they may have been as numerous as Siamese speakers within the kingdom as a whole. 53. What was true for the Chao Phraya Basin was also true for the veritable archipelago of smaller Thai/Shan Padi states scattered here and there farther north among the hills. The consensus is that the Thai/Shan statelets were a politico-military invention condamned as a system d'emboîtement in which the Thai were rather thin on the ground. This view matches the evidence that the Burmans were, themselves, also thin on the ground and that they constituted a pioneer, military elite with experience and skills at state building. That the conquering lords should have been few in number and yet ultimately hegemonic should not surprise those familiar with British history, inasmuch as the conquering Norman elite that came after 1066 to dominate Britain consisted of a mere 2,000 families. 54 The Thai/Shan conquerors grew by virtue of a talent for allying, absorbing, adapting, and syncretizing a confected kingdom out of the peoples available to them. The process involved incorporating remnants of pre-existing political systems, Mon, Lawa, Khmer, and, above all, absorbing large numbers of upland peoples. Condominas argues that captured hill peoples might start out as bondsmen but, over time, became Thai commoners entitled to hold Padi land. Those who were lucky or skilled enough to seize the Muan itself would be expected to adopt a Thai noble name, thus bringing their genealogy retrospectively in line with their personal achievement. 55 A majority of the population of most such states was composed of non-Thai peoples, and even many of those who had become Thai and Buddhist continued to use their own languages and customs. 56 Although today it is customary to believe that many Kachin are becoming Shan, the Kachin graduate student who attempted to show that most Shan were at one time Kachin was probably not far off the mark. 57 Shan society, Edmund Leach believed, was not so much a ready-made culture sweeping down from southwest China, as an indigenous growth resulting from an economic interaction of small-scale military colonies with an indigenous hill population over a long period. He adds, there are various other kinds of evidence which support the view that large sections of the people we now know as Shans are descendants of hill tribesmen who have in the recent past been assimilated into the more sophisticated ways of Buddhist Shan culture. 58 Similarly designed, but on a far smaller scale, these Padi states were ethnically plural, economically open, and culturally assimilationist. Shan identity is, in every case, tied to Padi cultivation and, in turn, to being a subject of a Shan state. 59 Through the medium of wet rice cultivation, Shanness and stateness are firmly linked. It is wet rice cultivation that ensures a fixed, sedentary population which is the basis for military superiority, for an accessible surplus, and for a political hierarchy. 60 Shifting cultivation, by contrast, implies non-Shan identity and, virtually by definition, living at a distance from the state. 61 The Burman states which have arisen since the 11th century in Upper Burma have almost defined the contours of the classical agrarian, manpower state. Their agroecological settling was, along with the Red River in Vietnam, perhaps the most favorable location for the concentration of manpower and grain production. The state-building corps, which each dynasty had to control, consisted of 6 districts, 4 of which, Kyaukse, Minview, Shwebo, and Mandalay, had perennial streams allowing extensive, year-round irrigation. Kyaukse, whose very name implies wet rice cultivation, was the richest of these districts. As early as the 12th century, there were areas where 3 crops could be grown annually. 62 By the 11th century, Lieberman estimates, there were several 100,000 people within an 80 to 100 mile radius of the court. 63 Like the Thai kingdoms, Pagan was a political mechanism for the accumulation of manpower and grain production. As such, it welcomed, or seized, settlers wherever they could be found and tied them to the court as subjects. Mid-13th century pagan, inscriptions suggest, was an ethnic mosaic including, in addition to Mons, Burmans, Kaduas, Skas, Kenyans, Palaungs, was, and Shans. 64 Some were there for the opportunities that a growing empire provided and, for some, perhaps, the move represented a voluntary assimilation of bilingual peoples eager to identify with the imperial elite. 65 There was, however, little doubt that a considerable portion of the population, particularly the Mon, was the prize of raiding, war, and forced resettlement. Holding together a state core of this magnitude, given the demography, was a tenuous enterprise. The temptations of a land frontier coupled with the burdens of life in state space, taxes, conscription, bondage, meant that the inevitable leakage had constantly to be replenished by military campaigns for captives and forced migration to the center. If the center, once established, managed to hold its own demographically until the mid-13th century, the exodus after that, perhaps because the rice plain offered such a concentration of booty to the Mongol invaders, became a hemorrhage and the empire collapsed. The last, Konbaung, dynasty before British rule was, like the earlier dynasties, a manpower-obsessed state. It was understood by its rulers to be a polyglot kingdom in which an oath of loyalty and payment of tribute signaled incorporation. Like the Burmans, the Mon, Siamese, Shan, Laos, Palaungs, and Paos were Theravada Buddhists. But judging from the Muslim and Christian communities with their own quarters, mosques, and churches, religious conformity was not a condition of political affiliation. Estimates of what proportion of the early Konbaung, late 18th century, population consisted of captives and their descendants necessarily involve a great deal of guesswork. Nevertheless, it seems that they represented between 15 and 25% of the realm's roughly 2 million subjects. 66 The bondsmen, as one might expect, were heavily concentrated near the court center and organized into royal service corps responsible for, say, boat building, weaving, infantry duty, arms making, cavalry, artillery. As amudan, literally, task carriers, they were distinguished from the Uthai, or commoners, on the one hand, and from the personal bondsmen of private individuals on the other. In the immediate environs of the court, the royal service population, many of them Manipuri, amounted to at least a quarter of the population. The undifferentiated term manpower doesn't begin to do justice to the discriminating accumulation of captives and guests selected with an eye to their usefulness. To cite the most celebrated instance, Sinbushian, after sacking Ayutthaya in 1767, brought back as many as 30,000 captives, including officials, playwrights, artisans, dancers, and actors, much of the royal family, and many of the court's literati. The result was not just a renaissance in Burmese art and literature but the creation of a new hybrid court culture. The court entourage included a cosmopolitan collection of valuable specialists, surveyors, gun founders, architects, traders, shipwrights, and accountants, as well as drill masters from Europe, China, India, the Arab world, and the rest of Southeast Asia. When it came to skilled manpower as well as foot soldiers and cultivators, the need for their services precluded rigid cultural exclusion. The combination of an elaborate status hierarchy and rapid mobility and assimilation was as characteristic of Konbaung Burma as it was of early Bangkok Siam. Most Burmans were at some point in their recent ancestry hyphenated Burmans of Shan, Mon, Thai, Manipuri, Arakan's, Karen, or other hill group backgrounds. If one goes back far enough, one could make a credible argument that many, if not most, Burmans were a cultural amalgam of the earlier Paiu-Burman encounter. Slaves, both debt bondsmen and captives, were, as elsewhere in Southeast Asia, likely over time to become commoners. Father Sangar Mano, who lived for more than 25 years in Ava and Rangoon at the turn of the 19th century, reported the great elaboration of Burmese legal codes covering different forms of bondage. He observed, however, that this slavery is never perpetual. 67. Perennial manpower concerns favored easy assimilation and rapid mobility and, in turn, made for very fluid, permeable ethnic boundaries. Lieberman makes an utterly convincing case that what is often seen as a Burman versus Mon war between Ava and Pigo was no such thing. In bilingual areas of Lower Burma, ethnic identity was more a political choice than a genealogical given. A change of dress, hairstyle, and perhaps residence, and, voila, one's ethnic identity had also shifted. Ironically, the force the Burmese court at Ava sent against Pigo had more Mons than Burmans, and those sent later, 1752, by the Peguans against Alapaya were largely Burman. The Ava-Pigo War is thus best understood as a regional conflict in which loyalty to the kingdom trumped all other considerations, and in which, in any case, identity was relatively negotiable. 68. In each of the three kingdoms we have examined, considerations of religion, language, and ethnicity did play a role in stratification within the political system. What is crucial for our purposes, however, is that they were no barrier to membership in the political system. Each of these criteria was, furthermore, subject to transformation rather rapidly and invariably over 2 generations. The manpower imperative was, everywhere, the enemy of discrimination and exclusion. 69. The pre-colonial state we have been examining is, in a sense, a special, limiting case of state-making in challenging demographic and technological conditions. If a state was to arise at all, its rulers would have to concentrate its subjects within a relatively narrow geographical area. Such principles of state space, namely, legibility and appropriateness, are at work in virtually all projects of rule, whether by states or by non-state institutions. Plantation agriculture with its monoculture and workers' barracks, and the mission station with its bell tower and the congregants settled in its shadow, are distinct forms of control, but each requires legibility and monitoring. It is a rare development project that does not also reshape the landscape and the patterns of residence and of production to achieve a greater degree of legibility and control. The early colonial regimes, in their pacification campaigns, used forced settlement, the destruction of swidens, and the concentration of subjects. It was only gradually that all-weather roads, railroads, telegraph lines, and a reliable currency allowed a greater dispersal of population and production with little loss of control. Only in counterinsurgency strategies do we see, in miniature, the attempt to closely concentrate a feared population in legible space, occasionally to the point where it comes to resemble an actual concentration camp. Techniques of population control. Slavery. Without slavery, no Greek state, no Greek art and science; without slavery, no Roman Empire. We should never forget that our economic, political, and intellectual development presupposes a state of things in which slavery was as necessary as it was universally recognized. In this sense we are entitled to say, without the slavery of antiquity, no modern socialism. Karl Marx. Where did the people living in state space in the pre-colonial era come from? Earlier theories, increasingly discredited, held that massive numbers of Thai and Burmans came from the north to displace earlier populations. Instead, it appears that rather modest numbers of Thai and Burmese established their political hegemony over the wet rice zones that suited them. 70 These potty states undoubtedly absorbed pre-existing populations such as the Paiute and Mon, as well as, in times of peaceful expansion, attracting immigrants seeking position, work, and trading opportunities. What is most striking, however, is that none of these potty states flourished except by slave raiding on a substantial scale. Formulaically, and paraphrasing an observation by Karl Marx about slavery and civilization, there was no state without concentrated manpower, there was no concentration of manpower without slavery, hence all such states, including especially the maritime states, were slaving states. Slaves, it is fair to say, were the most important cash crop of pre-colonial Southeast Asia, the most sought-after commodity in the region's commerce. Virtually every large trader was, simultaneously, a slave raider or a buyer. Every military campaign, every punitive expedition was, at the same time, a campaign for captives who could be bought, sold, or held. So familiar was the pattern that when Magellan was murdered on his second voyage, the Filipinos responsible rounded up what was left of his crew and sold them off in the islands. When the Burmese captured the port city of Sirium from Portuguese adventurers in the early 17th century, they grabbed the surviving Europeans and forcibly resettled them in villages near the capital, Ava. Southeast Asian kingdoms were remarkably broad-minded when it came to the acquisition of manpower. Only by scouring its periphery was a growing potty state able to achieve the concentration of population required to dominate and defend its core. The process of scouring was a pan-Southeast Asian phenomenon with systematic characteristics. Anthony Reed, author of the most important analysis of slavery, explains the pattern. Before indentured labor was developed in the 19th century, the movement of captive peoples and slaves was the primary source of labor mobility in Southeast Asia. Typically it took the form of transferring people from weak, politically fragmented societies to stronger and wealthier ones. The oldest, and demographically most important, form of movement was the border raiding against animist-swidden cultivators and hunter-gatherers by stronger wet rice cultivators of the river valleys. 71. Another way of describing the process is the systematic removal of captives from non-state spaces, particularly the hills, in order to deposit them at, or nearby, state spaces. The pattern could be discerned in Cambodia in 1300 and continued in some areas, for example, Malaysia, well into the 20th century. Gibson claims that until roughly 1920, the majority of the urban Southeast Asian population were either captives or their descendants, often in the past 2 or 3 generations. 72. The evidence is pervasive. In the Thai world, by way of illustration, fully 3/4 of the kingdom of Chiang Mai's population in the late 19th century consisted of war captives. Chiang Sen, Kayingsan, another Thai statelet, had nearly 60% slaves. In Lamphun 17,000 of a total of 30,000 subjects were slaves. Rural elites also held slaves as part of their labor force and entourage. Such slaves were captured directly in war or were purchased from slave raiding parties that combed the hills kidnapping whomever they could. 73 To read any of the court histories or chronicles of Thai or Burman kingdoms is to be treated to a long series of accounts of raids whose success is typically measured by the number and skills of the captives. Rebellion, or failure to send the appropriate tribute, was frequently punished by the sacking and burning of the disobedient district and the deportation of its subjects to the victor's court center. When the ruler of Songkhla, after first refusing, finally came to Ayutthaya to present tribute, the king arranged for all of Songkhla's inhabitants to be carried off into slavery nearer the capital. The magnitude of slaving is less obscure than many other subjects to historians precisely because the taking of captives was the public purpose of statecraft. There were, of course, many other ways than by capture to become a slave in these political systems. Debt bondage was common, in which the debtor and or members of his family became slaves of the creditor until the debt was acquitted. Children were sold into bondage by their parents, and convicted criminals were condemned to slavery as punishment. If, however, such mechanisms constituted the major social origin of slavery, one would expect that most slaves would be culturally similar to their masters, except for the formal status difference. But this was not the case, as Catherine Bowie shows for northern Thailand. The majority of slaves, here and elsewhere, appear to come from culturally distinct hill populations and to have been taken in slave raids as prizes of war. 74. The scale of slaving and its effects are hard to imagine. 75 Slaving expeditions were a regular, dry-season commercial venture in much of the mainland. Between freebooting expeditions, small-scale kidnapping, and the larger-scale deportations, for example, the 6,000 families removed forcibly to Thailand after the Siamese capture of Vientiane in 1826, whole regions were largely stripped of their inhabitants. Bowie quotes the late 19th century observer A. C. Calhoun, who captures something of the extent and human impact. There is little doubt that the sparsity of hill tribes in the hills neighboring Simi Chiang Mai has been chiefly caused by there having been, in the olden time, systematically hunted like wild cattle, to supply the slave market. The slaves who are captured become slaves in the fullest sense of the word, they are carried off with no hope of deliverance save death and escape. Trapped by ambush, and driven off after capture, like fallow deer, by the men-hunters, they are torn from their forests, chained, and taken to the chief places of the Shan country Chiang Mai, Siam, and Cambodia for disposal. 76. As different agroecological zones, the hills and lowland valleys were natural trading partners. Alas, however, the most important hill commodity for expansive valley states was its manpower. 77. This kind of manpower hunting and gathering was so lucrative that hill people and not a few hill societies as a whole became deeply implicated in the trade. Alongside war captives and punitive resettlement, lowland populations were augmented by what were essentially commercial slaving expeditions. Societies in the hills could often be classified into weak, fragmented societies that served as the sources of slave raids, the prey, and highland groups that organized slave raids and frequently held slaves themselves, the predators. The Aka, the Palaw, and the Lasu, for example, seem to fit in the first category and, at times, the Karenni and Kachin in the second. Capturing and selling slaves was such a mainstay of the Kachin economy that an early colonial official could declare that slavery is a national custom among the Kachins. 78. The Karen, by contrast, appear sometimes as prey and sometimes as predator. 79. As is so often the case with a major commodity, slaves became virtually the standard of value by which other goods were denominated. A slave in the Chin Hills in the late 19th century was worth 4 head of cattle, a good gun, or 12 pigs. Slaves were current coin in the hills, and passed from hand to hand as easily as a banknote in more civilized regions. 80. The tight association between hill peoples and the social origin of most slaves is strikingly indexed in the fact that the terms for slaves and hill peoples were often interchangeable. At the bottom of a Thai kingdom, Condominas reports, were the sa or xa in Vietnamese, like its equivalent ka in the Lao and Siamese languages. The term can be either translated as slave or mountain tribe, according to the context. 81. Similarly, the term for savage or barbarian in Vietnamese, moi, has indelible servile connotations and, in pre-colonial time, the Central Highlands were called Rung Moi or forests of the savages. The Khmer term for barbarian, Phnang, has similar connotations. 82. The memory of slave raids permeates many contemporary hill societies. It is present in legend and myth, in accounts of abduction that the present generation has heard from parents and grandparents, and, in some cases, in personal memories of the elderly. Thus the Po Karen tell of repeated abductions from the area around Malamayan and their forced relocation as slaves in Thai kingdoms. When Karens want to make their children behave, they scare them by saying that a Thai will come and carry them off. 83. The Lamut, in what is now Laos, have a collective memory of Burmese slave raids in which their hair was colored with lime to make them easily identifiable. In response, they remember retreating to ridge villages surrounded by pits to avoid being taken. 84. The culture of some groups, it appears, has been fundamentally shaped by a fear of slavery and by the measures taken to avoid it. Leo Alting Bonjaza makes this case convincingly for the Aka of the Thai-Yunnan border region, whose curing rituals recapitulate the experience of lowland captivity and eventual freedom. They, like the Lamut, see themselves as a relatively powerless group which must live by its wits and stay well clear of lowland power centers. 85. The difference between slave raiding and warfare, in this context, becomes almost a theological issue. Large-scale warfare was conducted against other kingdoms in which the existence of the realm and its dynasty were often at stake. In the smaller wars, less was at stake, but in each case the losing side could expect to have much of its population swept up and carried back to the victor's core region. In the case of expeditions into the hills to hunt slaves, warfare gave way to something like a manhunt directed at less organized peoples whose only option was guerrilla-style self-defense or flight. The prize in all three cases was manpower. A war was a dangerous wholesale gamble for manpower, slave raids were a less dangerous, though armed, retail enterprise. Just as one could fairly call the Burmese and Thai states warfare states, it would be just as accurate to describe them as slaving states. The taking of captives was not just the major strategic objective of warfare, it was the personal objective of the officers and men serving in the army. These were armies with both eyes fixed on the loot. Of the spoils, only elephants, horses, arms, and ammunition were reserved explicitly for the Burmese crown. The rest, children, women, men, cattle, gold, silver, apparel, and foodstuffs, was the property of the soldiers who had seized it, to dispose of as they pleased. The Glass Palace Chronicle of the Kings of Burma reports that during the late 18th century attack on Linzan, Vientiane, an infantryman leading back 40 captives as his personal booty sold one of them to the king, who thought the man would make a good soldier. 86 One must see these armies not as unified bureaucratic organizations collectively obeying the will of their commander, but rather as something like a joint trading venture, albeit a dangerous one, from which the various investors and participants expect to make a profit. The pattern conforms to Max Weber's description of certain forms of pre-modern warfare as booty capitalism, a speculative, for-profit war in which there is an understanding among the investors about how the proceeds will be distributed if the enterprise succeeds. When we consider that such armies also had to provision themselves en route to their military objective, we can appreciate how destructive and feared they must have been. The armies, some of which were apparently quite large, would require carts, oxen, water buffaloes, porters, rice, meat, and recruits, to replace deserters, all along the way. When plunder is added to the requirements of living off the land, and the need to destroy the crops and dwellings of captives to discourage them from returning, one appreciates that this sort of warfare could be utterly ruinous without necessarily being very sanguinary. 87. A certain proportion of the captives forcibly taken back to the victor's territory thus came as personal property rather than crown property. Manpower was not simply an end of statecraft, it was also an important mark of status, reflected in the size of one's personal entourage. Elites jockeyed to accumulate a critical mass of dependents through debt bondage and purchase that would ensure their status and wealth. The crown, prominent families, and religious establishments, for example, Buddhist abbeys, all competed against one another for the available manpower resources. At a higher level, the party states were in competition with one another for population that represented the only guarantee of their power. Thus the Siamese and Burmans were, once Pegu had fallen, in constant conflict over which of them would come to monopolize the Mon and Karen populations that lay between them. Ava and Chiang Mai competed over the Lawa and Karen who lay between them. Their competition was not always warlike. From time to time, like real estate agents in a buyer's market with a high vacancy rate, they would offer favorable terms to those who would agree to settle under their wing. Thus northern Thai leaders offered the Lawa and Karen exemption from corvée and taxes as long as they would permanently settle in a designated area and provide annual tribute in valuable mountain products. In the teeth of rapacious district officials, military commanders, and slave raiders, however, even the well-intentioned ruler was unlikely to be able to keep such a promise. In this context, the Chiang Mai ruler's curse "May those who oppress the Lawa be destroyed" may fairly be read against the grain to indicate how relatively powerless he was to enforce his wish. 88. When the manpower machine was working well, when a dynasty was attracting or, more likely, capturing population at a rate that far exceeded its losses, it was perforce becoming more cosmopolitan at the same time. The greater the diversity of peoples it absorbed, the more its metropolitan culture bore the linguistic and cultural traces of its hybridity. In fact, such cultural hybridity was a condition of its success. Just as the Malay coastal state, underneath its shared Malay language and the profession of Islam, was appreciably different depending on the cultural streams it had incorporated, so did the Thai and Burman party states reflect the cultures of those they had accepted or seized under a cultural portmanteau of Theravada Buddhism and a dominant language. The party states' project of amassing population was a perilous, shaky enterprise for several reasons. First, of course, the demography was working against it. Population was always, for reasons we shall explore in more detail, leaking away. Much of the history of any particular potty state could well be written in terms of the oscillation over time between ingathering and exodus. Whenever the crown was unable to replenish its population through a combination of capture by warfare, slaving expeditions, and the attractions of commerce and culture at the center, it risked a fatal erosion of its demographic and military strength. The decline of the restored Tonganga kingdom after 1626 and that of the Konbong kingdom after 1760 can be traced to similar disequilibria. Following the conquests of the early restored Tonganga kings, an extended period of peace meant that there were not enough new captives to offset the losses of subjects fleeing the overexploitation of the nuclear area. In the 1780s, the unraveling of the Konbong kingdom under King Bodahpaya was less due to passivity than to failed invasions of neighbors and unprecedented labor drafts for public works that turned the normal trickle of subjects leaving the core into a crippling mass exodus. 89. The second obstacle was simply that, looked at comprehensively, the mad scramble for manpower was essentially a zero-sum game. This was painfully obvious in the case of wars between potty states in which the gains of the victor tended to equal the losses of the defeated. Even in the case of slave-raiding expeditions to the hills, a small number of petty kingdoms were competing for the same limited pool of captives. Finally, the rulers of the potty states were systematically losing much of their accessible grain and population through their inability to overcome the combined fiscal resistance and evasion of their own elites and commoners. We turn then to this last dilemma of rule and the paradox that, when such resistance was crushed, it provoked a massive exodus, with consequences for the state that were typically even more catastrophic. Fiscal legibility. An efficient system of taxation requires, first and foremost, that the objects of taxation, people, land, trade, be made legible. Population rolls and cadastral maps of productive land are the key administrative tools of legibility. As in the case of our earlier distinction between gross domestic product and state accessible product, there is an important distinction to be made here between the total population and what James Lee calls the fiscal population, the population which is administratively legible. 90. A similar distinction might be made between actual cultivated land and total trade on the one hand and fiscal land holding and fiscal trade on the other. It is, of course, only the registered, fiscal, land and population that are assessed and, hence, accessible. The degree of slippage between fiscal resources and off-the-books resources is a rough measure of the efficiency of a tax system. In pre-modern political systems that slippage was substantial. An effort at fine mesh record-keeping was made on Burmese King Thalun's order in the early 17th century, to list the land under cultivation and thus taxable, the people's names, ages, sex, birthdays, and children, the members and lands of the various crown service groups, the local officials and their service lands, and the boundaries of their jurisdiction. 91. The king wanted, in effect, a complete inventory of his taxable resources. Like all such records, even if it was accurate when compiled, it was a static snapshot that was soon overtaken by land transfers, population movement, and inheritance, among other things. Other decrees aimed at preserving the validity of the records by prohibiting certain kinds of social change that would make them invalid. Subjects were forbidden to move without explicit permission, and were barred from changing their civil status from commoner or royal servicemen to bondsmen. The relative permanence of irrigated potty fields and a standardized fiscal family under a male head of household were also aids to legibility at the core. 92. Above and beyond the inherent difficulties of pre-modern fiscal administration, the monarch faced a more systematic and intractable structural problem. He was in direct competition with his own officials, nobles, and clerics for manpower and grain. Although the Royal Crown Service population, Amudan, was the most accessible manpower base for the Crown, its ranks were being constantly eroded. It was in the interest of such servicemen to change their status to a less onerous and less legible one. Several options were open: to be a commoner, a thigh, a private client to a powerful patron, or a debt bondsman, or to join a large, undocumented floating population. It was, at the same time, very much in the interest of the king's officials and prominent nobles to abet, in every way possible, this shift in fiscal status, for it allowed them to sequester these resources for their own entourages and tax bases. 93 Many of the Kanbong legal codes are devoted to thwarting this drift toward fiscal invisibility and hence into the hands of other elites. Reading this litany of prohibitions again against the grain suggests that the crown was less than completely successful. The rulers of the Thai kingdom struggled against the same tendency for officials, nobles, and religious authorities to appropriate the crown's fiscal resources for themselves. Thus the founder of the northern Thai kingdom of Lan Na, King Mangray, declared the deserters from the king's service who try to avoid their obligations, should not be allowed to become slaves of others than the king. 94. Both the Thai and Burman crowns, in the era before internal passports and identity papers, hit on the device of tattooing much of the male population to indelibly mark one's status. Soldiers recruited or press-ganged into the Kanbong army were tattooed with symbols showing that they were liable for military service. 95 The Thais tattooed as well. Thai slaves and bondsmen were tattooed on the wrist with a mark indicating whether they belonged to the king or to a noble. If a slave belonged to a noble, that particular noble was indicated in the tattoo in much the same way a cattle brand is used to indicate livestock ownership. 96 Karen prisoners of war were tattooed to indicate their status as war captives. The system of tattoos gave rise to bounty hunters, who coursed the forests looking for runaways to return to their rightful owners. Such measures not only indicated that the monitoring of manpower was, in most respects, more important than the registration of land, but that it was also more difficult. The king's officials and local power holders also had more banal reasons for any sleight of hand that would remove resources from the crown so that they could be privatized and plundered. Thus the population rolls were, as the first colonial censuses documented, greatly understated. Officials removed land from the land registers for a fee, appropriated poorly documented crown lands themselves, underreported tax receipts, and left households off the tax rolls altogether. William Koenig estimates that anywhere from 10 to 40% of crown revenue was lost in this fashion. He cites an instance after an 1810 fire in Rangoon when officials were directed to conduct a new housing census. They omitted 1,000 of the 2,500 houses from the new register. 97 The net result was anything but an easing of the tax burden on commoners. Rather, it was a shift in the division of the spoils of state that was potentially ruinous for the crown and for commoners as well. Faced with the steady evaporation of its tax base through outright flight and through the fiscal invisibility we have just described, the ruler of the Padi state was hard put to hold the realm together. One of the few options open to him was a military campaign for captives to replenish those he was steadily losing. The advantage of new war prisoners was that many of them would become crown servicemen and hence owe service, at least initially, directly to the crown. This may, speculatively, help explain the tendency of such Padi states to become warfare states. Only through warfare could the ruler stand a chance on making good, at one stroke, his continuing loss of manpower. Smaller-scale slave raids into the hills and attacks on peripheral villages carried less risk, but the yield in manpower was correspondingly small. Larger-scale wars could bring in many thousands of captives. As noted, though, while this may have been a rational strategy for a particular ruling dynasty, it was systemically irrational. In a war between two Padi states, the loser was likely to suffer a catastrophic diminution of its population. State space as self-liquidating. The most thoughtful historians of pre-modern states in Southeast Asia have been struck by their fragility, by the boom and bust quality of their growth and collapse. Victor Lieberman has described them as having a convulsive quality, whereas Oliver Wolters has applied the term concertina. 98 In this final section, I want to endorse and expand on Lieberman's argument that there are systematic, structural reasons behind this fragility and oscillation. The straightforward logic of self-liquidation can, for the purposes of illustration, be seen at work in the counterinsurgency policy of the contemporary military tyranny in Burma. Military units are attempting to control more of the insurgent border region while, at the same time, being told by their financially strapped commanders that they must provision themselves locally. Thus, a little like the pre-modern state, military units must find the labor, cash, building material, and foodstuffs to sustain themselves in a rugged and hostile environment. They do this, typically, by essentially capturing and concentrating a substantial civilian population around their base, which becomes their available pool of manpower, grain, and revenue. The civilians try to flee, first and foremost among them the poorest, who cannot buy their way out of forced labor or afford to provide the grain and taxes extorted from them. As a Karen schoolteacher put it to a human rights researcher, along the road, down in the plains, there used to be many villages, but the big villages have become small and the small villages have become forest. Many people have gone to the other towns or come up here to the mountains, because the SPDC military government demands so many taxes from them and forces them to do all kinds of labor. 99 The consequences for those left behind are predictable, as the abuses continue, focusing on fewer people, the less vulnerable become progressively more vulnerable and are gradually forced into flight themselves. 100. Variations of essentially this argument have been made about the pre-modern Thai and Burman states by Ruby Budana, Lieberman, and Koenig. 101 The heartland or core region of the Padi state is the most legible and accessible concentration of grain and manpower. Other things being equal, it is this population from which it is easiest and most efficient to extract the resources necessary to sustain the state and its elite. The fiscal temptation was to press heaviest on this core population and, as a result, it was likely to be the most beleaguered. Thus, under the Konbong kings, those in the Mandalayeva area were the most coomed over for corvée and grain, whereas those at a greater remove were able to get away with more nominal tribute. If we recall that a considerable portion of the core population itself had been sequestered by officials and private notables, then it is clear that the burden fell disproportionately on the Crown Service population, many of whom were descended from captives and commoners who figured on the tax rolls. This population operated like something of a homeostatic device for the state as a whole. The greater the pressure exerted on it, the more likely it would simply flee out of range or, in some cases, rebel. Lieberman offers many examples of this pattern of the Padi state, in effect, killing the goose that lays the golden egg. The late 16th century king of Pigo, the son of the famous Bayan Nong, deserted by many outlying military tributaries, was compelled to press with desperation on his core population, forcing monks into the army and executing deserters. The harder he pressed, the more population he lost. Cultivators disappeared en masse to become private retainers and debt bondsmen or defected to the hills and other kingdoms. Deprived of its grain producers and soldiers, Pigo was, at the end of the century, sacked by its enemies. 102 Perhaps the most notable instance of near collapse was at the turn of the 19th century. Although the kingdom was blessed with the captives that Alopea's conquests and his dispossession of his opponents had added, the fiscal pressure on this population, aggravated by a drought and a failed invasion of Siam, resulted in a great exodus. 103 The breakdown of the Trin in the early 18th century fits this pattern as well. Increasingly, the autonomy of local notables had allowed them to escape taxes themselves and appropriate labor and property that would otherwise have been available to the state. As a result, the burden was carried by ever fewer people who were at the same time the ones least able to pay. 104 Flight and rebellion on a large scale followed. The king's counselors surely knew, implicitly or explicitly, the structural problems they faced. The proverbs about manpower, their efforts to prevent the loss of manpower and grain to their own officials, their attempts at a more rigorous inventory of the resources they did have, and their search for other forms of revenue tell us as much. Knowing this, one might have expected statecraft to consist in sailing as close to the wind as they could, that is, in extracting resources just short of the point at which they would provoke flight or rebellion. Short of a series of very successful wars for captives and slave raiding, this would be the most reasonable strategy. 105. There are at least 3 reasons why the pre-modern state was unable to calibrate its extract ions in this way. Their relative importance is hard to determine and, in any event, might vary from case to case. The first reason is simply that states did not have the kind of structural information that would allow them to make such a fine-grained judgment, especially since many of their officials had their own reasons to deceive the crown. The crop was in principle legible, but the officials were not. Second, the fiscal capacity of the population varied widely, as it would in any agrarian economy, from season to season depending on harvest fluctuations due to weather, pests, and crop diseases. Even theft and banditry could be a factor here. Concentrated above-ground grain crops were just as big a temptation to gangs of thieves, rebels, or rival kingdoms as they were to the state. Allowing for the great variation in the cultivator's capacity to pay year by year would have required the crown to sacrifice its own fiscal demands for the welfare of its peasantry. All the evidence suggests that, quite to the contrary, the pre-colonial and colonial states tried to guarantee themselves a steady take, at the expense of their subjects. 106. There is evidence, which we shall explore in more detail, that the demography and agroecology of state space, in fact, makes it more vulnerable to instability in food supply and to illness. Very briefly, fully occupied monocultures seem less environmentally resilient than dispersed, mixed cultivation. They are more prone to crop disease, they have less of an environmental buffer in case of crop failure, and they promote the multiplication of their obligate pests. Much the same might be said about the concentration of people together with livestock and poultry as well. We know that most epidemic diseases are zoonotic, moving between domestic animals and humans. We know that urban populations in the West did not successfully replace themselves reproductively until the mid-19th century. We know that the grain diet of early agrarian societies was nutritionally inferior to the mixed diet it replaced, and, finally, we have ample evidence of crop failures, famines, and cholera outbreaks in pre-colonial Southeast Asia. Although somewhat speculative, it is likely that the concentrations of rice and men in state spaces carried their own substantial risks. The third reason, however obvious it might seem, was the tremendous capriciousness introduced by a political system in which the king was, at least in theory, all-powerful. There is no rational accounting for Bodapea's ruinous invasion of Siam on the heels of a famine, nor is there one for his massive use of corvée around 1800 to build hundreds of pagodas, including one at Mingan that was to have been the largest in the world. 107 After all the structural and ecological reasons for the instability of pre-colonial dynasties have been accounted for, there is the added factor of arbitrary, tyrannical rule that is not institutionalized. It is little wonder that the Padi state was a fragile and evanescent affair. Given the demographic, structural, and personal obstacles in its path, what is remarkable, on a long view, is that it did occasionally coalesce long enough to create a defining cultural tradition. Chapter 4. Civilization and the Unruly. Why this sudden restlessness, this confusion? How serious people's faces have become? Why are the streets and squares emptying so rapidly? Everyone's going home lost in thought. Because night has fallen and the barbarians have not come. And some who have just returned from the border say, there are no barbarians any longer. And now, what's going to happen to us without barbarians? They were, those people, a kind of solution. See. Cavify, Waiting for the Barbarians, 1914. In effect, the essential thing is to gather into groups this people which is everywhere and nowhere. The essential thing is to make them something we can seize hold of. When we have them in our hands, we will then be able to do many things which are quite impossible for us today and will perhaps allow us to capture their minds after we have captured their bodies. French officer, Algeria, 1845. This people have never turned their attention to agricultural pursuits, nor can it be expected of them until they are placed upon a reservation. If they are not provided with such a home, they are destined to remain outside of those influences which are calculated to civilize or Christianize them, and render them useful members of society. Wild Indians, like wild horses, must be corralled upon reservations. There they can be brought to work. Bureau of Indian Affairs Agent to the Shoshone, 1865. The permanent settlement of populations is, along with taxes, perhaps the oldest state activity. It has always been accompanied by a civilizational discourse in which those who are settled are presumed to have raised their cultural and moral level. While the rhetoric of high imperialism could speak unself-consciously of civilizing and Christianizing the nomadic heathen, such terms strike the modern ear as outdated and provincial, or as euphemisms for all manner of brutalities. And yet if one substitutes the nouns development, progress, and modernization, it is apparent that the project, under a new flag, is very much alive and well. What is striking about this civilizational discourse is its staying power. Its permanence is all the more remarkable in the light of evidence that ought to have shaken it to its very foundations. It survives despite our awareness that people have been moving, for millennia, back and forth across the semi-permeable membrane between the civilized and the uncivilized or the not yet civilized. It survives despite the perennial existence of societies that occupy an intermediate position socially and culturally between the two presumed spheres. It survives despite massive evidence of cultural borrowing and exchange in both directions. And it survives despite an economic integration driven by complementarity that makes of the two spheres a single economic unit. Much of the actual content of what it means to be civilized, to be Han, to be a proper Thai or Burman is exhausted by being a fully incorporated, registered, tax-paying subject of the state. Being uncivilized is, by contrast, often the converse, to live outside the ambit of the state. Much of this chapter is devoted to examining how state formation creates, in its wake, a barbarian frontier of tribal peoples to which it is the pole of comparison and, at the same time, the antidote. Valley states, highland peoples, dark twins. Legitimating the classical state in Southeast Asia was, in modern parlance, a hard sell. The very idea of the classical state, far from being an organic elaboration of indigenous concept of rule, was, like the modern nation-state, largely a cultural and political import. The Hinduized concept of the universal monarch provided the ideological apparatus to support a claim to ritual supremacy in a political context otherwise characterized by contending, and presumptively equal, strong men. With the help of court Brahmins, ambitious courts from the 10th to the 14th century set about making large cosmological claims and incorporating local cults of their outlying provinces under an imperial ritual umbrella. 1 The effect was something like the 18th century Russian court at St. Petersburg mimicking the manners, language, and rituals of the French court at Versailles. Making such a claim stick required not just convincing theater, as Geertz has shown, but a core population whose manpower and grain could reinforce the court's claim. And this, in turn, required coercion in the form of slaving expeditions and a system of unfree labor. The classical state, in short, was anything but self-legitimating. It was perhaps for this reason that the cosmological bluster of such states tended to compensate for their relative weakness politically and militarily. 2. Given the fact that such states were created by an ingathering of various peoples living outside state structures, it is not surprising that the major elements representing a civilized existence happen to coincide with life in the potty state, living in permanent villages in the valleys, cultivating fixed fields, preferably wet rice, recognizing a social hierarchy with kings and clerics at its apex, and professing a major salvation religion Buddhism, Islam, or, in the case of the Philippines, Christianity. 3 Nor is it surprising that each of these characteristics should be the mirror image of the surrounding societies remaining outside the sphere of the potty state, the hill peoples. Viewed from the court center of the potty state, the thinner the air you breathe, the less civilized you are. It is no exaggeration to say that the presumptive level of civilization can, from a valley perspective, be often read as a function of altitude. Those on the mountaintops are the most backward and uncivilized, those living mid-slope are slightly more elevated culturally, those living in upland plateaus and growing irrigated rice are, again, more advanced, though certainly inferior to those at the core of the valley state, with the court and king at its apex, who represent the pinnacle of refinement and civilization. Hilliness per se is disqualifying. Thus many of the Pala in Burma are Theravada Buddhists, dress like Burmans, and speak fluent Burmese. They are not, however, considered civilized so long as they live in the hills. A contemporary version of this correlation was expressed by a Vietnamese ethnographer, Mac Durong, famous for his path-breaking and sympathetic studies of minorities, many of whom, he believes, were long ago driven into the hills solely because they arrived on the scene after the Vietnamese had occupied the bottomland. The logic behind his understanding of why such groups were called Man, a term that has come over the centuries to mean savage, was clear. As Patricia Pelly noted, there were legitimate reasons to refer to the highland peoples as savage, and the rationale, while not explicitly stated, was apparent. Civilization could be gauged by geography, and more especially, by elevation. The people in the lowlands, ethnic Vietnamese, were fully civilized, those dwelling in the midlands were partially civilized, but highlanders were still savage, and the higher the elevation the greater the degree of savagery. For it does not suffice to terrace land and create wet rice paddies to qualify as civilized. The Hani, along the upper reaches of the Red River in northern Vietnam, do just that and are still seen as man. This inversion of elevation and civilizational standing works much the same way in Thailand. As a lifelong student of the Aka, linguistically related to the Hani, the late Leo Alting Vanjaza observed that the Aka, as a mid-slope people, are stigmatized as uncivilized, though not so uncivilized as groups living at the highest elevations. This situation, he wrote, is structured, in an inverse way to the Sakdin, a lowland Thai ranking type of hierarchy, with the lowest class the highest up Mong Khmer groups such as Wa, Bulang, Khmer, Din, and Dulong, and the socially highest situated lowest, in the valleys and plains 5. Linguistic usage in Burmese and Chinese reflects the way in which lowland centers of civilization are elevated symbolically. Thus, to go to the capital city or to school is generally to go up or climb or rise, tek. Even if one lives on a mountaintop, one still goes up to Mandalay. Similarly, when one goes to rural villages or to the hills, one goes down or descends, even if the place in question is thousands of feet above the capital in altitude. Here, as in some Western contexts, up and down have nothing to do with altitude and everything to do with cultural elevation. 6. If living at high elevations was coded barbarian by the Padi state, so too was physical mobility and dispersal. Here again there are strong parallels with the history of the Mediterranean world. Christian and Muslim states regarded mountain dwellers and nomadic peoples, precisely those peoples who had thus far eluded the grasp of the state, as pagan and barbarian. Muhammad himself made it abundantly clear that nomads who embraced Islam must, as a condition of their conversion, settle permanently or pledge to do so. 7 Islam was the faith of a sedentary elite, and it was assumed that one could not be a satisfactory Muslim without being settled. Bedouins were regarded as wild men, the precise opposite of the Meccan, urban ideal. In civilizational terms, nomadism was to the Arab state what elevation was to the Padi state. In Southeast Asia as well, the idea of civilization was in large measure an agroecological code. Peoples who appeared to have no fixed abode, who moved constantly and unpredictably, were beyond the pale of civilization. Here the condition of remaining legible to the state and producing a surplus that is readily appropriable is embedded in the concept of civilization. A similar stigma has been applied in the West as in Southeast Asia to subjects, even if ethnically and religiously part of the dominant society, who have no permanent residence, variously termed vagrants, homeless, vagabonds, tramps. Aristotle thought famously that man was by nature a citizen of a city, polis. People who chose consciously to not belong to such a community, apolis, were, by definition, of no worth. 8 When whole peoples, such as pastoralists, gypsies, Swidden cultivators follow, by choice, an itinerant or semi-itinerant livelihood, they are seen as a collective threat and are collectively stigmatized. Vietnamese, however widely they may range to find work and land, think of themselves, nevertheless, as having an ancestral place to which they will, or might, Return. Point 9. Those without an ancestral place are stigmatized as people of the four corners of the world. 10. Hill peoples are, by extension, whole societies of vagrants, at once pitiable, dangerous, and uncivilized. The state-sponsored campaign to sedentarize the nomads, or the campaign for fixed cultivation and fixed residence, designed to curtail shifting cultivation and resettle highland peoples away from the frontiers and to teach them wet rice cultivation, had a deep resonance among the Vietnamese population. It seemed to them and their officials that they were engaged in a magnanimous effort to bring backward and uncouth peoples into the fold of Vietnamese civilization. Burmans, while less concerned than Vietnamese with ancestral tombs per se, have a comparable fear of and contempt for wanderers with no fixed abode. Such people are called Lueli Lulwin, literally, a person blown about by the wind, which could variously be rendered as vagrant, tramp, or wanderer, with the connotation of one going to waste. 11. Many of the hill peoples are seen in the same light as backward, unreliable, and without culture. For the Burmese, as for the Chinese, itinerant peoples were civilization allies suspect by definition. These stereotypes persist and plague hill peoples in Burma today. Thus a Catholic student of Padakaran, both hill peoples, parentage hesitated when fleeing the military repression of the 1988 democratic movement on account of the stigma attached to taking refuge in the forest. I was afraid, quite simply, of being branded as a jungle fugitive by my fellow countrymen. The word jungle ta still carried pejorative overtones in the speech of urban Burmese. Anyone taking refuge with the ethnic insurgents was called a jungle child ta ka le, which implied primitiveness, anarchy, violence, and disease, as well as the unpleasant proximity of wild animals which the Burmese detested. I had always been painfully sensitive about being regarded as part of a primitive tribe, and much of my ambition in Tongai and Mandalay had been to escape into civilization. 12. The Qing General Orda, who described the hill peoples of Yunnan as barbarian nomads who were the antithesis of civilized ideals, was not only being redundant, he was expressing an equation to which all potty state rulers might subscribe. 13. For the Chinese, Burmese, and Siamese states, certain modes of subsistence and the agroecological niche in which they were practiced were irretrievably barbaric. Hunting and gathering as well as shifting cultivation were necessarily practiced in the forests. 14. This in itself was outside the pale. A 17th-century Chinese text describes the Lahu of Yunnan as people of the mountains, forests, and streams. 15. It claims that they eat everything raw and do not bury their dead, comparing them to apes and monkeys. Far from entertaining the possibility that, as Anthony Walker believes, they became hill Swiddeners only when they fled the valleys, they were assumed to be true aboriginals. The proof of their primitive, or condition was precisely the list of their customs and practices, dwellings, clothes, or their absence, footwear, or its absence, diet, burial practices, and demeanor that contravened every ideal of Confucian civilization. Reading some of the reports of Han officials on the multitudinous and confusing hill peoples of the southwest frontier, one is left with two impressions. The first is that of an ethnographic field guide to the birds. The Lahu wear such and such colors, can be found in such and such a habitat, and subsist in such and such a manner, allowing administrators to recognize them as they fly by, so to speak. The second impression is that they are all being placed in an evolutionary and civilizational sequence in which the ideals of Han civilization are the metric. Viewed this way, the hill tribes are ranged from very raw, primitive, to very cooked. Thus we get a series of the following kind: almost Han, on their way to being Han, could eventually become Han if they wanted to, and if we wanted them to, and, finally, a category, for the wildest of the Lahu, for example, uncivilizable, which meant, of course, not really human. It is a rare term for people at the periphery of state power: Swiddeners, hill people, forest dwellers, or even peasants in the deep countryside that does not carry stigmatizing connotations. For the Burmans, the term for villagers far from cultural centers is Tatha, literally, forest dweller, with the connotation of rustic, wild, and uncouth, Yain. 16. The indelible association of the valley state with fixed field grain agriculture, and hence with a quasi-permanent social order of aristocrats and commoners that represented civilization, had ironic consequences. Those who chose to leave the realm of inequalities and taxes for the hills placed themselves, by definition, beyond the pale. Altitude could then be coded primitive 17 in addition, to the degree that irrigated paddy cultivation massively alters the landscape, while hill agriculture appears less visually obtrusive, hill peoples came to be associated with nature as against culture. This fact enables the following false but common comparison: the civilized change the world, the barbarians live in the world without changing it. For Thai and Burman states, the profession of Theravada Buddhism was also a necessary, but not a sufficient, condition for the inclusion of hill peoples in the charmed circle of civilization. The importance of a major salvation religion would, as with Islam in the Malay world, seem to mark off such societies sharply from Han civilization, which had no such religious test. 18 The markers for levels of civilization, even among the party ethnographers classifying the tribes of Kazhu and Yunnan in the 1950s, were essentially Han technologies and customs. Did they plant in irrigated fields? Did they plow and use agricultural tools? Did they live in fixed settlements? Could they speak and write Chinese? Before 1948 they would have received extra marks for erecting temples to Han-style deities, most particularly, to the god of agriculture. 19 Even today the popular Han characterizations of minorities codes in an identical way for civilization. 20. Despite many superficial differences, the religious test for civilized behavior in Thai and Burman culture was also closely linked to the technologies and customs associated with wet rice cultivation. In strictly religious terms, adherence to Theravada Buddhism did not require, though it might provoke, momentous ritual changes. Pre-Buddhist animist practices, Nat worship and propitiation in Burma, Phi worship and propitiation in Siam, were readily accommodated, even doctrinally, within a syncretic Buddhism. Buddhism was, however, closely associated with a shift in religious and ethnic identity. As Richard O'Connor observes in the Thai context, mainlanders link religion to agriculture, agriculture to ritual, and ritual to ethnic identity. When hill farmers like Karen, Lawa, or Kachin take up valley wet rice, they find its proper cultivation requires Thai rituals. In effect, agricultural choices are bundled into ethnic wholes that function as competing agricultural complexes. A pragmatic shift between complexes thus begins ritual adjustments that may end as an ethnic shift. 21 O'Connor writes ethnic shift, but he might as well have written religious shift, inasmuch as the two are inseparable in this case. Thus we arrive at something of a civilizational paradox in this, as in the Chinese case. Conversion to Buddhism per se, when combined with attributes of hilliness, for example, shifting cultivation, residential mobility, is, as we saw in the case of the Pala, not convincingly civilizing, although it is a step in the right direction. That step, however, not only makes religious conversion that much more likely but is also historically associated with becoming Thai or Burman, that is, a subject of the Padi state. Thus becoming fully civilized, in the Valley view, is nearly indistinguishable from becoming Han, Thai or Burman and, in turn, by definition, being incorporated as a state subject. 22 Remaining outside the state is, as we shall see, coded uncivilized. The economic need for barbarians. Valley states, large and small, though they looked contemptuously down on their uphill neighbors, were bound to them by powerful ties of economic dependence. Their indissoluble mutuality was underwritten by the complementarity of the agroecological niches each occupied. Economic partners and frequently political allies as well, valley and hill peoples, state cores and hinterlands, provided essential goods and services to each other. Together they represented a robust and mutually beneficial system of exchange. If anything, the valley centers were even more dependent on products and especially manpower from the hills than vice versa. But each was economically impoverished without its natural trading partner. This pattern of economic mutuality has been most elaborately described in the Malay world, where it typically takes the form of exchange between upstream, hulu, and downstream, hillier, zones of a watershed. Hula-hillier systems of this kind are based on the products each zone, owing to its agroeconomic location, can supply the other. Many are of great antiquity. The lowland center in the Malay case is, as we have seen, typically located near the mouth of a river or at the confluence of two rivers. Its position, like that of a settlement dominating an important mountain pass on a trade route, is something of a natural monopoly, allowing it to dominate the trade along the entire watershed from this choke point. The lowland center functions as an entrepot, exchanging lowland and overseas products for the upriver and forest products coming down the watershed. Point 23. The lowland center, despite its positional advantage, did not hold the whip hand in dictating the terms of exchange. Highly mobile communities, particularly at the upper reaches of the watershed, were frequently close enough to an alternative watershed so that they could, if they chose to, shift their trade to a different entrepot on an adjacent river system. Failing that, upstream groups were seldom so dependent on trade goods from the lowland polities that they couldn't substantially withdraw from downstream markets if they found the terms of trade too onerous politically or economically. Nor could the rulers of the entrepot polities impose themselves militarily on a recalcitrant hinterland. The dispersal and mobility of the upstream population made them virtually immune from punitive expeditions, let alone systematic coercion. Port polities were, as a result, in competition with one another to acquire hinterland allies and the profits that trade with them made possible. Lacking the means to simply impose themselves, they were impelled to solicit loyalty by redistributing many of the gains of trade in the form of prestige goods, jewelry, and lavish gifts that upstream leaders could, in turn, redistribute to their followers to further encourage loyalty and trade. For mainland Southeast Asian states, particularly smaller states in or near the hills, the same symbiosis between hill and valley prevailed, though it might not be so neatly mapped onto a single watershed. It is no exaggeration to say that the prosperity of such states was largely dependent on its capacity to attract to its markets the products of the surrounding hill peoples, who often outnumbered the population at the state core. Any reasonably comprehensive account of the commodities brought down, for sale, barter, debt repayment, and tribute, by hill peoples would require many pages. Here I can only suggest something of their extraordinary variety, keeping in mind that the composition of the trade shifted over time, occasionally dramatically, with changes in overland, to China, and overseas trade routes and the demand for particular commodities. Hill people had, from at least the 9th century, been scouring the hills for commodities they knew could be traded advantageously at valley markets and at the coast. Many such products were part of an extensive international luxury trade. Among the naturally occurring forest products that could be gathered were rare and / or aromatic wood, for example, gaharu, sandalwood, sapan, and camphor woods, medicinals, rhinoceros horn, bezoar stones, dried organs of forest fauna, aloe wood, various resins, tung oil, and latexes, gutta percha, from forest trees, as well as rare hornbill feathers, edible birds' nests, honey, beeswax, tea, tobacco, opium, and pepper. All these products had high values per unit weight and volume. That meant that they repaid the effort, even if they had to be carried on foot along mountainous paths to market. During the extraordinary long pepper boom from 1450 to 1650, when pepper exceeded all other commodities traded internationally in value save gold and silver, bringing a headload of peppercorns to a coastal market could make a young man's fortune. Precious metals and gems, and, in the 20th century, opium, provided an even more striking case of high value joined to portability. In light of the physical mobility of highland peoples, such goods could easily be carried to another market in another polity if the potential sellers were dissatisfied. Other hill products were bulkier and less valuable. They could not be taken long distances to other markets except where water transportation was easily available. Such products included rattan, bamboo, timber, logs, all of which float, cattle, hides, cotton, and hill fruits, as well as such staples as hill, unirrigated, rice, buckwheat, maize, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, these last three from the New World. Many of these products can be left to grow or stored for long periods, allowing their sellers to withhold or sell them, depending on what price they would fetch. Even quite large kingdoms in pre-colonial Southeast Asia were strikingly dependent for their prosperity on export goods from the hills. The first Thai trade mission to Beijing of Ramai, Chulalongkorn, in 1784, calculated to dazzle the Chinese, included luxury products that were almost entirely provided by the hill-dwelling Karen, elephants, eaglewood, ebony, rhinoceros horn, elephant tusks, bastard cardamom, long peppers, amber, sandalwood, peacock feathers, kingfisher feathers, rubies, sapphires, kutch, gamboges, a gum resin, sapanwood, dammer, crabeo seeds, and a variety of spices. 24 Pre-colonial exports from Cambodia were similarly hostage to the Jarai Hill people. Most of what these lowland states sold abroad consisted of forest products from the highlands, as can be gleaned from Vietnamese and Cambodia annals and documents as well as travel accounts by Chinese and European authors. 25 The smaller Shan states were dependent on the hill people surrounding them both for the wealth of hill products necessary for valley life and for important export goods. One cannot see the cornucopia brought down to the 5-day rotating markets in the Shan states today without appreciating how much the Shan diet, its building materials, its livestock, and its trade with the wider world, its prosperity in general depends on abundant trade with its hinterland. With respect to the Hill Kaya and the Shan, F.K. Lehman goes so far as to suggest that the main purpose of a Shan ruler is to manage this trade and profit from it. 26 Both the Shan and the Kaya had much to gain by exploiting the comparative advantage afforded by their respective ecological niches, but it seems clear that such states were at least as dependent on products from the hills as hill peoples were dependent on valley products. Valley markets supplied hill populations with desired products unavailable in the hills. Foremost among these products were salt, dried fish, and ironware. Ceramics, pottery, and porcelain, manufactured cloth, thread and needles, wire, steel implements and weapons, blankets, matches, and kerosene were among the most important commodities eagerly sought by hill traders. 27 Under what hill people saw as favorable terms of exchange, a brisk trade knitted hill and valley economies together, facilitated by a host of intermediaries, traders, peddlers, brokers, creditors, speculators, not to mention various forms of tribute. Under unfavorable circumstances, however, the valley polities had no way of compelling the delivery of hill products. The valley polities, especially the smaller ones, being more fixed geographically and heavily reliant on hill trade, were more fundamentally threatened by the defection of their hill trading partners. A mere list of commodities, however, misses the decisive hill product on which the valley centers absolutely depended, its population. The nucleus of irrigated paddy fields and concentrated manpower of Thai and Burman court centers was, on a long view, forged by the assimilation, with varying proportions of compulsion and choice, of hill peoples. What the valley polities needed most from the hills were people. Those it could not attract by the advantages of trade and cultural opportunities, it tried to seize, as we have seen, through slaving expeditions and wars. Thus, of all the commodities that the hill societies could deny the valleys, their trump card was manpower. It was the flight of hard-pressed valley subjects from the state core and the migration of hill peoples beyond the range of easy capture that was the Achilles heel of valley states. Under favorable circumstances, the symbiosis of hill and valley peoples was so durable and mutually recognized that the two peoples could be thought of as an inseparable pair. The economic interdependence was often reflected in political alliances. This pattern was strongly evident in the Malay world, in which most trading ports, large and small, were associated with hilly or seafaring, non-state peoples who provided most of the trade goods on which the Malay state relied. Although these people were not normally considered Malays, they did not profess Islam or become direct subjects of the Malay Raja. It is clear that much of the population of Malays had derived historically from these groups. By the same token, commercial collecting from the hinterland and from the sea for such trading centers was also fostered by the opportunities it presented. That is, much of the population in the hinterland had moved there or stayed there by choice, either because of the economic advantages it offered in specialized collecting or because of the political independence it afforded, or both. Abundant evidence suggests human movement back and forth across these categories and indicates commercial gathering is a secondary adaptation, rather than some primitive condition. We would do better, conceptually, to consider the upstream population as the hilly component of a composite economic and social system. 28 And yet from the valley perspective, such people were considered essentially different, less civilized, living outside the religious pale. Similar allied pairs were, and are, common in mainland Southeast Asia. Thus the Pokhara in Lower Burma were allied with the Mon Padi states. Living interspersed with the Mon, but generally in more forested upstream areas, they represented, as a pair with the Mon, a successful circuit of economic exchange. The Mons, judging from the chronicles, appear to have thought of them less as a sharply demarcated ethnic group than as a continuous gradient of customs and practices, from pure paddy planters at one pole to pure sweeteners and foragers at the other. 29 Virtually all the Thai/Shan kingdoms exhibit an analogous symbiosis between a paddy core and an adjacent hill people with whom they trade, from whom they draw population, and with whom they are frequently allied. Such alliances, when solemnized by documents, invariably lowland documents, appear as tributary relations in which the hill ally is seen as the junior partner. In practice the hill peoples often held the upper hand, extracting, in effect, tribute or protection payments from the valley courts. Where the lowland court was dominant, as in the case of the Vietnamese and the Jarai, the hill peoples were no less essential to the court's prosperity, and their ritual role in appeasing the capricious spirits of the natural world was acknowledged. 30. The reliance of the smaller valley states on hill trade and forest collecting was so pronounced that it acted occasionally to restrain efforts to assimilate hill peoples to lowland culture. The fear was that if, indeed, hill people took on valley religion, dress, and settlement patterns and began to cultivate wet rice, they would perforce leave off playing the valuable but stigmatized role of supplier of hill products. Cultural difference, along with the economic specialization that it fostered, was the basis of comparative advantage. Though the lowland states might poach slaves from the hills, they had every incentive to ensure that the hill trading niche on which they depended was always occupied. 31. The invention of barbarians. If semiotics has taught us anything, it is that linguistic terms are inherently relational. They can be thought, let alone understood, only in relation to their implicit exclusions and contrasts. 32 So it is with the terms civilized and barbarian. The social production of barbarians in classical China, as Owen Lattimore has explained, was integrally tied to the rise of specialized, irrigated rice cores in the valleys and the state structures associated with them. Irrigation was spectacularly rewarding in the lowest cores of ancient China, and this agropolitical complex, which concentrated production and population, and hence military might, spread farther and farther wherever the terrain was suitable. In the course of its expansion, this complex absorbed some neighboring populations and extruded others, which moved to higher ground, forests, marshlands, or jungles, and maintained their less specialized, extensive, dispersed forms of subsistence. In short, the rise of irrigated rice state cores created by definition a new demographic, ecological, and political frontier. As the Padi state increasingly coded itself as Han Chinese as a unique culture, a civilization, it coded those who were not incorporated, or who refused to be incorporated, as barbarians. Those barbarians still living within what the Chinese state saw as its frontiers were termed inner barbarians, and those who detached themselves from the old matrix to become one of the components of the pastoral nomad society of the steppes became the outer barbarians. By roughly the 6th century CE, the Chinese were in the plains and in the major valleys, the barbarians in the hilly country with smaller valleys. In southwest China, in what we have called Zomia, a similar process was at work, where, to repeat Lattimore's formula, the influence of ancient high civilizations of China and India reached far out over the lower levels where concentrated agriculture and big cities are to be found, but not up into the higher altitudes. 33. What Lattimore calls the Chinese matrix of concentrated agriculture and state-making created, as a condition of its existence, an ecological and demographic frontier. In time this frontier became both a civilizational and an ethnic border where before there had been no sharp demarcation. The early Chinese state had ample strategic reasons to mark this new boundary with a sharply etched civilizational discourse and, in some cases, with physical barriers such as the Great Wall, and the Miao Walls of the Southwest. It is easy to forget that until roughly 1700, and later in frontier areas, the Chinese state itself faced the classical problem of Southeast Asian statecraft, sequestering a population in state space. Thus the walls and the rhetoric were calculated as much to keep a tax-shy Chinese peasantry from going over to the barbarians as to keep the barbarians at bay. 34. The process by which state formation in the valleys generates a civilizational frontier which is typically, then, ethnically coded, is not confined to the Han state. Siamese, Javanese, Vietnamese, Burman, and Malay Valley polities exhibit the same forms, although the cultural content is different. Writing of the Mean, Yao, of northern Thailand, Johnson suggests that the social construction of hill peoples as a category is based on the hold that states established over valley agriculture and its peoples. Referring to the Indic polities of Siam, particularly Harapunyai, northern Thailand, 7th to 10th centuries CE, he notes that its cosmologically universal claims generated a barbarian periphery. The making of polities involves the takeover of the lowland areas for intensive agriculture which, hierarchized with the court, regional towns, and farming villages constitute a universal domain. The universal domain is imagined in part by what lies beyond it, the forested wilderness, and the people who live in the latter domain are imagined by those in the former as living like animals. 35. In quite the same fashion, as cleared paddy land became the basis for the elaboration of Javanese states and their cultures, so did uncleared forest land and its people become associated with an uncivilized, barbarian frontier. 36. The Orang Asli, usually translated as aboriginal, population of Malaya came into being only as an antonym of Mala Yunus. The new element, Jeffrey Benjamin and Cynthia Joe note, was Islam, and Islam created tribals. Previously there would have been no legal reason to define Malay at all, and many of the non-Muslim populations of the time were as Malay as the Muslims. The post-1874 notions of Malayness, however, had the effect of converting these populations, virtually overnight, into the Aborigines they are considered to be today. 37. All the classical states of Southeast Asia conjured up a barbarian hinterland just out of reach in the hills, forests, and swamps. The friction between the need both semiotically and economically for a barbarian frontier and, on the other hand, the impulse of universalizing cosmologies to absorb and transform that frontier is the subject to which we now turn. The domestication of borrowed finery, all the way down. The earliest court centers in Cambodia and Java, and later in Burma and Siam, were, ritually and cosmologically speaking, luxury imports from the Indian subcontinent. Using the ritual technology afforded them by Indian merchants and the court Brahmins who came in their wake, small lowland courts ratcheted up their ritual status vis-a-vis potential rivals. In a process Oliver Wolters has called self-Hinduzation, local rulers introduced Brahminical protocol and ritual. Sanskritized personal and place names were substituted for the vernacular. Monarchs were consecrated by magical Brahminical rites and given mythical genealogies tracing a divine origin. Indian iconography and epics were introduced, along with the complex ceremonies of South Indian court life. 38. It appears that the Sanskritization did not penetrate very deeply into lowland cultures beyond the immediate precincts of the court. According to Georges Coedes, it was a veneer, an aristocratic religion which was not designed for the masses. 39. Wolters, in much the same vein, calls the Sanskritic flourishes of early royal texts and the Chinese flourishes in the Vietnamese texts decorative effects intended to add an air of solemnity and erudition to otherwise vernacular practices. Point 40 Another interpretation, favored by M.C. Ricklefs, is that ideas about the indivisibility of the realm in fact constituted a kind of ideological make-weight, what I have earlier called cosmological bluster against the reality that power was inevitably fragmented. Point 41. Though such mimicry may have done little to improve the day-to-day power of the lowland courts, it did have an important bearing on the texture of hill-valley relations. First, it connected the lowland courts and their monarch to a universalizing, ecumenical, and charismatic center. Much as the Romans used Greek, the early French court used Latin, the Russian aristocracy and court used French, and the Vietnamese court used Chinese script and Confucianism, so the use of Sanskritic forms staked a claim to participation in a trans-ethnic, trans-regional, and indeed, trans-historical civilization. Point 42 Even when vernacular scripts made an appearance shortly after the first millennium CE, the Sanskritic flourishes remained, and translations of the cosmopolitan classics of the Sanskritic and Pali world preceded even the translation of the Buddhist canon. Unlike the court cultures, as in southern India, that are largely elaborations and refinements of rituals and beliefs that already exist in the local vernacular tradition, the Indic courts of Southeast Asia were self-consciously modeled on an external, universalizing center. The lowland elite, having thus vastly elevated itself via the ritual helium from South India, left its earthbound commoners and hinterland far below. As Wolters puts it, they define the hinterland's lowly status in the world order from the perspective of those who saw themselves at the center of a civilized Hindu society. 43. Sanskritization thus engendered the invention of barbarians by those who had, not long before, been, well, barbarians themselves. Khmer culture, originally tied to the forested uplands, now propagated, once Indic court centers were formed, a polarity of wild and tamed, of dark, haunted bushland versus inhabited open spaces that runs like a leitmotif through Khmer cultural consciousness. 44 The cultural distance between a refined, settled court center on the one hand and a rude, uncultured zone of forests and hills outside its reach was maximized, and civilization became, as David Chandler aptly puts it, the art of remaining outside the forest. 45. Much the same process of symbolic hyperventilation and validation of hierarchy through external reference can be observed in the smaller realms and in the hills. Just as by 1300 every coastal plain had its miniature kingdom based on Indian conceptions of royalty, so too was the formula followed meticulously by petty chiefs who had even the slightest pretensions. 46 One could argue that such expansive ritual trappings were even more necessary in the hills than in the valleys. Largely populated by dispersed, mobile, swiddening peoples who, owing to a common property frontier, had little in the way of inherited inequalities, the hills also had little in the way of indigenous traditions that would legitimate any supervillage authority. Confederations of villages did exist for trade and warfare, but they were limited associations of nominal equals rather than permanent claims to authority. If models of supervillage authority were to be deployed at all, they would have to be borrowed from the lowland Indic courts, or, alternatively, from the Han Chinese imperial order to the north. Claims to charismatic, personal authority were indigenous to the hills, but the universalizing, Indic, state-making formula represented an attempt to make it a permanent institution and to turn a leader with followers into a ruler with subjects. The idea of the Indic or Chinese state has long had great currency in the hills. It floats up, as it were, in strange fragments from the lowlands in the form of regalia, mythical charters, kingly dress, titles, ceremony, genealogical claims, and sacred architecture. Its attractiveness derives, it seems, from at least two sources. The first and most obvious is that it provides virtually the only grounds, the only cultural format for a successful and ambitious hill chief to transform his sway from primus inter pares into something like a petty state with a monarchy, aristocrats, and commoners. Such a move, as E. R. Leach has persuasively shown, was likely to be opposed by flight or rebellion on the part of those fearing permanent subordination. Sometimes, however, an upland chief, even a nominal one, might serve a useful purpose as an intermediary for negotiating compacts with lowland powers, organizing tribute and trade, or protecting against lowland raids for slaves. Successful diplomacy of this kind could prove decisive in the competition between hill groups as well. 47. From a valley perspective, whether pre-colonial, colonial, or post-colonial structures of stable authority in the hills were greatly to be preferred. They provided a fulcrum for indirect rule, a negotiating partner, and someone who might be held responsible, or held hostage, if there was trouble. For this reason, valley authorities, including colonizers, have had something of a hill chief fetish. They have seen such chiefs where they did not exist, have exaggerated their power when they did exist, and have striven to create both tribes and chiefs, in their own image, as units of territorial rule. The state's desire for chiefs and the ambitions of upland local strongmen coincided often enough to create imitative state-making in the hills, though such achievement was seldom durable. Local chiefs had ample reason to seek the seals, regalia, and titles conferred by a more powerful realm. They might overthrow rivals and confer lucrative trade and tribute monopolies. Recognition of a lowland realm's imperial charisma was, at the same time, entirely compatible with remaining outside its administrative reach and with a disdain for the subject populations of these lowland realms. The charisma of state effects in the hills is striking. J. George Scott, on military campaign in the Shan states in the 1890s, encountered a number of WA chiefs who had come with tribute. They urged Scott, now presumptively their ally, to join them in sacking some nearby Shan villages. Failing that, they clamored for some visible token that they were British subjects. I gave each of them a strip of paper with the name of the district written across it and my signature on a half-anna stamp. They were impressed and went off to cut bamboos to store the papers. They told me that Monglam had steadily taken territory from them for the last 10 or 12 years. 48 Scott was seeking submission and tribute in the unruly hills. These WA chiefs were seeking an ally, in the service of their own political ends. Much the same theater of tribute and alliance is reported by Leach in the Shan Hills when the area was still, in 1836, nominally under Burman administration. A Burman official was received, a ritual meal was prepared, the solidarity of 10 Kachin and Shan chiefs attending was dramatized, and the rule of the Kingdom of Ava was acknowledged. But Leach notes that several of the chiefs attending were at war with one another. He cautions us to read the ceremony as a state effect. All my example really shows is that the Burmese, the Shans, and the Kachins of the Hyokong Valley, shared a common language of ritual expression. They all knew how to make themselves understood in this common language. It doesn't mean that what was said in this language was true in political reality. The statements of the ritual in question were made in terms of the supposition that there existed an ideal, stable, Shan state with the Seopa ruler of Mogaing at the head of it and with all the Kachin and Shan chiefs of the Hyokong Valley his loyal liege servants. We have no real evidence that any real Seopa of Mogaing ever wielded such authority, and we know for a fact that when this particular ritual took place there had been no genuine Seopa of Mogaing at all for nearly 80 years. At the back of the ritual there stood not the political structure of a real state, but the as-if structure of an ideal state. 49. The as-if structure of an ideal state was incorporated into the architecture of actual and would-be states in the hills. The Shan statelets, with their own, albeit modest, wet rice core population and professing the same Theravada Buddhism as their neighboring Siamese and Burman states, copied their architecture as well. Visiting a Shan palace hall in Shan in Pandaya, Maurice Collis noted that it was a replica, in miniature, of the Burmese royal capital, a wooden house of 2 stories, with a pillared hall on the first floor, over which was a turret or piazza that, 5 little roofs piled on top of one another and ending in a gilded finial. Collis observed, it was the style of the Palace of Mandalay in Little 50 mimicry of the same kind characterized monastery architecture, funeral processions, and regalia. The more negligible the kingdom, the ruder and smaller the imitation, right down to very minor Kachin chiefs, Duwa, with pretensions to Shan-style power, whose has were as Lilliputian as their actual power. In this connection, Leach claims that the Kachin see the Shan not so much as a different ethnic group as the bearers of a hierarchical state tradition, one that they might, under the right circumstances, emulate. 51 It is from the Shan that the Kachin borrow their state effects. The Kaya, a Karenic people in the Shan Hills, have, in the course of asserting their autonomy, copied their political system from what they conceive to be the Shan and Burman models. In this case, since the Kaya were not, by and large, Buddhists, the Theravada elements of the mimicry were omitted. All Kaya leaders, Lehman notes, whether usurpers, rebels, ordinary villagers, or millennial prophets, adhere to the state forms derived from Shan lowland courts, titles, paraphernalia, the concoction of royal genealogies, and architecture. 52 One way or another, such leaders always claimed their authority by virtue of its connection to the as if, ideally unified, Burmese state. This symbolic subordination, while it might be compatible with actual rebellion, is a sign that such symbolism is the idiom, the singular language, of stateness of any claim to power in the supravillage sphere. As often as not, given the very limited power of most Kaya chiefs, this language is radically at variance with the practical realities of power. There are, however, two very different models of state authority available to hill peoples, the Indic courts to the south and the Han Chinese court to the north. Thus a good many Kachin chiefs with aspirations model their palaces, their ceremonies and dress, and their cosmology after the Shan pattern, which the Shan, in turn, modeled on the Chinese. In the Kachin chiefly tradition, both the symbolic spaces and the ceremonies devoted to heavenly spirits and to earth spirits bear a striking resemblance to older imperial ceremonies in Beijing. 53 The Aka, a non-state people if there ever was one, are hardly influenced at all by Tai/Shan models of authority, but instead take their bearings from Taoist, Confucian, and Tibetan models of genealogy, authority, and cosmology, with the Buddhist elements more or less discarded. 54 Where the two state traditions were both available, they made possible quite exotic hybrids of state mimicry. In each case, however, they put the conceptual and symbolic language of a divine, universal monarch into the mouth and ritual conduct of rulers whose actual sway might not have extended beyond the borders of their own hamlets. The civilizing mission. All court cultures on the periphery of Zomia developed more or less sharp distinctions between what they considered civilized people and barbarians, variously termed raw, hill people, forest people, wild people, people of streams and grottos. The terms civilized and barbarian are, as we have seen, inseparable, mutually defining, traveling companions. Like dark and light, each can scarcely be said to have an existence at all without its contrasting twin. One can usually be inferred from the other. Thus in Han Dynasty times, when the Xiongnu people were described as having no written language, family names, and respect for the elderly, nor cities, permanent dwellings, or fixed agriculture, the list of what the Xiongnu lack is nothing but a summary of what the civilized Han have. 55 Of course, as with most binaries, those seeking to apply them in practice encounter many cases that do not admit of easy classification. Such ambiguities did not threaten the hold of binary thought in matters of civilization any more than they have in matters of race. The standard civilizational narrative for Siamese, Burmese, Khmer, Malay, and, especially, Chinese and Vietnamese court cultures was that, over time, the barbarians were gradually assimilating to the luminous, magnetic center. Incorporation would never be total, for then the very concept of a civilizing center would cease to have any real meaning. There would always be a barbarian frontier. Civilizing the people of the hinterland was conceptually more plausible if the barbarians were considered to be essentially like us, only more backward and undeveloped. In the case of the Vietnamese, the Muong and Tay were literally considered to be our living ancestors. As Keith Taylor and Patricia Pelly point out, the Muong were popularly regarded, and are still regarded today, as the pre-Sinitic version of the Vietnam 56 Muong totems, dwellings, agricultural practices, languages, and literature were minutely scoured, not so much in their own right as for the light they could shed on the origins and development of the Viet people. 57. Recognition of the barbarians as an earlier, but not irremediably different, people led, in principle, to the assumption that they were capable of eventually becoming fully civilized. This was Confucius's belief. When asked how he could possibly consider living among barbarians, he replied, "If a gentleman lived among them, what uncouthness could there be?" 58. The civilizational discourse in this case is notably singular, it is a matter of ascent to a single cultural apex. Other, different, but equally worthy civilizations are not generally recognized, and hence a civilized biculturalism is inconceivable. The early 19th century Vietnamese Emperor Minh Mang exemplified, in his rhetoric if not in his actions, a magnanimous version of this philosophy of a civilizing mission. This land of the Jirai and the Raid is a distant and remote place. It is a land in which they tie knots in strings to keep records. It is a land in which people make swidden fields and harvest rice for a living, and a land in which the customs are still archaic and simple. However, their heads have hair, their mouths have teeth, and they have been endowed with innate knowledge and ability by nature. Therefore, why should they not do virtuous things? Because of this, my illustrious ancestors brought the civilization of the Chinese to them in order to change their tribal customs. 59. Having annexed eastern and central Cambodia, a people themselves heir to classical Khmer civilization, Minh Mang urged his officials to teach them Vietnamese customs and language, show them how to grow more rice and mulberry trees, and to raise livestock and poultry. Finally, the officials were to simplify and repress any barbarous customs. It is like bringing the Cambodian people out of the mud into a warm feather bed. 60. Neither in its Chinese nor its Vietnamese guise was this vision of comfort and luxury awaiting those who chose civilization incompatible with merciless repression of those who resisted by force. Before the great mid-19th century uprisings in Guizhou, the largest of the military campaigns were those led by Han Yang, 1465, and, 60 years later in 1526, by the renowned Ming scholar General Wang Yangming to put down the great Miao Yao uprisings. The first victory of the Ming forces in a climactic battle at Great Vine Gorge resulted in at least 60,000 deaths, of which 800 were victims sent to Beijing for public beheading. 61 Later, the victorious Wang Yangming helped recreate the, famous Tasi system of ruling barbarians with barbarians, but nevertheless held to the view that the barbarians were like unpolished gems, capable, if carefully shaped and burnished, of becoming fully civilized. 62 His explanation of why direct rule of such a rude people would create havoc is both memorable and diagnostic. To institute direct civil administration by Han Chinese magistrates would be like herding deer into the hall of a house and trying to tame them. In the end they merely butt over your sacrificial altars, kick over your tables, and dash about in frantic flight. In the wilderness districts, therefore, one should adapt one's methods to the character of the wilderness. Those doing so are adapting themselves to the wild nature of these people. 63. The pieties of civilizational discourse propagated by the imperial center are one thing. Reality was something else. These self-idealizations had little to do with life in the imperial capital and even less to do with the rough and tumble of the imperial frontier. In place of the Analects was a pandemonium of adventurers, bandits, speculators, armed traders, demobilized soldiers, poor migrants, exiles, corrupt officials, fugitives from the law, and refugees. A 1941 report from the southwest frontier identified three sorts of Han people: displaced and desperate refugees, petty artisans and traders, described as speculators looking for lucky breaks, and finally, officials. The higher ranks lived indolently, often were overbearing opium smokers, negligent of government orders. The lower ranks indulged in petty graft and collected money from fines while illegally trafficking in opium and salt. There was not a lucrative crack into which they did not pry. These activities were bound to lead to enmity between them and the frontier tribesmen who suffered from their oppression. 64 As in any colonial or imperial setting, the experience of the subject was wildly at odds with the ideological superstructure that aimed at ennobling the whole enterprise. The pieties must, in this case, have seemed to most subjects a cruel joke. 65. The civilizational project is alive and well in 20th century mainland Southeast Asia. Following a Hmong/Miao rebellion in northern Thailand in the late 1960s, General Purpose not only deployed all the counterinsurgency techniques at his disposal including napalm and aerial bombing but undertook to civilize the rebels with schools, resettlement, clinics, and sedentary agricultural techniques. The cultural campaign, Nicholas Tapp observes, was virtually a carbon copy of the Republican Chinese government's program in the 1930s in Guangdong, carried out by the Bureau for Civilizing the Yao 66 in contemporary China. Although the stigmatizing names for minority peoples have been sanitized, the great divide remains between the Han and the many enumerated minorities. The euphemisms of development, progress, and education have replaced raw and cooked, but the underlying assumption is that minority societies and cultures are social fossils whose days are numbered. 67. Depending on the culture of the court center, the content of what it meant to be civilized and reciprocally, what it meant to be stigmatized as barbarian varied. Each represented, metaphorically, a ladder of ascent, but many of the rungs were unique and particular. In Siam and Burma, Theravada Buddhism was a key marker of civilized status. 68 In Vietnam and China literacy and, beyond that, familiarity with the classics was crucial. In the Malay world, upstream populations were, much as Wang Yangming described the Yao, unfinished Malays. An essential rung on the way to being finished, the Chinese term would be cooked, was the profession of Islam. All these ladders, however, had at least two rungs in common, despite their cultural particularities. They stipulated, as a condition of civilization, sedentary agriculture and residence within state space. This centripetal narrative of civilization in which non-state peoples gradually move downhill, adopt wet rice agriculture, and assimilate linguistically and culturally is not inherently mistaken. It describes a historical process. The Shan people, the sedentary subjects of Shan statelets are, Leach and O'Connor agree, largely the descendants of hill peoples who have adopted valley ways. 69 Malanus was similarly confected by a process of non-state peoples becoming subjects of the small port polities. It is similarly clear that the first Burmese kingdom at Pagan was itself an amalgam, an ingathering of many peoples. 70 This narrative is, then, not so much mistaken as radically incomplete. It records only the events that fit into the imperial self-description of court centers. Civilization as rule. If we examine the centripetal narrative of civilization closely, it is striking how much of the actual meaning of being civilized boils down to becoming a subject of the potty state. So momentous and consequential is this distinction between being a ruled subject and remaining outside the state that it is typically marked by a shift in identity, often ethnic identity. Moving to a wet rice core, and hence into a stratified, state-structured hierarchy, meant, depending on the context, becoming Thai, becoming Burman, becoming Malay. On China's southwest frontier, it meant moving from the raw, Sheng, barbarian status to cooked, Shu, civilized status and, eventually, it was assumed, to Han identity itself. A 12th century document from Hainan makes the association between subjecthood and being cooked variously understood as being cultivated, domesticated, or, in the French idiom, évalué quite clear. Those who have submitted and are attached to the county and township administration are the cookli. Those who live in the mountain caves and are not punished by us or who do not supply corvée labor are the Raleigh. These sometimes come out and engage in barter with the administered population. The cookli occupied a liminal space. They were no longer raw and yet were not yet assimilated Han subjects. Officials suspected them of outward conformity while slyly cooperating with the Raleigh to invade governmental lands and roam about plundering travelers. Despite the fear of treachery from cooked barbarians, they are, as a category, associated with political, state, order, while the Ra are associated with disorder. Thus the Ra wa rob and plunder, whereas the cooked wa safeguard the road. It would be a mistake, Magnus Fiscus Joe emphasizes, to believe that, for a Han administrator, Ra was simply another word for primitive or close to nature. While all primitives were presumptively raw, not all developed barbarians were cooked. The key was submission to Han administration. Most of the Nuasu people, now subsumed under the Yi designation, on the Yunnan-Sichuan border, who were hierarchically organized in caste-like structures and boasted a writing system, were classified as raw because they had eluded political incorporation. That small portion of the same Nuasu people which had come under Chinese rule were designated cooked. In short, the raw barbarians were those located beyond the enforceable jurisdiction of the agents of state. 71. The antiquity of this criterion may extend, if Patricia Ebry is correct, to the Eastern Zhou period, 8th to 3rd centuries BCE, when the distinction between those who submitted to Zhou rule and those who did not became merged with the ethnic distinction between the Chinese Hua or Xia and the barbarians. 72. Returning to the 18th century Highland Hainan and Li barbarians, those who declared their loyalty and came under Qing administration were said to enter the map. By doing so, they became instantly, politically microwaved, as it were cooked, though their other customs and habits remained as before. The definition of Shu and Sheng had mostly political and very little cultural meaning. 73. Implicit in entering the map, in being incorporated into the bureaucratic system, was the idea that a people were being readied for a process of acculturation to the civilized norms of Han subjects. A process, it was assumed, they would eagerly embrace. 74. The first essential step in that process, however, was the political administrative status of being cooked, of being set on the path of becoming registered, tax-paying, and corvée delivering good subjects. The category of the barbarian can have no permanent referent apart from being beyond the law. It simply refers to those who at any given time are made to stand for an idea, any of the peoples living on the periphery who meet, or are cast as meeting, the minimal criteria of non-subject status, ethno-linguistic difference, and location at the periphery. 75. It is in the light of administrative control, not culture per se, that one must understand the invention of ethnic categories at the frontier. The category Yao in 15th century Guangdong was an artifact of civil status of whether the people in question had entered the map or not. Those registered for tax and corvée, thereby also benefiting from settlement rights, became min, civilian, subject, while those who did not became Yao. The invented Yao might be culturally indistinguishable from those who had registered, but, over time, the label became ethnicized by Han administrative practice. 76. Much the same could be said of the label Miao in Qing administrative practice. It came to be a portmanteau term covering dozens of distinct groups speaking often mutually unintelligible tongues. What characterized them all was their refusal to become part of the fiscal population. Over time, an expression that initially had no coherent cultural content came to represent an ethnicized identity. 77. Barbarism, then, is in Ming and Qing practice a political location vis-a-vis stateness, a positionality. Non-barbarians are fully incorporated into the tax-paying population and have, presumably, adopted Han customs, dress, and language. Barbarians come in two varieties, the cooked and the raw, and these categories are also positional. The cooked are culturally distinct but now registered and governed by Han administrative norms even if they retain their local chiefs. They have, also presumably, started their march toward cultural incorporation as Han. The raw barbarians, by contrast, are wholly outside the state population, a necessary other, and heavily ethnicized. Leaving the state, going over to the barbarians. It follows that those who move beyond the reach of the state thereby cross the conceptual boundary between civilization and barbarism. Likewise, those who leave either the regimented min or the supervised cooked for the raw periphery enter a zone of definitive ethnicization. Historically speaking, the process of becoming a barbarian is quite common. At certain historical moments, it has been more common than becoming civilized. It suffices only to leave state space in order to become a barbarian and, usually, an ethnicized tribal as well. As early as the 9th century, Chinese officials report that a people called the Shang in southwestern China originally had been Han but had, over time, gradually blended in with the Western barbarians 78 and the people who later became known as the Shanyu ethnic group and thereby barbarians, Shen, were, it appears, merely ordinary men who had fled to avoid taxes. Early 14th century administrative reports treat them as dangerous and disorderly, but without any indication that they are distinct, racially or culturally, never mind aboriginal, from the tax-paying, administered population. But over time, living outside the reach of the state, they became the ethnic Shanyu. 79 All those who had reason to flee state power to escape taxes, conscription, disease, poverty, or prison, or to trade or raid were, in a sense, tribalizing themselves. Ethnicity, once again, began where sovereignty and taxes ended. The ethnic zone was feared and stigmatized by officials precisely because it was beyond sovereignty and therefore a magnet for those who, for whatever reason, wanted to elude the state. Much the same dynamic is at work elsewhere. In the Malay world, Benjamin writes of the tribalization or retribalization of previously non-tribal peoples as they move beyond the jurisdiction of the Malay state or, as often happened, the Malay state itself disintegrated, creating an instant hinterland. 80 The very terms by which non-state peoples were stigmatized encodes the absence of effective sovereignty. For example, the Marathis people in Kalimantan, by virtue of their autonomy and mobility, are stigmatized as being not yet arranged/regimented, bellum dieter. 81 A Spanish official in the Philippines in the mid-17th century describes the Chico River Hill population in terms that both stigmatize their statelessness and convey a hint of envy. They were so free, so completely without God or law, without king or any person to respect, that they gave themselves freely up to their desires and their passions. 82 What passes, in the eyes of valley officials, as deplorable backwardness may, for those so stigmatized, represent a political space of self-governance, mobility, and freedom from taxes. The civilizational series Min, Cook Barbarian, and Raw Barbarian is at the same time a political series of diminishing state incorporation. It resembles in important respects the Arab-Berber civilizational series in which the Siba is the zone outside Arab state control and the Mahazem the zone within Arab control. Those who live in the Siba are, or become, Berbers. As with the Ra and the Cook barbarians, the task of dynastic rule is to expand the circle of dynasty-supporting tribes, Guish, and thereby expand the state's sway. The Siba is, Ernest Gellner writes, best translated as institutionalized dissidents, and its inhabitants are therefore looked down upon and coded Berber. Tribal society, virtually by definition, exists at the edge of non-tribal society as its dark reciprocal twin. 83 Unlike Southeast Asia, the tribals in the Middle East and North Africa share a common religion, though perhaps not its practice, with state populations. It becomes difficult to discern, under those circumstances, what Berberdom means except as an Arab designation for those who elude control by the state and incorporation into its hierarchy. 84 Barbarians are, then, a state effect, they are inconceivable except as a position vis-a-vis the state. There is much to recommend Bennett Bronson's minimalist definition of a barbarian as simply a member of a political unit that is in direct contact with a state but that is not itself a state. Thus understood, barbarians can be, and often have been, quite civilized in the sense of literacy, technological skills, and familiarity with nearby great traditions, say, of the Romans or the Han Chinese. Consider, in this light, such non-state peoples as the Irish or, in insular Southeast Asia, the Minangkabau and Batak. They may also be more powerful militarily than an adjacent state and, on that account, may raid or exact tribute from that state. Consider also, in this context, the Mongols under the Tang, the Moros, the Bedouins, the Scots, the Albanians, the Caucasians, the Pathans, and, for much of their history, The Afghans. The stronger such barbarian societies have been, the more likely they are to prey systematically on the nearby state spaces, with their lucrative concentration of wealth, grain, trade goods, and slaves. Bronson attributes the relative weakness of historical state formation in India and Sumatra despite favorable agroecological settings to the proximity of powerful non-state predators. 85. All empires, as cultural political enterprises, are necessarily exercises in classification. Thus the Roman Empire, on a cursory reading, exhibits many of the same characteristics as those impinging on Zomia. 86. Slavery was as central to Roman statecraft as it was to Burmese, Thai, or early Han statecraft. Merchants accompanied each military campaign with a view to buying captives and reselling them closer to Rome. Many of the interbarbarian wars were fought between competitors striving to control and profit from this human trafficking. Roman culture, from province to province, as distinct from the famed uniformity of Roman citizenship, looked different depending on the various barbarian cultures it had absorbed. Like their Han and mainland Southeast Asian counterparts, the Romans had a barbarian chiefdom fetish. Wherever possible they created territories, promulgated more or less arbitrary ethnic distinctions, and appointed, or recognized, a single chief who was, willy-nilly, the local vector of Roman authority and answerable for the good conduct of his people. The peoples so codified were likewise ranged along an evolutionary scale of civilization. The Celts closest to Roman power in Gaul, a stateless but culturally distinct group of peoples with fortified towns and agriculture, were comparable to cooked barbarians in the Chinese scheme. Those beyond the Rhine, the various Germanic peoples, were raw barbarians, and the mobile Huns between Rome and the Black Sea were the rawest of the raw. In the Roman province of Britain, the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall in the north were the rawest of the raw, or the last of the free, depending on one's perspective. 87. Once again, positionality vis-a-vis imperial rule was a crucial marker for a people's degree of civilization. Administered, cooked, barbarians in Roman-ruled provinces lost their ethnic designations as they became, like farmers, liable for taxes and conscription. All those beyond this sphere were invariably ethnicized, given chiefs, and made responsible for tribute, obsequium, as distinct from taxes, especially as they were seen as a non-grain-growing people. The link between direct Roman rule and barbarian status is obvious in those cases when such provincials rebelled against Roman rule. They were, in such cases, rethnicized, rebarbarianized, demonstrating, in the process, that civilizational backsliding was possible and was very much a political category. Depending on the circumstances, Romans might move into barbarian territory as deserters, traitors, settlers, and fugitives from the law, and barbarians might move into the Roman sphere, though they needed permission to do so collectively. The dividing line, despite the two-way traffic across it, was always sharply marked. Here too, barbarians were a state effect. Only conquest produced real knowledge of the barbarian world, but then it ceased to be barbarian. Thus conceptually, the barbarians were forever retreating from Roman understanding. 88. As a political location outside the state but adjacent to it, the ethnicized barbarians represent a permanent example of defiance of central authority. Semiotically necessary to the cultural idea of civilization, the barbarians are also well nigh ineradicable, owing to their defensive advantages in terrain, in dispersal, in segmentary social organization, and in their mobile, fugitive subsistence strategies. They remain an example and thus an option, a temptation of a form of social organization outside state-based hierarchy and taxes. One imagines that the 18th century Buddhist rebel against the Qing in Yunnan understood the appeal of barbarianness when he exhorted people with the chant, "API's followers need pay no taxes. They plow for themselves and eat their own produce." 89. For officials of the nearby state, the barbarians represent a refuge for criminals and rebels, and an exit for taxi subjects. The actual appeal of barbarity, of residing out of the state's reach, let alone forsaking civilization, has no logical place in the official state narratives of the four major civilizations that concern us here: the Han Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Burman, and the Siamese. All are predicated on irrevocable assimilation in a single direction. In the Han case, the very terms raw and cooked imply irreversibility. Raw meat can be cooked but it cannot be uncooked, though it can spoil. No two-way traffic or backsliding is provided for. Nor does it allow for the indisputable fact that the core civilizations to which assimilation is envisaged are, themselves, a cultural alloy of many diverse sources. 90. A civilizational narrative that assumes its own cultural and social magnetism and that depicts acculturation to its norms as a much-desired ascent could hardly be expected to chronicle, let alone explain, large-scale defection. And yet it is historically common. The official invisibility of defection is encoded in the narrative itself. Those who move to non-state space, who adapt to its agroecology, become ethnicized barbarians who were, presumably, always there. Before the decisive military victory of the Han forces over the Yao in the mid-15th century, it appears that Han people were to a large extent nominally turning into non-Han rather than the other way around. Marginal migrants in an area under weaker government control responded to Panhu ethnic mythology symbols that, among other things, promised help from the Yao in the vicinity. They were the very reverse of the barbarians who went to court to pay tribute and express admiration for civilization. From the perspective of the state, the rebels betrayed civilization and attached themselves to the barbarians. 91 barbarians bearing gifts had an honored place in the civilizational discourse. Han subjects going over to the barbarians did not. When they were mentioned at all in Qing literature, they were stigmatized as Han traitors, Hanjian, a term that now had strong ethnic resonances. 92. Self-barbarianization could occur in any number of ways. Han populations wanting to trade, to evade taxes, flee the law, or seek new land were continually moving into barbarian zones. Once there, they were likely to learn the local dialect, marry locally, and seek the protection of a barbarian chief. Remnants of disbanded rebels, most notably the Taiping in the 19th century, and deposed dynasts and their entourage, for example, Ming supporters in the early Qing, contributed to the influx. Occasionally, when a local barbarian kingdom was strong enough, as in the case of Nanchao, Han populations might be captured or purchased and then absorbed. Nor was it uncommon for a Han military official appointed to rule a barbarian area to make local alliances, take a local wife, and, in time, assert his independence as a native chief. There was, finally, a kind of self-barbarianization that makes the association between coming under Han rule and being civilized crystal clear. When a district of cooked barbarians under Han rule revolted successfully, they were reclassified as raw and moved back into the barbarian column. What had changed was not their culture but only their subordination to Han rule. 93. William Rowe claimed, perhaps for dramatic effect, that going over to the barbarians was more the norm than the exception. The historical reality for centuries has been, that far more Chinese had acculturated to Aboriginal life than Aborigines to Chinese civilization. 94. Whatever a complete demographic account book would show, what matters in this particular context is that backsliding was common, even banal, and that it could have no legitimate place in the official narrative. In times of dynastic decline, natural disasters, wars, epidemics, and exceptional tyranny, what was a steady flow of adventurers, traders, criminals, and pioneers might become a population hemorrhage. One imagines that much of the population near the frontiers could see the positional advantage in being culturally amphibious and stepping to one side or the other depending on the circumstances. Even today, on China's southwest frontiers, there are some substantial advantages to being an ethnic minority, a barbarian. One escapes the one-child policy, one avoids certain taxes, and one profits from certain affirmative action programs benefiting minorities. Han Chinese and people of mixed ancestry in these areas are known to seek registration as Miao, Dai, Yao, Chuang, and so on. Chapter 5. Keeping the state at a distance. The peopling of the hills. The pagoda is finished, the country is ruined. Burmese proverb. When an expanding community, in taking over new territory, expels the old occupants, or some of them, instead of incorporating them into its own fabric. Those who retreat may become, in the new territory into which they spread, a new kind of society. Owen Lattimore, The Frontier in History. The 9/11 Commission, reporting on its investigation into the attacks on the World Trade Center in New York in 2001, called attention to the novel location of the terrorist threat. Rather than coming from a hostile nation-state, it came from what the Commission called sanctuaries in the least governed, most lawless, most remote, vast unpoliced regions, in very difficult terrain. One particular sanctuaries, such as the Tora Bora and Shah-i-Kot regions along the Pakistan-Afghan border and the hard-to-police islands of the southern Philippines and Indonesia, were singled out. The Commission was quite aware that it was the combination of geographical remoteness, forbidding terrain, and, above all, the relative absence of state power that made such areas recalcitrant to the exercise of power by the United States or its allies. What they failed to note was that much of the existing population in such areas of sanctuary were there precisely because these areas had historically been an area of refuge from state power. Just as a relatively stateless, remote region provided sanctuary for Osama bin Laden and his entourage, so has the vast mountainous region of mainland Southeast Asia we have called Zomia provided an historical sanctuary for state-evading peoples. Providing that we take a long view, and by long I mean 1500 to 2000 years, it makes best sense to see contemporary hill peoples as the descendants of a long process of marronage, as runaways from state-making projects in the valleys. Their agricultural practices, their social organization, their governance structures, their legends, and their cultural organization in general bear strong traces of state-evading or state-distancing practices. This view of the hills as peopled, until very recently, by a process of state-evading migration is in sharp contrast to an older view that is still part of the folk beliefs of valley people. This older view saw hill people as an aboriginal population that had failed, for one reason or another, to make the transition to a more civilized way of life, specifically, to settled, wet rice agriculture, lowland religion, and membership, as subject or citizen, in a larger political community. Hill peoples, in the most stringent version of this perspective, were an unalterably alien population living in a kind of highland cultural sump, and hence unsuitable prospects for cultural advancement. On the more charitable view that currently prevails, such populations are thought to have been left behind culturally and materially, perhaps even our living ancestors, and ought, therefore, to be made the object of development efforts to integrate them into the cultural and economic life of the nation. If, on the contrary, the population of Zomia is more accurately seen as a complex of populations that have, at one time or another, elected to move outside the easy reach of state power, then the evolutionary sequence implied by the older view is untenable. Hilliness instead becomes largely a state effect, the defining trait of a society created by those who have, for whatever reason, left the realm of direct state power. As we shall see, such a view of hill peoples as state-repelling societies or even anti-state societies makes far more sense of agricultural practices, cultural values, and social structure in the hills. The overarching logic of the demographic peopling of the hills, despite the murkiness and large gaps in the evidence for earlier periods, is reasonably certain. The rise of powerful valley potty states with demographic and military superiority over smaller societies led to a double process of absorption and assimilation on the one hand and extrusion and flight on the other. Those absorbed disappeared as distinctive societies, though they lent their cultural color to the amalgam that came to represent valley culture. Those extruded, or fleeing, tended to head for more remote sanctuaries in the hinterlands, often at higher altitudes. The zones of refuge to which they repaired were not by any means empty, but, over the long haul, the demographic weight of the state-evading migrants and their descendants tended to prevail. Seen from a long historical perspective, the process was characterized by fits and starts. Periods of dynastic peace and expanding commerce as well as periods of successful imperial expansion enlarged the population living under the aegis of state authority. The standard narrative of a civilizing process, though hardly as benign or voluntary as its rosier versions imply, might be said to characterize such eras. At times of war, crop failure, famine, crushing taxation, economic contraction, or military conquest, however, the advantages of a social existence outside the reach of the valley state were far more alluring. The reflux of valley populations into those areas, often the hills, where the friction of terrain provided asylum from the state, played a major role in the peopling of Zomia and in the social construction of state-repelling societies. Migrations of this kind have been occurring on both small and large scales for the last 2 millennia. Each new pulse of migrations encountered those who had come earlier and those long established in the hills. The process of conflict, amalgamation, and reformulation of identities in this little governed space accounts in large measure for the ethnic complexity of Zomia. Because it found no legitimate place in the self-representations of valley state texts, this process was rarely chronicled. Until the 20th century, however, it was very common. Even today, as we shall see, it continues on a smaller scale. One state above all the others was the propulsive force setting multitudes of people in motion and absorbing others. From at least the expansion of the Han dynasty southward to the Yangtze, 202 BCE 2200 CE, when the Chinese state first became a great agrarian empire, and continuing, in fits and starts, all the way to the Qing and its successors, the Republic and the People's Republic, populations seeking to evade incorporation have moved south, west, and then southwest into Zomia Yunnan, Guizhou, Guangxi, and Southeast Asia proper. Other Padi states, established later, mimicked the same process on a smaller scale and occasionally posed a strategic obstacle to Chinese expansion. The Burmese, Siamese, Trin, and Tibetan states were the most prominent, but still minor league states, whereas a good many even smaller Padi states that played, for a time, a similar role Nanchao, Paiyu, Lamphun/Harapunjaya, and Kengtung, to name only a few have passed into history. As manpower machines capturing and absorbing population, they also, in the same fashion, disgorged state-fleeing populations to the hills and created their own barbarian frontier. The importance of the hills as sanctuary from the many burdens imposed on state subjects has not gone unnoticed. As Jean Michaud has observed, to some extent montagnards can be seen as refugees displaced by war and choosing to remain beyond the direct control of state authorities, who sought to control labor, tax productive resources, and secure access to populations from which they could recruit soldiers, servants, concubines, and slaves. This implies that montagnards have always been on the run. To Michaud's observation can, if examined in the light of the historical, agroecological, and ethnographic evidence, provide a powerful lens through which to understand Zomia as a vast state-resistant periphery. The purpose of this chapter and the following two is to outline in broad strokes an argument for the resolving power of this particular lens. Other regions of refuge. The perspective we propose for understanding Zomia is not novel. A similar case has been made for many regions of the world, large and small, where expanding kingdoms have forced threatened populations to choose between absorption and resistance. Where the threatened population was itself organized into state forms, resistance might well take the shape of military confrontation. If defeated, the vanquished are absorbed or migrate elsewhere. Where the population under threat is stateless, its choices typically boil down to absorption or flight, the latter often accompanied by rearguard skirmishes and raids. Point 3. An argument of just this kind for Latin America was made nearly 30 years ago by Gonzalo Aguirre Beltran. Under the title Regions of Refuge, he argued that something like a pre-conquest society remained in remote, inaccessible regions far from the centers of Spanish control. Two considerations determined their location. First, they were regions of little or no economic value to the Spanish colonizers. Second, they were geographically forbidding areas where the friction of distance was particularly high. Aguirre Beltran pointed to areas of rugged countryside isolated from transportation routes by physical barriers, with a harsh landscape and scanty agricultural yields. Three environments that met these conditions were deserts, tropical jungles, and mountain ranges, all of which were hostile or inaccessible to human movement. For in Aguirre Beltran's formulation, the indigenous population was largely a remnant not so much pushed into, or fleeing into, such zones as left alone because it was of no economic interest to the Spanish and posed no military threat. Aguirre Beltran allows for the fact that some of the indigenous population was forced by Spanish land grabs to abandon the fields and retreat to the safety of those regions that were least desired by Ladino settlers. 5 Subsequent research, however, would greatly enlarge the role that flight and retreat played in this process. On a long view, it would seem that some, if not most, of the indigenous peoples Aguirre Beltran discusses may actually have once been sedentary cultivators living in highly stratified societies who had been compelled by both Spanish pressure and a massive demographic collapse, owing to epidemics, to reformulate their societies in a way that emphasized adaptation and mobility. Thus Stuart Schwartz and Frank Salomon write of downward alterations in modular group size, less rigidity of kinship arrangements, and less socio-political centralization, which transformed the inhabitants of complex riverine systems into separately recognized village peoples. What might later be seen as a backward, even Neolithic, tribal population was more accurately seen as a historical adaptation to political threat and a radically new demographic setting. 6. The contemporary understanding, as documented by Schwartz and Salomon, is one of massive population movements and ethnic reshuffling. In Brazil, natives fleeing from the colonial reducciones and the forced labor of the missions, remnants of defeated villages, mestizos, deserters, and escaped black slaves often coalesced at the frontier, sometimes identified by the name of the native peoples among whom they had settled, and sometimes assuming a new identity. 7 Like Asian potty states, the Spanish and Portuguese projects of rule required the control of available manpower in state space. The net result of the flight provoked by forced settlement was to create a distinction between state zones on the one hand and state-resisting populations, geographically out of reach and often at higher altitudes, on the other. Allowing for the massive demographic collapse particular to the New World, the resonance with the Southeast Asian pattern is striking. Writing of the 1570 reduction, Schwartz and Salomon claim that the Spanish forced settlement in nucleated parishes, in the face of population decline and colonial labor needs. This dislocated thousands of Indians and reshuffled people all over the former Inca domains. The project to concentrate dispersed agro-pastoral settlements into uniform European-style towns rarely succeeded as planned, but its consequences were somewhat regular if not uniform. They include the enduring antithesis between native outlands and high slopes, and civilized parish centers. Population decline, tightening tribute, and the regimen of forced labor quotas drove thousands from home and reshuffled whole populations. 8. In the Andes, at least, this sharp contrast between civilized centers and native outlands appears to have had a pre-conquest parallel in the distinction between Inca courts and a state-resisting population at the periphery. The altitudinal dimension, however, was reversed, with the Inca centers at higher altitudes and the periphery being the low, wet, equatorial forests whose inhabitants had long resisted Inca power. This reversal is an important reminder that the key to pre-modern state building is the concentration of arable land and manpower, not altitude per se. In Southeast Asia, the larger expanses of arable paddy land lie at lower elevations. In Peru, by contrast, there is actually less arable land below 2,700 meters than above, where the New World staples maize and potatoes, unlike irrigated rice, thrive. 9 Despite the reversal of altitudes in the case of Inca civilization, both the Inca and the Spanish states gave rise to a state-resisting, barbarian periphery. In the Spanish case, what is most striking and instructive is that much of that barbarian periphery was composed of defectors from more complex, settled societies deliberately placing themselves at a distance from the dangers and oppressions of state space. To do this often meant forsaking their permanent fields, simplifying their social structure, and splitting into smaller, more mobile bands. Ironically, they even succeeded admirably in fooling an earlier generation of ethnographers into believing that scattered peoples such as the Yanomamo, the Siriono, and the Tupo Guarani were the surviving remnants of or primitive populations. Those populations that had managed to fight free of European control for a time came to represent zones of insubordination. Such shatter zones, particularly if they held abundant subsistence resources, served as magnets, attracting individuals, small groups, and whole communities seeking sanctuary outside the reach of colonial power. Schwartz and Salomon show how the Jivaro and the neighboring Zaparo, who had fought off the Europeans and come to control several tributaries of the upper Amazon, became such a magnet. 10 The inevitable consequence of the demographic influx gave rise to a characteristic feature of most regions of refuge, a patchwork of identities, ethnicities, and cultural amalgams that are bewilderingly complex. In North America in the late 17th and much of the 18th century, the Great Lakes region became a zone of refuge and flux as Britain and France vied for supremacy through their Native American allies, most prominently the Iroquois and Algonquin. The area teemed with runaways and refugees from many areas and backgrounds. Richard White calls this zone a world made of fragments, villages of greatly varied backgrounds living side by side and still other settlements of mixed populations thrown together by circumstances. 11 In this setting, authority, even at the level of an individual hamlet, was tenuous, and each settlement itself was radically unstable. The crazy-quilt ethnic array in the New World zones of refuge is further complicated by runaways from a new population imported precisely to counteract the failure to enserf the remaining native population, namely African slaves. As slaves themselves, of course, a polyglot population fled servitude, they found themselves in zones of refuge already occupied by native peoples. In places such as Florida, Brazil, Colombia, and many parts of the Caribbean, this encounter gave rise to hybrid populations that defied simple description. Nor were slaves and native peoples the only ones tempted by the promise of life at a distance from the state. Adventurers, traders, bandits, fugitives from the law, and outcasts, the stock figures of many frontiers, also drifted into these spaces and added further to their recondite complexity. There is something of a rough historical pattern here. State expansion, when it involves forms of forced labor, fosters, geographical conditions permitting, extra-state zones of flight and refuge. The inhabitants of such zones often constitute a composite of runaways and earlier established peoples. European colonial expansion surely provides the best documented instances of this pattern. But the pattern is equally applicable to early modern Europe itself. The Cossack frontier created by runaways from Russian serfdom from the 15th century on is a case in point to which we shall return. A second instance, that of the outlaw corridor in the late 17th and early 18th century between the agrarian states of Prussia and Brandenburg and the maritime powers of Venice, Genoa, and Marseille, is particularly instructive. 12 Competition among the agrarian states for conscripts led to constant sweeps for vagrants, virtually anyone without a fixed residence, to fulfill draconian recruitment quotas. Gypsies, the most stigmatized and scourged of the itinerant poor, were criminalized and made the object of the notorious Zigeunerjagd, gypsy hunts. To the southwest there was an equally ferocious competition between maritime states for galley slaves, who were also forcibly conscripted from among the itinerant poor. Military or galley servitude, in both zones, was a recognized alternative to the death penalty, and the raids for vagrants correlated closely with the demand for military manpower. Between these two zones of forced servitude, however, there was a seam of relative immunity to which many of the migrant poor, particularly gypsies, fled. This no man's land, this narrow zone of refuge, became known as the outlaw corridor. The outlaw corridor was simply a concentration of migrants between the Palatine and Saxony, which was too far from the Prussian Brandenburg recruitment area as well as from the Mediterranean. In the latter case, the transportation costs were higher than the price per slave. 13 As in the case of Aguirre Beltran's regions of refuge and of maroon communities generally, the outlaw corridor was a state effect and, at the same time, a state-resistant social space forged in conscious response and opposition to subordination. 14. Before we turn to Zomia proper, two examples of hilly refugees from state control in Southeast Asia merit brief examination. The case of the Tengger Highlands in East Java is one example for which cultural and religious survival appears to loom particularly large in the motives for migration. 15 The second case appears to be a nearly limiting case, that of northern Luzon, in which the zone of refuge to which runaways repaired was virtually uninhabited. The Tengger Highlands are distinctive for being the major redoubt on Java of an explicitly non-Islamic, Hindu Shaivite priesthood, the only such priesthood to have escaped the wave of Islamicization that followed the collapse of the last major Hindu-Buddhist kingdom, Majapahit, in the early 16th century. In local accounts, part of the defeated population fled to Bali, while a fraction sought refuge in the highlands. As Robert Hefner notes, it is a curiosity that the present population of the Tengger Highlands should have kept a firm attachment to a Hindu priesthood while utterly lacking Hinduism's other distinguishing features, castes, courts, and an aristocracy. 16 The highland population was periodically replenished by new waves of migrants seeking refuge from lowland states. As the valley kingdom of Mataram rose in the 17th century, it sent repeated expeditions into the hills to capture slaves, driving those who had evaded capture farther up the slopes to relative safety. In the 1670s a Madurese prince revolted against Mataram, now under Dutch protection, and, when the revolt was crushed, the disbanded rebels fled to the hills ahead of their Dutch pursuers. Another rebel and founder of Pasuruan, the ex-slave Surapati, was later routed in turn by the Dutch, but his descendants continued their resistance for years from their redoubts in the Tengger Highlands. The case for the Tengger Highlands as a product of what Hefner terms 250 years of political violence, as an accumulation of runaways from slavery, defeat, taxes, cultural assimilation, and forced cultivation under the Dutch is overwhelming. By the end of the 18th century, much of the population had moved to the highest ground that was least accessible and most defensible, though economically precarious. The history of flight is remembered annually by the non-Islamic Highlanders who throw offerings into the volcano in remembrance of their escape from Muslim armies. Their distinct tradition, despite its Hindu content, is culturally encoded in a strong tradition of household autonomy, self-reliance, and an anti-hierarchical impulse. The contrast with lowland patterns forcibly struck a forestry officer on his first visit. You couldn't tell rich from poor. Everyone spoke in the same way, to everyone else too, no matter what their position. Children talked to their parents and even to the village chief using ordinary ngoko. No one bent down and bowed before others. 17 As Hefner observes, the overriding goal of the Tengger Uplanders is to avoid being ordered about, an aspiration that is deliberately at odds with the elaborate hierarchies and status-coded behavior of the Javanese lowlands. Both the demography and the ethos of the Tengger Highlands, then, might fairly be termed a state effect, a geographical place peopled for half a millennium by state-evading refugees from the lowlands whose egalitarian values and Hindu rights are quite self-consciously drawn up in contrast to the rank-conscious, Islamic lowlanders. 18. A second historical case from insular Southeast Asia that structurally resembles the case I hope to make for Zomia in general is that of mountainous northern Luzon. Together with the Tengger Highlands, northern Luzon can be understood as a smaller-scale Zomia, peopled largely by refugees from lowland subordination. In his carefully documented ethno-history of northern Luzon, Felix Keesing sets himself the task of accounting for the cultural and ethnic differences between upland and lowland peoples. He rejects accounts that begin from the premise of an essential, primordial difference between the two populations, a premise that would require us to construct separate migration histories to account for their presence on Luzon. Instead, he claims that the differences can be traced to the long Spanish period and to the ecological and cultural dynamics operating upon an originally common population. 19 The overall picture once again is of flight going back more than 500 years. Even before the arrival of the Spanish in the 16th century, some of the island population was moving inland out of the range of Islamic slave traders who raided along the coast. Those remaining near the coast often built watchtowers to provide ample warning in case of approaching slavers. The reasons for evading bondage, however, increased several-fold once the Spanish presence was felt. As in the Pati state, the imperative of concentrating population and agricultural production in a confined space was the key to state-making. 20 The friar estates, like the Latin American reducciones, were systems of forced labor with the patina of Christianizing civilization as their ideological rationale. It was from these forcing houses of lowland power that people fled to the hinterlands and to the hills, which were, Keesing believes, virtually unpopulated until then. The documentary evidence, he claims, show us how the accessible groups faced a choice between submitting to alien control or retreating to the interior. Some retreated into the interior and others subsequently retreated to the mountains in the course of uprisings from time to time against Spanish rule. Under Spanish rule, retreat into the mountains became a major theme of historical times in all 9 of the sectional studies. 21. The uplanders had, for the most part, once been lowlanders whose flight to higher altitudes had begun an elaborate and complex process of differentiation. 22 In their new ecological settings, the various groups of refugees adopted new subsistence routines. For the Ifugeo, this meant elaborating a sophisticated system of terracing at higher altitudes, allowing them to continue to plant irrigated rice. For most other groups it meant moving from fixed field agriculture to swiddening and or foraging. Encountered much later by outsiders, such groups were held to be fundamentally different peoples who had never advanced beyond primitive subsistence techniques. But as Keesing warns, it makes no sense to simply assume that a people who are foragers today were, necessarily, foragers 100 years ago. They might just as easily have been cultivators. The varied timing of the many waves of migration, their location by altitude, and their mode of subsistence account, Keesing believes, for the luxuriant diversity of the mountain ethnoscape in contrast to valley uniformity. He suggests a schematic model for how such ethnic differentiation might have come about. The simplest theoretical picture is of an original group, of which part stays in the lowlands and part goes into the mountains. Each then undergoes subsequent ethnic reformulation, so that they become different. Continuing contact, i.e., trade, or even war, would affect them mutually. The upland migrating group might split and settle in different ecological settings as, say, at varying elevations, diversifying the mountain opportunities for reformulation. 23. The dichotomy between hill and valley is established by the historical fact of flight from the lowland state by a portion of its population. The cultural, linguistic, and ethnic diversity within the hills is created both by upland conflict and by the great variety of ecological settings and their relative isolation, owing to the friction of terrain, from one another. Hill and valley lifestyles were, as in most other cases, culturally coded and charged. In Luzon the lowlands were associated with Catholicism, baptism, submission, tax and corvée, and civilization. The hills, from the valley perspective, were associated with heathenism, apostasy, primitive wildness and ferocity, and insubordination. Baptism was for a long time seen as a public act of submission to the new rulers and flight a form of insurrection. Those who fled were called remontados. There were, as elsewhere, distinctions made in the valley centers between wild, feroces, hill people and tame, dociles, rather like the U.S. cavalry distinguished between friendlies and hostile redskins. In Luzon what was a common population riven by a basically political choice between becoming a subject of a more hierarchical valley polity or electing a relatively autonomous life in the hills was reconfigured as an essential and primordial difference between a civilized and advanced population on the one hand and a primitive, backward people on the other. The peopling of Zomia, the Long March. The term savages, used by so many authors to denote all the hill tribes of Indochina, is very inaccurate and misleading, as many of these tribes are more civilized and humane than the tax-ridden inhabitants of the plain country, and indeed merely the remains of once mighty empires. Archibald Ross Calhoun, Amongst the Shans, 1885. The peopling of Zomia has largely been a state effect. The nearly 2 millennia, deep movement of peoples from the Yangtze and Pearl River basins and from Sichuan and the Tibetan Plateau defies a simple accounting, even in hands far more competent than my own. Theories and legends abound, but verifiable facts are scarce, not least because the peoples in question were designated by so many different and incompatible labels that one can rarely be sure just whom is being specified. There is no reason to assume, for example, that a group designated as Miao in any case an exonym in the 15th century bears any necessary relation to a group labeled Miao by a Han administrator in the 18th century. Nor is the confusion confined to the terminology. In the jumble of repeated migrations and cultural collisions, group after group was reshuffled and transformed so frequently that there is no reason whatever to assume any long-run genealogical or linguistic continuity to such peoples. In the face of this truly radical uncertainty about identities, it is possible to hazard some broad generalizations about the general pattern of movement. Table 2 Uprisings in southwest China by province, as recorded in the Great Chinese Encyclopedia to the mid-17th century. As the Han kingdoms expanded beyond their original, non-Padi heartland in the Yellow River area, they expanded into new Padi state zones, that is, the Yangtze and Pearl River basins and westward along river courses and flatlands. The populations living in these zones of expansion had three choices: assimilation and absorption, rebellion, or flight, often after failed resistance. The shifting tempo of revolt by province and dynasty provides a rough geographical and historical gauge of Han state expansion. Revolts typically occurred in those zones where Han expansionary pressure was most acute. A table of uprisings sufficiently large to make it into the Great Chinese Encyclopedia is suggestive. Table 2 reflects the major thrust in the early Tang dynasty into Yunnan and the subsequent Song efforts to control Sichuan, Guangxi, and Hunan. A comparative lull, in this region at least, was followed in the late 14th century by a massive Ming invasion of some 300,000 troops and military colonists designed to rout the Yuan holdouts. Many of the invaders stayed on as settlers like the Yuan before them, and this provoked numerous uprisings, especially among the Miao and Yao in Guangxi and Guizhou. 24 Imperial aggression and armed resistance in these same areas, though not shown in the table, continued under the Manchu/Qing, whose policy of shifting from tributary rule to direct Han administration provoked further unrest and flight. Between 1700 and 1850 some 3 million Han settlers and soldiers entered the southwest provinces, swelling the Han proportion of the 20 million inhabitants of this zone to 60%. 25. At each stage of the Han expansion, a fraction, large or small, came under Han administration and was eventually absorbed as tax-paying subjects of the kingdom. Though such groups left their mark, often indelible, on what it meant to be a Han in that area, that fraction disappeared as a named, self-identified ethnic group. 26 Wherever there were open lands to which those preferring to remain outside the Han state could flee, however, emigration remained an ever-present possibility. Those groups accustomed to irrigated paddy agriculture, most notably the Tai/Lao, sought out the small upland valleys where wet rice cultivation was easiest. Other groups retreated to the more remote slopes and ravines regarded by the Han as fiscally sterile and agriculturally unpromising, where they had a sporting chance of remaining independent. This process is the dominant process by which, over centuries, it seems, the hills of Zomia were populated. As Harold Wines, the pioneer chronicler of these vast migrations, summarizes at length, the effect of these invasions was the settlement of southern China by Han Chinese in progressive stages from the Yangtze River Valley southwestward to the Yunnan frontiers, and the shifting of the tribal peoples of South China from their old stamping grounds, forcing them from the better agricultural lands. The movement of the tribes people determined to preserve their way of life were toward the sparsely settled frontier lands where the more unfavorable environment promised to deter the rapid advance of the Han Chinese, i.e. the humid, hot, malarial regions. A second direction of movement was the vertical movement into the more unfavorable environments of the high mountain lands mostly unsuitable for rice cultivation and undesired by the Han Chinese agriculturalists. In the first direction moved the valley-dwelling, rice-raising, water-loving Tai tribes people. In the second direction moved the mountain-roving, fire-field, or shifting agriculturalists, the Miao, the Yao, the Lolo and their related agricultural groups. Nevertheless, the vertical movements did not find sufficient room for the displaced mountain tribesmen, so that among them, also, there have been migrations to the south and southwest frontier regions and even across the frontiers into Vietnam, Laos and northern Thailand and northern Burma. 27. The Great Hilly Barrier to the expansion of Han state power and settlement, where the friction of distance that impedes movement is at its greatest, is in the uplands of Yunnan, Guizhou, and northern and western Guangxi. Since this rugged topography continues southward, across what have become international boundaries, into the northern sections of the mainland Southeast Asian states and northeastern India, these areas too must be considered a part of what we are calling Zomia. It is to precisely this geographical bastion against state expansion that the populations seeking to evade incorporation have been driven. Having, over time, adapted to a hilly environment and, as we shall see, developed a social structure and subsistence routines to avoid incorporation, they are now seen by their lowland neighbors as impoverished, backward, tribal populations that lack the talent for civilization. But, as Wines explains, there is no doubt that the early predecessors of the present-day hill tribes occupied lowland plains as well. It was not until much later that there developed a strict differentiation of the Miao and Yao as hill dwellers. This development was not so much a matter of preference as of necessity for those tribesmen wishing to escape domination or annihilation. 28. Any attempt to craft a historically deep and accurate narrative of migration for any particular people is fraught with difficulty, in part because the groups have been reformulated so often. Wines has, nevertheless, tried to piece together a sketchy history for the large group known, to the Han, as the Miao, a portion of whom call themselves Hmong. It appears that around the 6th century, the Miao Man, barbarians, with their own gentry, were a major military threat to Han valleys north of the Yangtze, fomenting more than 40 rebellions between 403 and 610. At a certain point they were broken up and those not absorbed were then thought to have become a dispersed, ununified people without a nobility. The term Miao came over time to apply rather indiscriminately to almost any acephalous people on the frontier of the Han state, virtually shorthand for barbarian. For the past 500 years, under the Ming and Qing, campaigns for assimilation or suppression and extermination were nearly constant. Suppression campaigns following insurrections in 1698, 1732, and 1794, and above all the rising in Guizhou in 1855 dispersed the Miao in many different directions throughout southwest China and mountainous mainland Southeast Asia. Wines describes these campaigns as ones of expulsion and extermination comparable to the American treatment of the Indians. 29. One result of the Miao's headlong flight was their wide dispersal throughout Zomia. Although generally at higher altitudes growing opium and maize, the Miao/Hmong can be found planting wet rice, foraging, and swiddening at intermediate altitudes. Wines explains this diversity by the timing of the Hmong appearance in a particular locality and their relative strength vis-a-vis competing groups. 30 Latecomers, if they are militarily superior, will typically seize the valley lands and force existing groups to move upward, often in a ratcheting effect. 31 If the latecomers are less powerful, they must occupy whatever niches are left, often higher up the slopes. Either way, there is a vertical stacking of ethnicities on each mountain or range of mountains. Thus in southwest Yunnan there are some Mon below 1500 meters, Thai in upland basins up to 1700 meters, Miao and Yao at even higher elevations, and finally the Aka, presumably the weakest group in the setting, who are near the crest of the mountains, up to 1800 meters. Of the cultures and peoples pushed west and southwest into the hills of Zomia, the Thai were apparently the most numerous and, today, the most prominent. The greater Thai linguistic community includes the Thai and lowland Lao, the Shan of Burma, the Zhuang of southwestern China, the largest minority in the People's Republic, and various related groups from northern Vietnam all the way to Assam. What distinguished many, but not all, of the Thai from most other Zomia peoples is that, by all accounts, they seem always to have been a state-making people. That is, they have long practiced wet rice cultivation, they carry the social structure of autocratic rule, military prowess, and, in many cases, a world religion that facilitates state formation. Tinus historically may in fact more accurately be seen like Malenus, that is, as a state-making technology born by a thin superstratum of military elites/aristocrats into which many different peoples have, over time, been assimilated. Their greatest state-making endeavor was the kingdom of Nanchao and its successor Dali, in Yunnan, 737 to 1153, which fought off Tang invasions and, for a time, managed to seize Sichuan's capital, Chengdu. 32 Before being destroyed by the Mongol invasion, this center of power had conquered the Paiyu kingdom in central Burma and expanded its reach into northern Thailand and Laos. The Mongol victory led to a further dispersal throughout much of highland Southeast Asia and beyond. In the hills, wherever there was a suitable rice plain, one was likely to find a small state on the Thai model. Apart from favorable settings like Chiang Mai and Kentung, most such states were small affairs in keeping with their confined ecological limits. They were, in general, in competition with one another for population and trade routes, such that one British observer could aptly describe the hills of eastern Burma as a bedlam of snarling Shan states. 33. The complexities of migration, ethnic reformulation, and subsistence patterns in Zomia, or any shatter zone of long duration, are daunting. Although a group may have moved initially to the hills to escape, say, the pressure of the Han or Burmese state, innumerable subsequent moves and fragmentations might have any number of causes. For example, competition with other hill peoples, shortage of land for swidens, intra-group friction, a run of bad luck indicating that the spirits of the place were ill-disposed, evading raids, and so forth. Any large migration, moreover, set off a chain reaction of subsidiary moves impelled by the first, rather like the sequence of invasions of steppe peoples, themselves often set in motion by others, that brought the Roman Empire to its knees, or, to use a more contemporary simile, like a maniacal game of fairground bumper cars, each adding its shockwave to the previous impacts. 34. The ubiquity and causes of flight. Many also of the Burmans and Peguans, unable any longer to bear the heavy oppressions and continual levies of men and money made upon them, have withdrawn themselves from their native soil, with all their families, and thus not merely the armies but likewise the very population of this kingdom has been of late much diminished. When I first arrived in Pegu, each bend of the great river Ava Irrawaddy presented a long continual line of habitations, but on my return, a very few villages were to be seen along the whole course of the stream. Father Sangermano, c. 1800. The nearly 2 millennia push sporadic but inexorable of the Han state and Han settlers into Zomia has surely been the single great historical process most responsible for driving people into the hills. It has not by any means, however, been the only dynamic. The waxing of other state cores, among them Paiyu, Pegu, Nanchao, Chiang Mai, and various Burmese and Thai states have themselves set people in motion and driven many of them out of range. Ordinary state processes, such as taxation, forced labor, warfare and revolt, religious dissent, and the ecological consequences of state building have been responsible for both a routine extrusion of beleaguered subjects and, more historically notable, moments when circumstances provoked large-scale, headlong flight. It would be difficult to exaggerate the degree to which the cultivators of Southeast Asia in the plains or in the hills were footloose. Early European visitors, colonial officials, and historians of the region note the exceptional proclivity of villagers to migrate whenever they were dissatisfied with conditions or perceived opportunities in a new direction. The Gazetteer of Upper Burma and the Shan States, which contains a brief account of literally thousands of villages and towns, bears this out. 35 Again and again, the compilers are told that the village was founded recently or several generations back by people who had come from elsewhere, usually to escape war or oppression. 36 In other cases, settlements that were previously quite prosperous towns are either completely deserted or reduced to small hamlets of remnants. All the evidence suggests that pre-colonial displacement and migration was the rule rather than the exception. The startling and generalized physical mobility of Southeast Asian cultivators, including those growing irrigated rice, was completely at odds with the enduring stereotype of the territorially rooted, peasant household. And yet, as Robert Elson explains, mobility rather than permanency seems to have been a keynote of peasant life in this colonial era as well as previous ones. 37. Much of this migration was undoubtedly a lowland affair between one lowland kingdom and another, from the core of a kingdom to its periphery, from resource-poor areas to resource-rich ones. 38 But a good deal of this movement, as we have already seen, was movement to the hills, to higher elevations, and thus to areas more likely to be beyond the reach of a lowland state. Responding to Burmese conscription and taxes during an early 19th century Burmese invasion of Assam, the population of Mongkon, a valley town in the upper Chindwin, fled to higher ground. To avoid the oppression to which they were constantly exposed, the Shan sought an asylum in the remote glens and valleys on the banks of the Chindwin, and the Kachins among the recesses of the mountains at the eastern extremity of the valley. 39 Elaborating on this pattern, J. G. Scott wrote that the hill tribes were relegated to the hills and to what he saw, mistakenly, as a far more onerous form of agriculture by virtue of defeat. This hard work is left to mild aboriginal or other tribes, whom the Burman has long ago bullied out of the fat lowlands. 40 Elsewhere, contemplating the ethnic diversity of the hills, Scott hazarded the synoptic view of the whole of Zomia as a vast zone of refuge or shatter zone. His formulation, echoing as it does that of Wines noted earlier, merits quotation at length. Indochina Southeast Asia seems to have been the common asylum for fugitive tribes from both India and China. The expansion of the Chinese Empire, which for centuries did not extend south of the Yangtze River, and the inroads of the Scythian tribes on the empires of Chandragupta and Asoka combined to turn out the aborigines both to the northeast and northwest, and these met and struggled for existence in Indochina. It is only some such theory that will account for the extraordinary variety and marked dissimilarity of races found in the sheltered valleys and the high ranges of the Shan states and the surrounding countries. 41. Scott's view of Zomia as a region of asylum is, I believe, substantially correct. What is misleading, however, is the implicit assumption that the hill peoples the colonizers encountered were all originally aboriginal peoples and that their subsequent histories were those of coherent, genealogically and linguistically continuous communities. Many of the people in the hills were, in all likelihood, valley peoples who long ago had fled state space. Others, however, were state-making valley peoples, like many of the Thai, who lost to more powerful states and who scattered or moved together to the hills. Still others, as we shall see, were the shards of valley states, deserting conscripts, rebels, defeated armies, ruined peasants, villagers fleeing epidemics and famine, escaped serfs and slaves, royal pretenders and their entourages, and religious dissidents. It is these peoples disgorged by valley states, together with the constant mixing and reconstitution of hill peoples in their migrations, that make identities in Zomia such a legitimately bewildering puzzle. 42. Just how decisive flight over the centuries was demographically for the peopling of the hills is difficult to judge. To gauge that would require more data than we have about hill populations a millennium or more ago. What sparse archaeological evidence we do have, however, suggests that the hills were thinly populated. Paul Wheatley claimed that in insular Southeast Asia, perhaps like Keesing's mountainous northern Luzon, the mountains were essentially unoccupied until very recently, making them of no human significance prior to the late 19th century. 43. The reasons why subjects of valley states might wish to, or be forced to, move away, defy easy accounting. What follows is a description of some of the most common causes. It ignores one common historical event that, as it were, placed people beyond the reach of the state without actually moving, the contraction or collapse of state power at its core. 44. Taxes and corvée labor. The key to statecraft in pre-colonial Southeast Asia, one honored as often in the breach as in its observance, was to press the kingdom's subjects only so far so as not to provoke their wholesale departure. In areas where relatively weak kingdoms competed for manpower, the population was not, generally, hard-pressed. Indeed, under such circumstances settlers might be enticed by grain, plow animals, and implements to settle in underpopulated districts of a kingdom. A large state lording it over a substantial wet rice corps was, as a monopolist, more inclined to press its advantage to the limit. This was especially so at the core and when the kingdom faced attack or was itself ruled by a monarch with grandiose plans of aggression or pagoda building. Inhabiting the classical agricultural core of all pre-colonial Burmese kingdoms, the population of Kayakesi was ruinously poor because of overtaxation. 45 The risk of overexploitation was aggravated by several features of pre-colonial governance: the use of tax farmers, who had bid for the right to collect taxes and were determined to turn a profit, the fact that something close to half the population were captives or their descendants, and the difficulty of estimating the all-important harvest yield for any particular year, and, hence, what the traffic would bear. Corvée labor and taxes on households and land were, moreover, not the end of it. Taxes and fees were levied, in principle at least, on every conceivable activity: livestock, nat worship shrines, marriages, timber, fish traps, caulking pitch, saltpeter, beeswax, coconut and betel trees, and elephants, as well, of course, as innumerable tolls on markets and roads. Here it is useful to recall that the working definition of being a subject of a kingdom was not so much ethnic as the civil condition of being liable to tax and corvée. 46. Pushed to the breaking point, the subject had several choices. The most common, perhaps, was to evade crown service, the most onerous becoming a subject of an individual notable or of a religious authority, all of whom competed for manpower. Failing that, movement to another adjacent lowland kingdom was an option. In the past 3 centuries, many thousands of Mon, Burman, and Karen have moved into the Thai orbit in just this fashion. Another option was to move outside the state's reach altogether to the hinterland and/or the hills. All these options were generally preferred to the risks of open rebellion, an option confined largely to elites contending for the throne. As late as 1921 the response of the Min and Hmong to intense pressure for corvée labor from the Thai state was to disappear into the forest, after which they fade from official notice. This was, presumably, precisely what they had intended. 47 Oscar Salemink reports even more contemporary instances of hill peoples moving in groups to more remote areas, often at higher elevations, to escape the impositions of Vietnamese officials and cadres. 48. The loss of population, as noted, operated as something like a homeostatic device, sapping the power of a kingdom. It was often the first tangible sign that certain limits of endurance had been breached. A proximate sign, much noted in the chronicles, was the appearance of a floating population either begging or resorting to theft and banditry in their desperation. The only sure way to evade the burdens of being a subject in bad times was to move away. Such a move quite often meant moving from wet rice agriculture to swiddening and/or foraging. How common this was is impossible to tell for sure, but to judge by the number of oral histories in which hill people recount a past as potty growers in the lowlands, it is not negligible. 49. War and rebellion. We are like ants, traveling away from our trouble to a safe place. We left everything behind to be safe. Mon villager fleeing to Thailand, 1995. Constant rebellions and wars between the Peguans and Burmese and Shans, afflicted the country for 500 years. All those who were not killed were driven away from their former homes by ruthless invaders or were drafted off to fight for the king. Thus in some cases the proprietors' cultivators were killed out, in others they left for districts so remote that it was impossible to retain a hold on the ancestral property, however great their attachment to it. J. G. Scott Schwayo, The Burman. The expression states make wars and wars make states, coined by Charles Tilly, is no less true for Southeast Asia as it was for early modern Europe. 50 For our purposes, the corollary of Tilly's adage might be, states make wars and wars massively make migrants. Southeast Asia wars in the same period were at least as disruptive. Military campaigns mobilized more of the adult population than their European counterparts, and they were at least as likely to spawn epidemics, cholera and typhus, in particular, famine, and the devastation and depopulation of the defeated kingdom. The demographic impact of the two successful Burmese invasions of Siam, 1549–69 and the 1760s, was enormous. The core population around the defeated capital vanished, a small fraction was captured and returned to the Burmese core, and most of the rest dispersed to areas of greater safety. By 1920 the population of the Siamese core region had only just recovered to its pre-invasion level. 51 The hardships even a successful war was likely to inflict on the staging area of the campaign were often no less devastating than those inflicted on the enemy. Having sacked the Siamese capital, Burmese King Bayan Nong's mobilization had exhausted the food and population surpluses of the delta area around Pigo. After his death in 1581, subsequent wars between Arakan, Ayutthaya, and the Burmese court at Tong and Go turned the territory near Pigo into a depopulated desert. 52. Warfare for civilian non-combatants, especially those on the route of march, was, if anything, more devastating than for conscripts. If a late 17th century European army of 60,000 troops required 40,000 horses, more than 100 carts of provisions, and almost £1 million of food per day, one can appreciate the wide swath of pillage and ruin a Southeast Asian army left in its wake. 53 For this reason the invasion routes were seldom the most direct, as the crow flies trajectory, but rather traced routes calculated and timed to maximize the manpower, grain, carts, draft animals, and forage, not to mention the private looting that a large army required. A simple calculation can help convey the extent of the devastation. If we assume, as John A. Lind does, that an army forages 8 kilometers on either side of its line of march and marches 16 kilometers a day, it would then scour 260 square kilometers of countryside for each day of the campaign. A 10-day march by the same army might then affect 26,000 square kilometers. 54 The major threat from incessant wars was, in manpower-starved kingdoms, not so much that of being killed. A lucky combatant in this form of military booty capitalism might actually aspire to capture people himself and sell them as slaves for a profit. The danger, rather, was the utter devastation visited on those who lay athwart the line of march, the danger of being captured or else having to flee and abandon everything to the army. It mattered little whether the army in question was one's own or that of a neighboring kingdom. The quartermaster's requirements were the same, and so, largely, was the treatment of civilians and property. A striking example comes from the Burmese Manipur War, which continued sporadically from the 16th century into the 18th. The repeated devastation drove the Chinmaizo Plains dwellers from the Cape Kaba Valley up into the hills, where, subsequently, they became known as a hill people, presumably always there. The late 18th century mobilizations of Burmese King Bodahpaya, R. 1782–1819, in the service of his extravagant dreams of conquest and ceremonial building were ruinous to the kingdom as a whole. First, a failed invasion of Siam in 1785–86 in which half the army of perhaps 300,000 disappeared, then a massive labor requisition to build what would have been the largest pagoda in the world, followed by mobilizations to repel the Thai counter-thrust and to extend the Maiktala irrigation system, and, finally, another general mobilization for a last, and disastrous, invasion of Thailand from Tavoe sent the population of the kingdom reeling. An English observer noted that the population of Lower Burma was fleeing to other countries in fear of conscription and the predations of armies. Banditry and rebellion were widespread, but the typical response was to flee to areas farther from the state core and from the king's own marauding army. Rumors of its approach would send subjects across the horizon in dread and mortal fear, for their own troops bore every appearance of the march of a hostile army. 55 And for every major war there were probably scores of smaller campaigns between petty kingdoms, or, for that matter, civil wars between claimants to the throne, like the one in 1886 in Sumsai, a petty principality in the modest Shan kingdom of Shipa, that left the district largely deserted. The prolonged civil war in the late 19th century for control of another Shan state, Sinwi, was so devastating that finally the greatest of the modern Shan capitals would hardly form a bizarre suburb to one of the older walled cities. 56. The first aim of a civilian was to avoid conscription. In a time of mobilization, conscription quotas were set for every district. Sure indications of evasion were the frequent successions of increasingly draconian quotas, for example, first, one of every 200 households, then one of 50, then one of 10, and finally a general mobilization. The quotas were rarely reached, and tattooing was used to mark recruits so that they could be identified later. It was also possible in the late Konbong period, and probably earlier as well, for those of some means to bribe their way out of conscription. But the surest way of avoiding the military draft was to move out of the Padi State Corps and away from the army's route of march. It was the misfortune of the Ska and especially the Po Karen to inhabit the invasion, and retreat, routes in the Burmo-Siamese Wars of the late 18th century. Ronald Renard claims that it was precisely in this period that they dispersed to the mountains along the Salween River and took to living in more easily defended longhouses along the ridges. Even those who much later placed themselves under Thai protection refused to establish permanent settlements since they still preferred the wandering, swiddening life which, they claimed, freed them from the vulnerability of being attached to specific lands. 57. Once an army was conscripted, heroic efforts were necessary to hold it together throughout an arduous campaign. A late 16th century European voyager noted the pillaging and burning characteristic of Burmese-Siamese warfare and then added, but in the end they never return home without leaving half of their people. 58. Since we know that such wars were not particularly sanguinary, it is most likely that the bulk of the losses were to desertion. Evidence from the Glass Palace Chronicle account of a failed Burmese siege confirms this suspicion. After a 5-month siege, the attackers were short of provisions and an epidemic broke out. The army, which began with 250,000 troops, according to the Chronicle, disintegrated totally, and after a disastrous retreat, the king reached his capital with a small escort. 59. The vast majority, one Imagenes, deserted once the siege faltered and the epidemic began, making their way back or beginning new lives in a safer place. In a late 19th century Burmese military expedition against the Shan, J.G. Scott reported, the minister in charge of the troops effected nothing warlike, and rumor said he was so fully occupied keeping the troops from dispersing, that he had no time to fight. 60. We know that rates of desertion, as in virtually all pre-modern armies, were high, especially in a failed campaign. 61. How many of the deserters or displaced civilians, for that matter, ended up in the hills and other faraway places, is impossible to judge. But the fact that many of the troops were either press-ganged or slaves and their descendants, and that, owing to the warfare itself, many of them had nothing to return to, suggests that many of the deserters began new lives elsewhere. 62. There are some shards of evidence that the dangers and displacement of warfare pushed many one-time Padi cultivators to the hinterlands and to higher elevations, and hence to new subsistence routines. The Ganan, for example, are today an apparently minority people, some 8,000 strong, living in the headwaters of the Mu River, Sagaing Division, Burma, among 3,000, foot peaks cleaved by deep ravines. 63. They were, or had become, it seems, a lowland people and an integral part of the Padi state until its centers were sacked and destroyed by Mon, Burman, and Nanchow forces between the 9th and 14th centuries. They fled up the Mu River watershed because it was away from the battlefields. There they became, and remain, swiddeners and foragers. They have no written language, and they practice a heterodox variant of Buddhism. Their account accords, as we shall see, with that of many contemporary hill people who claim a lowland past. Here and there, one encounters more contemporary evidence of flight to the hills to evade capture or the predations of warfare. J.G. Scott believed that the present hill groups around Kengtung/Cheongtung, in Burma east of the Salween, were once settled on the plain around Kengtung and were driven by Thai invasions into the hills where they now swidden. 64 And Charles Keyes cites a 19th century missionary account of an isolated Karen group which had fled the Siamese to a nearly inaccessible mountain gorge between Saraburi and Kara from a previously more lowland setting. 65 The northern Chin, for their part, fled to more remote hills to escape Shan-Burmese warfare in the 18th and 19th centuries, occasionally providing refuge in turn to rebel Burmese princes fleeing the king's troops. 66. In the context of warfare, it is important to note that the devastation of a state's party core has the effect of nullifying state space in terms of both political power and ecology. Even allowing for hyperbole, the following description of Chiang Mai after the Burmese invasion is instructive: cities became jungles, rice fields became grasslands, land for elephants, forests for tigers, where it was impossible to build a country. 67 It would be tempting to believe that plainsmen, now free of their burdens as state subjects, could remain in place. The problem, however, was that the defeat of a kingdom provoked a competitive scouring of the remnant population by neighboring states and slave raiders. Shifting from the plains to a location far less accessible to armies and slavers offered a reasonable chance of autonomy and independence. This is exactly the option, Leo Alting von Jazza claims, that was taken by the Aka and many other groups today viewed as hill people from time immemorial. Over many centuries, therefore, the more inaccessible parts of mountainous Yunnan and neighboring Vietnam, Laos, and Burma became the zones of refuge for tribal groups marginalized by the smaller vassal states which occupied the lower land areas. In this process of marginalization, tribal groups such as the Hani and Aka also selected and constructed their habitats in terms of altitude and surrounding forestation in such a way that they would not easily be accessible to soldiers, bandits, and tax collectors. Such processes have been termed encapsulation. 68. Raiding and slaving. Raiding is our agriculture. Berber saying. Concentrated population and grain production was, as we have seen, normally a necessary condition for state formation. Precisely because such areas offered a potential surplus for state-building rulers, so also did they represent an irresistible target for raiders. For all but the largest court centers, the threat of raids by slavers and/or bandits was a real and present danger. Fear of Malay slave raiders in the early colonial period had depopulated many of the coastal areas of Burma and Siam. The Karen on this account avoided roads and exposed beaches. Prolonged vulnerability was likely to be turned into a system of subordination and predation. A situation of this kind prevailed in the upper Chindwin Kubo Valley, where the hill-dwelling Chins had made themselves masters of the valley Shans, carrying many of them off as slaves. 69 A substantial town of 500 households and 37 monasteries in 1960 was reduced, in this way, to only 28 houses. It was generally in the interest of hill people, where they did dominate the adjacent valley, to defend valley settlements with which they could trade and from which they could extract a regular tribute. Under stable conditions, a kind of protection racket, blackmail relationship developed. On occasion, hill groups such as the Kachin found it in their interest actually to establish settlements in the plains or on the rivers at the foot of the hills. Much as the Berbers talked about tribute from sedentary communities as our farming, so, in the Bamo area along the upper Irrawaddy, did the Kachin appoint Burmese and Shan headmen. It appears that there was hardly a village in the whole Bamo district which was thus not protected, and the Kachins were really masters of the country. 70 At its most placid and routinized, this arrangement comes close to resembling the successful pre-modern state, namely, a monopolistic protection racket that keeps the peace and fosters production and trade while extracting no more rents than the traffic will bear. And yet again and again, hill people in such zones raided valley settlements to the point where they killed the goose that laid the golden egg, leaving a devastated and uninhabited plain. 71 Why? The answer, I believe, is to be found in the political structure of the hills, characterized by many small competing polities. Each of these hill polities might have associated valley settlements that they were protecting. In the simplest, most schematic terms, it would look roughly like Figure 2. Because Kachin Group A might live 3 or 4 days from a village it protected, Kachin Group B might be able to raid the village protected by A and get away. When the raid became known, Kachin Group A might then retaliate by raiding another lowland settlement protected by offending Group B. This might, of course, spark a highland feud unless some accommodation was reached. 72. There are several consequences of this pattern that bear on the general argument I am making. The first is that what looks, especially to valley peoples, as generalized raiding by hill tribes is, in fact, a fairly finely articulated expression of hill politics. Second, if this pattern is widespread, it leads to the depopulation of large areas and a withdrawal of vulnerable lowlanders to, in this case, places farther from the hills and nearer the river where flight was easiest. Finally, and perhaps most important, the primary objective of these raids was the taking of slaves, many of whom would be kept by the Kachin or sold to other hill peoples or slave traders. To the degree that such raiding was successful, it represented a net demographic transfer of population to the hills. It was yet another process by which valley people became hill people and by which the hills were made more cosmopolitan culturally. 2. Schema of hill-valley raiding and tribute relations. Certain hill peoples became known, and even notorious, as slave raiders. In the Shan states generally, the Karenni, Red Karen, were particularly feared. Post-harvest raiding for slaves became, in certain areas, routine. 73. Thus, in most of the Karenni villages are to be found Shanyangs of the Karen tribes, Yondalans, Padas, and Letas of the mountain ranges to the northwest, all doomed to a hopeless state of slavery. They are sold to the Yans, Chiang Mai Shan, by whom they are resold to the Siamese. 74. The list of Karenni captives is indicative, for it contains the names of hill peoples as well as valley populations. Slave raiding peoples like the Karenni, specializing in the most valuable trade good, people, not only abducted valley dwellers to incorporate them into hill society or to resell them in valley markets, they also abducted vulnerable hill people and enslaved them or resold them. They were, in a sense, a reversible conveyor belt of manpower, now supplying the raw material for state making in the valley, now looting vulnerable valley settlements for their own manpower needs. In any event, the pattern helps explain why plainsmen were wary of raiders and why weaker hill peoples retreated to inaccessible locations, often in fortified and concealed ridgetop stockades, to minimize their exposure. 75. Rebels and schismatics to the hills. Rebellions and civil wars in the lowlands hold many of the same terrors for villagers as do wars of conquest or invasions. They provoke similar patterns of flight as people frantically move to locations where they imagine they will be safer. What is notable, however, is that these repertoires of flight have logic to them, and that logic depends heavily on class, or, more precisely, on the degree to which one's status, property, and life are guaranteed by the routines of state power. The logic is evident even in the fracture lines of flight during the early years of the Vietnam War in the South from 1954 to 1965. Landlords, elites, and officials, fearing for their safety, increasingly gravitated away from the countryside and toward provincial capitals and eventually, as the conflict escalated, to Saigon itself. The closer to the state core, their movements seemed to say, the safer they were. Many ordinary peasants, by contrast, shifted from a more sedentary life in large villages to more remote, mobile settlements outside the state's easy reach. It is as if the tenuous, social compact of state-based society had come undone, elites heading for the center, where the coercive power of the state was most felt, and vulnerable nonlights heading for the periphery, where the coercive power of the state was least felt. Rebels, of course, unless they are very powerful, have even more compelling reasons to head for the hills. The earlier stages of the war in Indochina, 1946-54, caused, as Hardy explains, the movement of large numbers of Viet people from the Red River Delta into the remotest parts of the northern highlands. Forests provided cover for the revolution all the way to the valley of Dien Bien Phu, near the border with Laos. 76. The pattern is historically deep in Vietnam and elsewhere. It can be traced, at least, to the massive Tay Son Rebellion, 1771–1802, which began when three brothers from Tay Son village fled to the nearby hills for safety and to recruit followers. It continued through the Can Vuong movement in early colonial Vietnam, to the Nha Tinh uprisings of 1930, and, finally, to the Viet Minh base area in the hills among the minority though people. 77 State evasion by threatened rebels and non-combatants alike often entails migration to new ecological settings and the adoption of novel subsistence routines. Such routines are not only more suited to the new location but are also typically more diverse and mobile, thus making their practitioners less legible to the state. Defeated rebellions, like war in general, drove the vanquished to the margins. The larger the rebellion, the greater the population displaced. In this respect, the second half of the 19th century in China was a time of enormous upheavals, which put hundreds of thousands to rout, many of whom then sought refuge farther away from Han power. The greatest of these upheavals resulted from the Taiping Rebellion from 1851 to 1864, certainly the largest peasant rebellion in world history. The second upheavals, in Guizhou and Yunnan, sometimes called the Panthay Rebellion, were massive uprisings lasting from 1854 to 1873 and involving renegade Han and Miao/Hmong Hill people, as well as Hui Chinese Muslims. Although the so-called Miao Rebellion never reached the amplitude of the Taiping Rising, which cost the lives of some 20 million people, it nevertheless persisted for nearly 2 decades before its suppression. Defeated rebels, their families, and whole communities in headlong flight retreated into Zomia in the case of the Taiping Rebellion and, in the case of the Miao Rebellion, deeper and farther south within Zomia. In flight from Han power, these migrations not only led to widespread looting, banditry, and destruction, but they also further complicated the already diverse ethnoscape of the hills. In a ratchet effect, fleeing groups often drove others before them. Thong Chai Winnie-Chakal claims that many of the Chinese entering northern Siam in the late 19th century were remnants of the Taiping forces. 78 The defeated remnants of the Miao Rebellion pushed south, and many Lahu and Aka groups, not involved in the rebellion itself, moved south with them or ahead of them to stay out of harm's way. 79 In the 20th century, a successful rebellion, the Communist Revolution in China, produced a new stream of migrants, defeated Republican Kuomintang troops. Settling in the area that is today known as the Golden Triangle, where Laos, Burma, China, and Thailand, nearly, meet, they have with their hill allies come to control much of the opium trade. Thanks to the friction of terrain that their remote location in the hills affords, they also take political advantage of being situated along the seam of 4 nearly contiguous national jurisdictions. 80 They are hardly the most recent migrants into Zomia's region of refuge. In 1958, under pressure from Chinese party cadres and soldiers, fully 1/3 of the WA population crossed the border from the People's Republic into Burma seeking refuge. 81 During the Cultural Revolution, another pulse of migration followed. The retreat of Kuomintang forces to the Golden Triangle serves to remind us that the hills and Zomia in particular have long been a destination of retreat, and renewed military preparations, for officials of a defeated dynasty, princely pretenders, and losing factions in court politics. Thus at the beginning of the Manchu dynasty, fleeing Ming princes and their entourages retreated to safety in Guizhou and beyond. In Burma, the Shan and Chin Hills were host in pre-colonial and early colonial times to princely rebels and fugitive claimants to the throne of Burma, Min Lon. Political dissent and religious heresy or apostasy are, especially before the 19th century, difficult to distinguish from each other, so frequently are they alloyed. Nevertheless, it merits emphasis that the hills are associated as much with religious heterodoxy vis-a-vis the lowlands as they are with rebellion and political dissent. 82 That this should be the case is not surprising. Given the influence of the clergy, Sangha, in Theravada countries like Burma and Siam, and a cosmology that potentially made the ruler into a Hindu-Buddhist god-king, it was at least as vital for the crown to control the abbots of the realm as it was to control its princes, and at least as difficult. The crown's ability to impose its religious writ at a distance was about as extensive as its ability to impose its political writ and its taxes. This distance varied not only with the topography but also temporally, with the power and cohesion of the court. The religious frontier beyond which orthodoxy could not easily be imposed was therefore not so much a place or defined border as it was a relation to power, that varying margin at which state power faded appreciably. The wet rice valleys and the level plains of the typical valley state are not merely topographically flat, they can also be thought of as having been culturally, linguistically, and religiously flattened. The first thing that strikes any observer is the relative uniformity of valley culture compared to the luxuriant diversity of dress, speech, ritual, cultivation, and religious practice to be found in the hills. This relative uniformity is, to be sure, a state effect. Theravada Buddhism, as a would-be universal creed, was very much the religion of a centralizing state compared with the local deities, nat. Phi, that predated its spread. Despite their syncretism and incorporation of animist practice, Theravada monarchs, when they could, proscribed heterodox monks and monasteries, outlawed many Hindu animist rites, many of them dominated by females and transvestites, and propagated what they took to be pure, uncorrupted texts. 83 The flattening of religious practice was, then, a project of the Padi state to ensure that the only other kingdom-wide institution of elites besides the crown's own establishment was firmly under its control. A certain uniformity was also achieved because the larger abbeys were, after all, run by a surplus appropriating elite that, like the crown itself, thrived best on the rich production and concentrated manpower available at the state core. Centralized power helps explain a certain level of religious orthodoxy at the core, but it doesn't fully account for the enormous religious diversity in the hills. The heterodoxy of the hills was itself a kind of state effect. Aside from being beyond the easy reach of the state, the hill populations were more scattered, diverse, and more often isolated. Where there was a Buddhist clergy, it was more dispersed and more decentralized, poorer, and, because it lacked royal patronage or supervision, more dependent on the favor of the local population. If that population was heterodox, as it often was, so too was its clergy. 84 Schismatic sects were therefore quite likely to spring up in the hills. If and when they did, they were difficult to repress, being at the margins of state power. Two other factors, however, are decisive. The first is that the combination of scriptural Buddhism and the Jataka stories of the previous lives of the Buddha, not to mention the cosmology of Mount Meru around which palace architecture was organized, provided a strong warrant for withdrawal. Hermits, wandering monks, and forest orders all partook of the charisma and spiritual knowledge that came from a position outside society. 85 The second decisive factor is that heterodox sects, proscribed in the valleys, typically moved out of danger and into the hills. Hill demography and geography not only facilitated religious heterodoxy, they also served as a zone of refuge for persecuted sects in the valleys. The Shan Hills of Burma, an upland area of petty valley states created by a Buddhist, rice-planting people, present a striking case in point. Michael Mendelssohn, in his major study of the Sangha in Burma, writes of the Zati, light, radiance, reformist sect that appears to have been chased out of Burma proper in the late 19th century and to have settled in the Shan Hills. 86 It adopted some distinctive Shan Buddhist customs along with Shan texts and iconography. At the same time, the sect followed some of the heretical practices of the Paramats, a sect favored briefly by King Bodhapaya at the beginning of the 19th century. Mendelssohn closes his brief account of the sect with a hunch that accords with the zone of refuge perspective. An important lead that should be followed up by scholars is the possibility that the Shan states provided a refuge for many centuries to sects chased out of Burma proper for heretical beliefs. 87 The Shans became Buddhists only late in the 16th century, and it may be that the exodus of banned sects from the Burmese core played a role in their conversion. In this vein, while Edmund Leach notes that all Shans are Buddhists, virtually a condition of Shanness, he hastens to add, the majority, it is true, are not very devout, and Shan Buddhism includes a number of decidedly heretical sections. 88 Much earlier, in his Gazetteer, Scott describes monks in the Shan states who are armed traders with fortified positions, who smoke and wear skull caps. He then quotes a Dr. Cushing to the effect that the degree of heterodoxy increases with the distance from the center of Burmese power. 89 A journalist traveling clandestinely through the Shan states in the 1980s mentions Buddhist monks near the Chinese border who slept with women, smoked opium, and lived in fortified monasteries. 90 It seems probable from such fragmentary evidence that Shan Buddhist may represent something of a living historical archaeology of dissident Buddhist sects suppressed and expelled from the Burmese heartland over the past few centuries. As Zomia became a place of refuge for lowland rebels and defeated armies, so also it became an asylum for banned religious sects. Projecting this process back over many centuries, one can see how Zomia came to resemble something of a shadow society, a mirror image of the great potty states, albeit using much of the same cosmological raw material. It was a catchment area for those ideas and people who were the casualties of state-making, the collateral damage of dynastic schemes. The pluralism expelled from the valleys can be found in profusion in the hills shards that tell us what the lowland kingdoms drummed out of the valley and therefore what they might, in other circumstances, have become. The frequency with which peripheries, mountains, deserts, dense forests have been strongly associated with religious dissent is too common to be overlooked. The Cossack frontier of Tsarist Russia was notable not only for its egalitarian social structure but also for being a bastion of old believers whose doctrines played an important role in both the massive Ryazan and Pugachev peasant revolts. Switzerland was long marked by egalitarianism and by religious heterodoxy. The Alps generally were seen by the Vatican as a cradle of heresy. The Waldensians found refuge there, and, when threatened with forced conversion by the Duke of Savoy in the mid-17th century, they moved to the highest valleys. The Reformation itself swept the Alpine region, though, owing to its geographical fragmentation, it splintered regionally, with Geneva becoming Calvinist and Basel Zwinglian. 91. Hill heterodoxy could be seen as a fairly simple reflection of political and geographical marginality, a zone of resistance to which persecuted minorities can, in a pinch, repair. This view, however, would not begin to do justice to the dialogical nature of hill difference as a cultural choice embraced as an expression of distinctness and opposition. The mountain Berbers, it has been noted, have often reformulated their religious dissent in implicit contention with nearby rulers. When the Romans who controlled the province of Afriqiya Africa became Christianized, the highland Berbers, whom they never fully subjugated, also became Christians but Donatist and Arian heretics, so as to remain distinct from the Church of Rome. When Islam swept the area, the Berbers became Muslims, but soon expressed their dissent from the inequalities of Arab-Muslim rule by becoming Kharijite heretics. Robert Leroy Canfield has carefully traced a comparable pattern of finely calculated Islamic religious dissent in the Hindu Kush mountains of Afghanistan. 92 Where the major agrarian valley centers are Sunni-dominated, the adjacent hill people adhere largely to the Imami sect, a variant of Shia, and the more remote, inaccessible hill peoples follow Ismaili beliefs. Such affiliations follow ecological contours and often span both linguistic and ethnic boundaries. Both forms of dissent powerfully connote populations that have not submitted to a state that defines itself in terms of Sunni orthodoxy. Religious identity in this case is a self-selected boundary-making device designed to emphasize political and social difference. We shall see the same process at work in mainland Southeast Asia when we examine millenarian beliefs in the hills in Chapter 8. Crowding, health, and the ecology of state space. Farmers as opposed to hunter-gatherers tend to breathe out nastier germs, to own better weapons and armor, to own more powerful technology in general, and to live under centralized governments better able to wage wars of conquest. Jared Diamond, Guns, Germs, and Steel. Sedentary grain cultivation and the rearing of domestic livestock, pigs, chickens, geese, ducks, cattle, sheep, horses, and so on, constituted, it is clear, a great leap forward for infectious diseases. Most of the deadly epidemic diseases from which we suffer, smallpox, flu, tuberculosis, plague, measles, and cholera, are zoonotic diseases that have evolved from domesticated animals. Crowding is crucial. And crowding means the concentration not only of people but also of domestic animals and the obligate pests that inevitably accompany them, rats, mice, ticks, mosquitoes, fleas, mites, and so on. So far as the diseases in question are spread by proximity, coughing, touch, shared water sources, or through the obligate pests, the density of hosts per se represents an ideal environment for rapidly spreading epidemic diseases. Rates of mortality in early modern European cities exceeded the natural rate of increase until roughly the mid-19th century, when sanitation measures and clean water supplies cut the death rate appreciably. There is no reason to believe that Southeast Asian cities were any more salubrious. The great majority of these diseases might appropriately be called diseases of civilization. They appear in the historical record along with grain-growing cores and the concentration of flora, fauna, and insects they presuppose. 93. The chronicles of potty states and the testimony of early European witnesses attest to the frequency of devastating epidemics in the larger cities of pre-modern Southeast Asia. 94. In a comprehensive and meticulous study of North and Central Sulawesi, David Henley argues that epidemic diseases, particularly smallpox, represented a major obstacle to population growth. Perhaps reflecting the effects of crowding and the proximity to trade routes, the coastal population seemed less fit than the populations of the upland areas, who made a healthier and stronger impression. 95. It appears that virtually everyone understood that in the case of epidemics the safest course was to leave the city immediately and disperse to the countryside or to the hills. While people were not generally aware of the actual disease vector, they implicitly knew that dispersal and isolation retarded the spread of the disease. For hill peoples in general, the lowlands are thought to be unhealthy. Such an association might, for peoples living above 1,000 meters, be related to the prevalence of malaria at lower altitudes, or it could reflect the fear of urban epidemics and the risk of shipborne diseases brought by traders. In Luzon the Igorot living at lower elevations knew, the moment an epidemic broke out, that they must return to the hills, scatter, and close off the passes if they wanted to remain safe from its ravages. 96. How demographically important the flight to the hills was in response to epidemics, or what proportion of those fleeing returned when the danger was past, is impossible to tell. But when flight provoked by drought and famine is added to the equation, its demographic impact may well have been substantial. All agriculture is a risky proposition. But on balance, potty core agriculture was more risk-prone in most respects with one major exception than upland agriculture, let alone foraging. The major single advantage of irrigated wet rice when the water comes from perennial streams is that it is, for a time anyway, drought-resistant. 97. On the other hand, the great diversity of upland swiddening and foraging provides so many sources of nutrition that the failure of one or two crops, while bringing hardship, is less often catastrophic. Perhaps most important, the epidemiological consequences of the crowding of a species of cultivar had many of the same drawbacks as the crowding of Homo sapiens. The relatively narrow genetic base of grain production provides an ideal epidemiological habitat for the insects, fungi, rusts, and other crop pests specialized, say, to the potty plant. The buildup of such pests could, in an irrigated plain largely planted to rice, quickly become catastrophic. When the rains fail or when visible pests attack the crop, the cause of crop failure is reasonably obvious, although drought-stricken crops can then succumb to another pathogen the way a patient in compromised health can be vulnerable to any opportunistic infection. A plague of rats in the late 16th century devastated Hanthawaddy in Lower Burma, devouring most of its stores of grain. 98. As the food ran out, people fled. It is clear, however, that the plague of rats itself was caused, or at least sustained, by the presence of substantial stores of grain. The causes, by contrast, of the great crop failure and famine that struck Upper Burma between 1805 and 1813 are obscure. Drought appears to have played a role, as did, according to Thant Mayan Tu, Malthusian population pressures on a limited agricultural heartland. 99. Whatever the precise cause, it greatly accelerated the exodus of population. In particular, it prompted a huge movement to shifting cultivation, and so much potty land was empty that Konbong tax administrators had to invent a new cadastral category to account for it. Whether or not these absconding subjects moved far into the hills is obscure, but one thing is clear, they abandoned the potty core in droves. 100. The suggestion of Malthusian pressure at the core raises the intriguing possibility that the potty core may have been ecologically, as well as fiscally, self-limiting. This is precisely what Charles Keaton has argued. 101 In his view, the massive deforestation around the dry zone under King Mindon had resulted in increased runoff and the siltation of irrigation tanks and canals. Many of the canals were abandoned. A slight downward fluctuation in rainfall in an area with very low precipitation, 50 to 65 centimeters annually, to begin with could touch off a drought and exodus. On this view, the dry zone had become a degraded and fragile ecological setting, prone to crop failure. Some of those fleeing the famine may have gone to the hills, the majority, at the end of the 19th century, headed for the booming, open frontier of the Irrawaddy Delta. In any case, they too left the potty core. Against the grain. The dynastic self-portraits of pre-colonial potty states in Southeast Asia and of the Ming and Qing dynasties are, in the official sources, represented in rosy colors as a rather benign ingathering of peoples. Wise administrators shepherd rude peoples toward a literate, Buddhist or Confucian court center in which sedentary wet rice cultivation and becoming a full subject of the realm stand as the marks of civilizational achievement. Like all ideological self-representations, the Hegelian ideal they depict seems, like the use of the term pacification in the Vietnam War, a cruel parody of lived experience, especially at the frontier. Ignoring for the moment the larger question of what civilization might be understood to represent, the self-portrait is radically wrong in at least two respects. First, the process of ingathering was, typically, anything but a benign, voluntary journey towards civilization. Much of the population at the center was a captive population taken en masse as prizes of war and driven back to the core or purchased, retail, as it were, from slaving expeditions selling the state what it most needed. In 1650 the proportion of hereditary Amudan, service regiments mostly made up of slaves and their descendants, within a 200-kilometer radius of the capital at Ava was 40%. A massive deportation of war captives from Manipur, the Shan Hills, and Lower Burma from 1760 to 1780 was intended to further increase the by now depleted Amudan ranks. Siam was an even more striking example of a kingdom of captives. In the late 17th century, according to one observer, 1/3 of the population of central Siam consisted of foreigners descended chiefly from Lao and Mon war captives. Its population depleted by Burmese invasions, Siam launched a massive campaign of military capture in the early 19th century to the point where all told, Laos, Mons, Khmers, Burmese, and Malays may have equaled the number of self-identified Siamese in the Central Basin. 102 All of this is not to deny that outlying peoples in substantial numbers gravitated toward the opportunities and advantages at the court center in good times. It is, however, to deny that such state-making, in these demographic circumstances, was even conceivable without capture and bondage. The second and more egregious omission of this self-portrait is the overwhelming evidence for flight from the state core. To recognize it, of course, would be to manifestly contradict the civilizational discourse. Why on earth would anyone choose to leave the potty core and go over to the barbarians? Observers with a myopic historical perspective might be forgiven this error, inasmuch as the past 60 years or so have been characterized by a massive increase in the urban, core population and a growing control over the hills by the modern state. For well more than a millennium before that, however, it is abundantly clear that it was at least as common for people to flee the state as to approach it. The process was anything but regular, with wild oscillations between a virtual emptying out of the potty core to its full demographic occupation. The motives for flight from the state core are numerous, but they can be roughly catalogued. Contrary to the civilizational discourse which implicitly assumes that anyone would prefer to plant potty in the lowlands were it not for predatory states, there were positive reasons for preferring hill swiddening or foraging to wet rice cultivation. So long as there was plenty of open land, as was the case until fairly recently, swiddening was generally more efficient in terms of return to labor than irrigated rice. It offered more nutritional variety in settings that were generally healthier. Finally, when combined with foraging and hunting for goods highly valued in the lowlands and in international commerce, it could provide high returns for relatively little effort. One could combine social autonomy with the advantages of commercial exchange. Going to the hills, or remaining in the hills if you were already there, was not, in most circumstances, a choice of freedom at the cost of material deprivation. After a demographic collapse following a famine, epidemic, or war, if one were lucky enough to have survived, swiddening might become the norm, right there on the Paddy Plain. State-resistant space was therefore not a place on the map but a position vis-a-vis power. It could be created by successful acts of defiance, by shifts in farming techniques, or by unanticipated acts of God. The same spot could oscillate between being heavily ruled or being relatively independent, depending on the reach of the Paddy state and the resistance of its would-be subjects. With respect to actual flight, we might usefully distinguish between the slow, grinding, routines that extruded people year by year and the larger events that produced a mass exodus. In the former category, the growing burdens of taxes and corvée in an ambitious reign might provoke a steady stream of ruined subjects who moved beyond the state's power. Religious dissidents, the losers in factional struggles, village outcasts, criminals, and adventurers might, as well, move to the frontier. Émigrés of this kind, as we shall see, were readily absorbed into the existing hill societies. Whether, in the long run, the steady, cumulative departure of subjects or the crises that produced mass exoduses contributed most to the loss of core populations is hard to gauge. The former, precisely because it was unspectacular, is more likely to be found in the tax receipt records than in the chronicles. War, famine, fire, and epidemics are more newsworthy and therefore more apparent in the chronicles and archives. These four, along with tyranny, constitute the five famous scourges of Burmese folk sayings. 103 They are primarily responsible for the large-scale shuffling of populations from one state to another, migration from the Paddy core to the margins of state power, and, in the hills themselves, a repositioning of populations. There is no way of predicting the catastrophe represented by, say, war, famine, or epidemics, and no way of knowing in advance their duration or severity. By their nature such events set in motion tumultuous, headlong panic and flight. And yet such disasters were so much a part of the pre-colonial Southeast Asian landscapes that one imagines that many populations had routines of disaster, much as peasants in time of food shortage have a knowledge of famine foods they can eat to tide them over. Dispersal, routes of escape, and alternative subsistence routines must have been part of the crisis repertoire of much of the core peasantry. 104. Mass exodus, often coupled with rebellion and banditry, punctuated the pre-colonial history of most Southeast Asian states. We might distinguish here between the catastrophes that drove the core population to seek safety in another state, at the margins of power, and in the hills from the resistance and flight of populations who were, for the first time, being forcibly incorporated into the state by an ambitious dynasty. Both were in evidence in northern Vietnam from the 14th century to the 16th. Drought, rebellions, and invasions from 1340 to 1400 led to a collapse of the paddy-growing population in the Red River Delta. It plummeted by 800,000 to perhaps 1.6 million, with many of the refugees apparently moving into the hills. In the early 16th century a demographically recovered heartland attempted to extend its power to the hilly Vietnamese districts west, north, and northeast of the capital. A series of rebellions, led in part by miracle-working Buddhist and Taoist adepts, offered determined resistance and put many thousands to flight, many of them, presumably, farther into the hills. The early 19th century Siamese court encountered similarly ferocious resistance when it tried to extend its control to the southern Lao area, tattooing taxpayers, the Red Iron policy, raising corvée demands, and countenancing or promoting wholesale enslavement of upland and tribal peoples. 105 When the rebellions were crushed, it is plausible to assume that those wishing to escape incorporation would head for the hills, and those menaced by slaving expeditions would retreat even farther into the hills to remain out of range. From the Mongol invasions of the 13th century through much of the 15th century, Upper Burma experienced chaos and famine, during which, Michael Ongthwin reports, large segments of the population moved away from traditionally secure areas to enclaves of safety. 106 Exactly where these refugees went is unclear, but a substantial portion must have scattered to the nearest periphery of dynastic power, which would have been, in most cases, uphill. Only in the 19th century did the delta of Lower Burma, itself initially a place of refuge, become the standard destination for those fleeing the core of Burmese power. Fragmentary as the evidence is, we can venture a guess or two about the patterns of oscillation in the state-administered populations at the center of the Padi state and those beyond its grasp. In terms of distance from dynastic power, we can imagine something of a continuum between a heavily administered, rice-growing population at the center on the one hand and ridgeline dwelling, stockade builders who are quite beyond the state's reach on the other. Those at the edge of the core population and those in the nearby hilly hinterland would occupy an intermediary position relative to state power. Schematically, and speculatively, it makes some sense to think that, when beleaguered, a population would move as a first step to the next safest adjacent zone. Thus those at the center, faced with a war or famine, would move toward the core's edge. Those at the core's edge might first try to seal themselves off from the disruptions at the center by fiscally seceding and defending themselves. 107 Should this strategy fail, they in turn would head for the nearby hinterland and the hills. Those in the hinterland and hills, faced with an extension of state power in the form of direct administration or slave raids, could rebel or flee or rebel and then flee, perhaps deeper or higher into the hills. 108 Each segment, then, when endangered, would presumably move along the continuum to the next position farther from state power. Under more favorable conditions at the core, this process would work in reverse, as many moved closer to the core to take advantage of the trade and status opportunities there. Where Oliver Wolters writes of a concertina mandala state in Southeast Asia, we might extend the simile to the mandala's population, now approaching, now moving just out of reach, depending on the balance of danger and reward. The population on this view ought to be viewed as politically amphibious. The capacity to cycle back and forth, over time, between relative stateness and statelessness depended on a large open frontier and on having handy the repertoires of social structure and subsistence that would serve them in a new niche. But was it, after all, an entirely new niche? Once we recall that such a large proportion of the population were captives or descendants of captives, a great many of them culled from the hills, then, perhaps, for some of them, the journey away from the state was something like a homecoming. The friction of distance, states and culture. Nothing is more difficult than to conquer a people, the Igorots, who have no needs and whose ramparts are the forests, mountains, impenetrable wildernesses, and high precipices. Spanish official, 18th century Philippines. Pre-colonial and colonial officials both understood that the military obstacles to the conquest of remote mountainous areas were formidable. The combination of a mobile and generally hostile population and a rugged topography meant that even punitive expeditions, let alone military occupation, were risky enterprises. As the Glass Palace Chronicle notes of one such campaign, the Mahapayasa and the King of Ava, who had been ordered to go in pursuit of the Sogway of Magung, were recalled, as it was found impossible for the pursuers to proceed without very great hardship in a mountainous country where the passes were blocked with snowdrifts and mists and fogs did not lift until noon. 109 Scott, leading a better armed military campaign of pacification in northern Burma at the end of the 19th century, noted the relationship of the difficulty of troop movement to the length of time it took to subdue a district, where wide tracts of uncultivated forest, miles of waterlogged country, reeking with malaria, or confused tangles of scrub jungle and ravines afforded the dacoits safe retreats. Such districts were not reduced to order for a year or two longer. 110 For the French in Vietnam, it was no different. A 1901 report warned of the obstacles to controlling descent and trouble in the hills protected by the shelter of steep mountains and almost impenetrable forest. 111. The above is, of course, the view from the valley state. From the perspective of those retreating to the hills, it was a natural advantage they could exploit. They could, as the Igorot did, cut off the mountain passes and, when necessary, retreat deeper and deeper into the hills. The mountains favored defensive warfare in general and provided innumerable places where a small group could hold off a much larger force. The deepest recesses of a mountainous zone, where the cumulative friction of travel from the nearest lowland center is greatest, are the least accessible to direct state control. In such places the term mountain fastness takes on a literal meaning. For the British, the Wild Wa, located between Thailand, China, and the eastern Shan states of Burma, lived in such a zone. Turn-of-the-century maps could not begin to depict, according to a colonial officer, the actual difficulty of the terrain in which main ridges were crises crossed with sharp-angled hills. 112. Even today, the Wa, perhaps 2 million strong, live in what is undoubtedly one of the last great mountain wildernesses in the modern world. 113. The degree of friction represented by a landscape cannot simply be read off the topography. It is, to a considerable degree, socially engineered and manipulated to amplify or minimize that friction. To follow the British progress in projecting their power into the hills is, to a great extent, to follow the progress of their distance-demolishing technologies, bridges, all-weather roads, forest felling, accurate maps, and the telegraph. The advanced techniques of defoliation, helicopters, airplanes, and modern satellite photography further diminish that friction. Friction is thus not simply there in some mechanical way, it is constantly being sculpted for one purpose or another. For those wishing to maximize the friction of distance, a host of countervailing strategies are available: destroying bridges, ambushing or booby-trapping passes and defile, felling trees along roads, cutting telephone and telegraph wires, and so forth. A great part of the literature on guerrilla warfare, that part that is not about techniques for gaining intelligence, is about efforts to manage the landscape to one's advantage. The military logic that governs the friction of distance operates as well to shape social and cultural influence. Working out its consequences schematically helps to illuminate some of the social differences between hill societies and potty states. Many of the major cultural influences in Southeast Asia have been exogenous, brought by seaborne traders. Brahminical Hinduism, Buddhism, and, later, Islam arrived in this fashion. From the seacoast, where they landed, these influences tended to spread along the major arteries of human commerce and movement planes, river basins carried along by the trajectories of movement of this lowland population. One might think of a time-lapse photographic series in which the influence of these cultural ideas is spread most readily over areas with the least friction of terrain and the largest volume of human traffic. Notice, in this connection, how locations of very high friction swamps, marshes, ravines, rugged mountains, heaths, deserts, even though they may be quite close to the state core as the crow flies, are likely to remain relatively inaccessible, and thus zones of political and cultural difference. If we add a vertical or altitudinal dimension, in the case of large mountain ranges, to a long-run temporal or time-lapse dimension, it is easy to see how certain kinds of cultural stratification might develop. A cultural complex, say Hindu Shaivite cultism, moves from the coast, with state power and commercial exchange along the watercourses and across arable plains. Those, say animists, who, for one reason or another, choose not to adapt to this complex, move or are driven farther up the watershed, farther into the interior and out of range. Let's then imagine that another cultural complex, say Buddhism or Islam, succeeds the first. This new pulse, perhaps also state-assisted, might push those Hindu Shaivite populations not wishing to assimilate, farther up the watershed, in turn driving the earlier animist refugees to still higher elevations and or deeper into the interior. It is easy to see how one might get, in these circumstances, something like the Tengger Highlands described earlier, a kind of vertical sedimentation of cultural pulses from afar, the oldest, deepest, now highest in elevation, and the newest, most shallow, in the lowland plains. In practice, of course, the patterns of migration are far more complex, and in the 20th century Christian missionaries in mainland Southeast Asia have skipped, as it were, directly to the highlands. What this crude schema does help us understand, however, is why those living in higher and more remote locations less accessible to the state may also be culturally distinct and, in a sense, historically stratified as well. 114. Many zomias, dry and wet. Our focus has been on the vast, contiguous hilly area we have chosen to call zomia. But the principles of the friction of distance, regions of refuge, and state-resistant topographies work elsewhere on a smaller scale. One historically important case is that of the Pigou in Burma, a 400-kilometer long, forested mountain tract, some 65 to 200 kilometers in width, running through the heart of Burma between the Irrawaddy and Sitane rivers. As the closest state-resistant space to the rich plains, the Pigou was long a redoubt for runaways, rebels, and bandits. Its dense forest, its hidden valleys, and, above all, its proximity to prosperous rice-growing villages was such that Sir Charles Crosthwood wrote, "No dacoit could have wished for better conditions." 115. However, as the location of one of the last great stands of teak, the key revenue-producing commodity in early 20th century colonial Burma, it became a valuable prize. Despite the resources devoted to its control, the Pigou slipped from British hands in the Second Anglo-Burmese War, 1885–87, again during the Great Sayasan Uprising, 1930–32, and, finally and definitively, on the outbreak of World War II. After the war, and for nearly 30 years until 1975, it was the major base area for communist rebels in the north and Karen rebels in the south, who nearly brought down the government in Rangoon. So secure was this rebel base area that the Communist Party Burma, CPB, thought of it as its own Yenin and named the Central Marxism-Leninism School in its mountain fastness the Golden City of Beijing. 116. When it was finally cleared in 1975, both the CPB and the Karen National United Party, KNUP, lost their last base within striking distance of the Central Plain and the central government. Although it was sparsely populated, the Pigou merits its own chapter in any account of state-resistant spaces in Burma. 117. Map 7. Elevation in the Pigou Range. Papa Hill, or Mount Papa, at the northern extremity of the Pigou, today an important Buddhist shrine and pilgrimage site, was until fairly recently a renowned state-resistant space. Located southwest of Mandalay, between Maiktala and Chowk, this abrupt 1,500-meter peak is surrounded by spurs with ravines and scrub jungle. Though not extensive enough to serve as a major zone of refuge or revolutionary base area, it was close enough to trade routes and valley populations to serve as a hideout for bandit gangs and cattle thieves. One such band held out for a full 10 years after the British annexation. 118. Papa was just one of literally hundreds of what the British termed fastnesses that proved hard to conquer and to hold. They might harbor kingly pretenders, heterodox forest sects, rebels, and bandits. Each locale had its own particular history as a state-resistant place, and those wishing for whatever reason to distance themselves from the state knew it as a possible sanctuary. What they all had in common was a bewildering geography that favored defense and retreat, as well as a sparse and mobile population with a tradition of statelessness. A complete accounting of state-resistant places would have as many pages devoted to low, wet places, marshes, swamps, fens, bogs, moors, deltas, mangrove coasts, and complex waterways and archipelagos as to high mountain redoubts. Because such difficult-to-govern places were more likely to be located near rich paddy-growing areas, at low elevation, they posed an equal or greater threat to lowland political order. Jiaxing, just south of the Yangtze Delta, was, in the early 17th century, just such a disorderly place. The maze of creeks and waterways represented nearly intractable problems of political order. A prefect charged with controlling it wrote, These larger streams are removed by lakes, wetlands, inlets, and broads which form a vast expanse, reaching for innumerable kilometers. These are the refuges where bandits from every corner come together, and from which they emerge and into which they disappear. 119. Just as wetlands can provide a kind of natural defensive perimeter for state corps, as they did for Venice and Amsterdam, they can by the same token serve as a sanctuary for rebels, bandits, and their waterborne equivalents, pirates. The great 13th century Chinese classic Water Margin is a swashbuckling account of disgraced or betrayed officials and their huge bandit following in the marshlands. 120. A great marsh with an even longer, 3 millennia or more, storied history is the Mesopotamian marsh between the Tigris and Euphrates, today on the Iraq-Iran border. This 15,000 square kilometer marsh that shifts shape season by season was, until recently, home to a sizable population living on floating islands well away from any state presence. Wilfred Thesiger, an adventurer whose account the marsh Arabs first brought this world to the attention of the English-speaking world, noted that the marshes, with their baffling maze of reed beds where men could move only by boat, must have afforded a refuge to remnants of a defeated people and been a center for lawlessness and rebellion since the earliest times. 121. The combination of a labyrinth of indistinguishable, to the untrained eye of the outsider, waterways subject to seasonal change gave a decisive advantage to its mobile inhabitants over any official intruder. The draconian remedy, in this as in other cases of a marshy resistant zone, was to drain the marsh and destroy the habitat once and for all. This great project in extending state space was finally accomplished by Saddam Hussein after the massive losses of the Iran-Iraq War fought in this same area. The draining of large marshes and swamplands, a final solution not available to rulers confronting mountain sanctuaries, has always been, whatever its other rationales, an exercise in obliterating potential sites of resistance and rebellion. 122. In white settler-ruled North America, swamps, quite as much as mountains and the frontier, were sanctuaries of rebellion and escape. The Seminoles, under Chief Osceola, together with their runaway slave allies, fought a 7-year rearguard action against federal troops bent on enforcing Andrew Jackson's policy of Indian removal. 123. The Great Dismal Swamp on the eastern Virginia, North Carolina border was home to thousands of escaped slaves for several generations, right in the midst of the strongest slave-holding communities in the South. 124. They joined renegade whites, Southerners avoiding conscription, deserters, those fleeing the law, moonshine distillers, hunters, shingle cutters, and trappers. The Great Dismal, like the swamp in the Water Margin, also had a literary presence, thanks to Longfellow's poem A Slave in the Dismal Swamp and Harriet Beecher Stowe's Dread, A Tale of the Dismal Swamp, 1856. As with the sanctuary of the marsh Arabs, there were repeated calls to have the Great Dismal drained because it allowed the lowest sort of people to find freedom and independence. 125. Coastal environments, particularly in Southeast Asia, have also provided cover for rebels and those who would evade the state. The shifting deltas of the major rivers of mainland Southeast Asia, the Mekong, Chao Phraya, and Irrawaddy, indented with countless tidal creeks and estuaries, were nearly impossible to police and administer. The authorities, even in force, were no match for a fugitive population that knew its watery terrain intimately and could disappear at a moment's notice. Worried about geographical settings that would favor revolutionaries, the French and the U.S.-backed Saigon government both pointed to the mountains and the wetlands as places to watch. The Central Highlands and the marshy plains of the western Mekong Delta, the Trans-Basak, were the two main strategic regions highlighted as vulnerable to communist infiltration. 126. Karen rebels against the Burmese government also took full advantage of the impenetrable region of great mangrove swamp, forest reserves, muddy rivers, and hidden creeks, where government forces have always had to move slowly. 127. The mangrove habitat, with its impossibly tortuous passages, recondite to anyone except those with long experience, perhaps represents something of an ideal setting for evasion. As protective cover it probably has no equal. Winding channels and creeks, obstructed by mud and sand banks, here vanish from sight behind a concealing wall of vegetation, the narrow lane of the mangrove labyrinth being crowded over with branches or the long fronds of the nipa palm. Here, in a moment of anticipated danger, the waterborne people of the locality familiar with its intricate geography can successfully escape detection. 128. A geography that was favorable to hiding and escape was, by the same token, favorable to raiders. The mangroves were close to the shipping lanes just as the Pigayuma was close to the prosperous lowlands. Raiders could dart out and back, plundering ships, raiding coastal settlements, and taking slaves. Like the Vikings, the sea gypsies had an amphibious existence as traders and raiders. Like the Vikings, the sea gypsies had fast, shallow draft pareu, enabling them to escape up small creeks where larger vessels could not go and to raid settlements at night from the often unprotected, upstream side. Using the mangroves to their advantage, they posed for a time a major threat to Dutch and British maritime trade in Southeast Asia. Even today, their highly armed, motorized, lineal descendants bedevil the great tankers plying the Straits of Malacca. 129. Like the hills, the swamps, marshes, and mangroves are places to repair to and potentially places from which to raid. But above all, they are places of low stateness, where populations that would for whatever reason evade the writ of the state can find refuge. Going over to the barbarians. We know that some of the border Chinese began to follow the same line of divergent evolution, pastoral nomadism, and that it was to retain the Chinese within China as well as to keep the new-style barbarians out of China that the Great Wall was built. Owen Lattimore, The Frontier in History. Older narratives and lowland folk versions of who the minorities are and how they got there typically treat them as an original, indigenous people from whom valley populations descended. Current narratives by historians and ethnographers of the minorities now living in Zomia often portray them as migrants trailing a saga of defeat, persecution, marginalization. The tale is generally one of unjust victimization. Two implicit assumptions help sustain this narrative. The first is that all hill peoples would prefer to be valley cultivators, that many of them were once lowland people, and that they were driven into the hills, reluctantly, by virtue of force majeure. The second assumption is that they would naturally want to avoid the stigma of barbarity and backwardness that attaches to them, that barbarity is the logical outcome of their flight. Since, by lowland standards, civilized people are wet rice growing, tax-paying subjects of a state, to leave that condition, to move out of the state's orbit and adopt new subsistence routines is, ipso facto, to place oneself beyond the pale. To leave the story here is to miss the important intentionality, the agency of these migrations. Where there is an open land frontier and trade with lowland settlements, hill dwellers can enjoy a relatively prosperous life with less labor, not to mention avoiding taxes and corvée. Just as Lattimore noted that many of the pastoralists on the northern and western frontiers of China were cultivators of various backgrounds who decided to break away from poverty-stricken farming to a more secure life as herdsmen, so has the move to upland swiddening and foraging often been a voluntary move in terms of narrow economic self-interest. 130. And when to that self-interest we add the advantage of keeping more of one's crop and disposing of more of one's own labor, the positive reasons for distancing oneself from state power might be convincing in material terms alone. Because the shift to hill livelihoods was, in valley terms, always associated with a decline in status, it was inconceivable that it could have occurred voluntarily. Hill populations, by valley accounts, were either an aboriginal population that had never been civilized or, more sympathetically, a population driven from the lowlands by force. Constantly aware of the contempt in which they were held, many of the tribal peoples in their oral histories explain their current location and status by some combination of victimization, treachery, and negligence. Nevertheless, it is abundantly clear that all hill groups have incorporated large numbers of defectors from civilization by working them into their genealogies. A great many of these defectors were Han Chinese who found it convenient to leave civilization for the hills. As we have seen, there was no logical place for such counter-narratives in the self-portrait of Han Confucian statecraft. Thus the Great Wall's and the anti-Miao walls of Hunan were seen officially as a barrier to barbarians, whereas, in fact, they were built just as surely to hold a tax-paying, sedentary, cultivating population within the ambit of state power. As Magnus Fiscus Joe shows, many of the imagined barbarians of the past and many so-called Miao rebels of the mid-19th century were actually majority Chinese on the run from tax obligations or criminal liabilities in mainstream society. 131 Trade, the search for land, and marriage were other reasons why Han and other migrants to the hills might find it advantageous to join hill society. Self-marginalization, or self-barbarianization in valley terms, might have been, at times, quite common. Civilizational discourse, however, made such conduct unthinkable. 132. If, in fact, groups choose not to be assimilated to the culture and routines of the valley state, if they choose instead, deliberately, to place themselves at a physical and cultural distance from that civilization, then we need a way to describe this process that treats it as more than a loss or a fall from grace. Jeffrey Benjamin, in trying to capture the way in which hill peoples in peninsular Malaya positioned themselves ecologically, economically, and culturally vis-a-vis the Malay state, has coined the term dissimilation. 133 Dissimilation, not to be confused with dissimulation, refers to the more or less purposeful creation of cultural distance between societies. It may involve the adoption and maintenance of linguistic differences, of distinctive histories, of differences in attire, burial and marriage rites, housing styles, forms of cultivation, and altitude. And since all such cultural markers are meant to distinguish a group from one or more others, they are necessarily relational. Dissimilation can have the effect of staking a claim to a particular niche in the overall hill valley economy. For example, we are foragers in the forest, we do not touch the plow. Pursued over time and elaborated, such dissimilation, of course, leads to ethnogenesis, a subject we shall explore in Chapter 7. In the context of the history of migration away from state cores, however, we want in this final section to emphasize the most important aspect of dissimilation for many hill peoples. The key act of dissimilation is the assertion we are a non-state people. We are in the hills swiddening and foraging because we have placed ourselves at a distance from the valley state. Autonomy as identity, state-evading peoples. For many hill peoples, dissimilation, the staking out of the difference and distance between one society and another, meant putting a literal distance between themselves and lowland states. In a sense, the process was overdetermined, even tautological. Consider, for example, the long process of migration itself. A smaller or militarily weaker people in the lowlands, say, finds itself facing defeat and subjugation or, more likely, both. Some fraction of this beleaguered group stays put, is subjugated, and, over time, assimilated. Another fraction, say, withdraws and moves to the hinterland or hills, to maintain its autonomy while perhaps having to change its subsistence routines. Assume, further, that the group is named, let's call them the meadow larks. The meadow larks who remain in place will be absorbed into the prevailing lowland culture while leaving their own distinctive mark upon it. They will no longer, however, be meadow larks, but Chinese, Burmese, Siamese, Thai. Those who leave in substantial numbers, although they change as well, perhaps even more, will still be known as the meadow larks, and, what is more, one major aspect of their history will have become their migration away from the valley state. From the valley perspective as well, meadow larks will be marked by flight and state evasion. If the process is repeated several times, the aspect of state evasion may come to represent the essential character of a people. The process is schematically what several ethnographers and historians describe as typifying the experience of the Miao/Hmong over, especially, the past 3 centuries of rebellion and flight. Nicholas Tapp describes the process of bifurcation. On the one hand, there were the cooked, Shu, Miao, or Chinese Miao, who accepted Chinese sovereignty, Chinese names, and permanent field agriculture, most of whom over time were absorbed into Han culture. On the other hand were the raw, Sheng, Miao, or Miao Miao, who moved, or remained, higher in the hills, Swidening and raiding, and at a distance from the Chinese state. 134 Another student of Miao/Hmong history believes that when the Hmong suffered from land scarcity, lack of forest, excessive or unjust tax levies, and various official or landlord abuses, the majority tried to adapt to the new situation. Some rose up and were ready to fight, while others chose to move to a new administrative area or to another country. These migrations only concerned part of the Hmong population, the vast majority choosing to stay put and adjust. 135 On this account, the fugitive, stateless Hmong, marked indelibly by their flight and their refusal to enter the map, are a remnant. Most of those who had historically been known as Hmong would have been absorbed as subjects of the Han state and hence disappeared as a distinguishable group. If we also allow for the fact that others who rebelled or fled along with them were absorbed into the ranks of the Hmong, then this remnant may have little in the way of genealogical, let alone genetic, continuity. The meaning of Hmongness may lie more powerfully in a shared history of rebellion and flight than in any presumed claim to ancestral blood ties. A comparable story might apply to a great many, but not all, hill peoples of Zomia. The Wa, Aka, Lahu, Lasug, Kemu, Pala, Pada, Lamet, and some Karen seem to share a history in which, often after rebellion, some remained behind while others fled out of range while absorbing, along the way, other migrants. Shan Du believes that in the past 3 centuries the Lahu have been involved in some 20 revolts, after which many stayed in areas of Han imperial control while others migrated south to the more marginal and mountainous regions after major suppressions. 136 The complex history of the Karen, especially the Po Karen, has many of the same elements. Allied with the Mon and, after the fall of Pico in the mid-18th century, with the Siamese, the Karen appeared in many cases to have been absorbed by the Mon, Siamese, Shan, and Burmese polities. Many whom we today know as the Karen are those who choose to flee or to remain in the hills as a stateless, if vulnerable, autonomous people. 137 Most of those who have ever been Karen, Lahu, and Hmong have, as a historical matter, been assimilated into the composite lowland as state subjects while their absconding remnant has retained its distinct identity, compiling thereby a history of flight and statelessness. 138. The most carefully elaborated case of what might be called flight from the state as identity is that of the Aka described in the work of the late Leo Alting Vanjaza. Some 2.5 million strong, including the Hani, Ha-Nhi, in northern Vietnam, the Aka speak a Tibeto-Burman tongue and were in the past considered to be among the Blackbone, Ra, Sheng, non-Sinicizing Yilolo. Today they are located in southern Yunnan, Sip Song Phan Na, and in adjacent areas of Laos, Burma, and Thailand. Over the past 2 centuries they have been driven farther south by war, slavery, and the search for new Swidens. The 2 lowland kingdoms with which they have been in touch are the Han and the Thai, although the Han has left a far deeper impression on their cultural practices and beliefs. Most important for our purposes is that the Aka keep elaborate, if unreliable, genealogies and tell their own history through their bards, or Fima. Some of this history can, it seems, be documented. But documented or not, this oral history is diagnostic of a people for whom flight and statelessness are defining characteristics. They were, they believe, originally an upland people who gradually moved to the lowlands and to rice planting, though apparently not subjects of a state. Then, in southern Yunnan, Thai warrior groups arrived as state bearers, absorbing some of the Aka while driving the rest up into the hills, along with the Pala and others. Vanjaza claims that this accords with the establishment of the first city-state, Muin, by the Tailu warrior Ba Zhen in the late 12th century, driving many of the original inhabitants away. This was followed by the Mongol invasions, the Yuan dynasty in the mid-13th century, and the expansion of state power in this region. From this point on, the Aka have seen themselves as a state-evading people, selecting their location and their livelihood routines so as not to be easily accessible to soldiers, bandits and tax collectors. 139 They have not, despite their flight, remained genetically isolated. Using pliable rules of adoption and creative genealogies, they have, on Van Jiza's reckoning, absorbed Thai and Han Chinese as well as other mountain peoples, such as the Lahu, Pala, Kemu, and Wa. Aka flight and statelessness is normatively coded in their history and cosmology. A key figure in their legends is the would-be Aka king of the 13th century, Chjabang, who instituted a census, the iconic tax and state-making move, and was slain by his own people. His son Bangjui is an Icarus figure whose shamanic horse with wings mended with beeswax flies too close to the sun and is killed. Both stories are cautionary tales about hierarchy and state formation. The standard shamanic curing rituals intended to restore a wandering soul to its body carry the same state-evading moral. A journey to the spirit world with 9 layers is described as a descent from the mountains to the lowlands, where the person's soul has been captured in the labyrinth of the dragon and condemned to perform corvée or slave labor for life. In order to recover a person's soul, they have to offer a pig or other large animal, such as a buffalo, in exactly the manner that was usual in the slave trade. 140 When it comes to what one might call religion, the same principle prevails. Beyond a respect for specialists, for those with long genealogies, and for blacksmiths, the Aka insist that they believe in no higher god and that, literally, they do not bow their head to anyone. It would be hard to imagine a people whose oral history, practices, and cosmology represented a more comprehensive rejection of states and permanent hierarchies. Chapter 6. State Evasion, State Prevention, the Culture and Agriculture of Escape. I imagine, once again, that you are a Southeast Asian counterpart to Jean-Baptiste Colbert. This time, however, your task is not to design an ideal state space of appropriation but, rather, the precise opposite. How would you go about designing a topography, a subsistence strategy, and a social structure that was as resistant to state formation and appropriation as possible? Much of what you would design, I believe, would be an inversion of how the poti-state was sculpted. In place of a flat, relatively frictionless alluvial plain, you would conjure up a rugged landscape where the friction of terrain was forbiddingly high. In place of concentrated grain crops that ripen simultaneously, you would prefer shifting, diverse, dispersed, root crops of uneven maturation. In place of permanent settlement and fixed political authority, you would devise a scattered, mobile pattern of residence and a fluid, acephalous social structure capable of easy fissioning and recombination. In broad strokes, this is what one finds throughout much of Zomia, a pattern of settlement, agriculture, and social structure that is state-repelling. That is to say, it represents an agroecological setting singularly unfavorable to manpower and grain-amassing strategies of states. The pattern is state-repelling in 2 distinct ways. The first and most obvious is that an existing state will hesitate to incorporate such areas, inasmuch as the return, in manpower and grain, is likely to be less than the administrative and military costs of appropriating it. Tributary status might be plausible, but not direct rule. The second state-repelling feature of this social landscape is that it makes the rise of an indigenous state in this space exceedingly unlikely. The critical mass of concentrated manpower, wealth, and grain on which a state must rest is essentially lacking. Furthermore, demography and agronomy unfavorable to state appropriation are, it turns out, proof against other forms of appropriation as well, in particular, raiding. Slave raiding expeditions, marauding armies, bandits, starving would-be pillagers of foodstuffs will, like states, find state spaces more lucrative for raiding than the slim pickings in sparse, mobile, root crop growing societies with no permanent structure of authority. Such hill societies are, in this sense, not simply state-repelling but appropriation-resistant in general. I have used the device of a Colbertian strategist and the idea of design quite deliberately. Much of the history and ethnography of the hill peoples in mainland Southeast Asia tends, implicitly or explicitly, to naturalize their location, their settlement pattern, their agriculture, and their social structure, to treat these as givens, dictated, as it were, by traditional and ecological constraints. Without gainsaying the existence of some constraints, I wish to emphasize the element of historical and strategic choice. What is striking, on any long historical view, is the great flux and variety in patterns of hill and valley residence, in social structure, in forms of agriculture, and in ethnic identity. Patterns that may appear static, even timeless, at first sight, display a remarkable plasticity if one steps back and widens the historical lens to a span of a few generations, let alone a few hundred years or a millennium. The evidence, I think, requires that we interpret hill societies, their location, their residence pattern, their agricultural techniques, their kinship practices, and their political organization largely as social and historical choices designed to position themselves vis-a-vis the valley states and the other hill peoples among whom they live. An extreme case, Karen hiding villages. A limiting case can often, by its very starkness, illustrate the basic dynamics of a social process. The draconian counterinsurgency strategy of Burma's military rulers in largely Karen areas is a case in point. Here, the state space around the military base is less a mere zone of appropriation than a full-fledged concentration camp. Non-state space, by contrast, is not so much an area outside the effective realm of the taxman as a refuge to which people run for their lives. 1. In the Orwellian euphemism of the Burmese army, the civilian zones that they control in Karen areas are called peace villages, while the zones sheltering those who have escaped beyond their reach are called hiding villages. The official description represents peace villages as ones whose headmen have agreed not to assist the insurgents and to provide free labor to the military camp on a rotating basis, in return for which the villagers will not have their houses burned or be forcibly relocated. Peace villages are, in fact, frequently relocated by force to the border of the military camp itself, where they provide a ready pool of laborers and hostages. Their inhabitants are registered and given identity cards. Their agricultural land, betel nut trees, and cardamom bushes are assessed for the purpose of military taxation and requisitions. In a miniature and militarized version of the Padi state corps we examined in Chapter 3, the base commanders tend, in fact, to extract most of the labor, cash, and food they require from the peace villages closest to headquarters. The villagers implicitly understand the connection between the concentration of population and forced labor. In one of the many cases documented, 7 villages had been forcibly consolidated into 2, Klurla and Thay Khater, nearby the barracks. As one resident said, when they can't find people to be porters, they take all the villagers from Klurla and Thay Khater. They don't mind if they are male or female, they take them. The SPDC government forced them to relocate there in 1998. That is why it is very easy to force them to do forced labor or porter since they are in one place. 2. In a comparable relocation area, a villager also noted how concentration near the military base exposed them to exploitation. In my opinion, they asked the villagers to move to these places so they could make them work. If the villagers stay in one place, then it is easy for the Burmese to make them work. 3. Forced to provision themselves from local sources, and with a tradition of corruption and plunder, military units have transformed relocation areas into zones of hyper-appropriation. The ideal type of military space is a flat, open terrain, no ambushes, along a major road, surrounded by a registered, relocated civilian population growing crops in easily monitored fields, who serve as tripwires and hostages, as well as a source of labor, cash, and foodstuffs. In an amplified version of the Padi state, the Burmese army presses so severely on the manpower and resources of its captive population that a large proportion of them eventually flee in desperation. 4. Just as the villagers sequestered around a military base represent a virtual parody of state space, so are the state-repelling techniques of those who flee its burdens an exaggeration of the strategies to be examined in this chapter. Briefly put, such strategies include fleeing to inaccessible areas, scattering and breaking up into smaller and smaller groups, and pursuing subsistence techniques that are invisible or unobtrusive. The quickest available refuge lies, generally, farther up the water courses and higher in the hills. If we have to run, we will run up into the hills, reports a Karen village elder. If they are pursued, they retreat still farther upstream to higher altitudes. Then they came and looked for us, so we fled upstream. And, the third time they came, we fled up here. 5. The advantage of such refuges is that they are not very far, as the crow flies, from one's village and fields, but are nevertheless far from any road and virtually inaccessible. As the degree of military pressure increases, such so-called hiding villages, Iwapown, split into smaller units. Whereas the small villages from which they come may have 15 to 25 households, hiding villages seldom comprise more than 7 households and, if still endangered, split up into small family groups. The greater the degree of disaggregation, the less visible any particular group is, and the less likely to be pursued and captured or killed. In the final analysis, in this case, villagers may hazard the trek to the Thai border and to the refugee camps there altogether outside the jurisdiction of the Burmese state. Those who choose to remain in the hills adopt subsistence strategies designed to escape detection and maximize their physical mobility should they be forced to flee again at a moment's notice. Foraging for forest foods is the ultimate in unobtrusive subsistence. It leaves no trace except for the passage of the forager. But pure foraging is rarely sufficient. 6. As one villager concealed in the hills explained, the people in the village have to eat roots and leaves just like I was eating in the forest. I had to live on roots and leaves for 4 or 5 days at a time. For 1 year I've lived in the forest in a hut because I was too afraid to stay in the village. I planted banana trees and ate roots and some vegetables. 7. Many who fled to the forest brought as much rice as they could carry, which they hid in small lots. But those who stayed any length of time cleared very small plots to grow maize, cassava, sweet potatoes, and a few cardamom bushes. The pattern was to open many small, scattered, unobtrusive plots. The same principles of dispersal and invisibility governing the behavior of human refugees also governed their agricultural choices. Where possible, they chose crops needing little care, crops that matured quickly, root crops that could not easily be destroyed or confiscated and which could be harvested at leisure. People, fields, and crops were each deployed to evade capture. Villagers were well aware of what they were sacrificing in the interest of bare survival. Village rituals, schooling, sports, trade, and religious observances were all curtailed if not eliminated solely to avoid what amounted to military serfdom in hyperstate space. The techniques of evasion practiced by desperate Karen villagers represent an extreme instance of strategies that characterize much of the history and social organization of Zomia as a whole. A good deal of what we have come to consider hill agriculture, hill social structure, and hill location itself is, I would argue, largely defined by patterns of state evasion and prevention. Such strategies have been devised and elaborated over many centuries in constant dialogue with lowland potty states, including the colonial regime. 8. This dialogue is, in important respects, constitutive of both hill societies and their potty state interlocutors. Each represents an alternative pattern of subsistence, social organization, and power. Each shadows the other in a complex relationship of mimicry and contradiction. Hill societies operate in the shadow of lowland states. By the same token, the lowland states of Southeast Asia have been surrounded, for the whole of their existence, by relatively free communities in the hills, swamps, and labyrinthine waterways that represent, simultaneously, a threat, a zone of barbarism, a temptation, a refuge, and a source of valuable products. Location, 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 and mobility. Inaccessibility and dispersal are the enemies of appropriation. And for an army on the march, as for a state, appropriation is the key to survival. The whole army continued the pursuit of the flying sick king, but, as the marches were rather forced and the villages few and far between in a tract scarcely populated, sufficient provisions to feed this army of men and animals could not be obtained, with the result that they were not only fatigued with continual marching but half-starved from want of regular meals. Many died of disease, starvation, and exhaustion from want of food, but the pursuit was still persisted in. 9. The first principle of evasion is location. Owing to the friction of terrain, there are locations that are virtually inaccessible even to a nearby, as the crow flies, state. One could, in fact, calculate something of a gradient of relative inaccessibility for different locations from any particular potty state. Such a gradient is implicit in Clifford Geertz's description of the reach of what he terms the theatre state in Bali. He notes that upland lords, because they were located in more rugged country, had a natural advantage in resisting military pressure 10 even farther uphill. At the highest altitudes, a few usually dry farming communities existed beyond the effective reach of any lords at all. Within Zomia itself, most of the southwest province of Gizhu was perhaps the most forbidding, inaccessible area in purely geographical terms. A standard saying about Gizhu had it that no 3 successive days are clear, no 3 square feet are level, and no one has more than 3 cents in his pocket. One late 19th century traveler noted that he had not seen even a single cart during his whole time in Gizhu trade, such as it is, being conducted on the backs of bips and quadrupeds. Many places, reputed to be accessible only to monkeys, were in fact zones of refuge for bandits and rebels. 11 Location, in this context, is but one of many possible forms by which marginality to state power finds expression. As we shall see, physical mobility, subsistence practices, social organization, and settlement patterns can also be deployed, often in combination, to place distance between a community and state appropriation. On any long historical view, location at the periphery of state power must be treated as a social choice, not a cultural or ecological given. Location, just like subsistence routines and social organization, is variable. Over time such shifts have been observed and documented. Most frequently they represent a positionality vis-a-vis forms of state power. Recent scholarly research has served, for example, to undermine naturalized understandings of such non-state peoples as the so-called Orang Asli, original people, of Malaysia. They were previously understood to be the descendants of earlier waves of migration, less technically developed than the Austronesian populations which succeeded and dominated them on the peninsula. Genetic evidence, however, does not support the theory of separate waves of migrating peoples. The Orang Asli, for example, Semang, Timuan, Jakan, Orang Lot, on the one hand and the Malays on the other are best viewed not as an evolutionary series but as a political series. Such a view has been most convincingly elaborated by Geoffrey Benjamin. 12 For Benjamin, tribalism in this context is simply a term applied to a strategy of state evasion. Its polar opposite is peasantry, understood as a system of cultivation incorporated into the state. On his reading, most of the tribal Orang Asli are nothing more and nothing less than that fraction of the peninsular population that has refused the state. Each tribe Semang, Sonoy, and Malayak, Timuan, Orang Lot, Jakan, represents a slightly different state evading strategy, and anyone adopting one such strategy in effect thereby becomes Semang, Sonoy, or whatever. Similarly, such non-state peoples have always had, even before Islam, the option of becoming Malay. Many have in fact done so, and Malayness bears traces of this absorption. At the same time, all Orang Asli are, and have always been, linked to lowland markets by exchange and trade as well. For our purposes what is significant is that a peripheral location with respect to the state is a political strategy. As Benjamin puts it, first, tribalism has resulted largely from choice and, second, the presence of state-based civilization, both modern and pre-modern, has figured largely in that choice. All the more reason, then, for us to remember that many tribal populations have been living in geographically remote regions out of choice, as part of a strategy to keep the state off their backs. 13. The second principle of evasion is mobility, the ability to change location. The inaccessibility of a society is amplified if, in addition to being located at the periphery of power, it can easily shift to a more remote and advantageous site. Just as there is a gradient of remoteness from state centers, so also might we imagine a gradient of mobility from a relatively frictionless ability to shift location to a relative immobility. The classic example of physical mobility is, of course, pastoral nomadism. Moving with their flocks and herds for much of the year, such nomads are constrained by the need for pasture but are unmatched in their ability to move quickly and over large distances. Their mobility is at the same time admirably suited to the raiding of states and of sedentary peoples. And indeed, pastoral nomads aggregated into tribal confederations have often posed the most serious military threat to sedentary grain-producing states. 14 For our purposes, however, what is important are the evasive strategies vis-a-vis state power that nomadism makes possible. Thus, for example, Yamut Turkmen, located on the periphery of Persian state power, have used their nomadic mobility both to raid grain-growing communities and to escape the taxes and conscription of the Persian authorities. When large military expeditions were sent against them, they would retreat to the steppe desert, beyond reach, with their livestock and families. Thus, mobility provided their ultimate defense against effective control over their political affairs by the Persian government. 15 In a setting where other forms of subsistence were readily available, they chose to retain their nomadism for its strategic advantages, political autonomy, raiding, and the avoidance of the taxman and the military press gang. Highland Southeast Asia has, for ecological reasons, no substantial groups of herding peoples. The nearest equivalent, in terms of ease of movement, are nomadic foragers. Most hill people pursue livelihoods that incorporate a certain amount of foraging and hunting and can, when pressed, rely heavily upon it. But those groups specialized to foraging both are located in areas far from state power and have a mode of subsistence that requires physical mobility, a habit that serves them well when they are threatened. Such people have been typically understood by historians and lowland populations alike as remnants of distinct and, in evolutionary terms, more primitive tribes. Contemporary scholarship has overturned this judgment. Far from a response to having been left behind, foraging in the modern era is seen as a largely political choice or adaptation to evade capture by the state. Terry Rambo, writing about the foraging Semang of the Malay Peninsula, clearly states the new consensus, thus the Semang appear to be very primitive not because they represent a surviving Paleolithic stratum that has been pushed into an isolated, marginal refuge area, but rather because a nomadic, foraging adaptation is both the most profitable and safest strategy for a defensively weak minority ethnic group living close to military dominant, and often hostile, agriculturalists. From the standpoint of security, the adaptation also makes sense because nomads are much harder to catch than settled farmers. 16. It does not follow, however, that the extreme forms of dispersal are the safest. To the contrary, there is a small minimum group size below which new dangers and disadvantages loom. There is first the need to defend against raiding, especially slave raiding, which requires a small community. A single isolated swidden field is also far more exposed to pests, birds, and other wild animals than a group of swiddens ripening together. Pooling the risks of illness, accident, death, and food shortages also argues for a minimum group size. Thus the atomization of Karen refugees fleeing the Burmese military is a limiting case, sustainable only for a short period. Even for fugitive peoples, then, long-run self-protection requires groups of at least several families. Once we view subsistence strategies more as political options from among a range of livelihood alternatives, the mobility that any particular form of subsistence provides must enter the calculation. Foraging, along with nomadic pastoralism, affords the greatest mobility for groups wanting to give the state a wide berth. Shifting cultivation, swiddening, affords less mobility than foraging but much more mobility than fixed field farming, let alone irrigated rice potash. For the architects of state space, any substantial move from wet rice at the core toward foraging at the remote periphery is a threat to the manpower and foodstuffs underwriting state power. There is no reason, then, to assume that hill swiddeners and foragers are isolated in the hills by default or by virtue of their backwardness. On the contrary, there is ample reason to assume that they are where they are and do what they do intentionally. This is, in effect, the historic choice made by many former plains dwellers who fled to the hills when oppressed by ruinous taxation or threatened with servitude by a more powerful people. Their intentions are inscribed in their practice, in the sense that they have not chosen, as have others, to assimilate into lowland societies. One of their intentions, it appears, is to avoid capture, as slaves or subjects, by states and their agents. As early as the 9th century, a Chinese official in southwest China observed that it was impossible to resettle barbarians around centers of Han power because they were scattered in forests and ravines and therefore managed to evade capture. 17 Nor should we overlook the attraction of the autonomy and the relatively egalitarian social relations prevailing in the hills, as important a goal as evading corvée and taxes. Neither does the desire for autonomy exhaust the positive reasons why hill peoples might prefer their situation to the alternatives. We know from both contemporary and archaeological data that foragers, in all but the most severe environments, are more robust, healthier, and freer from illnesses, particularly epidemic zoonotic diseases, than the population of more concentrated sedentary communities. All in all, it seems that the appearance of agriculture initially did more to depress standards of human welfare than to raise them. 18 By extension, shifting agriculture, by virtue of its diversity and dispersal of population, is likely to favor a healthier population so long as sufficient land is available. Hill livelihoods, then, may be preferred for reasons of health and leisure. Mark Elvin's account of the early Chinese state prohibiting its subjects from foraging and swiddening may reflect this preference, as does the widespread belief of hill peoples that the lowlands are unhealthy. This last belief may rest on more than the fact that malaria-bearing mosquitoes historically have rarely been found above 900 meters. Pre-modern populations, despite their ignorance of the means and vectors of disease transmission, always understood that their chances of survival were improved by dispersal. In his Journal of the Plague Year, Daniel Defoe recounts that those with the means left London for the countryside at the first sign of the Black Plague. Oxford and Cambridge universities dispersed their students to sanctuaries in the countryside when the plague struck. For much the same reason, William Henry Scott reports, in northern Luzon both lowlanders and submitted Igorots went to the hills and scattered to escape epidemics. Igorots already in the hills knew that they should disperse and close off the passes to the hills to avoid the contagion. 19 There is, then, every reason to believe that the threat posed by the lowland state was not confined to slavers and tribute takers but extended to invisible microbes as well. This would represent, by itself, another powerful reason to choose to live beyond the range of the potty state. Escape agriculture. Do not cultivate the vineyard, you'll be bound. Do not cultivate grains, you'll be ground. Pull the camel, herd the sheep. A day will come, you'll be crowned. Nomad poem. New World Perspectives. Any effort to examine the history of social structure and subsistence routines as part of a deliberate political choice runs smack against a powerful civilizational narrative. That narrative consists of a historical series arranged as an account of economic, social, and cultural progress. With respect to livelihood strategies, the series, from most primitive to most advanced, might be foraging/hunting-gathering, pastoral nomadism, horticulture/shifting cultivation, sedentary fixed-field agriculture, irrigated plow agriculture, industrial agriculture. With respect to social structure, again from the most primitive to most advanced, the series might read, small bands in the forest or savanna, hamlets, villages, towns, cities, metropolises. These two series are, of course, essentially the same. They chart a growing concentration of agricultural production, yield per unit of land, and a growing concentration of population in larger agglomerations. First elaborated by Giovanni Battista Vico at the beginning of the 18th century, the narrative derives its hegemonic status not only from its affinity with social Darwinism but from the fact that it maps nicely on the stories most states and civilizations tell about themselves. The schema assumes movement in a single direction toward concentrated populations and intensive grain production. No backsliding is envisioned, each step is irreversible progress. As an empirical description of demographic and agricultural trends in the now industrialized world for the past 2 centuries, and the past half-century in poorer nations, this schema has much to be said for it. Europe's non-state, tribal, populations had, for all practical purposes, disappeared by the 18th century, and the non-state population of poorer countries is diminishing and beleaguered. As an empirical description of pre-modern Europe or of most poor nations until the 20th century, and as an empirical description of the hilly areas of mainland Southeast Asia, Zomia, however, this narrative is profoundly misleading. What the schema portrays is not simply a self-satisfied normative account of progress but a gradient of successive stages of incorporation into state structures. Its stages of civilization are, at the same time, an index of diminishing autonomy and freedom. Until quite recently, many societies and groups have abandoned fixed cultivation to take up shifting agriculture and foraging. They have, by the same token, altered their kinship systems and social structure and dispersed into smaller and smaller settlements. The actual archaeological record in peninsular Southeast Asia reveals a long-term oscillation between foraging and farming depending, it would seem, on the conditions. 20 What to Vico would have seemed to be lamentable backsliding and decay was for them a strategic option to circumvent the many inconveniences of state power. We have come to appreciate only very recently the degree to which many apparently more primitive peoples have deliberately abandoned settled agriculture and political subordination for a more autonomous existence. Many of the orang asli of Malaysia provide, as we have noted, a case in point. It is in the post-conquest New World, however, that some of the more striking cases have been documented. The French anthropologist Pierre Clas was the first to argue that many of the hunting and gathering tribes of South America, far from being left behind, had previously lived in state formations and practiced fixed field agriculture. They had purposely given it up to evade subordination. 21 They were, he argued, quite capable of producing a larger economic surplus and a larger scale political order, but they had chosen not to so as to remain outside state structures. Termed disparagingly by the Spaniards as peoples without God, law, and king, unlike the Inca, Maya, and Aztecs, they were, Clas saw, rather peoples who had elected to live in a relatively egalitarian social order with chiefs who had little or no power over them. The precise reasons why such groups would have taken to foraging in small bands is a matter of some dispute. Several factors, however, played a role. First and foremost was the catastrophic demographic collapse, as great as 90% mortality in many areas due to European-born diseases. This not only meant that established social structures were devastated but that the land available to the survivors for foraging or shifting agriculture was vastly expanded. 22 At the same time, many were fleeing the Spaniards' infamous reducciones, designed to turn them into indentured laborers, as well as the epidemics that characterized such concentrations of population. A paradigmatic case is that of the Siriono, of eastern Bolivia, described initially by Alan Halmberg in his anthropological classic Nomads of the Longboat. Apparently lacking the ability to make fire or cloth, living in rude shelters, innumerate, having no domestic animals or developed cosmology, they were, Halmberg wrote, Paleolithic survivors living in a veritable state of nature. 23 We now know beyond all reasonable doubt that the Siriono had been crop-growing villagers until roughly 1920, when influenza and smallpox swept through their villages, killing many of them. Attacked by numerically superior peoples and fleeing potential slavery, the Siriono apparently abandoned their crops, which, in any event, they did not have the numbers to defend. Their independence and survival in this case required them to divide into smaller bands, foraging and moving whenever threatened. They would occasionally raid a settlement to take axes, hatchets, and machetes, but at the same time they dreaded the illnesses that the raiders often brought back with them. They had become non-sedentary by choice to avoid both disease and capture. 24. Clas examines many such instances of previously sedentary peoples who, threatened by slavery, forced labor, and epidemics, adopted nomadic subsistence strategies to stay out of harm's way. The Tupo-Guarani groups in particular were, it is clear, populous agricultural peoples who in the 17th century, by the tens of thousands, fled the triple threat of Jesuit reductiones, Portuguese and mestizo slave raiders intent on sending them to plantations at the coast, and epidemics. 25 They appeared to the ahistorical eye, much later, as a backward, technologically simple people, an aboriginal remnant. In reality, they had adapted to a more mobile life as a means of escaping the servitude and disease that civilization had to offer. There is still another New World case of escape agriculture closer to hand. That is the study of maroon communities of African slaves who had escaped and established communities outside the easy reach of slavers. These communities ranged in size from Palmares in Brazil, with perhaps 20,000 inhabitants, and Dutch Guyana, Suriname, with that many or more, to smaller settlements of escapees throughout the Caribbean, Jamaica, Cuba, Mexico, Saint Domingue, as well as in Florida and on the Virginia-North Carolina border in the Great Dismal Swamp. I shall elaborate a theory of escape agriculture, but here we may simply note the overall pattern of the agricultural strategies employed in maroon communities. 26 We shall, in the context of describing upland peoples in Southeast Asia, encounter practices that bear a strong family resemblance to those of the Maroons. Runaway slaves clustered in precisely those out-of-the-way places where they could not easily be found: swamps, rough mountain country, deep forests, trackless wastes. They chose, when possible, defensible locations accessible by only a single pass or trail that could be blocked with thorns and traps and observed easily. Like bandits, they prepared escape routes in case they were found and their defenses failed. Shifting cultivation, supplemented by foraging, trade, and theft, was the commonest maroon practice. They preferred to plant root crops, for example, manioc/cassava, yams, and sweet potatoes, which were unobtrusive and could be left in the ground to be harvested at leisure. Depending on how secure the site was, they might plant more permanent crops, such as bananas, plantains, dry rice, maize, ground nuts, squash, and vegetables, but such crops could more easily be seized or destroyed. Some of these communities were short-lived, others survived for generations. Outside the law by definition, many maroon communities lived in part by raiding nearby settlements and plantations. None, it seems, were self-sufficient. Occupying a distinctive agroecological zone with valued products, many maroon settlements were closely integrated into the larger economy by clandestine and open trade. Shifting agriculture as escape agriculture. Rather than being dictated by necessity, then, the adoption of shifting agriculture may have been part of a distinctive politics. Ujjayiskaria, Hybrid Histories, 1999. Shifting cultivation is the most common agricultural practice in the hills of mainland Southeast Asia. Those who practice it are rarely understood to have made a choice, let alone a political choice. Rather, the technique is seen by lowland officials, including those in charge of development programs in the hills, as both primitive and environmentally destructive. By extension, those who farm this way are also coded as backward. The implicit assumption is that, given the skills and opportunity, they would abandon this technique and take to permanent settlement and fixed field, preferably irrigated rice, farming. Again, movement from swiddening to wet rice was seen as unidirectional and evolutionary. Contrary to this view, my claim is that the choice of shifting cultivation is preeminently a political choice. This claim hardly originates with me, and, in the argument that follows, I shall rely on the judgment of many historians and ethnographers who have examined the issue closely. The foremost Chinese specialist on swiddening techniques and swiddening peoples in Yunnan rejects outright the claim that it is an earlier or more primitive technique form of cultivation, bound to be abandoned once its practitioners master irrigation techniques, but it must be stressed here that it is incorrect to take Yunnan swidden agriculture as a representative of such a primitive stage of agricultural history. In Yunnan, swiddening, knives and axes, coexist with hoes and plows, and have their different uses and functions. It is difficult to say which came earlier and which later. But the crux of the matter is that there is no basis for taking our pure Swidden agriculture as the original state of affairs. 27. To choose Swiddening or, for that matter, foraging or nomadic pastoralism is to choose to remain outside state space. This choice has historically been the bedrock of freedom enjoyed by Southeast Asian commoners. The subjects of the small Thai statelets, Muin, in the hills, Richard O'Connor points out, always had two alternatives. One alternative was to shift residence and affiliation to another Muin where conditions were more advantageous. Yet another escape was to farm the hills rather than paddy land. O'Connor points out, a hill farmer had no corvée obligations. 28. More generally, Swiddening facilitated physical mobility and, on that account alone, according to Jean Michaud, could also be used as an escape or survival strategy by groups needing to move such as the Hmong or Lolo from China. These once sedentarized groups were set in motion by adversity, wars, climatic change, or untenable demographic pressure in their homelands. 29. Shifting cultivation was understood to be outside the fiscal and manpower apparatus of even the smallest states. It is for precisely this reason that the representatives of historical states in mainland Southeast Asia have spoken unanimously in discouraging or condemning Swidden cultivation. Shifting cultivation was a fiscally sterile form of agriculture, diverse, dispersed, hard to monitor, hard to tax or confiscate. Swiddeners were themselves dispersed, hard to monitor, hard to collect for corvée labor or conscription. The features that made Swiddening anathema to states were exactly what made it attractive to state-evading peoples. 30. Irrigated rice and shifting cultivation are not a temporal, evolutionary sequence, nor are they mutually exclusive alternatives. 31. Many hill populations practice both irrigated rice cultivation and shifting cultivation simultaneously, adjusting the balance according to political and economic advantage. By the same token, valley populations have in the past replaced irrigated rice with Swiddening, especially when epidemics or migration suddenly made more land available. In a great many geographical settings, shifting, dry cultivation, or irrigated rice is possible. With terracing and the availability of reliable springs or streams, irrigated rice can be grown at relatively high altitudes and in steep terrain. The sophisticated rice terraces of the Hani in the upper reaches of the Red River in Vietnam and of the Ifugao in northern Luzon are cases in point. Spring and stream-fed, terraced rice fields are also found among the Karen and Aka. The earliest archaeological remains of rice cultivation in Java and Bali come not from the lowlands but from the mid-slope uplands skirting mountains and volcanoes, where perennial springs and a pronounced dry season made it practical. 32. Lowland officials, both colonial and contemporary, have seen shifting cultivation not simply as primitive but as inefficient in the strict sense of neoclassical economics. To some degree this is an unwarranted deduction from the apparent disorder and variety of a Swidden as compared to a monocropped rice paddy. At a deeper level, it represents a misunderstanding of the concept of efficiency. Wet rice is, to be sure, more productive per unit of land than shifting cultivation. It is, however, typically less productive per unit of labor. Which of the two systems is the more efficient depends mainly on whether land or labor represents the scarcer factor of production. Where land is comparatively plentiful and labor scarce, as has been the case historically in most of mainland Southeast Asia, shifting cultivation was more labor-saving per unit of output and hence more efficient. The importance of slavery in state-making is evidence that coercion was required to capture shifting cultivators and move them to the labor-intensive paddy fields, where they could be taxed. The relative efficiencies of each agricultural technique varied not only with the demography but also with agroecological conditions. In areas where annual river flooding deposited fertile silt that could be easily worked, flood retreat farming of irrigated rice was far less labor-intensive than where elaborate irrigation works or ponds, tanks, were required. Where, on the contrary, the terrain was steep and the water supply unreliable, the labor cost of irrigated rice would be nearly prohibitive. Such evaluations of relative efficiency in terms of factor costs, however, entirely miss the determining political context. Despite the enormous amounts of labor involved in their construction and maintenance, elaborate irrigated rice terraces have been created in the hills against any plausible neoclassical logic. The reason, it appears, is largely political. Edmund Leach wondered about terracing in the Kachin Hills and concluded that it took place for military reasons, to protect a key pass and to control its trade and tolls, which required a concentrated and self-provisioning military garrison. 33 Such an enterprise was, in effect, an effort to sculpt a miniature agroecological space in the hills that might support a statelet. In other instances it seems that terracing, like the fortified ridge settlements reported by early colonial travelers, were necessary for defense against raiding by lowland states and the slaving expeditions that fed their manpower needs. Here again, the logic was political, not economic. A successful defense against slave raids required both a relatively inaccessible location and a critical mass of concentrated defenders who could prevail against any but the largest and most determined foes. 34 Michaud suggests that the highland wet rice terraces of the Hani in northern Vietnam are the work of a people who wish to be sedentary and at the same time well away from state centers. 35 Under most conditions, however, shifting cultivation was the most common agropolitical strategy against raiding, state-making, and state appropriation. If it makes sense to think of rugged terrain as representing a friction of distance, then it may make just as much sense to think of shifting cultivation as representing, strategically, the friction of appropriation. The decisive advantage of Swidening is its inherent resistance to appropriation, a political advantage that, in turn, pays economic dividends. To illustrate this political advantage, let us imagine a demographic and agroecological setting in which either Swidening or wet rice is possible and in which neither technique is markedly superior to the other in terms of efficiency. The choice in this case becomes a political and socio-cultural one. The great political advantage of Swidening is population dispersal, favoring escape rather than defense, polycropping, staggered maturities of crops, and an emphasis on root crops that can remain in the ground for some time until harvested. For the state or a raiding party, it represents an agricultural surplus and population that is difficult to assess, let alone seize. 36 It is an agricultural technique that, short of foraging, maximizes the friction of appropriation. If, on the other hand, the population chooses to grow paddy rice, they represent an easy target for a state, or raiders, who know where to find them and their crops, carts, plow animals, and possessions. The likelihood of having oneself and one's crops confiscated or destroyed is greatly increased, the friction of appropriation is reduced. Thus even a purely economic evaluation of shifting cultivation must allow for the political advantage it offers in evading taxes and corvée and in making raiding less lucrative. If the gross return from paddy farming were more or less equivalent to the return to shifting cultivation, its net return would still be inferior because, with paddy farming, the farmer must surrender rents in the form of labor and grain. There are, then, two advantages to Swidening: it offers relative autonomy and freedom, though not without its own dangers, and it allows the farmers to dispose of their own labor and of the fruits of their labor. Both are essentially political advantages. To practice hill farming is to choose a social and political life outside the framework of the state. 37 The element of deliberate political choice is emphasized most eloquently by Michael Dove in his analysis of Javanese states and agriculture. Just as cleared land became associated with the rise of Javanese states and their cultures, so did the forest become associated with uncivilized, uncontrollable, and fearful forces. The historical basis for this fear was empirical, since the Swidden cultivators of ancient Java were neither part of a reigning court culture nor, and this is most important, under its control. 38 It is but a small step to suggest, as Leofer Johnson has in his study of the Yao/Min on the Thai-Chinese border, that Swidening is practiced in large part because it is beyond the reach of the state. It is the state's identification with wet rice, he suggests, that gives rise to the political meaning of what might otherwise be a more politically neutral choice among agricultural techniques. The two agricultural methods may historically have been practiced in conjunction, but the state's issue of control forces people to stand with the state as wet rice farmers, craftspeople, soldiers, or whatever, or they stand without, as Swidden farmers 39. The Hmong/Miao provide an instructive case. They are typically considered an emblematic highland ethnic group living above 900 meters by Swidden farming of opium, maize, millet, root crops, buckwheat, and other highland cultivars. But in fact, Hmong can be found practicing a great variety of agricultural techniques. As one farmer put it, we, Hmong, some of us only cultivate dry fields, some of us only cultivate wet rice, and some of us do both. 40 What appears to be operating here is a political judgment about how much distance a community should put between itself and the state. Where the state is not a clear and present danger or, more rarely, an irresistible temptation, the choice is not so politically freighted. But where the state looms over the choice both culturally and politically, agricultural technique comes to represent a decision between being a state subject or a hill tribe or, still more precarious, straddling the divide. Of the subsistence alternatives available to cultivators, shifting agriculture, by virtue of the obstacles, friction, it places in the way of appropriation, is the most common state-repelling option. Crop choice as escape agriculture. The logic of escape agriculture and the friction of appropriation apply not only to a technical complex as a whole, such as shifting cultivation, but to particular crops as well. Of course, the overall resistance of Swiddening to state appropriation lies both in its hilly location and dispersal and in the very botanical diversity it represents. It is not uncommon for shifting cultivators to plant, tend, and encourage as many as 60 or more cultivars. Imagine the bewildering task facing even the most energetic tax collector attempting to catalog, let alone assess and collect taxes. In such a setting. 41 It is for this reason that J.G. Scott noted that the hill peoples were of no account whatever in the state and that it would be a sheer waste of energy in the eyes of an official to attempt to number the houses or even the villages of these people. 42 Add to this the fact that nearly all Swidden cultivators also hunt, fish, and forage in nearby forests. By pursuing such a broad portfolio of subsistence strategies, they spread their risks, they ensure themselves a diverse and nutritious diet, and they present a nearly intractable hieroglyphic to any state that might want to corral them. 43 This is a major reason why most Southeast Asian states were reduced to capturing the Swiddeners themselves and removing them forcibly to an already established state space. 44 Particular crops have characteristics that make them more or less resistant to appropriation. Cultivars that cannot be stored long without spoiling, such as fresh fruits and vegetables, or that have low value per unit weight and volume, such as most gourds, root crops, and tubers, will not repay the efforts of a tax gatherer. In general, roots and tubers such as yams, sweet potatoes, and cassava/manioc/yucca are nearly appropriation proof. After they ripen, they can be safely left in the ground for up to 2 years and dug up piecemeal as needed. There is thus no granary to plunder. If the army or the taxman wants your potatoes, for example, they will have to dig them up one by one. Plagued by crop failures and confiscatory procurement prices for the cultivars recommended by the Burmese military government in the 1980s, many peasants secretly planted sweet potatoes, a crop specifically prohibited. They shifted to sweet potatoes because the crop was easier to conceal and nearly impossible to appropriate. 45 The Irish in the early 19th century grew potatoes not only because they provided many calories from the small plots to which farmers were confined, but also because they could not be confiscated or burned and, because they were grown in small mounds, an English horseman risked breaking his mount's leg galloping through the field. Alas for the Irish, they had only a minuscule selection of the genetic diversity of New World potatoes and had come to rely almost exclusively on potatoes and milk for subsistence. A reliance on root crops, and in particular the potato, can insulate states as well as stateless peoples against the predations of war and appropriation. William McNeill credits the early 18th century rise of Prussia to the potato. Enemy armies might seize or destroy grain fields, livestock, and above-ground fodder crops, but they were powerless against the lowly potato, a cultivar which Frederick William and Frederick II after him had vigorously promoted. It was the potato that gave Prussia its unique invulnerability to foreign invasion. While a grain-growing population whose granaries and crops were confiscated or destroyed had no choice but to scatter or starve, a tuber-growing peasantry could move back immediately after the military danger had passed and dig up their staple, a meal at a time. 46. Other things equal, crops that will grow on marginal land and at high altitudes, for example, maize, favor escape because they allow their cultivators more space to disperse in or flee to. Cultivars that require little attention or that mature quickly are also state-repelling inasmuch as they afford more mobility than labor-intensive, long maturation crops. 47 Unobtrusive crops of low stature that mimic much of the natural vegetation around them thwart appropriation by being easy to overlook. 48 The greater the dispersal of the crops, the more difficult they are to collect, in the same way that a dispersed population is more difficult to grab. To the degree that such crops are part of the Sweetener's portfolio, to that degree will they prove fiscally sterile to states and raiders and be deemed not worth the trouble or, in other words, a non-state space. Southeast Asian sweetening as escape. Once we have shed the erroneous idea that shifting cultivation is necessarily historically prior to, more primitive than, and less efficient than fixed field cultivation, there remains one further illusion to shed. That illusion is that it is a relatively static technique that has not changed much in the past millennium. On the contrary, one could argue that sweetening and, for that matter, foraging have undergone far more transformation in that period than has wet rice cultivation. Some scholars claim that the shifting cultivation with which we are familiar was essentially a product of iron and, later, steel blades, which massively reduced the labor required to clear switens. 49 What is certain, however, is that the steel axe made escape through shifting agriculture both possible in previously hard-to-clear areas and less onerous generally. At least two other historical factors worked to transform sweetening. The first was international trade in high-value goods that had, at least since the 8th century, linked both sweeteners and foragers to international markets. Pepper, which was the most valuable commodity in world trade between 1450 and 1650, save gold and perhaps slaves, is the most striking example. Before that, medicinal herbs, resins, animal organs, feathers, ivory, and aromatic woods were much sought after in the China trade. One Bornean specialist goes so far as to argue that the very purpose of shifting cultivation was to sustain a population of traders scouring the forest for valuable trade goods. 50 The final factor transforming shifting cultivation was the arrival of an entire suite of New World plants from the 16th century on that vastly extended the scope and ease of sweetening. Quite apart from its margin of political autonomy, then, the comparative economic advantage of sweetening vis-a-vis irrigated rice would only have improved from the 16th century to the 19th, while affording, as it always had, access to international trade goods. How decisive such factors were in the massive flight and movement to shifting cultivation by Burmese living in the State Core region in the early years of the 19th century is difficult to gauge. Nevertheless, the event is diagnostic for our purposes. Sweetening is typically seen as a practice confined to ethnic minorities. Here, however, we have a case of a putatively Burman Padi state population turning to it. The circumstances of their departure from the core approximate a limiting case of crushing taxes and corvée. As noted in Chapter 5, King Bodahpea's early 19th century ambitions for conquest, pagoda building, and public works caused massive destitution among his subjects. The response was rebellion, banditry, and above all, headlong flight. Core land was abandoned by cultivators to such an extent that officials began to record large tracts of abandoned farmland. In the face of these exact ions, many families decamped to less accessible rural locales. This prompted, as William Koenig notes, a wholesale movement to shifting cultivation. 51 A massive reapportionment of population ensued, with the king's subjects fleeing out of range and or practicing a form of agriculture far more impervious to seizure. There are also good reasons to believe that much of the Mon population, previously sedentary, Theravada, wet rice cultivators, abandoned their paddy fields as a consequence of a series of wars, punctuated with revolts, against the Burman court at Ava in the mid-18th century. Their flight, along with many of their Karen allies, from the chaos and defeat appears to have been accompanied by a retreat to shifting agriculture to protect their food supply as well. 52. Flight and shifting cultivation were not uncommon as a response to the colonial state when its claims, too, became intolerable. Georges Condomines notes that French colonial officials in Laos complained frequently of seeing whole villages move when their responsibilities became too burdensome. For example, their village was situated near a road which they were constantly expected to maintain. 53. Such movement was typically associated with swiddening, since the Laotian, Thai, and Vietnamese peasantry knew that their swidens were illegible and hence likely to evade appropriation. The resort to shifting cultivation and foraging as a means of escape from the deadly perils of warfare is not merely of antiquarian interest. During World War II and the subsequent counterinsurgency warfare in Southeast Asia, retreat up the watershed and out of harm's way was often an option. The Panan Luzang in Sarawak had begun to grow rice before 1940, but with the Japanese invasion they returned to the forest as foragers and swiddeners and did not return to fixed cultivation until 1961. In this they were not unlike neighboring Kenya and Sebop farmers, who may leave their fields to range the forests for 2 or 3 years at a time, subsisting on sago palm and game. Nor did this adaptation necessarily signal penury, although during the war the usual trade outlets were closed, since sago palm has at least double the caloric return to labor as hill rice. Swiddening. 54. On the peninsula in western Malaysia, the Jakan, Orang Malayu, fled to the upper reaches of the Sungai Lingui River, to avoid contact with or capture by the Japanese forces. Prized for their knowledge of the forest, they were liable to be pressed into service as guides and porters by the Japanese and, afterward, during the emergency, by British forces or communist rebels. They lived on the run on cassava, sweet potatoes, bananas, some vegetables, and a small amount of rice for the old people and children. They ate their noisy roosters lest the crowing betray their whereabouts. 55. Southeast Asian escape crops. Escape crops may have one or more of several characteristics that facilitate evasion of raiding either by states or by freebooters. In many cases they simply qualify by being well adapted to environmental niches that are difficult to map and control: high, rugged mountains, swamps, deltas, mangrove coasts, and so on. If, in addition, they are of staggered maturity, fast-growing, and easily hidden, if they require little care, are of little value per unit weight and volume, and grow below ground, they acquire greater escape value. Many such cultivars are ideally adapted to swiddening routines, in which case their escape value is still further enhanced. 56. Before the introduction of New World crops, a few high-altitude grains offered those seeking autonomy from the state a certain amount of running room. Oats, barley, fast-growing millets, and buckwheat were tolerant of poor soils, high altitudes, and short growing seasons, as were cabbage and turnips, and allowed people to settle at higher altitudes than hill rice would permit. Old World roots and tubers, taro and yams, as well as the sago palm, were also favored by non-state peoples. 57. Taro could be grown at relatively high elevations, though it required wet, fertile soils. It could be planted anytime, it ripened quickly, it required little care or preparation before eating, and once ripe it could be left in the ground and dug up as needed. Yams, which also grew wild, had many of the same advantages, and then some. Though yams required more labor and had to be planted at the end of the rainy season, they were less susceptible to insect and fungal attack, would grow under a greater variety of conditions, and could be sold as a cash crop in markets. Until both were overtaken by New World cultivars, yams tended to replace taro because, Peter Bumgiard believes, much of the land suitable for taro was increasingly planted to irrigated rice, while yams were more suited to the drier hillsides. The sago palm, not a true palm, and the powdery starch derived from splitting its trunk, crushing, kneading, washing, and grating its pith also qualifies as an escape food. It is naturally occurring and fast-growing, involves less work than hill rice or perhaps even cassava, and will thrive in swampy environments. Its starchy powder can be sold or bartered, as can yams, but it will not grow at altitudes above 900 meters. 58 All these foods were known as famine foods. Even wet rice growers often depended on them during that hungry time before the new rice crop was gathered. For others, however, they were the basis of a diet that could be shielded from state appropriation. Escape agriculture was radically transformed beginning in the 16th century with the introduction of New World plants. Maize and cassava played such a decisive role in this transformation that each merits its own discussion. Some of the generic characteristics of New World crops, however, stand out. Above all, like many exotics taken to completely new ecological settings, they initially had no natural pests and diseases, as they had at home. Hence they tended to thrive in the new environment. This advantage, as much as any, explains why they were adopted with great alacrity in much of Southeast Asia, especially by those who wished to live beyond the reach of the state. The sweet potato was a striking example. George Eberhard Rumphius, the great Dutch botanist and illustrator, was amazed to discover how swiftly its cultivation had spread throughout the Dutch East Indies by 1670. Among its advantages were high yields, disease resistance, nutritional value, and tastiness. Its value as an escape crop, however, rested on three characteristics: it matured quickly, it had a higher caloric yield for the labor than indigenous edible roots and tubers, and, perhaps most decisive, it could be grown successfully at higher elevations than yams or taro. Bumgiard implies that the sweet potato may have aided flight by raising the population of highland areas where it was often, as in New Guinea, combined with pig husbandry. Its cultivation had also spread to nomadic and semi-sedentary populations in such inaccessible places as the island of Buru. 59 The sweet potato's status as an escape crop was even more evident in the Philippines, where the Spaniards blamed it for the nomadism of the Igorot, whom they could neither count nor settle. They move from one place to another on the least occasion, for there is nothing to stop them, since their houses, which are what would cause them concern, they make any place with a bundle of hay. They pass from one place to another with their crops of yams and camote sweet potato, off of which they live without much trouble, pulling them up by the roots, since they can stick them in wherever they wish to take root. 60 Any crop that allowed people to move to hitherto inaccessible areas and to provision themselves successfully there was, by definition, a crop stigmatized by the state. Amid our discussion of food crops, it is important to recall that no matter how isolated a hill people or maroon community was, they were never entirely self-sufficient. Virtually all such groups grew, hunted, or foraged for valuable trade goods that could be bartered or sold in lowland markets. They aimed to have the advantages of trade and exchange while remaining politically autonomous. Historically, such trade crops included cotton, coffee, tobacco, tea, and, above all, opium. These crops required more labor and had sedentarizing features, but if the communities that grew them were beyond the state's range, they were compatible with political independence. For any particular crop, it is possible to estimate roughly how suitable it is for the purpose of state evasion. Table 3 is confined, with the exception of opium and cotton, to a comparison of food crops along these dimensions. 61 An ordinal scale of escapability is unrealistic inasmuch as considerations of labor intensivity, hardiness, and storability admit of no comprehensive metric. Given a specified agroecological niche, however, nominal comparisons are plausible. The examination of how two such crops, maize and cassava, also known as manioc or yucca, both New World cultivars, came to be valued for their escape characteristics will provide the historical context that the more global comparisons in the table necessarily lack. Maize. Brought by the Portuguese to Southeast Asia in the 15th century, maize spread rapidly. 62 It was firmly established throughout maritime Southeast Asia by the late 17th century, and by the 1930s it counted for roughly a quarter of smallholder cropping. So firmly had it become established and worked into local cosmologies that, along with the chili pepper, another New World cultivar, it was considered an indigenous crop by most Southeast Asians. If one were designing an escape grain, one could hardly do better. Maize had many advantages over hill rice. Not only did it have higher caloric yields per unit labor and per unit land than hill rice, but its yields were more reliable, it could survive more erratic weather. Maize could easily be intercropped with other cultivars, it matured quickly, it could be used as fodder, it stored well if dried, and it was nutritionally superior to hill rice. For our purposes, however, what mattered most is that it could be grown in areas that were too high, too steep, too dry, and too infertile for hill rice. 63 These virtues allowed both hill peoples and valley peoples to colonize new zones that had previously been forbidding. They could settle farther up a watershed, at an elevation of 1,200 meters or more, and still have a reliable staple. They could, in steep, inaccessible places where the friction of distance provided some security, establish a quasi-sedentary existence outside the ambit of the state. In upland plateaus where irrigated rice had been grown for a long time, it allowed communities to colonize the nearby hills outside the Padi core. With maize, an autonomous existence outside the Padi state suddenly became far easier and more tempting. The opportunity was seized by so many people that it prompted a significant redistribution of population. As Bumjiard puts it, maize, then, may have enabled groups or individuals, who, for political, religious, economic, or health reasons, wanted to leave the population centers in the lowlands or the upland villages to survive and even flourish in hitherto sparsely populated mountain areas. 64 A stronger claim has been made that the availability of maize was instrumental in the constitution of upland, non-state societies. In the case of the Hindu Javanese living in the Tengger uplands of East Java, Robert Hefner believes that maize may well have played a role in facilitating the slow retreat of the Hindu farmers upslope into the less accessible terrains of the Tengger highlands in the aftermath of the Muslim conquest of Hindu Majapahit. 65 Elsewhere, it appears that maize and other upland crops, potatoes, cassava, were often critical in the creation of upland populations and in codifying their political and cultural distinctiveness from the lowland state. The reasons for moving away from state space could vary dramatically: religious division, war, corvée, forced cultivation under colonial schemes, epidemics, flight from bondage. But the availability of maize was a new and valuable tool for potential runaways. 66. Table 3 Escape characteristics of crops. The highland Hmong living in or near Thailand and Laos have, for the past 2 centuries, been fleeing both from Han military pressure and from the aftermath of failed rebellions against the Han and, later, the French in Tonkin. Living at altitudes generally above 1,000 meters and growing maize, pulses, root crops, gourds, and the opium poppy, they are very much a non-state people. It is maize, in particular, that has been instrumental in making good their escape. Hill rice will generally not grow above 1,000 meters. The opium poppy, on the other hand, thrives only above 900 meters. If the Hmong were to rely on hill rice and opium as their main crops, they would be confined to the narrow band between 900 and 1,000 meters. With maize, however, they can range another 300 meters higher, where both maize and the opium poppy thrive and where they are even less likely to attract the attention of the state. Cassava/manioc/yucca. The champion New World escape crop was, without question, cassava. 67 Like maize, it spread quickly throughout both maritime and mainland Southeast Asia. It could be grown almost anywhere under an amazing variety of conditions. So hardy and self-sufficient is this large root plant that preventing it from growing seems almost more difficult than cultivating it. 68 It is ideal for opening new land, it is drought resistant, it will tolerate soils in which virtually nothing else can be grown. It, like other transplanted New World cultivars, has few natural enemies, and, compared with taro and the sweet potato, it is less attractive to wild pigs. 69 If it has one drawback, it is that it does not flourish at the highest altitudes like maize and the potato, but otherwise, it places few restrictions on where one can settle or roam. Cassava shares escape features with other roots and tubers. Although it does not mature as fast as, say, the sweet potato, it can be allowed to ripen and left in the ground until needed. The combination of its versatility and hardiness, together with the fact that only the above-ground foliage can be destroyed by fire, earned it the name, farina de guerra, roughly, staple or flour of war in the Spanish-speaking world. Guerrillas represent, after all, something of a limiting case of state-evading, mobile peoples. A further advantage of cassava is that, once harvested, it can be made into a kind of flour, tapioca, which can then be stored for some time. Both the root and the flour can be sold in the market. Perhaps the most striking advantage of cassava, however, is its undisputed status as the crop requiring the least labor for the greatest return. For that reason, it was much favored by nomadic peoples who could plant it, leave, and then return virtually any time in the second and third years to dig it up. In the meantime, its leaves can be eaten. Cassava allows its planters to occupy virtually any ecological niche, roam more or less at will, and avoid a great deal of drudgery. On the basis of its striking advantages, it became the most common root crop, displacing the sweet potato, which had, in turn, displaced the yam. To the potty state, whether pre-colonial or colonial, such easily accessible and labor-saving subsistence crops, though valued in a pinch as famine foods, were a threat to state-making. The state's interests were best served by maximizing potty land or, failing that, other important cash, export crops such as cotton, indigo, sugar cane, and rubber, often using servile labor. Access to New World escape crops made the economics of escape as tempting as its politics. Colonial officials tended to stigmatize cassava and maize as crops of lazy natives whose main aim was to shirk work. In the New World, too, those whose job it was to drive the population into wage labor or onto the plantations deplored crops that allowed a free peasantry to maintain its autonomy. Hacienda owners in Central America claimed that with cassava, all a peasant needed was a shotgun and a fishhook and he would cease to work regularly for wages. 70. Cassava, like many root crops, has a large impact on social structure that, in turn, bears on state evasion. This impact makes for an illuminating contrast with grain cultures generally, and with wet rice cultures in particular. 71 Wet rice communities live by a single rhythm. Planting, transplanting, and harvesting, and their associated rituals, are closely coordinated, as is water control. Cooperation in water management, crop watching, and labor exchange is rewarded if not mandated. Not so with root crops like sweet potatoes and cassava. Planting and harvesting take place more or less continuously according to the choices and needs of the family unit. Little or no cooperation is required by the agronomic characteristics of the crop itself. A society that cultivates roots and tubers can disperse more widely and cooperate less than grain growers, thereby encouraging a social structure more resistant to incorporation, and perhaps to hierarchy and subordination. Social structures of escape. The potty state requires and fosters a legible landscape of irrigated rice and the concentrated population associated with it. This accessible economy and demography might be termed an appropriable landscape. Just as there are economic landscapes that lend themselves to monitoring and appropriation, so too are there social structures that lend themselves to control, appropriation, and subordination. The contrary is also true. There are, as we have seen, agricultural techniques and crop regimens that are resistant to appropriation, and hence are state-repelling. By the same token, there are patterns of social and political organization that are resistant to monitoring and subordination. Just as shifting cultivation and cassava planting represent a positionality vis-a-vis the state, so, too, do various forms of social organization represent a strategic position with respect to the state. Social structure, like agricultural technique, is not a given, it is substantially, especially over time, a choice. Much of that choice is in a broad sense political. Here a dialectical view of social organization is necessary. peripheral political structures in mainland Southeast Asia are always adjusting to the state systems that make up their immediate environment. Under some circumstances they, or rather the human actors who animate them, may adjust that structure so as to facilitate alliances with or incorporation into a nearby state. At other times, they may pattern themselves so as to break loose from ties of tribute or incorporation. Social structure, in this view, ought to be seen not as a permanent social trait of a particular community but rather as a variable, one of the purposes of which is to regulate relations with the surrounding field of power. Nowhere has this position been more articulately stated than by F. K. Lehman, aka Chidhlain, in his study of the Kaya in eastern Burma. After noting, as had Leach before him, the oscillation of social organization over time, he directed attention to the rules of transformation by which this oscillation might be understood. Indeed, it seems impossible to make sense of the Kaya, or any other category of Southeast Asian hill people, without thinking of the social system in approximately the foregoing terms. It appears to be an ineluctable premise of these societies that one changes one's social structure, sometimes even one's ethnic identity, in response to periodic changes in ongoing relations with neighboring civilizations. 72. Broadly speaking, whenever a society or part of a society elects to evade incorporation or appropriation, it moves toward simpler, smaller, and more dispersed social units toward what we have earlier termed the elementary forms of social organization. The most appropriation-resistant social structures, though they also impede collective action of any kind, are acephalous, headless, small aggregates of households. Such forms of social organization, along with appropriation-resistant forms of agriculture and residence, are invariably coded barbarian, primitive, and backward by the lowland Padi civilizations. It is no coincidence that this metric of more or less civilized agriculture and social organization should so perfectly map onto their suitability for appropriation and subordination, respectively. Tribality. The state's relation with tribes, though it preoccupied Rome and its legions, has long since disappeared from European historiography. One by one, Europe's last independent, tribal peoples, the Swiss, the Welsh, the Scots, the Irish, the Montenegrins, and nomads of the South Russian steppe were absorbed into more powerful states and their dominant religions and cultures. The issue of tribes and states, however, is still very much alive in the Middle East. Thus it is from the ethnographers and historians of tribal-state relations there that we can begin to take our bearings. Tribes and states, they agree, are mutually constituting entities. There is no evolutionary sequence. Tribes are not prior to states. Tribes are, rather, a social formation defined by its relation to the state. If rulers of the Middle East have been preoccupied by a tribal problem, tribes could be said to have had a perennial state problem. 73. One reason why tribes often appear to be stable, enduring, genealogically and culturally coherent units is that the state typically desires such units and sets out, over time, to fashion them. A tribe may spring into existence on the basis of political entrepreneurship or through the political identities and traffic patterns that a state can impose by structuring rewards and penalties. The tribe's existence, in either case, depends on a particular relationship to the state. Rulers and state institutions require a stable, reliable, hierarchical, graspable social structure through which to negotiate or rule. They need an interlocutor, a partner, with whom to parley, whose allegiance can be solicited, through whom instructions can be conveyed, who can be held responsible for political order, and who can deliver grain and tribute. Since tribal peoples are, by definition, outside the direct administration of the state, they must, if they are to be governed at all, be governed through leaders who can speak for them and, if necessary, be held hostage. The entities represented as tribes seldom exist with anything like the substantiality of state imaginings. This misrepresentation is due not only to the official identities cooked up by the state but also to the need of ethnographers and historians for social identities that can serve as a coherent object of description and analysis. It is hard to produce an account of, let alone govern, a social organism that is continually going in and out of focus. When non-state peoples, aka tribes, face pressures for political and social incorporation into a state system, a variety of responses is possible. They, or a section of them, may be incorporated loosely or tightly as a tributary society with a designated leader, indirect rule. They may, of course, fight to defend their autonomy, particularly if they are militarized pastoralists. They may move out of the way. Finally, they may, by fissioning, scattering, and or changing their livelihood strategy, make themselves invisible or unattractive as objects of appropriation. The last three strategies are options of resistance and evasion. The military option has, with a few exceptions, rarely been available to non-state peoples in Southeast Asia. 74 Moving out of the way, inasmuch as it often involves adoption of shifting cultivation or foraging, has already been examined. What remains to be explored is the final strategy of social reorganization. It involves social disaggregation into minimal units, often households, and is often accompanied by the adoption of subsistence strategies that favor small, scattered bands. Ernest Gellner describes this deliberate choice among the Berbers with the slogan "Divide that ye be not ruled." It is a brilliant aphorism, for it shows that the Roman slogan "Divide and rule" does not work past a certain point of atomization. Malcolm Yap's term for the same strategy, jellyfish tribes, is just as apt, for it points to the fact that such disaggregation leaves a potential ruler facing an amorphous, unstructured population with no point of entry or leverage. 75 The Ottomans, in the same vein, found it far easier to deal with structured communities, even if they were Christians and Jews, than with heterodox sects that were acephalous and organizationally diffuse. Most feared were such forms of autonomy and dissent as, for example, the mystical dervish orders, which deliberately, it seems, avoided any collective settlement or identifiable leadership precisely to fly, as it were, beneath the Ottoman police radar. 76 Faced with situations of this kind, a state often tries to find a collaborator and create a chiefdom. While it is usually in someone's interest to seize this chance, nothing, as we shall see, prevents his would-be subjects from ignoring him. The elementary units of the tribal structure were like bricks. They could lie scattered or in heaps without discernible structure, or they could be joined together to build large, sometimes massive, tribal confederations. As Lois Beck, who has examined this process in exquisite detail for the Kashkai of Iran, describes it, tribal groups expanded and contracted. Some tribal groups joined larger ones when, for example, the state attempted to restrict access to resources or a foreign power sent troops to attack them. Large tribal groups divided into small groups to be less visible to the state and escaped its reach. Intertribal mobility, shifting ethnic identity, was a common pattern and was part of the process of tribal formation and dissolution. In a Middle Eastern version of Pierre Clasters's argument for Latin America, Beck points to agriculturalists who shifted to nomadism and sees both social organization and subsistence strategies as political options, sometimes deployed in the service of illegibility. The forms that many people identify as primitive and traditional were often creations responding to, and sometimes mirroring, more complex systems. Beck adds, such local systems adapted to and challenged, or distanced themselves from, the systems of those who sought to dominate them. 77 Social structure, in other words, is, in large measure, both a state effect and a choice, and one possible choice is a social structure that is invisible and or illegible to state makers. This theme of social shape-shifting is articulated in accounts of nomadic and foraging peoples. The amorphous nature of Mongolian social structure and its lack of nerve centers were credited by Owen Lattimore as preventing Chinese colonization. 78 Richard White's meticulous analysis of Indian politics in colonial North America emphasizes the radical instability of tribal structure and identity, the autonomy of local groups, and the capacity to shift to new territory and alternate subsistence strategies quickly. 79 In the ethnic, migrant chatter zones that White examines, and which characterize much of Zomia, identities are genuinely plural. Such populations do not so much change identities as emphasize one aspect of a cultural and linguistic portfolio that encompasses several potential identities. The vagueness, plurality, and fungibility of identities and social units have certain political advantages. They represent a repertoire of engagement and disengagement with states and with other peoples. 80 Studies of pastoral nomadic groups such as the Turkmen on the Iranian-Russian border or the Kalmyk in Russia emphasize the capacity of such groups to divide or segment into small independent units whenever it was advantageous. 81 A historian of the Kalmyk quotes Marshal Salin's general description of tribesmen. The body politic may then retain features of a primitive organism, covered by a protective exoskeleton of chiefly authority, but fundamentally uncomplicated and segmented underneath. 82. Several features of such societies appear to foster, and in some cases may require, a social structure that can be both disaggregated and reassembled. The existence of such common property resources as pasture, hunting grounds, and potential swidens allows groups to strike out on their own and, at the same time, impede the development of large, permanent distinctions in wealth and status characteristic of inheritable private property. Equally important is a mixed portfolio of subsistence strategies: foraging, shifting cultivation, hunting, trade, livestock raising, and sedentary agriculture. Each form of livelihood is associated with its own forms of cooperation, group size, and settlement pattern. Together, they provide a kind of practical experience, or praxis, in several forms of social organization. A mixed portfolio of subsistence techniques yields a mixed portfolio of social structures that can easily be invoked for political as well as economic advantage. 83. Evading stateness and permanent hierarchy. Every state with ambitions to control parts of Zomia Han administrators in Yunnan and Gazhu, the Thai court in Ayutthaya, the Burmese court in Ava, Shan chiefs, Subway, the British colonial state, and independent national governments has sought to discover, or, failing that, to create chiefdoms with which they could deal. The British in Burma, Leach noted, everywhere preferred autocratic tribal regimes in compact geographical concentrations with which they could negotiate. Conversely, they had a distaste for anarchic, egalitarian peoples who had no discernible spokesman. In the Kachin Hills area, and also in many other areas of low population density, there is a large preponderance of very small independent villages. The headman of every village claims to be an independent chief of full Duba status. This fact has been noted repeatedly and is the more remarkable in that the British administration was consistently opposed to such fragmented settlement. 84 Another turn of the century British official warned observers not to take the apparent subordination of petty Kachin chiefs seriously. Beyond this nominal subordination, each village claims to be independent and only acknowledges its own chief. This independence, he emphasizes, anticipating Leach, characterizes even the smallest social units. It extends down even to the household, and each house owner, if he disagrees with his chief, can leave the village and set up his own house elsewhere as his own subway. 85 Accordingly, the British, like other states, tended to label the democratic, anarchic peoples as wild, raw, crude, yain, vis-a-vis their more tame, cooked, cultured, and autocratic neighbors, even if those neighbors shared the same language and culture. Stable, indirect rule of anarchic jellyfish tribes was well nigh impossible. Even pacifying them was both difficult and impermanent. The British Chief Commissioner from 1887 to 1890 noted that the conquest of the Kachin and Pala areas had to be accomplished hill by hill, inasmuch as these peoples had never submitted to any central control. The Chins were, in his view, at least as frustrating. Their only system of government was that of headmen of villages, or at the most a small group of villages, and, consequently, negotiation with the Chin as a people was impossible. 86. Daunted by the recalcitrant and slippery Chin, the British set about creating a chief in the democratic Chin area and enforcing his writ. Colonial support allowed the chief to sponsor lavish community feasts, which in a feasting society enhanced his relative status vis-a-vis commoners. In reaction, a new syncretic cult arose that repudiated community feasts while continuing the tradition of individual feasts that served to increase personal, not chiefly, status. This Pao Chinhao cult was in short order adopted by the entire Zanyat, a democratic tribal area, and more than a quarter of the Chin population in that administrative division. 87 In this, as in many instances, it appears that independent status, taking one's distance from the state and state-like formations, was more highly valued than economic prosperity. 88. The Wa, seen as perhaps the fiercest of the hill peoples, with the reputation for taking heads, are, like the democratic Chin and the Gumlao Kachin, strongly egalitarian. They emphasize the equality of access to feasting and status competition, refusing to allow those who were already prominent or too wealthy to conduct further sacrifices lest they aspire to chiefdom status. This egalitarianism is, as Magnus Fiscus Joe points out, constructed as a state-repelling strategy. The Wa egalitarianism, mistakenly construed as a primitive society in Chinese or other evolutionisms, can also be understood as a way of avoiding the collapse of autonomy in the face of threats from the greater powers that loom on the horizon, the state, waiting to exact tribute or to enforce taxation, as they were already doing in the intermediary buffer zone, which here, in a sense, served the role of an anti-barbarian defensive wall system we see elsewhere in China. 89. Another response to the pressure to create a political structure through which the state can act is to dissimulate to comply by producing a simulacrum of chiefly authority without its substance. The Lisu of northern Thailand, it seems, do just that. To please lowland authorities, they name a headman. The Potemkin nature of the headman is apparent from the fact that someone without any real power in the village is invariably named rather than a respected older male with wealth and ability. 90 An identical pattern has been reported for hill villages in colonial Laos, where bogus local officials and notables were produced on demand while respected local figures continued to guide local affairs, including the performance of the bogus officials. 91 Here escape social structure is not so much a social invention for state evasion as it is an egalitarian, existing social structure that is protected by an elaborate staged performance of hierarchy. The most celebrated ethnography of hill peoples anywhere in Zomia is Edmund Leach's study of the Kachin, political systems of highland Burma. Leach's analysis has been the subject of a nearly unprecedented volume of scrutiny and criticism by nearly 2 generations of scholars. It is clear that Leach deliberately disregarded the larger political and economic changes, British imperial rule and the opium economy in particular, impinging on Kachin social organization in favor of his structuralist idea of an oscillating equilibrium. 92 He also appears to have seriously misconstrued the vernacular terms for Kachin marriage alliance systems and their effect on the permanence of social ranking by lineage. A thorough critical examination of his contribution by contemporary ethnographers appears in a volume recently edited François Robin and Mandy Sadin. 93. Nothing in this distinguished critical literature, however, questions the fact that there are important differences in the relative openness and egalitarianism of various Kachin social systems, or that there was, near the close of the past century, something like a movement to assassinate, depose, or desert the more autocratic chiefs. At its core, Leach's ethnography is an analysis of escape social structure, a form of social organization designed to thwart capture and appropriation either by Shan statelets or by the petty Kachin chiefs, Duwa, who attempt to mimic Shan power and hierarchy. Leach argues, to put it very briefly and schematically, that there are 3 models of political organization in the Kachin area: Shan, Gumsa, and Gumlao. The Shan model is a state-like structure of property and hierarchy marked by a hereditary, in principle, chief and systematic taxes and corvée. At the other extreme is the Gumlao model, a model that repudiates all hereditary authority and class difference, though not individual differences in status. Gumlao villages, which were unrecognized by the British, are independent and typically have a ritual organization and tutelary deities that reinforce equality and autonomy. The Shan and Gumlao forms, Leach argues, are relatively stable. Here it is crucial to underline that these are not ethnic distinctions as understood phenomenologically by Leach's subjects. To move in a Shan direction is to be associated more closely with the hierarchy, ritual, and opportunities of this state-like social formation. To move in a Gumlao direction is precisely to take one's distance from the Shan state and its practices. Historically, people have moved back and forth between these models and codes. The third model, the Gumsa form, is an intermediate model of theoretically rigid and stratified lineages where wife-taking lineages are socially and ritually superior to wife-giving lineages, leading to a division between commoners and aristocrats. 94 This model, Leach claims, is particularly unstable. 95 The head of a top-ranked lineage in the Gumsa system is well on the way to transforming himself into a petty Shan ruler. 96 At the same time, his effort to make his status permanent and to turn lower-ranked lineages into his serfs threatens to provoke a rebellion or flight, and hence a move toward Gumlao equality. 97 For our purposes, Leach's Kachin ethnography illustrates a model of egalitarian social organization readily at hand to prevent or evade state formation. Leach writes of the oscillation between these three models as if it were a permanent feature of Kachin society. And yet the Gumlao form was also, in part, the result of a specific historical revolution. The Gazetteer of Upper Burma reports that the Gumlao revolt began when two suitors for the daughter of a chief, Duwa, were refused. An acceptance would have raised their status and that of their kin group. 98 They killed that Duwa and the man to whom the daughter had been given. They went on, with followers, to depose many Duwa, some of whom escaped death or exile by giving up their titles and privileges. This story is in keeping with the view, expressed by Leach, that the Gumsa structure, by its stratified rankings, is likely to block the status aspirations of men from lower-ranked lineages, typically expressed through competitive feasting. 99 Leach's own account of the proximate cause of the revolt is far more nuanced and elaborate, but at its center is the refusal to provide corvée labor, which, along with the thigh of slaughtered animals, was the prerogative of a chief. 100 Gumlao villages come about in either of two ways. First, as just described, they are the result of small-scale leveling revolutions that establish small, commoner republics. The second and perhaps more common origin is the migration of families and lineages from more stratified villages to found new, more egalitarian villages. The origin myths of Gumlao villages emphasize one or the other. At this point, Leach proposes that the Gumlao itself is unstable, since, as inequalities develop, those advantaged will strive to legitimate and codify those advantages with Gumsa trappings. But another interpretation is possible, that Gumlao communities are typically reproduced by fission, by small groups of families of equal status striking out on their own when they find that the inequalities have become stifling. Fission, as well as small-scale revolution, was greatly conditioned by demography and developments in the larger world. Inequalities might prove far more stifling where British pressure had diminished caravan revenue and slaving. The attractions of the frontier might prove more alluring in a booming opium market. Where there was less demographic pressure and hence plenty of available swidden land, fission was probably far more likely than revolt. 101 Gumlao areas were anathema to the state. An early British account of the Kachin areas contrasted the ease of marching through the villages of a well-disposed hereditary chief with the difficulty of traversing a Gumlao village which is practically a small republic. The headman, however well-meaning he may be, is quite unable to control the actions of any badly disposed villager. 102 Gumlao social organization was state-repelling in a number of ways. Its ideology discouraged, or killed, would-be hereditary chiefs with feudal pretensions. It was resistant to tribute or control by the neighboring Shan principalities. Finally, it presented a relatively intractable anarchy of egalitarian, Lilliputian republics that were hard to pacify, let alone govern. I have devoted some considerable space to Gumlao villages as escape social structure not simply because it is well documented, thanks to Leach. There is more than a little evidence that many, if not most, hill peoples have bifurcated or even tripartite models of social organization, one approximating the egalitarian Gumlao Kachin model, one approximating the more stratified Gumsa model, and, occasionally, another approximating a petty Shan kingdom. Leach notes that contrasted theories of government of this kind are current throughout the Burma-Assam frontier area and cites studies of the Chin, Sema, Konyak, and Nagas. 103 to Leach's list. We can add more recent studies of the Karen and the WA. 104. It would seem that just as hill peoples in mainland Southeast Asia are likely to have escape crops and escape agriculture in their economic repertoire, so too are they likely to have state-thwarting social models in their political repertoire. In the shadow of the state, in the shadow of the hills. Shortly before Burmese independence, an inquiry was held, to which tribal representatives were summoned. The chief of Mungman, in the remote northern WA state, was asked what kind of administration he would favor. He replied, reasonably enough, "We have not thought about that because we are a wild people." 105 The point about being a WA, he understood better than the officials questioning him, was precisely not to be administered at all. This diagnostic misunderstanding underlines the key fact that most hill societies are shadow or mirror societies. I mean by this that they are structures of political, cultural, economic, and often religious positioning, often self-consciously contradicting the forms and values of their more state-like neighbors. This defiance may come at some economic cost, according to Leach. He concludes that the Kachins often value independence more highly than economic advantage. 106 At the same time, those who migrate to lowland states and assimilate, and historically there have been a great many, enter valley society at its lowest rungs. In short-run status terms, as Lehman explains, a Chin entering Burman society has a choice between being a defective Burman or a successful Chin. 107. Identity in the hills is an implicit dialogue and debate about how to live. The interlocutors are the contrasting civilizations closest at hand. For peoples such as the Miao/Hmong, whose oral history records a long-running battle with the Chinese/Han state, it is that dialogue which looms largest. The story the Hmong tell about themselves is thus something of a posture, a defense, a positioning in a debate with the Han and their state. Some Hmong debating points: they have emperors and we are all, notion ally, equal, they pay taxes to overlords and we pay none, they have writing and books and we lost ours while fleeing, they live crowded in lowland centers and we live free, scattered in the hills, they are servile and we are free. 108. One might be tempted to conclude from this way of putting it that hill ideology was entirely derivative of valley ideologies. That would be mistaken for two reasons. First, hill ideology is in dialogue not only with valley societies but with other adjacent hill peoples and has other weighty matters like genealogy, the propitiation of the spirits, and the origin of man to deal with matters that are somewhat less inflected by the debate with the valley centers. Second, and perhaps more important, if hill ideologies can be said to be deeply influenced by lowland states, it is equally the case that the lowland states, themselves historical aggregates of ingathered peoples, are preoccupied in explaining the superiority of their civilization vis-a-vis their ruder neighbors. At least three themes in this connection appear again and again in the narratives and positional self-understandings of hill peoples. They might be termed equality, autonomy, and mobility, all understood relatively. As a matter of practice, of course, all three are encoded in material life in the hills in location well away from lowland states, in dispersal, in common property, in shifting cultivation, and in the choice of crops. By choice, as Lehman has pointed out, hill peoples have practiced an economy that the Burman state institutions were not adapted to exploit and, therefore, never thought of as part of the Burman kingdom. 109 Just as wet rice cultivation implied a subject relationship to the polity, so to engage in swiddening was to some degree a statement of political positioning within a bifurcated regional culture of universalizing polities and forested hinterlands. 110. The Gumlau Kachin, as we have seen, have a history of enforcing egalitarian social relations by deposing or assassinating overreaching chiefs. One imagines that this history and the narratives that accompany it operate as a chilling cautionary tale for lineage chiefs with autocratic ambitions. Whole districts in Karen, Kaya, and Kachin areas are known for their traditions of revolt. 111 Where the Kachin had chiefs, they were frequently ignored and shown no special respect. Other peoples have analogous traditions. The Lassuo the assertive and autocratic headman, and the stories Lassuo tell of murdered headmen are legion. 112. The strict veracity of these stories matters less than the announcement it makes about norms of power relations. 113. Similar stories circulate among the Lahu. Their society is described as extremely egalitarian by one ethnographer, and another claims that they are, in gender terms, as egalitarian as any people in the world. 114. The Aka, for their part, reinforce their egalitarian practices with a mythic charter in which a chief and his son, who has a shamanic horse with wings mended with beeswax, flies too high. As with Icarus, his wings melt and he falls to his death. The flowery exaggerated way the story is told, clearly shows an aversion to hierarchical chiefdom and state formation. 115. The autonomy of hill peoples from permanent internal hierarchy and from state formation has depended absolutely on physical mobility. In this respect, the Gumlau revolt is the exception that proves the rule. Flight, not rebellion, has been the basis of freedom in the hills. Far more egalitarian settlements were founded by runaways than by revolutionaries. As Leach notes, in the Shan case the villagers are tied to their paddy land. The rice fields represent a capital investment. Kachins have no investment in the Tanja Swidden, literally hill cultivation. If a Kachin doesn't like his chief he can go somewhere else. 116. It is the ability and, indeed, the practice of hill peoples to move at the drop of a hat and on the slightest pretext that bedeviled both the colonial regimes and the independent states of Southeast Asia. Although much of Zomia could be aptly described as a vast zone of refuge from state-making, movement was constantly taking place within Zomia from more stratified, state-like places to more egalitarian frontiers. The Hill Karen provide a case in point. Part or all of their small settlements would move to a new location, not simply to clear a new Swidden but for many non-agricultural reasons as well. An inauspicious sign, a series of illnesses or death, a factional split, pressure for tribute, an overreaching headman, a dream, the call of a respected religious figure, any of these might be enough to prompt a move. Various state efforts to sedentarize the Karen and make use of them were frustrated by the constant physioneing and mobility of their settlements. In the mid-19th century, when many Karen had, along with their Mon allies, fled Burma and accepted Thai authority, they would not permanently settle, as the Thai officials desired. 117. For their part, the British tried to settle the Karen in subsidized forest villages in the Piguyuma, where they would practice a restricted Swiddening regime and, not incidentally, become the guardians of valuable stands of teak. The scheme was resisted and the Karen moved away. 118. Everything we know about the Hill Karen, their historical fear of slavery, their self-image as an orphaned and persecuted people, suggests that their social structure and Swiddening were designed to keep them at a safe distance from captivity. Safety also meant adopting pliable social structures. The Hill Karen are commonly described as having an autonomous and loosely structured society, one that splits easily over economic, social, political, or religious issues. 119. The utter plasticity of social structure among the more democratic, stateless, Hill peoples can hardly be exaggerated. Shape-shifting, physioneing, disaggregation, physical mobility, reconstitution, shifts in subsistence routines are often so dizzying that the very existence of the units beloved of anthropologists, the village, the lineage, the tribe, the hamlet, are called into question. On what unit the historian, the anthropologist, or, for that matter, the administrator should fix his gaze becomes an almost metaphysical issue. The lowest status Hill peoples, it appears, are especially polymorphous. They deploy a wider range of languages and cultural practices that allow them to adapt quickly to a broad range of situations. 120. Anthony Walker, ethnographer of the Lahunyi, Red Lahu, writes of villages that divide up, move, evaporate altogether, scatter to other settlements, and absorb newcomers, and he writes of new settlements suddenly appearing. 121. Nothing appears to remain in place long enough to sit for its portrait. The elementary unit of Red Lahu society is not the village in any meaningful sense. A Lahunyi village community is essentially a group of households whose members, for the time being, find it convenient to share a common locale under a common headman more or less acceptable to them. The headman, Walker writes, is headman of a collection of jealously independent households. 122. Here we are dealing not merely with jellyfish tribes but with jellyfish lineages, villages, chiefdoms, and, at the limit, jellyfish households. Along with shifting agriculture, this polymorphism is admirably suited to the purpose of evading incorporation in state structures. Such hill societies rarely challenge the state itself, but neither do they allow the state an easy point of entry or leverage. When threatened, they retreat, disperse, disaggregate like quicksilver, as if their motto was indeed divide that ye be not ruled. Chapter 6 1/2. Orality, Writing, and Texts. Poetry is the mother tongue of the human race, as gardening is older than the field, painting than writing, singing than declaiming, parables than inferences, bartering than commerce. Bruce Chatwin, Songlines, quoting J.G. Hammond. 4. In its severity, the law is at the same time writing. Writing is on the side of the law lives in writing, and knowing that the one means that unfamiliarity with the other is no longer possible, writing directly bespeaks the power of the law, be it engraved in stone, painted on animal skins, or drawn on papyrus. Pierre Clastres, Society Against the State. A diagnostic feature of the condition of barbarism is, for lowland elites, non-literacy. Of all the civilizational stigmas that hill peoples bear, the general ignorance of writing and texts is the most prominent. Bringing preliterate peoples into the world of letters and formal schooling is, of course, a raison d'etre of the developmental state. But what if many peoples, on a long view, are not preliterate, but, to use Leo Alting von Jazaw's term, post-literate? What if, as a consequence of flight, of changes in social structure and subsistence routines, they left texts and writing behind? And what if, to raise the most radical possibility, there was an active or strategic dimension to this abandonment of the world of texts and literacy? The evidence for this last possibility is almost entirely circumstantial. For this reason, and perhaps due to a failure of nerve on my part, I have bracketed this discussion from the foregoing account of escape agriculture and escape social structure. The case for the strategic maintenance, if not creation, of non-literacy, however, is cut from the same cloth. If swiddening and dispersal are subsistence strategies that impede appropriation, if social fragmentation and acephaly hinder state incorporation, then, by the same token, the absence of writing and texts provides a freedom of maneuver in history, genealogy, and legibility that frustrates state routines. If swiddening and egalitarian, mobile settlement represent elusive jellyfish economic and social forms, orality may be seen as a similarly fugitive jellyfish variant of culture. On this reading, orality may in many cases be a positionality vis-a-vis state formation and state power. Just as agriculture and residence practices may oscillate over long periods to reflect a strategic positioning, so may literacy and texts be taken up, then set aside, then taken up again for similar reasons. I have chosen to use the term non-literacy or orality, in preference to illiteracy, to call attention to orality as a different and potentially positive medium of cultural life as opposed to a mere deficiency. The sort of orality we are speaking of is also to be distinguished from what some have called primary illiteracy, a situation in which a social field confronts literacy for the first time. Non-literate peoples in the Southeast Asian Massif, by contrast, have for more than 2,000 years lived in contact with one or more states with small literate minorities, texts, and written records. They have had to position themselves vis-a-vis such states. Finally, it should go without saying that until very recently the literate elite of the Valley states were a tiny minority of the total subject population. Even in the Valley states, the vast majority of the population lived in an oral culture, inflected though it was by writing and texts. Oral histories of writing. Knowing the stigma historically attached to their non-literacy by lowland states and colonizers, most hill peoples have oral legends that account for why they do not write. What is rather surprising is the remarkable similarity of many of these legends, which are not confined to mainland Southeast Asia but may be found in the Malay world and, for that matter, in Europe. These stories converge around one theme: the people in question once did have writing but lost it through their own improvidence, or would have had it had they not been cheated of it by treachery. Such legends are, like ethnic identity itself, a strategic positioning vis-a-vis other groups. We have every reason to imagine that such legends, like ethnic identity, will be adjusted if the circumstances shift appreciably. That these legends often bear a family resemblance to one another is perhaps attributable more to the common strategic location of most stateless hill peoples in relation to the large valley kingdoms than to any cultural inertia. One common account of how the Aka lost writing is fairly typical of the genre. Long ago they were, they claim, a valley-dwelling, rice-planting people incorporated in states. Having to flee the valleys owing, by most accounts, to Thai military superiority, they scattered in several directions. Along the route of flight they ate their books of buffalo hide when they were hungry, and so lost their script to the Lahu, hill neighbors of the Aka along the Burma, Thai, and China border, tell of having lost their script when they ate the cakes on which their deity Goishai had inscribed their letters. 3 The WA tell a similar story. They also claim to have had writing, which was inscribed on an ox hide. When they became famished and had nothing else to eat, they devoured the ox hide and so lost their script. Another WA story relates that, as the original people, they had a trickster genius, Glina, who sent all the men off to war while he stayed back and made love to all the women. Caught and condemned, Glina asked to be drowned in a coffin with all his musical instruments. Cast adrift, he played so beguilingly that all the downriver creatures helped set him free. In turn, he taught the lowlanders all his skills, including that of writing, and the WA were left illiterate. Writing is, for the WA, associated with the trickster figure. The word for writing is the same as the word for trading and implies deception and cheating. 4 The Karen provide many variants of a legend claiming that three brothers, Karen, Burman, and Han or European, were each given scripts. While the Burman and the Han kept theirs, the Karen brother left his, written on a hide, atop a stump while swiddening, and it was eaten by wild, or domesticated, animals. Stories of this genre could be multiplied almost indefinitely. A fairly comprehensive survey of the variations on this theme for the Karenni groups alone is found in Jean-Marc Rasterfer's work on Kaya and Kayan identity. 5 The Lahu, for their part, speak of once having known how to write their language and refer to a lost book. They, in fact, have been known to carry papers with hieroglyphic marks which they cannot read. 6 The impression that such accounts are powerfully influenced by an implicit dialogue with more powerful groups associated with states and writing is reinforced by its occurrence outside the region as well. 7 Stories of treachery are as common as those of carelessness. A single ethnic group may have both genres in its repertoire. Perhaps each variant is appropriate to particular audiences and situations. One Karen account of lost literacy blames the Burmese kings, who are said to have found and executed every literate Karen until there was no one left to teach the others. A Kamua, Lamit, legend in Laos associates the loss of writing with a fall into political subordination. 7 villages came together to swidden on the same mountain and swore to jointly oppose their Thai overlord. The oath was written on a buffalo rib, which was then solemnly buried on the mountaintop. Later, however, the rib was dug up and stolen, and that day we lost the knowledge of writing and we have since then suffered from the power of the Lam Thai overlord. 8 A Chin story, collected at the turn of the century, blames Burmese deceit for the group's illiteracy. The Chin were, like other races, born from 101 eggs. As the last born, the Chin were most loved, but the earth was already apportioned, and they were given the remaining mountains and its animals. The Burmese guardian appointed over them cheated them of elephants, a royal symbol, and showed them the blank backside of a writing slate so that they never learned even a single letter. 9 The White Hmong's portfolio of literacy stories allows for both carelessness and treachery. In one account, the Hmong, in their flight from the Han, fell asleep and their horses ate up their texts, or they were mistakenly put in a stew and eaten. A second and more ominous account claims that the Han, in the course of driving the Hmong out of the valleys, took their texts and burned them all. The educated ones went to the mountains, and when they died, there was no more writing. 10. For some groups, like the Hmong and Min, the loss of writing seems closely associated with a general claim to a history as a lowland, state-bearing people. Before we were driven out of the lowlands, their story implicitly claims, we had kings, we planted irrigated rice, and we had writing, we had all those things we are now stigmatized for not having. The arrival of literacy and written scripts, by these lights, is nothing new, it is the recapturing of something lost or stolen. Little wonder that the arrival of missionaries with their Bibles and scripts for vernacular tongues often seemed like a restoration of lost cultural property, all the more welcome because it was not Burmese or Han. What are we to make of these legends of lost literacy? It is conceivable, providing once again that we take a very long historical view, that these legends embody a germ of historical truth. Thai, Hmong/Miao, and Yao/Min, from what we can reconstruct of their migration histories, came from lowland settings and may well have once been potty state peoples even, in the case of many Thai groups, state makers themselves. 11 Many other hill peoples were, in the distant and not so distant past, closely associated with, if not incorporated in, valley kingdoms with literate elites. Those who moved from such valleys to hill settings would, on this assumption, have plausibly included at least a small literate minority. The Hmong legend of the literate minority dying out might, then, contain a grain of truth, though it does not explain why this knowledge was not passed on. The Karen have been at one time or another closely associated with several literate potty state traditions: Monpi Go, Thai, Nan Chao, Burman, and Thai, an association that would almost certainly have fostered a small literate class. The Gannon, a now non-literate people along the upper reaches of the Mu River, were almost surely part of the literate Paiute kingdom, before they fled to their redoubt in the hills. Like a great many other hill peoples, the Gannon and Hmong retain many of the cultural practices and beliefs of the lowland peoples with whom they were once associated. If, as I have argued, many, if not most, contemporary hill peoples have a valley past, then such cultural continuities should occasion no surprise. Why, then, in most cases, did they not also bring literacy and texts along with them? The narrowness of literacy and some precedents for its loss. There is no place in any of the standard civilizational narratives for the loss or abandonment of literacy. The acquisition of literacy is envisaged as a one-way trip in just the same fashion as is the transition from shifting agriculture to wet rice cultivation and from forest bands to villages, towns, and cities. And yet literacy in pre-modern societies was, under the best of circumstances, confined to a minuscule portion of the population, almost certainly less than 1%. It was the social property of scribes, accomplished religious figures, and a very thin stratum of scholar gentry in the case of the Han. To assert, in this context, that a whole society or people is literate is incorrect. In all pre-modern societies the vast majority of the population was illiterate and lived in an oral culture, inflected though it was by texts. To say that, demographically speaking, literacy hung by a thread would in many cases be no exaggeration. Not only was it confined to a tiny elite, but the social value of literacy, in turn, depended on a state bureaucracy, an organized clergy, and a social pyramid where literacy was a means of advancement and a mark of status. Any event that threatened these institutional structures threatened literacy itself. Something very much like this institutional collapse seems to lie behind the 4-century-long Greek Dark Age, lasting roughly from 1100 BCE, the time of the Trojan War, until 700. Before that Mycenaean Greeks, a small number of them at any rate, kept records in a difficult-to-learn syllabary script, linear B, borrowed from the Minoans and used primarily for keeping palace administrative transactions and tax records. For reasons that are still not entirely clear, a Dorian invasion from the north, internal civil war, ecological crisis, famine. The palaces and towns of the Peloponnese were sacked, burned, and abandoned, leading to a collapse of long-distance trade, refugee movements, and a general diaspora. The epoch is termed the Dark Age precisely because no written records survive, apparently because the knowledge of the linear B script was abandoned in the chaos and dispersal of the time. The Homeric epics of the Iliad and the Odyssey, oral tales passed from bard to bard and only later written down, are the only cultural artifacts to have survived the Dark Age. Around 750 BCE, under more peaceful conditions, the Greeks regained literacy, this time borrowing from the Phoenicians a genuine alphabet that allowed a graphic representation of the sounds made by actual speech. This episode is one of the clearest examples we have of literacy apparently lost and later regained. Point 12. Another instance in which literacy appears to have been largely but not entirely lost is in the period following the collapse of the tattered vestiges of the Roman Empire around 600 CE. Literacy in Latin, which had previously been both expensive and necessary to a non-military career in the empire, was now of no particular value except perhaps as an ornament. The path to security and power for local elites now lay in military service to the local king. Literacy receded to the point that it was largely confined to the clergy even in areas of Gaul that had been quite Romanized previously. In distant Britain the veneer of a Roman culture and education evaporated altogether. It had been the Roman state, and its institutions that had maintained the context in which literacy was an essential component of eliteness, just as the Mycenaean social order had upheld the more restricted linear B literacy in ancient Greece. When that institutional nexus crumbled, so did the social foundations of literacy. Point 13. Assuming that many of the contemporary hill peoples were, at one time or another, living near or in lowland states with some degree of literacy, and assuming further, as seems reasonable, that a small fraction of their own elites became literate, say in Chinese, how might we account for a subsequent loss of literacy? Here again, the first thing to bear in mind is how very thin this literate stratum was in Han society, let alone among the peoples the Han state encountered as it expanded its reach. We may be talking about a mere handful of people. Second, those who were literate in the script of the lowland state would have almost certainly have been elites whose bicultural skills fitted them best to become allies and administrators of the lowland state and, if they so chose, to take the path of assimilation. If, then, as most historians suppose, large fractions of today's minority peoples in the hills were earlier absorbed in the process of Han expansion, one would suppose that this literate minority would be more likely to stay behind and assimilate, inasmuch as they had the most to gain by doing so. A people migrating or fleeing lowland centers of power would, on this assumption, have left most, perhaps all, of its literate minority behind. Speculating further, the few literates who migrated with those resisting and fleeing must have had an ambiguous status among their compatriots, skilled in the script of the state they were fleeing. They might be seen as helpful or, perhaps, as a potential fifth column. In the latter case, they may have elected to let their literacy lapse and not to instruct others. Another potential explanation for the loss of literacy is that it was merely a logical consequence of the fragmentation, mobility, and dispersal of social structure entailed by migration to the hills. Leaving behind the lowland centers meant stripping down the complexity of social structure in the interest of mobility. In this context, literacy and texts were of no further use and died out as a practice, though not as a memory. Point 14. As in the Roman case, so much of the practice of literacy was directly dependent on the existence of a particular state and its bureaucratic routines, knowledge of state documents, law codes, chronicles, record-keeping in general, taxes and economic transactions, and, above all, the structure of office holding and hierarchy linked to that state made literacy a sought-after prestige. Good. Once this structure was left behind, the social incentives driving the acquisition and transmission of literacy would have diminished precipitously.